In 7 days, the global mana awakening will occur, and humanity will be reduced to ants. Everyone is in the dark, while you, having been reborn as a giant python, have activated a god-level cheat in advance. Your cold vertical pupils scan the peaceful forest, and data incomprehensible to mortals appears above the head of every creature. Golden Eagle Chick, innate skill, passive, gluttony D-level. How laughable, these future powerhouses are merely your appetizers now. Ding! Skill, Endless Devour SSS level is activating. You open your blood-filled mouth, and with the sound of bones cracking, a warm current rushes into your body. You will devour all innate skills and evolve into a taboo existence that even gods and demons tremble before the apocalypse arrives. Chapter 1 starting with SSS level innate skill. Early cultivation begins. Mindless enjoyable read, just leave your brain here. Vast mountains rise, shaded by green trees, beneath one of which lies a tree. A large python, about 2 meters long, looks dejectedly down at its robust body. I can't believe I've turned into a python. This large python is Xiao. He remembers doing good deeds on the road, then suddenly being knocked away by a dump truck. When he opened his eyes again, he had transformed into this. It seems that I probably died and was reborn as this python. Actually, Xiao doesn't mind becoming a beast after all. There weren't many joyful moments in his past life. Resources are mostly monopolized by elite factions, making it nearly impossible for ordinary people to turn their situations around. Every day feels like numbly moving bricks and working. Perhaps being a simple beast would be happier. Since it's a rebirth, then there should be a corresponding golden finger too. Xiao tentatively called out. Devour Evolve System? Ding! Congratulations, the host has bound to the Devour Evolve System. Ding! Detected that the world the host is in will undergo mana awakening in 7 days, customizing a cheat for the host. Ding! Host's innate skill has been changed to Skill, Endless Devour SSS level. Please check, host. Skill, Endless Devour SSS level. Every time you devour a corpse, you have a chance to gain one of its innate skills. Ding! Friendly reminder. After mana awakening, the world order will change. Please take the initiative and start cultivating in advance. Hearing that friendly mechanical voice, Xiao was extremely excited. Ha ha! The Devour Evolve system is real, I'm taking off. In a moment, Xiao managed to calm his excitement. Because he realized that the Devour Evolve system mentioned something extraordinary. Wait? Mana awakening in 7 days? Is it the mana awakening I'm thinking of? The Devour Evolve system did not respond. But since the Devour Evolve system mentioned it, it must be true. Originally, he thought he could only be an ordinary snake from now on. But according to the Devour Evolve system, it seems he can start cultivating ahead of the mana awakening. Zhao's eyes darkened. Although I don't know what will happen during mana awakening, regardless, I must prepare well during these 7 days. Start cultivating 7 days earlier than other creatures. Even when the mana awakening truly arrives, Xiao can foresee that he will definitely have a huge advantage. As for now, just grow. Listening to the chatter from above, Xiao flicked his tail and spiraled up the large tree behind him. Arriving at a tree fork, he found a nest of freshly hatched chicks. They looked delicious. It's actually golden eagle chicks, which means at least one adult golden eagle lives nearby. However, it seems to not be here now, huh? All mine. No adult birds were present in the nest, and Xiao quickly noticed the information above each chick's head. Golden Eagle Hatchling Tier 1, Level 1, Innate Skill, Passive, Gluttony D Level. Golden Eagle Chick Tier 1, Level 1, Innate Skill, Sharp Eyes F Level. Golden Eagle Chick Tier 1, Level 1, Innate Skill, Iron Claw D Level. The Devour Evolve system indicates that innate skills will be those that other creatures will have at least Tier 5 Awakened stage. Mana Awakening has not yet started, and except for the host, all other creatures' innate skills are unavailable. At this moment, another line of reminders from the Devour Evolve system appeared. Xiao nodded. It's reasonable that innate skills below Tier 5 Awakened stage are unusable. Now only he can cultivate. Xiao remembered that his innate skill allowed him to devour and gain the other person's innate skill. These chicks had D and F level innate skills, way below his SSS level innate skill. This is a nest of trash. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. A fierce glint flashed in Zhao's eyes. He swallowed these chicks one by one. The golden eagle was one of the snake's natural enemies, and by doing so, he was eliminating a potential rival. Ding! Killed a golden eagle chick, evolution points AP plus 10. Ding! Skill, endless devour activating. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the D-level innate skill passive, gluttony. After consuming 3 chicks, Xiao gained a total of 30 evolution points AP and absorbed an innate skill. Passive, gluttony D-level, your digestion speed increases by plus 200%, your stomach capacity increases by 200%, and your digestive ability increases by 200%. This innate skill is alright, it allows me to eat more. In addition to the innate skill, there are also evolution points EP gained. Killing creatures grants me evolution points EP? At this moment, Xiao was curious about what evolution points EP could be used for. A thought crossed his mind. Panel. With a call, a faint blue screen appeared before Xiao. As expected. This screen was visible only to him. Race, reticulated python. Rank, Tier 1, Level 1010 evolution points EP required for upgrade. Status, length 2 meters, strength limit 100 kilograms, speed 10 kilometers h. Innate skill, endless devour SSS level. Other innate skill, passive, gluttony D level. Evolution points EP, 30. Looking at the tier section, Xiao said resolutely. Devour Evolve System, invest all evolution points EP for level up. Congratulations, host has advanced to Tier 1 Mortal Stage Level 2. To advance to the next stage Tier 1 Mortal Stage Level 3, 20 evolution points EP are needed. Congratulations, host has advanced to Tier 1 Mortal Stage Level 3. To advance to the next stage Tier 1 Mortal Stage Level 4, 30 evolution points EP are needed. With a command, Zhao's tier dramatically increased by 2 levels. At the same time, Zhao's body also swelled tremendously. Suddenly growing to a length of 4 meters, his strength and speed increased significantly. Awesome! Having only swallowed a nest of chicks, his body doubled in size. Becoming the Beast King is just around the corner. The evolution points EP needed for upgrading are becoming increasingly more. Next time it will be 30 points. I've already reached 4 meters. I can try hunting larger prey now. Xiao glanced up at the sky above, confirmed there were no golden eagle shadows, and then slid down the tree branch with ease. After getting down from the tree, Xiao prepared to leave this dangerous area occupied by golden eagles. He intended to find a safer place to grow. Just as he turned around, Xiao came face to face with a 2-meter-sized race, reticulated python. They stared at each other. Xiao froze. A few pitiful memories of this body surfaced. The sibling before him seemed to be a brother who hatched with him. And atop this brother's head was a striking line of text. Race, reticulated python Tier 1, Level 1, innate skill, indestructible body S level. Damn it! S rank. Brother, you smell so good. To clarify about realms, Tier 1 Mortal Stage Ordinary Person, Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Preliminary, Tier 5 Awakened Stage, Tier 4 Supernatural Stage Strength, able to withstand multiple bullets without dying, Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Bullets cannot cause harm, can withstand rockets without dying, Tier 4 Supernatural Stage A Watershed, officially Tier 5 Awakened Stage, Tier 4 Supernatural Stage Strength, rockets cannot harm, can withstand missiles without dying, Tier 5 Awakened Stage Bloodline. Activated, most firearms become ineffective, can withstand nuclear bombs without dying. Realms will be updated as more are added. Each level has 10 tiers. Chapter 2, Continuous Hunting. Body size increases. However, the large spotted python before him seemed to have not sensed danger from its kind. Instead, it nodded its head warmly at Xiao, greeting him. Hisses. If you keep this up, I feel bad about killing you. Xiao stared at the naive python that was nodding in greeting. With a sigh, he chose not to strike hard. After all, his innate skill only had a chance to devour the opponent's innate skill. The probability was not guaranteed. There was a high chance that he might get nothing. Better to train a subordinate first. Your innate skill is decent if you survive after mana awakening. Come join me. I could use a meat shield. There are golden eagles in this area, it's very dangerous. I advise you to find another place to live. You know what a golden eagle is, right? It's a very large bird. Of course, Xiao still can't speak now, he communicates using the language of the snake tribe. After a few hisses, the large python on the opposite side seemed to understand him. It hissed back at him. Hisses. Very polite. I hope you don't die in the future, otherwise, my goodwill today will be wasted. Xiao muttered to himself, watching the other party leave, and then he also found a direction to leave. A 4-meter python is neither big nor small. Xiao doesn't dare to provoke wolves, tigers, leopards, or anything like that, but he still includes some small creatures like rabbits, mice, and squirrels in his menu. In half a day's time, Xiao caught a rabbit, a mouse, and a squirrel. He didn't devour anything with innate skill, but his evolution points EP did reach over 70 points, just enough to level up twice. Devour Evolve system, go all out to level up. 2 prompts from the Devour Evolve system sounded, and Zhao's size surged by another 2 meters, reaching 6 meters, with a waist size comparable to that of a person. Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Finally, I have some combat power. A 6-meter python should be considered quite formidable in the natural world. Xiao remembered that his species generally grows to about 10 meters. 6 meters is still far from the limit. After wandering around the vicinity for a couple of rounds, he encountered quite a few small creatures, but they were all too cautious and hard to catch. Xiao noticed that most creatures had innate skills rated lower than grade A so far. He's only seen one S grade, which was the one of his kind before. In the course of one afternoon, Xiao caught several small animals and managed to raise his tier by another level, reaching 7 meters. He also managed to devour one innate skill. Concealment grade A, you can hide your aura, making it hard to be detected. Having this innate skill, Xiao felt he could freely control his aura. After getting stronger, he naturally exudes a certain intimidation. But with this innate skill, Xiao can conceal himself to blend in like an ordinary beast. This innate skill is simply a godsend for survival. It not only reduces the chances of being detected by enemies but also aids in hunting. This way, my hunting efficiency will greatly increase. The probability of the skill, Endless Devour innate skill, is not very high, as it doesn't guarantee that innate skills can be devoured every time. However, even so, the effects of this innate skill are quite extraordinary. While most creatures have only one Tier 5 awakened stage innate skill, Xiao can accumulate more than a dozen or even several dozen innate skills. Over time, Zhao's strength will reach a terrifying level. I can hardly imagine how strong I will become in the future. By nightfall, Xiao didn't go out to hunt anymore. He had been active outside all day, so he needed rest. He casually found a tree hole to crawl into, considering it a temporary home. He covered the entrance with some leaves, then restrained his aura and listened to the cicadas outside, gradually falling asleep. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the tree hole, and Xiao opened his slitted pupils, getting up on time. After yawning and waking up slowly, he looked at the unfamiliar scenery outside and became momentarily dazed before remembering that he was no longer human. As his thoughts became clearer, he reflected on yesterday's experiences and fell into contemplation. I only devoured 2 innate skills all day yesterday, and the evolution points EP needed to level up are increasing as well. I need to speed up. I can't waste a single day in these 7 days. Hunting is too difficult. I might as well go kill some insects first and devour their innate skills, which will help with hunting later on. Yesterday, when he strolled through the mountains, Xiao discovered that not only the heads of beasts had innate skills, but many insects did as well. There are countless insects and they are easy to catch. But the evolution points EP gained from killing insects are too few. I just resurrected and need to quickly increase my strength, so I can't waste time eating insects. I'm now 7 meters long. I can easily overpower most beasts. As long as I avoid being reckless, there's basically no life-threatening danger, so there's no rush to level up. I can focus on devouring innate skills. Xiao decided not to hunt today and instead aimed to eliminate a few insect nests. I remember seeing a beehive while chasing the rabbit yesterday. I was too busy to notice it, so I'll go check it out today. Bees can be said to be a presence that most animals dare not provoke. They will sacrifice their lives to drive off invaders, and when hundreds or thousands of bees attack at once, even a pack of wolves will retreat. But unfortunately, Xiao happens to be one of the few animals that are not afraid of bees. His entire body is covered with hard scales, and the stingers of the bees can't penetrate him at all. However, a regular python wouldn't bother bees, because the honey that the bee colony desperately protects isn't even on the python's menu. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A beehive is hanging on a branch about 7 or 8 meters off the ground. Countless diligent little bees are buzzing around the hive. It's easy to imagine that if any creature approaches the beehive, they will launch a fierce attack. Xiao sees that some bees have a Tier 5 awakened stage marker above their heads, but not all bees have it. Many bees don't show innate skill above their heads, they only display their rank. The ratio seems to be about 1 in 10, with innate skill bees compared to those without. All the beasts he had seen before had innate skills, without exception the lowest rank was F. It seems that this situation is not the same for insects. What's going on? Could it be that some insects don't have Tier 5 awakened stage innate skills after mana awakening? Xiao is quite puzzled. If that's the case, the number of innate skills he can absorb wouldn't be as many as he imagined. However, even with many bees lacking innate skills, there are still thousands of bees here. Hee. Time for a good feast. Putting this doubt aside, Xiao climbs up the trunk and strikes with his tail. Take off. Immediately, the beehive is sent flying like a ball by the force of Zhao's tail. Buzz, buzz, buzz? Buzz, buzz, buzz. A swarm of bees rushes out from the hive, and the buzzing sound increases several-fold. Xiao can feel the swarm's current anger from this buzzing. Chapter 3: Harvesting a large number of innate skills. A sign of invincibility ahead. In an instant, hundreds of bees rush out from the fallen hive. These are just the bees that came out, there are still more bees in the hive gradually coming out. Soon they notice Xiao, the intruder. Hundreds of bees swarm together, surrounding Xiao densely. The worker bees continuously attack the intruder with their stingers. But they cannot penetrate the python's rough skin no matter what. Zhao's entire body is surrounded by bees. At that moment, Xiao feels a tingling sensation, as if many toothpicks are poking him. TCH, so thin and small, useless. Withstanding the workers' attacks, Xiao twists his python body next to the big tree. Then he suddenly exerts force with his body and slams into the big tree. Many bees, caught off guard, are smashed. Just like that, dozens of bees die. As the bees' bodies fall, a space also clears on Zhao's python body. At the same time, the continuous prompts from the Devouring Evolve system resonate in Zhao's ears. Ding! Kill the bee Tier 1, Level 1, Evolution Points AP plus 0.1. Killing insects really gives very few evolution points AP, only 0.1 per bee. It takes 100 bees to equal the points from one golden eagle chick. However, there are probably thousands of bees here. If I kill them all, I can get a lot of evolution points EP. After one strike, Xiao quickly devours the bees that display innate skill. Ding! Skill, Endless Devour activating. Ding! Congratulations on devouring D-level innate skill Swiftness. Swiftness D-level, your movement speed and reaction speed are increased by 30%. I absorbed an innate skill so quickly. The moment the Devour Evolve system prompt rings, Xiao feels that his movement speed has indeed increased a little. But the speed of these bees seems to have slowed down in Zhao's eyes. This is the result of Zhao's improved reaction speed. Keep it up. With the Swiftness innate skill, Zhao's actions become faster, continuously slamming into the trees. Thud, thud, thud. He feels pain throughout his body, but even more bees are killed by Xiao. Damn, that hurts, but luckily I have thick skin and tough meat. With a few more strikes, over 100 bees are brutally killed by Xiao, and a layer of bee corpses piles up on the ground. Even the bees flying in the sky can visibly be seen decreasing. This is exhausting, it really is a physical job. After continuously slamming into the trees, Xiao feels pain all over. There's no choice, the python doesn't have a way to deal with a massive swarm of bees, so Xiao has to kill them by smashing into the trees. Now, there are very few bees brave enough to sting Xiao. Perhaps they realize that he isn't afraid of them at all. Looking at the swarm in the sky that no longer attacks him, Xiao feels a bit of a headache. Why aren't you attacking? If you don't come at me, how can I kill you? Seeing the swarm not attacking anymore, Xiao simply slithers over to the beehive. If you won't attack me, I'll demolish your home. Wrapping his body around the hive, he flexes his muscles. The hive is crushed with immense force. Countless bee bodies mix with honey flowing down. Immediately, a series of prompts from the Devouring Evolve system arrive. Ding! Killed a bee, evolution points AP plus 0.1. Ding! Killed a bee larva, evolution points AP plus 0.05. A large amount of evolution points EP came in, and Xiao was astonished. Wow! Who knew there were so many bees in the hive? This is so exciting. Continuous notifications from the Devouring Evolve system rang in Xiao's ears, filling him with joy. This harvest is impressive. Little by little, it adds up to a significant amount of evolution points EP. However, even after Xiao crushed the hive, the bees in the sky no longer attacked him. Instead, they scattered and attacked other nearby small animals. Looks like this wave of evolution points EP ends here. Zhao's gaze fell upon the piled up bee corpses on the ground, his eyes filled with excitement. These corpses that can be devoured for innate skills are the real deal. Xiao probably killed thousands of bees, and even if only a tenth of that counts, there would still be a few hundred bee corpses likely to provide innate skills. Next comes the detailed work. As long as he devours the bees on the ground, Xiao can gain innate skills. A few hours later, Xiao collapsed on the ground, exhausted and unwilling to move. He never imagined that eating could be so tiring. The snake has no hands, so he could only lie on the ground to pick up the bee corpses one by one. After picking them up hundreds of times, he was completely worn out. However, just thinking about the rewards this time makes Xiao feel it was all worth it. This time he devoured a good number of innate skills. Most of them were, and the paralysis toxin gives Xiao venom glands, allowing his teeth to secrete a toxin that paralyzes living beings. This will also be very useful during hunting. He probably just needs to bite his prey once, and they will lose the ability to resist. However, the innate skill that Xiao is most concerned about is still skill, mind control. And it's also a great innate skill, but what effect does skill, mind control have? Sounds amazing. Xiao curiously touched the panel with his head and opened the introduction of the innate skills. Chapter 4, Skill, Mind Control? Controlling humans. Skill, Mind Control. A rank, you can influence the minds of other beings to some extent, including erasing memories, brainwashing suggestions, and altering perceptions. The specific effects depend on the rank difference between the user and the target. The greater the user's rank exceeds that of the target, the better the effects. May fail against mental resistance type innate skills. Upon seeing the detailed introduction of the innate skill, Xiao was instantly shocked and gasped in surprise. Wow! Changing the minds of other beings, this ability is just too powerful. So I can even give other beings suggestions. This is just ridiculously powerful. Maybe I can even control humans. I wonder how far I can go with my current rank. If I could directly brainwash humans to be my subordinates, that would be great, making them serve me, haha. Xiao's previous life was a world monopolized by elite factions, where ordinary people had no chance at all. Elite factions not only controlled the economy but also had complete control over military and political matters. Behind those elders holding the highest power stood various elite factions. Elite factions are like gods, at least for the time being. If I could directly control a member of an elite faction to continuously provide resources, Zhao's growth would be much smoother. But Xiao also knew that this was wishful thinking. Because he had no access to these big figures now, no elite faction member would willingly come to the deep mountains. Bang! Just as Xiao lay on the ground recovering, I heard there was a strange incident a few days ago. All the satellites in the sky exploded and lost contact overnight. Is this related? Not just the satellites of Dragon Country, but those of other countries exploded as well.
The satellite explosion incident has already caused a stir online.
And many significant moves from the higher-ups began with this incident. Jack fell silent for a moment. He felt the guide's words made a lot of sense. The orders given to them from above also started from this incident.
Combined with the nationwide mountain clearing operation, could something significant really be about to happen? However, although Jack had this thought in mind, he still refuted the guide's statement. The higher-ups wanted to keep things under wraps, and he didn't want any information leaking out from him. Don't say nonsense. It's all just speculation. Less chatting, more observing the surroundings. Be careful of ambushes. TCH, they're just wild beasts. Can they outmatch my rifle?
That's true, but we still need to be cautious.
This is a primitive forest, and the animals here have never seen humans. They might actually dare to ambush us. Xiao overheard all their conversations.
After leveling up a few times, Zhao's senses became sharper. He could see further and hear more clearly, so he understood everything they talked about without missing a word.
Killing wild beasts? Satellite explosions? Decisions from the higher-ups? This is quite a lot of information.
Firstly, the satellite explosions were something Xiao had heard about in his previous life. It happened before his reincarnation. Xiao didn't know whether the satellite explosions were related to mana awakening, but it was clear the higher-ups had realized something. They actually sent military personnel to sweep the mountains.
Did the higher-ups foresee the mana awakening? Why didn't they inform the civilians?
In my previous life, I had no information at all, and even the soldiers on missions were unaware of this matter.
After pondering for a moment, Xiao found it quite normal.
Because the higher-ups are all from the elite factions, they must consider themselves first. Perhaps they want to seize the opportunity during the mana awakening to maintain their status. Knowing that they had come to sweep the mountains, Xiao became even more vigilant. If they see me, I will definitely be eliminated without hesitation. They have already killed quite a few animals through conversation.
I wonder how many of them there are. How long will it last? What equipment did they bring?
Listening to their conversation, Xiao wanted to know more. This was crucial for whether he could survive the 7 days leading up to the mana awakening.
Concerning matters of life and death, Zhao's gaze became resolute. I need to find someone to ask.
He cast a malicious glance at the 4 who had already walked under the tree. Just as Xiao was about to randomly pick a lucky person to use mental control on, he noticed that the man referred to as Jack was looking up.
Great, no need to choose. It's you.
Jack had simply wanted to look up casually, but unexpectedly realized something was wrong the moment he did.
Holy crap! A giant python.
Jack's lips parted slightly, and he was about to shout.
But in the instant Zhao's innate skill activated, Jack's expression instantly became clear. What was I just about to say?
Jack scratched his head, then suddenly slammed his hand down, enlightened, and said to the other 3. I suddenly need to take a dump. You all go ahead, I'll just step aside for a moment.
I'll catch up shortly. Chapter 5, Mountain Sweeping Operation. A storm is coming.
The others exchanged glances, bewildered.
Why would you need to poop at a time like this?
Isn't that just a natural urge? Jack didn't know why he felt such a strong obsession to leave the team, but couldn't identify where it was coming from.
Should we keep an eye on you? Be careful of being ambushed by beasts.
No, you'll just watch me. Not able to do it. Stay away from me, I'll catch up to you soon.
Alright, you are really something. A grown man being shy.
We'll go first, just walk slowly. If you run into a beast, shout loudly, and we'll come over immediately.
Alright.
The other 3 left, leaving Jack standing there looking foolish.
He only knew that he really wanted to leave the team, but then what? Phew, they should be far enough away now.
As Jack's expression gradually became clear, Xiao immediately climbed down the tree and revealed himself. Before him lay an meter-long giant python, yet Jack had no reaction, still looking foolish and without any thought of fighting back.
What is your name?
Xiao used telepathy to directly convey his thoughts into Jack's mind, casually reinforcing skill, mind control.
Jack. How many people were assigned to your task here? Jack numbly replied, we have 12 people assigned to the breezy mountain zone.
Xiao nodded. Not bad, there weren't too many of them, at least there was room for maneuvering.
What exactly is the content of your mission? To try to eliminate the beasts in the breezy mountain zone. Why? Jack shook his head and answered honestly, I don't know.
Where is your base camp? There's a wooden cabin halfway up the mountain.
How many weapons did you bring?
1 hunting rifle and 1 pistol per person, that's it.
How long will the mission last? Half a month.
Shao let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that although the higher-ups had predicted it, they didn't deploy too many troops. At the same time, Shao also realized where he stood. The breezy mountain zone was large, and only 12 people were sent. As long as he was careful, Shao wouldn't be easily exposed. I want you to write down the extent of your activities for tomorrow in the dirt here every night during the mission. After thinking for a moment, Shao added one more thing. And by the way, bring me a piece of meat from every beast you kill, just leave it under the tree.
Now, forget about the meeting with me.
After hiding, Shao lifted the skill, mind control. Jack's awareness gradually returned, and he looked around with a confused expression.
Why did I fall asleep while going to the bathroom?
Jack scratched his head as he ran toward the other 3.
After releasing skill, mind control, an overwhelming exhaustion hit Shao, and he felt sleepy.
He returned to the tree cavity to curl up and rest. I only controlled him for a little while, yet it consumed so much energy.
It seems this innate skill isn't invincible after all.
After all, it's just a Class A innate skill. To completely brainwash a human to become a subordinate is beyond what he can achieve with his current rank. However, this innate skill is still very useful. It helped me avoid a crisis and also provided some intelligence. If it weren't for the skill, mind control, Shao might have just been discovered by those people.
A bloody battle is inevitable. Shao didn't kill Jack, because if Jack went missing, the higher-ups might send more people over. Better to keep him as an inside man. For now, it's best to be patient. I need to hurry up and grow. The next day, Shao woke up refreshed.
He poked his head out of the tree hole and saw the sun already climbing halfway up the mountain, thinking to himself.
Oh no!
I can't believe I slept so long. He had fallen asleep right after using the innate skill, mind control, yesterday.
Little did he expect to have slept for so long, right until the next day.
Shao decided that it would be best not to use the innate skill, mind control, recklessly before he became stronger. Although it can alter the cognition of other creatures, it takes a heavy toll on himself.
He certainly didn't want to sleep 18 hours a day.
Shao wriggled out of the tree hole, already having a plan for what to do today. I'll go look for animals with better innate skills and recruit them as my subordinates. After mana awakening, he couldn't go it alone. He had to find some animals to help him share the pressure coming from humans. That similar creature I encountered before. Shao wrapped around the wild boar, tightening his body with force, and the sound of breaking bones echoed. The wild boar turned into a lump of dead meat.
Ding!
Kill the wild boar. Tier 1, Level 1, Evolution Points AP plus 100.
Shao was overjoyed, haha.
This wild boar is worth much more than rabbits or anything else. In addition to the leftover Evolution Points EP, this would definitely be enough for Shao to level up twice. Shao said without hesitation, Devour Evolve System, level up. Congrats to the host for advancing to Tier 1 Mortal Stage 8, the next level Tier 1 Mortal Stage 9 requires 80 Evolution Points EP. Congratulations to the host for advancing to Tier 1 Mortal Stage 9, the next level Tier 1 Mortal Stage 10 requires 90 Evolution Points EP. In an instant, Zhao's body grew another 2 meters, reaching 10 meters in length, and his strength increased significantly. Shao vaguely sensed that if he reached Tier 1 Mortal Stage 10 and then advanced again, he would evolve into a new species, gaining a significant boost and completely breaking free from the category of mundane beasts. After killing it, Shao started tearing into the wild boar's corpse bite by bite. Having teeth is great, unlike before when I had to swallow it whole.
Ding! Skill, Endless Devour activating. Devour failed.
A failed Devour didn't matter. This wild boar had an F grade innate skill, the worst innate skill. E and F grade innate skills are very common, while a grade and above are rare.
Of course, after mana awakening, such low grade innate skill beasts will definitely decrease. If they can't compete with others, they will naturally die. The previous S-grade python was a genius among beasts. This made Xiao even more determined to recruit it. Currently, Xiao can be said to be an invincible presence in the wild. Even a tiger wouldn't be a match for Xiao. After all, he still has the innate skills of paralysis toxin and steel scales. Scales comparable to alloys and capable of releasing poison. For normal animals before mana awakening, this is an invincible existence. After leveling up twice, the intimidation radiating from Xiao grew even stronger, yet he maintained a low profile. He deliberately walked in the shade of trees, and the patterns on his body provided excellent camouflage. Chapter 6, S-Class Kindred. Except as a dog. Unknowingly, Xiao had returned to the area where he had just been reborn. Suddenly, a loud eagle cry echoed from ahead. Listening closely, the eagle cry had a hint of sorrowful meaning. It's that golden eagle. Now with enhanced strength, Xiao naturally wasn't afraid of the golden eagle. He ignored the eagle cry coming from the sky. Although he wasn't afraid of the golden eagle, he couldn't attack it. Xiao currently had no means of ranged attack. Xiao chose to ignore it. It seems to be looking for the killer of its fledglings. After walking for a while, Xiao noticed that the eagle cry was still ongoing. Xiao looked up and saw that the golden eagle was actually following him. Moreover, Xiao noticed the golden eagle occasionally diving down and catching a snake to kill. A definite provocation. Get lost. Xiao communicated telepathically with the golden eagle. Roar. The golden eagle let out a reluctant cry, shot a resentful glance at Xiao, and then flew away weakly. Xiao left a scent when he ate the fledgling, and the golden eagle now knew who had killed its child. Moreover, the killer had the audacity to appear in its territory. What made it more frustrating was that it couldn't do anything about this killer. A 10-meter-long python could already swallow an eagle. So you're here. Xiao extended his tongue to sense the scent and pulled out a 2-meter-long large floral python from a hole. The large floral python tilted its head, flicked its tongue to analyze the scent, and then wagged its tail in friendliness, clearly recognizing him. Hiss. Xiao didn't waste any more time and communicated directly. Come with me, I'll protect you. It's very dangerous in the mountains right now. Hiss. A group of bipedal beasts have come here. They are very powerful and will kill you on sight. After finishing, Xiao tossed it a remaining wild boar leg to show his sincerity. The large floral python happily ate the wild boar leg and then affectionately rubbed against Xiao. Xiao disdainfully pushed it away and then communicated again. I'm called Xiao. You probably don't have a name yet. I'll name you Goldie. Goldie was the name of a dog Xiao had in his past life, which had already passed away. Goldie nodded to indicate acceptance and rubbed against Xiao again. Hiss. Xiao helplessly pushed him away. Don't get too close. In the afternoon, Xiao caught a lynx with Goldie, then dug out a rabbit burrow. While innate skill didn't gain anything, his evolution points AP successfully rose to over 100. Closing the panel, Xiao sighed in satisfaction. Over 100, I can level up again. Devour Evolve System, I want to up. Ding. Congratulations to the host for leveling up to Tier 1 Mortal Stage Level 10. The next tier is Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 1, requiring 300 evolution points EP. 300 evolution points EP, the amount needed to level up is becoming more and more. The tier name has changed. The next tier is Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 1. Xiao had a premonition that when he leveled up next, his body would undergo earth-shattering changes, a transcendence of life levels. After leveling up, Zhao's body had also increased in size, reaching 11 meters, and his strength correspondingly grew. An 11-meter python is roughly the limit that wild pythons can achieve. Throwing a leftover piece of lynx leg to Goldie, Xiao looked up at the sky. It's about time. Let's see if Jack has come. Xiao climbed a tall tree to observe the surroundings, with Goldie trying to climb the tree like Xiao. Xiao warned Goldie, don't move around. They nervously awaited. In fact, Xiao wasn't very sure if Jack would come. He had given Jack a hint before, but there were many variables. After all, Jack was currently amidst a crowd. Sneaking out of the camp alone in the middle of the night is quite suspicious behavior. The worst outcome would be if Jack lifted the skill,
mind control and brought a group of people to encircle Xiao. Fortunately, the worst that Xiao was worried about did not happen. As soon as the time came, Jack showed up as scheduled. Xiao noticed that Jack looked very dazed and was not carrying any weapons, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the effective skill, mind control, is still active. By the time Jack finished writing in the dirt with a twig, he also set down a bag of meat. Xiao felt it wasn't secure enough, so he spent more energy to strengthen his skill, mind control, before letting Jack go. "Forget that you've ever seen me, come back tomorrow." After waiting for 2 hours and confirming that no one was following, Xiao quickly slid down the tree. He stared at the bag of beast meat, unable to contain his excitement. "Looks like there's quite a bit." He fished the bag out and opened his mouth wide to devour all the meat at once. This pile of meat included the day's hunting results from the scouting team, a mixture of wild boar, goat, tiger, and various other beast meats. Suddenly, a series of prompts from the Devour system appeared in Zhao's ears. Skill, Endless Devour, innate skill activating. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've swallowed an F-level innate skill, physical enhancement. Ding! F-level strength enhancement, F-level speed enhancement, and F-level stamina enhancement have merged into a D-level innate skill, comprehensive enhancement. Comprehensive enhancement D-level, your strength, speed, and stamina are increased by 50% based on base attributes. Hearing the prompt from the Devour system, Xiao was amazed. Whoa! Innate skills can actually be synthesized, 3 F-level innate skills turned into 1 D-level innate skill. Xiao remembered that the description of the original F-level enhanced innate skill was a slight increase. He didn't notice much change at the time. But as soon as he obtained this innate skill, he distinctly felt a surge of power within his body, making his serpent aura sharper. This innate skill directly boosted Xiao's combat power. And this was just the beginning. The next moment, another prompt from the Devour system arrived. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've swallowed a C-level innate skill, Thunder Element Affinity. Thunder Element Affinity C-level, you have gained the favor of the Thunder Element, making it easier for you to master Thunder Element innate skills. Thunder Element attacks become more powerful, and stamina consumption for release is reduced. Thunder Element, what is that? Xiao stared blankly at this innate skill. This was clearly something that would only become available after Mana Awakening. He hadn't mastered any Thunder Element attacks yet, so this innate skill was currently of no use to him. But maybe in the future, I will master the Thunder Element. Tonight, Xiao absorbed these 2 innate skills, one of which directly enhanced his physical condition by half. Xiao felt that his constriction strength was now enough to easily snap steel. Chapter 7, First Entry, Tier 4 Supernatural Stage. Race, Darkstorm Python. After eating, Xiao took a close look at the message Jack had left in the dirt. After memorizing the information, he smoothed the dirt with his tail and walked in the opposite direction of the scouting team. Today was the 3rd night since his rebirth, with 4 days remaining until Mana Awakening. Xiao chose not to rest but to seize the night to hunt. After leveling up several stages, Xiao distinctly felt his energy became more abundant. Even if he slept a little less, it didn't matter. Perhaps a few more levels and he could completely go without sleep. Just 300 evolution points AP away from breaking into the next realm, let us go for it. After walking a while, Xiao discovered a cave, and there was a fresh smell of urine at the entrance. It must have been left by some animal marking its territory. So fresh? There must be animals inside. Xiao rushed into the cave excitedly. Inside the cave, a 2-meter-tall bear was lying on the ground, looking dazed at this intruder. As if to ask, "Who are you? Why are you in my home?" When Zhao's 11-meter-long python body was fully revealed to the bear immediately felt a chill run down its spine. Then it quickly reacted, howling at Xiao and standing up to make itself appear larger. Wow! What a catch! I didn't expect such a big bear to be inside. Intimidation had no effect on Xiao. Seeing such a large bear, Xiao's eyes widened. A bear this big must have a lot of evolution points EP. Zhao's massive python body blocked the entrance of the cave. He did not retreat, and the bear had no way to escape, so it could only fight to the death. Roar! After a roar, the bear swung its large paw at Xiao. Bang! The heavy bear paw slammed onto Zhao's python body, making a loud thud, but Xiao suffered not a scratch. Instead, the bear's paw went numb from the recoil, causing the bear to retreat a few steps. A cold glint flashed in Zhao's eyes as the bear tried to back away. He suddenly lunged forward, wrapping his massive body around the bear. The bear's body was continually constricted, making it anxious. It opened its mouth wide to bite the python wrapped around it, but it was useless. Then, with both paws, it frantically swatted at the python around its chest, but the python remained completely unfazed. Xiao gently exerted strength, and the sound of bones breaking echoed. The air in the chest was continuously compressed, and the bear's eyes turned red from suffocation, losing all vitality after a few minutes. Ding! You have killed an adult bear, evolution points EP plus 200. 200 evolution points EP. Xiao was delighted. Looks like I can break through tonight. Casually biting down on the bear's corpse, skill, Endless Devour can activate simply by taking a bite, no need for a complete consumption. Ding! Skill, Endless Devour activating. Ding! Congratulations on devouring an A-grade innate skill, increasing power tenfold. I've devoured another innate skill, not bad. With the prompt from the Devour Evolve system, Xiao instantly felt an endless power within his body. Brushing against a large rock casually, a loud crash sounded, and the rock immediately shattered into pieces. This is the power after a tenfold increase. Ha ha! I'm getting stronger and stronger. Xiao felt, if he were to kill the bear he just faced now, it would only take one swipe for the bear to go down. After all, if even rocks can be easily crushed, Zhao's power has now reached an unbelievable level. After obtaining this innate skill, Zhao's aura became increasingly terrifying, but thankfully he had the concealment innate skill to mask it. After scanning the cave and not finding anything noteworthy, he stepped back out. This will be my new home from now on. Xiao nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the cave entrance. After growing longer, Xiao could no longer fit in that tree hole. He needed a bigger place. After leaving the cave, Xiao continued hunting. Finally, just as the sky began to brighten, he had collected 300 evolution points EP. Xiao returned to the cave, cautiously checking around, and found no danger. Devour Evolve System, level up. Ding! Congratulations, host has reached Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 1. To advance to the next level, Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 2, requires 400 evolution points EP. Detected that the host can evolve. Would you like to evolve immediately? Yes. Xiao closed his eyes, his aura continuously rising. 2 hours later, Xiao opened his eyes again, releasing a tremendous aura from his body. The python was 15 meters long, with a single horn on its head, its scales black and glossy, turning into a translucent black. Hints of blue lightning flickered between the gaps of its scales, and the terrifying thunder power brewed within. Race, Darkstorm Python. Xiao exhaled and looked expectantly at the void above. Panel. Race, Darkstorm Python. Rank, Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 10 400. Status, length 15 meters, power limit 80 tons, speed 30 kilometers per hour. Innate skill, Endless Devour SSS level. Other innate skills, passive, Gluttony D grade, Concealment A grade, Agility D grade, Iron Scales B grade, Copper Teeth F grade, Killing Intent Perception E grade, Paralyzing Poison E grade skill, Mind Control A grade, Telepathy F grade, Comprehensive Enhancement D grade, Thunder Element Affinity C grade, Tenfold Power Enhancement B grade, Lightning Breath B grade. Evolution points AP, shocked. The limit of 80 tons of power is more destructive than a truck collision. Almost no creature can withstand it. With a thought, Xiao unleashed a bolt of lightning from his mouth, accompanied by a crackling sound as it struck the bear's corpse. Instantly, the bear's body became charred, and the air was filled with a savory aroma. At the same time, Xiao also felt some of his stamina depleting. A giant python capable of spitting lightning. A glimmer of expression flickered in Zhao's eyes. This is truly the power of Tier 4 supernatural stage. Does reaching Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 1 mean I can master elemental power? It seems my Thunder Element Affinity innate skill will come in handy. Thunder element affinity can enhance the power of lightning breath and also reduce its consumption. Who knows, it might even be able to withstand bullets. After evolving, his physical attributes were greatly enhanced, and his scales became even tougher. Looking at his shiny, black scales, Xiao felt a surge of confidence. At that moment, Xiao noticed Goldie trembling in fear. Xiao sent a message. "Don't be afraid, it's me." Hisses. Goldie cautiously stuck out its tongue and then let out a delighted hiss. "Stay obedient in the cave these days and don't wander around." Goldie nodded. After evolving, his speed had increased significantly, making it difficult to hunt with Goldie. The next tier will require 400 evolution points EP, and with his current animal attributes, it won't be as easy to level up as before. The stronger the animal, the more evolution points EP earned from killing it. The sun gradually rose, casting a ray of light into the cave. There was a leak in one part of the ceiling, allowing sunlight to shine through. Looking in the direction of the shining light, Xiao saw a natural pit in the corner of the cave, prompting a plan to form in his mind. Chapter 8, Gathering Blood and Flesh in the Pit. The Eve of Mana Awakening. Zhao's thoughts were very simple. Since there are currently no strong creatures for Xiao to hunt, it will be better once Mana Awakening occurs and the strength of those animals increases. Therefore, Xiao wanted to raise a batch of animals, like a pig farming strategy, and then kill them all at once when the Mana Awakening day arrives. Having evolved once, Xiao was also adept at hunting, with an efficiency that presumably increased by several times. After capturing herbivores, Xiao didn't kill them on the spot but took them back to the cave and threw them into a deep pit. The pit was deep, and once the animals were thrown in, they couldn't climb out, remaining trapped inside. If a carnivore was caught, it would be eaten immediately. Ding! Killed an adult tiger, evolution points AP plus 300. Ding! Killed an adult lynx, evolution points AP plus 100. Ding! Killed an adult leopard, evolution points AP plus 150. By the end of the day, Xiao had accumulated quite a few evolution points EP, enough to level up. Ding! Congratulations, host has leveled up to Tier 2 Transcendent stage. Next Tier 2 Transcendent stage 3rd level requires 500 evolution points EP. The required evolution points EP are increasing more and more. I wonder if I can break through to another realm before Mana Awakening. Xiao estimated it would be difficult. After all, only 3 days remain. After leveling up, Zhao's body length increased by 2 meters, and his strength limit was boosted by 5 tons. A 17-meter giant python was truly a behemoth. Admiring his robust body, Xiao secretly thought, "If I were to appear in the outside world with this appearance, I wonder how much of a stir it would cause." Fortunately, this is a primeval forest, a place long untouched by human feet, so no one has noticed this unusual giant python. Only recently, a few outside visitors have come. As night fell, Jack arrived as scheduled. The current tree body could clearly no longer support Xiao, so he couldn't hide in the trees. Confirming that no one else was following, Xiao appeared before Jack and ate the beast meat he had brought. Ding! Congratulations on devouring Grade B innate skill Distant Vision. Distant Vision Grade B, your visual nerves have been greatly enhanced. Now you can see things 1,000 miles away. At that moment, Zhao's gaze seemed to brighten significantly, with his vision greatly enhanced. His perspective had zoom capabilities. Whenever he wanted, he could see many details, and from a further distance, he could see bustling human towns 1,000 miles away. At the foot of the Qingfeng Mountains, with a population of 2 million, is Azure City. A grand and majestic structure, filled with singing and dancing, is the pinnacle of power in Azure City, the Chen faction. Rows of armored vehicles and missiles fully loaded, countless armed helicopters on the helipad, Azure City's military base. Reclaiming his gaze, Xiao narrowed his eyes dangerously. This innate skill is quite convenient for gathering intelligence. Once again, he used skill, mind control on Jack. I am now at Tier 2 Transcendent stage, and with my current tier, I can control humans more deeply. The effective skill, mind control as an innate skill, improves the more the target's tier is higher than his. Thus, Xiao also wanted to see how far he could control humans at his current level. Zhao's eyes shone with a red glow as he stared at Jack, slowly saying, From now on, you no longer belong to the human camp. I will be your only master. I want you to devote your life to me. My words will be your supreme command, and you cannot do anything to my detriment at any time or place. As soon as these words were spoken, a glimmer of confusion flashed in Jack's eyes. He hesitated for a moment before being overwhelmed by greater fervor. Jack knelt down with a thud, looking up at Xiao with a fervent gaze. Yes, my master. Xiao felt a thrill. Did I succeed? However, soon after, Xiao sensed that this control seemed unstable. Although he had control over Jack now, if Jack's tier increased, there was still a possibility of breaking free from the control. Jack looked at Xiao and fervently asked, My master, what would you have me do? After thinking for a moment, Xiao said, Everything as usual, lay low for now, act normally during the day, and don't let anyone notice you. Jack replied, I will obey your instructions. Skill, mind control actually implants a suggestion into the opponent, and apart from making different choices at critical moments, they behave like usual. At this moment, Jack has not changed much apart from seeing Xiao as his master. It is hard for those around to notice that Jack has actually betrayed the entire human race. After the experiment ended, a wave of immense fatigue washed over him, and sleepiness surged. Skill, mind control is versatile, but it consumes the user's mental energy. Xiao yawned and returned to the cave to curl up and rest. 2 days later. Devour Evolve System, level up. Ding! Congratulations, host has advanced to Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 3. To reach the next level, Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 4, 600 evolution points EP are required. Ding! Congratulations, host has advanced to Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 4. To reach the next level, Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 5, 700 evolution points EP are required. A 21-meter-long giant python emerged from the jungle, its head adorned with a single horn, scales shining in deep black, and its vertical pupils exuding a majestic and unassailable presence, surrounded by blue lightning. A wild boar, startled, dashed out and squealed a few times before being swept away several meters by the python's massive tail, landing in a pile of flesh. Xiao happily slithered aside and tore off a piece of flesh. Ding! Killed an adult wild boar, evolution points AP plus 100. Skill, Endless Devour activating. Devour failed. Tier 2 Transcendent Stage has reached the 4th level, with power limits exceeding 100 tons. I am no longer afraid of any ordinary bullets, missiles are still a bit of a threat to me. Tomorrow is the Mana Awakening. I need to go back and prepare first. In the past couple of days, due to the decrease of nearby prey and breeding pigs, Xiao hasn't devoured any innate skills, but he has collected quite a few evolution points EP, successfully leveling up to Tier 2 Transcendent Stage at the 4th tier before the Mana Awakening arrives. Next tier, Tier 2 Transcendent Stage, requires 700 evolution points EP. Maximum strength, 100 tons, speed, 35 km per hour. Even if it collides with a truck, the truck would turn to scrap metal. Upon returning to the cave, the sounds of various animals echoed. Moonlight spilled down, casting light into a natural pit that was filled with dozens of deer, sheep, rabbits, and other herbivores. Hisses. A huge shadow appeared next to the pit. Hearing this screech, all the animals were instantly terrified, causing a panic as they retreated, wanting to distance themselves from that horrifying presence. However, no matter how hard they tried, they could not escape this pit, shaking in fear as they huddled in a corner, awaiting their tragic fate. Chapter 9 Blood Rain. The Mana Awakening has arrived. On the eve of Mana Awakening, in the early hours of the morning, as if sensing something, the animals became increasingly restless. The cacophony of herbivores suddenly fell silent, their eyes fixed on a particular spot. Xiao coiled into a little mountain, watching over his livestock, remaining silent. For a moment, the breezy mountain zone was eerily quiet. It felt like the calm before the storm. Suddenly, a loud boom resonated through the sky. Boom! An eerie blood-red rain poured down. Xiao shuddered. As he approached the cave entrance, a pungent, sweet smell rushed at him, accompanied by an instinctual desire to devour, making him yearn to roll in the blood rain and fully expose himself to it. Watching the miraculous scene outside the cave, Xiao was so thrilled that he could hardly breathe. Mana Awakening.
It really has arrived.
Thus, he followed his instincts, stepping outside the cave, allowing the torrential downpour to drench him, wearing an expression of enjoyment. The blood rain disappeared upon contact with his body, causing no discomfort, even bringing a refreshing sensation. He felt a surge of energy transforming his entire being. Every once in a while, a prompt from the Devouring Evolve system would pop up.
Ding! Absorbed Mana Awakening, Evolution Points AP plus 10. Ding! Absorbed Mana Awakening, Evolution Points AP plus 12. Ding! Absorbed Mana Awakening, Evolution Points AP plus 9.
After the arrival of this blood rain, all the animals that had been hiding in the breezy mountain zone instinctively walked out from their hiding spots and into the open to receive this baptism. A wooden cabin in the breezy mountain zone. A man stood by the window, and as he opened it, he was immediately assaulted by the fetid stench of blood, causing him to quickly shut the window. He looked out worriedly, saying, "Captain, the strange blood rain outside is getting heavier and it smells horrible, just like blood."
"No, it's the blood of some kind of creature."
Captain Yu put down the radio, ending the communication, and comforted them, saying, "Stay calm, I've already reported this to higher-ups."
Everyone's eyes lit up, asking, what did the higher-ups say?
Captain Yu replied, "The higher-ups told us not to go outside for now and to wait for further orders."
Jack asked, "What about the task of clearing the beasts?"
Captain Yu shot Jack a glance and said, "The task continues."
With an answer, everyone sat back down.
The eerie phenomena outside made everyone too terrified to sleep, so they gathered around the stove and started talking. A soldier sighed, "It's a pity there's no signal in the mountains. I wonder if it's only us experiencing the blood rain or if it's happening nationwide."
"It's definitely just a local phenomenon. If it were a nationwide occurrence, that would be catastrophic. This blood rain is too strange, it's like something out of a mythical story."
"I might be going crazy. I actually want to go out in this rain." "I feel the same, I really want to go outside. I even want to drink this rainwater." Captain Yu shot a glare at the two who said they wanted to go out, and said loudly, "This shows that the blood rain has exceeded our understanding. The higher-ups told us not to go out, so we shouldn't. Anyone who talks like that will have to run 10 laps once the rain stops."
"Don't you all feel like it's especially quiet in the mountains tonight?"
"Normally at this time, you'd occasionally hear the calls of wild beasts, yet I haven't heard a single sound until now."
"Maybe the animals in the mountains are also scared and hiding."
Among the anxious crowd, Jack appeared to be very flustered on the surface, but inside he remained particularly cool-headed. Because his master had told him long ago that many strange things would happen today, and if it weren't for the fear of standing out, he would have bolted out of the door to embrace the baptism of blood rain. The first rain of mana awakening came suddenly and bizarrely, although many people felt the instinctual calling urging them to step outside. Most, however, chose to hurry home, tightly shutting windows and doors, afraid to let this unknown blood rain touch them. Only a very small number of madmen dared to charge into the streets, facing this bloody storm head-on.
And in stark contrast to human choices were the animals.
Animals across the country, wherever conditions allowed, instinctively exposed themselves fully to the blood rain,
desperately absorbing the energy in the blood rain. Xiao is no exception.
It rained all night, and Xiao was soaked for the entire duration. After the rain stopped, Xiao opened the panel to check the numbers displayed, and was filled with delight.
"Ha ha!
Over 2,000 evolution points EP in just one night, enough for me to level up several tiers." Without hesitation, Xiao proclaimed, "Devour Evolve System, level up."
With a command given, the voice of the Devour Evolve System echoed. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for leveling up to Tier 2 Transcendent Stage 5. To reach the next Tier 2 Stage 6, 800 evolution points EP are required.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for leveling up to Tier 2 Transcendent Stage 6.
To reach the next Tier 2 Stage 7, 900 evolution points EP are required. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for leveling up to Tier 2 Transcendent Stage 7.
To reach the next Tier 2 Stage 8, 1000 evolution points EP are required.
In one go, he leveled up 3 times. After the notification from the Devour Evolve system, Zhao's body immediately grew 6 meters longer, reaching a height of 27 meters. After leveling up, Xiao felt refreshed, sensing the surging power within his body, and thought inwardly. With a power limit of 140 tons and a speed of 40 kilometers per hour, I'm terrifyingly strong now. At this moment, a voice suddenly echoed in Zhao's heart. Xiao. Xiao had a suspicion and turned to look. A 7-meter giant python appeared before him. It was Goldie, the little brother Xiao had previously recruited, also belonging to race, reticulated python. Race, reticulated python tier 1 mortal stage 6 tier, innate skill, indestructible body S level telepathy F. Are you Goldie? It's me. Goldie was delighted that Xiao recognized him and excitedly wagged his tail. Xiao, what should I call you? I picked you up because I saw potential in you. You are my subordinate, and you should call me boss. Goldie quickly accepted his role as Zhao's subordinate, saying, Okay, boss. How do you feel now? Goldie puffed out his chest with pride and said, Boss, I feel amazing. My mind is much clearer now, and things I couldn't understand before make sense now. Plus, I've learned the ability to speak in others' minds like you do. Xiao nodded at the huge snake head and then lifted the thick tail, saying, I got it, let me test it out. Goldie was instantly taken aback and hurriedly exclaimed. No. Boss, if you hit me, I might die. Xiao frowned and said softly. You won't die, your innate skill is S-class. Let me test it out, I'll hold back. Goldie resigned himself and closed his eyes, saying, Alright then, boss, just be gentle. Xiao lifted his tail, applied 50 tons of force, and struck Goldie. As the tail hit Goldie, a layer of golden light enveloped him. Xiao felt it was the hardest object he had ever struck. The impact sent Goldie flying several meters away. However, it appeared that Goldie was unscathed. He shook his head, got up, and laughed carelessly. Hee, that didn't hurt. Chapter 10, Slaughter. A large amount of evolution points EP credited. 50 tons of force didn't injure Goldie, proving he truly had an S-class innate skill. Xiao had only encountered this one S-class innate skill in all these days. Xiao became increasingly satisfied, casting an appreciative glance at Goldie, and said, Very good, from now on in fights, you'll stand in front as a meat shield, and I'll stay behind to deal damage. Boss, what does meat shield mean? And what does damage mean? Never mind that, just stand in front of me during fights, okay? Oh. Xiao shook his head. This newly awakened beast was indeed quite foolish. Goldie, who didn't ponder the meanings of meat shield and damage. Xiao turned and entered the cave. Dear food supplies, I'm coming. At this moment, the sounds of various animals seemed fiercer than before. Since the ceiling was leaky, they had also been drenched in the blood rain last night. The animals in the pit had all grown larger and their eyes had turned red, looking extremely ferocious, as if they wanted to tear Xiao apart. Zhao's eyes lit up with excitement. Wow! You've grown so much. You should give me a lot of evolution points EP. After a night of blood rain, the herbivorous animals in the pit had grown even larger and fiercer. If it weren't for their diet of grass, they might have turned on each other and feasted on flesh. Xiao wanted to raise them a few more days, but the pit isn't high enough. She's afraid that once they grow bigger, they'll escape. So it's better to deal with this now. Xiao opened her enormous mouth and unleashed a tree-like bolt of lightning towards the gathered herbivores. Inside the pit, the herbivores had nowhere to hide and could only endure this brutal lightning breath. Sizzle! A flash of lightning streaked across, charring the ground. The animals inside the pit turned black and collapsed, convulsing uncontrollably. Clearly, even if they didn't die, they had lost their fighting capability. Only a few animals with defensive innate skills still stood, but they were heavily injured and stared fearfully at the massive python in front of them. Suddenly, Xiao heard curses echoing in her mind. Damn python! I curse you to die suddenly as soon as you step outside. You won't have a good death. There were also voices pleading for mercy. Please, don't kill me. I don't want to die, why do you want to kill me? Hearing these words, Xiao was somewhat surprised. It seemed many animals had reached Tier 5 awakened stage intelligence. The common trait among these Tier 5 awakened stage intelligent animals was that they had all learned the innate skill of telepathy. However, whether they cursed or begged for mercy, Xiao paid them no mind. Why bother listening to the voices of ants? Being weak is the original sin. The world is inherently a jungle where the strong prey on the weak. Sizzle! Another bolt of lightning breath surged forth. Even the animals with defensive innate skills could not withstand it, and countless Devour-Evolve system notifications appeared. There were no animals left standing in the pit. Most of them lay on the ground motionless, thoroughly dead. Ding! Kill Tier 1 Mortal Stage 4 Tier Goat, Evolution Points AP plus 300. Ding! Kill Tier 1 Mortal Stage 5 Tier Black Bull, Evolution Points AP plus 400. Ding! Kill Tier 1 Mortal Stage 3 Tier Rabbit, Evolution Points AP plus 200. After 2 bolts of lightning breath, most of the animals in the pit were dead. Xiao slithered down to finish off a few that were still alive, even though she slaughtered them clean. It only cost a little stamina, yet she gained a substantial amount of evolution points EP. What a profit! Xiao eagerly called up her panel to check her haul, exclaiming in delight at the string of numbers before her. 15,000 evolution points EP. I can level up now. Devour-Evolve system, level up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 8. The next tier, Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 9, requires 1100 evolution points EP. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 9. The next tier, Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 10, requires 1200 evolution points EP. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 10. The next tier, Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Level 1, requires 9000 evolution points EP. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Level 1. The next tier, Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Level 2, requires 10,000 evolution points EP. With this series of Devour-Evolve system notifications, Zhao's body swelled immensely, reaching an astonishing 35 meters. Her entire body became extraordinarily thick, thicker than some trees. With the ceiling right above her head, Xiao suddenly felt the cave closing in. She had ascended 4 tiers in one go and even broken through a realm. Now, Xiao had become a Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Python. And now most other creatures were still at Tier 1 Mortal Stage, putting her 2 realms ahead of the rest, an absolute gap. Currently, there were no creatures in the entire world with a rank higher than Zhao's. This included the ocean, which was filled with strong beings, and even there, no extraordinary beasts exceeded Zhao's rank. However, given time, something terrifying would definitely appear in the ocean. After all, it was a realm that even humans had not fully explored, and the largest creatures on Earth also existed in the ocean. The ocean itself is a place more conducive to producing enormous beasts several hundred meters long. Xiao exhaled, feeling incredibly invigorated, her body brimming with power, and the lightning element inside her grew even more violent, clamoring to destroy everything. Xiao couldn't help but moan, "Ah, that feels good." At that moment, another Devour-Evolve system notification came through. Ding! The host has been detected to have 1 evolution points EP usage available. Would you like to evolve immediately? No, I'll evolve later, Xiao declined. She still had a pile of animal corpses to consume, and devouring them could also yield innate skills, so she couldn't pass that up. Moreover, Xiao speculates that these innate skills can influence the direction of his evolution to a certain extent. For instance, last time he devoured a lightning element innate skill and evolved into Race, Darkstorm Python, gaining the ability to unleash lightning breath. Race, Darkstorm Python is obviously a lightning element gigantic beast. Looking at the pile of corpses on the ground, Xiao couldn't help but feel excited. There are dozens of corpses here. The skill, Endless Devour, should at least allow him to absorb 1 innate skill. Furthermore, he gazed at the pile of herbivore corpses, which contained several creatures with decent innate skills. If he could absorb them, it would be a bonus. Chapter 11, Summoning Wind and Rain. Thunderstorm Domain. Skill, Endless Devour activating. Ding! Congratulations on absorbing the A-rank innate skill Thunderstorm Domain. Thunderstorm Domain A rank summons powerful thunderstorm attack within a radius of 500 square meters,
and the attack range and power increase with tier advancement. It's actually an A rank innate skill. Another lightning element innate skill. It seems I'm destined to evolve in the direction of a lightning element gigantic beast.
This group of herbivores just absorbed an innate skill, but it was just an A rank innate skill. Xiao would rather absorb a quality innate skill than a bunch of F rank innate skills. And it's a rare attack type innate skill. It seems this time luck is on my side. I should be able to evolve soon. Having absorbed an attack type A rank innate skill, Xiao felt quite satisfied. Goldie, go stand guard at the entrance for me. Xiao coiled his tail around Goldie and tossed it at the cave entrance.
Don't let anyone disturb me.
But Goldie reluctantly stared at the bloody meat at the bottom of the pit. Boss, do you still want this meat? Xiao tilted his head in thought. Since he couldn't finish it anyway and he wasn't short on food, he said, you can have it. Goldie delightfully dragged a cow to the cave entrance, helping Xiao keep watch while munching on it. Thank you, boss.
Devour evolve system, evolve. 2 hours later.
Goldie felt a terrifying aura approaching from behind, instantly freezing up, causing the piece of beef in his mouth to drop.
Be boss.
Goldie turned around and saw a massive giant python that was about 30 meters long but had 2 claws protruding from its belly.
Xiao nodded, it's me.
This time, his evolved race was a Jiaojiao, the mystic electricity frenzied Jiaojiao. Zhao's body not only did not grow longer, but actually shrank by 5 meters, yet the aura he radiated became even more terrifying. Not only did he grow a sharp horn on his head, but 2 short horns also angled backward from behind his ears, resembling partially formed dragon horns. His entire head was no longer shaped like a python, the snout elongated, resembling a dragon. His scales remained pitch black and shiny, but they felt as if crafted from mysterious iron, and the scales had grown significantly larger, no longer resembling small snake scales. What excited Xiao the most was that he finally had hands. 2 claws sprouted from his abdomen, similar to eagle claws, with 4 toes. Each claw was like a small dagger, capable of slicing through iron and very agile.
Legend has it that a python can transform into a jiaojiao, and a jiaojiao can become a dragon. So his next evolution would surely be into a dragon. Just thinking about it makes him excited.
Zhao's heart was also filled with joy, eagerly wanting to check his current attributes.
Panel. Race, Mystic Electricity Frenzied Jiaojiao.
Rank, Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Tier 10 10,000. Status, Body length 30 meters, Strength limit 300 tons, Speed 60 kilometers per hour. Innate skill, Endless Devour SSS level. Other innate skills, Passive, Gluttony D rank, Breath Control A rank, Swiftness D rank, Steel Scales B rank, Copper Teeth F rank, Killing Intent Perception E rank, Paralytic Toxin E rank, Skill, Mind Control A rank, Telepathy F rank, Comprehensive Enhancement D rank, Lightning Element Affinity C rank, Tenfold Power Amplification B rank, Lightning Breath B rank, Distance Vision B, Thunderstorm Domain A rank, Summon Rain B rank. Evolution Points EP, 2730. Evolving into a new race also granted 1 more innate skill. Summon Rain B rank, you can continually summon stormy weather. Summoning weather? Nice, I like it. It comes with an ambience switch, very high class. How it performs in battle is another matter. Looking cool is all that matters. Just a short while later, after consuming a considerable amount of beast meat, Xiao noticed that Goldie was also undergoing changes. The python had grown by 3 meters, reaching 10 meters, and its tier had advanced to Tier 1 Mortal Stage 9th grade, very close to evolving. It seems those beasts were rich in mana awakening after being rained on with blood. Xiao had also noticed a prompt from the Devour Evolve system indicating an increase in evolution points EP when he ate those beasts. However, the evolution points EP gained from eating meat were simply too few, and it was very easy to get full, making it inefficient. Killing was a faster way to earn evolution points EP. Thinking about evolution points EP, Xiao felt a bit of a headache. The next upgrade requires 10,000 evolution points EP, which is really hard to manage. But hard or not, it had to be done. Xiao retracted his aura and walked out of the cave. If he didn't retract his aura, other animals would be scared away from afar. Goldie, finish eating this meat first, I'm going out to hunt. There was still some wild beast meat at the bottom of the pit that, once eaten, would be enough for Goldie to reach Tier 2 Transcendent stage.
Boss, I can come with you and help.
Xiao cast a glance at Goldie and declined.
Your rank is too low. What can you help me with? Once you get stronger, I'll take you with me.
Currently, Goldie's rank was too low to be of any assistance to Xiao.
Boss, I can help you eat meat. That's actually somewhat reasonable.
Xiao could hand over the meat he couldn't eat to Goldie after all, it would just go to waste, so it was better to let his little brother eat it. After evolving into a dragon, Xiao could reach speeds of 60 km per hour, which was faster than many birds, making it nearly impossible for the wild beasts he discovered to escape death. After wandering in the mountains for a while, Xiao noticed that after the blood rain, the animals here had become significantly more ferocious.
Xiao even saw many herds of herbivores, emboldened by their numbers, chasing and killing the carnivores.
Some herbivores even began to try eating meat, growing sharp teeth, making them no different from carnivores.
After the mana awakening, these animals have become even fiercer.
However, this frenzy made it easier for Xiao to hunt.
Xiao could also sense the faint killing intent emanating from them.
After he concealed his aura, it was indiscernible from that of ordinary wild beasts.
So some less intelligent animals mistakenly thought they could outsmart Xiao.
The result was that they were struck down and turned to char by Xiao's lightning breath.
Fool!
A flash of lightning streaked across, and a golden eagle that attempted to ambush Xiao was struck down, plummeting from 100 meters in the air.
Ding! Kill Tier 1 Mortal Stage 6th Rank Gold Eagle, Evolution Points AP plus 500.
The lightning breath of the mystical thunder dragon was stronger than that of the race, Darkstorm Python, with a longer range, capable of reaching hundreds of meters, thus providing a means of long-range attack. This golden eagle measured about 1.5 meters in length, which was 1.5 times larger than an average golden eagle. After the blood rain, all animals had grown larger, with some even exceeding the size limits of their species.
Xiao swallowed the corpse that exuded a meaty fragrance.
It tastes pretty good when roasted. Meanwhile, Goldie, following Xiao, was also munching with greasy lips, his aura gradually rising. He had never eaten so much before, silently thinking, "It's so wonderful to be with the boss."
Chapter 12, Beast Uprising, Mountain Raid Team Annihilated. Boss, I feel like I'm about to evolve.
After finishing a goat's corpse, Goldie lifted his head and shouted at Xiao.
You evolve first, I'll keep an eye on you.
Goldie's aura was very unstable, and the information above his head indicated Tier 1 Mortal Stage Level 10 after Evolution, he should become Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 1. Before long, a white light enveloped Goldie's body as he entered the evolutionary state. Xiao turned off his retracted aura innate skill, allowing the aura of Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Level 1 to be fully released. The few animals that were still on the sidelines immediately fled upon sensing this aura.
After 2 hours, the white light surrounding Goldie disappeared, revealing a completely transformed giant python.
The python measured about 17 meters, its scales hardened like rock, giving it an immensely tough appearance, making the entire python look like it was made of stone.
Rock Python Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 1 Innate Skill, Unbreakable Body S Rank, Telepathy F Rank, Earth Wall C Rank, Earth Spike C Rank.
Boss, look at me!
Goldie shouted, eager to display his abilities.
Boom!
The ground trembled as a giant earth spike suddenly erupted from the soil, piercing a wild buffalo from a distance. Not bad, Xiao casually remarked, seeming to recognize that Goldie had mastered the earth element innate skill. Having just gained this Tier 4 supernatural stage power, Goldie joyously controlled the soil, continuously forming earth spikes to pursue the distant animals.
Stop playing around.
When you just evolved, I saw a herd of wild beasts gathering dozens of kilometers away. Something must be happening over there.
Let's go there. Boss, you can see that far?
I have an innate skill that enhances my vision.
Boss, you're amazing.
Xiao stood on the mountaintop, looking down at a vast, dark mass of wild beasts, akin to a tide. This scale of beasts can already be referred to as a beast tide. In the center of the beast tide stood a wooden house, which appeared very small amidst the chaos. Around the wooden house, 12 human soldiers were struggling to hold off the rushing beasts with their shotguns. Many beasts hesitated to approach due to the immense lethality of the firearms.
A few human soldiers shouted, "Damn it! What do we do, Team Sue? Have these beasts gone mad? Why are these beasts suddenly so large? What happened? Is it related to the blood rain from last night? These creatures must have mutated. Their sizes are enormous. Why are they surrounding us?"
Team Sue furrowed his brow, uncertain about the situation. "Hold your ground.
Reinforcements are on the way."
Roar! They killed my wife and took my child's life, now I will fight back. An incredibly angry tiger roar echoed, followed by a razor-sharp wind blade that beheaded one of the soldiers.
Boom! The shotgun aimed at the tiger, and with a loud bang, the tiger fell.
Goldie trembled at the gunshot and turned to ask,
"Boss, is this the bipedal creature you mentioned? These bipeds are impressive."
When that stick made a noise, the tiger just fell over.
Xiao also gazed solemnly at the battlefield. "Yes. Stay away from them, your current strength is not enough to confront them."
Although Xiao told Goldie to keep away from them, he himself was not afraid. He understood that these soldiers only carried guns, which were useless against him as long as they weren't missiles. Xiao wasn't afraid.
However, the mountains would likely not be peaceful anymore.
To eliminate dissenters, countless human forces would come to kill the beasts in the mountains.
Xiao felt a bit irritable. Forget it, just kill them all.
These beasts gathering here were just perfect for him to showcase his newly acquired innate skill.
Thunderstorm Domain.
Aiming at the center of the wooden cabin, Xiao unleashed a thunderstorm domain. This was his first time using this innate skill, just to see how effective it was. He also summoned stormy weather to enhance the power of the lightning.
In an instant, the sky darkened, clouds gathered, and thunder roared. A torrential downpour. Countless thick blue lightning bolts fell from the sky, striking the creatures within the domain. Ha ha ha!
Even the heavens are helping us, striking down these beasts. One soldier saw the beast being struck down by blue lightning and joyfully laughed out loud. However, before he could enjoy it for long, a bolt of lightning fell from above, accurately striking him.
Boom!
In an instant, the soldier who had just been laughing was reduced to a charred corpse.
It was fleeting. Damn, what's going on? Is it the end of the world? Blood rain and lightning that targets people?
Another soldier, seeing his comrade reduced to cinders, immediately stepped back and cursed. They could not comprehend that the lightning strikes were actually caused by human actions. They thought it was just another phenomenon of the heavens like yesterday's blood rain. While the beasts and humans within the thunderstorm domain were dodging the lightning, Xiao was overjoyed. In his ears was a series of prompts from the Evolve system, with creatures continuously being killed by him and evolution points EP skyrocketing. Soon, apart from Jack, there were no humans left in the thunderstorm domain. The mountain clearing team was wiped out. Xiao controlled the thunder to avoid attacking Jack, and he also spared one tiger.
With no living creatures remaining, the thunderstorm domain ended, and the area around the wooden cabin was strewn with corpses. Rivers of blood flowed, and the scent of meat was enticing.
Many creatures sensed something was wrong and fled at the onset, otherwise, they could have been killed in greater numbers. Unlike some creatures that crouched on the ground, feasting on the corpses of other beasts when the thunderstorm struck, they were ultimately harmed by their own greed and became blackened corpses. 40,000 evolution points EP, I can level up several more stages again. Xiao closed the information panel, feeling his irritability completely dissipate.
Evolve system, level up. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for leveling up to Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage 2nd Stage. The next tier, Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage 3rd Stage, requires 12,000 evolution points EP.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for leveling up to Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage 3rd Stage. The next tier, Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage 4th Stage, requires 15,000 evolution points EP.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for leveling up to Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage 4th Stage. The next tier, Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage 5th Stage, requires 19,000 evolution points EP. 3 prompts from the Evolve system rang out, and Xiao leveled up 3 times to reach Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage 4th Stage. His entire dragon body swelled a bit, now measuring 36 meters long, with a significant increase in the elemental energy of lightning within him, and it became even more violent, constantly flashing around Xiao. It seemed that anyone who got close would be struck down mercilessly. Status: length 36 meters, strength limit 400 tons, speed 70 kilometers per hour. Goldie stood by, dumbfounded, watching as Zhao's body continued to swell. He exclaimed in surprise.
Boss, you've gotten bigger again. You are the best creature with an innate skill I've ever seen.
Xiao glanced at Goldie. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and eat that meat, get stronger, and help me in battle sooner. Goldie looked at the pile of beast corpses and his eyes lit up. There was so much meat, and he quickly set off to respond.
Okay.
Xiao also swung his dragon body down. There were over 200 beasts' corpses here, a great opportunity for his devour innate skill.
Chapter 13, Clearing the Battlefield, Frenzied Devouring.
Xiao walked through a sea of corpses and blood, devouring innate skills. Even a single bite from each beast left him feeling stuffed. Before long, a notification from the Devour Evolve system alerted him that he had consumed an innate skill.
Skill, Endless Devour activating. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the A-level innate skill Rage.
Rage A level. For 10 minutes, physical attributes are tripled, with a cooldown of 1 day. Rage, this innate skill is great. It can temporarily triple my combat power, significantly enhancing my survivability. With my physical attributes tripled, I should be able to withstand missiles. The Rage innate skill is very powerful, but it has a cooldown of a full day, so it can't be used consecutively and should only be deployed at critical moments. It's a trump card for Zhao's survival.
With this trump card, Xiao felt much more confident against human armies.
At least he could withstand 10 minutes of relentless bombardment from human weapons. However, he could only hold out for 10 minutes. After that, his body would revert to normal, and he would have to retreat.
Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the D-level innate skill Explosion Resistance.
Explosion Resistance C level. Your explosion resistance significantly increases, reducing all explosive damage by 50%.
Damn!
Upon hearing the Devour Evolve system notification, Zhao's steps momentarily faltered.
Explosion Resistance. Human missiles should be classified as explosive damage.
Having this innate skill means that all missiles striking Xiao will have their power diminished. This innate skill may not be useful against other beasts, but it's practically a divine skill against humans.
With these two innate skills, Zhao's ability to survive has improved dramatically.
Despite being a C-level innate skill, in the environment of Blue Star, Xiao feels it can rival A-level innate skills. If there weren't any people around, Xiao would want to immediately try out the innate skill by letting a missile hit him. Xiao paused and forcibly suppressed this dangerous thought. Better not court death or speak ill of it. What a bountiful harvest.
Just this one innate skill is worth it. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the B-level skill Thunder Enchantment.
Thunder Enchantment B level. Your control over thunder elements is significantly enhanced. You can cover any entity with thunder elements, adding thunder attribute damage.
This.
Xiao scratched his head. If this innate skill were given to a human, it would be very powerful, allowing them to enchant weapons and become a successful enchanter. However, for beasts, it would be rather useless. Beasts cannot use weapons. Perhaps in the future, he could have a human craft a knife for him to wield that image. Xiao took a deep breath, using the Thunder Enchantment innate skill, and the raging thunder elements within him instantly calmed down, becoming obedient. After some thought, Xiao decided to cover his claws with electric currents. This way, his claw attacks would carry thunder attribute damage. He swiped at the air a couple of times, and heard a cracking sound. It felt good. His claw strikes had indeed become stronger. He then covered his teeth with electricity, so his bites would also carry the thunder attribute. Imagining it, Xiao felt his current appearance should look very cool, with lightning clamped between his jaws, his claws covered in blue electric currents, and sparks of small lightning occasionally bursting around him. This time, he managed to devour 3 innate skills, and they all had quite good quality, being beneficial for Xiao. This directly reduced Zhao's fear of human armies. He was confident he could survive under the relentless fire of human weapons. The increase in quality is mainly because there are far fewer E-level and F-level beasts now, as their innate skills are not strong enough and they have been eaten by other animals early in the mana awakening stage. In this era of great strife, these low-level innate skill beasts are destined to be stepping stones for high-level innate skill beasts, merely serving as nutrients for the growth of the strong. Unless they can develop powerful innate skills of Tier 5 awakened stage later on, there is a chance for new innate skills of Tier 5 awakened stage with each rank increase, and they will certainly acquire new innate skills of Tier 5 awakened stage during every evolution. This is their opportunity for a comeback.
After devouring, Xiao scanned his surroundings.
Other than himself, there were only 3 living beings in this area: Goldie, Jack, and a tiger that he had spared. Goldie was busy eating meat, looking much fatter than before. His level was still slowly increasing, and after finishing this big meal, he could rise by 1 or 2 levels.
Jack knelt respectfully on one knee, silent and afraid to disturb Xiao during his meal, waiting for Zhao's command.
The tiger, shot multiple times in the abdomen, had gaping wounds bleeding profusely, a sight that was horrifying.
However, due to reaching Tier 2 Transcendent stage, it still possessed a strong vitality and had not yet died.
The injured tiger lay in front of a corpse, desperately stuffing meat into its mouth with its front paws. It was so weak that it didn't even notice Xiao had approached.
"Is this your meat? Go ahead and eat."
The tiger paused, raised its head to glance at Xiao, its pupils shrinking in shock at Zhao's size, then quickly went back to devouring its food. While continuing to shove meat into its mouth, it mumbled,
"I'm sorry, but I can't spit it out after I've eaten it." Xiao was both amused and angered by this nonchalant response, opening his large mouth to ask, "Do you know why I spared your life?"
The tiger shook its head and replied directly, "I don't know, but I want to survive, I want to become stronger, I want revenge." The tiger lifted its head to look at Xiao, its eyes filled with determination.
"If you can let me live, I'll do anything you ask. Those 2-legged beasts killed my wife and my children.
I have nothing left to fear. I want them to experience the pain of losing their loved ones." Xiao smiled broadly, pleased with the tiger's response. It might just become a sharp blade for him. Watching the tiger gulping down food, Xiao did not intervene but spoke slowly.
"I'll let you live, but from now on, you must obey me and be my loyal dog. If I tell you to go east, you can't go west. Can you do that? Answer me."
The tiger raised its head, its face smeared with blood, its gaze filled with malice. It grinned, revealing teeth smeared with bits of meat, and let out 2 odd, dog-like barks.
"Woof! Woof! Does that mean you agree? My name is Xiao, you can call me boss. What's your name?" "I have no name." "Then I'll call you Nameless Tiger. You don't mind, do you?" Nameless Tiger shook its head, saying names don't matter, no.
Wind Walking Tiger Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Innate Skill, 10-fold Speed Enhancement B rank, Wind Blade B rank, Wind Element Affinity C rank, Telepathy F rank.
Chapter 14, Recuperation, Human Response.
The innate skill is not particularly outstanding. The main reason Xiao kept Nameless Tiger was because of its high tier. Having reached Tier 2 Transcendent Stage and mastered the Wind Element, it possesses Wind Element Attack Type innate skills. Unlike Goldie, which had Zhao's help, Nameless Tiger relied solely on itself to kill its way to Tier 2 Transcendent Stage on the first day of Mana Awakening, showcasing outstanding strength and combat prowess.
The 10-fold speed enhancement made Nameless Tiger's speed extraordinary.
As the king of beasts, its physical strength was formidable. The prey it set its sights on stood no chance of escape. With this B-rank innate skill and its desire to grow stronger, Nameless Tiger swiftly slaughtered the creatures in its territory. After wandering here and sensing the presence of humans, it recalled the memory of the loss of its wife and cubs to human gunfire just days before, causing it to lose its sanity. In those days, its wife had just given birth to little tiger cubs and was still weak. It went with food to visit its wife and children, only to hear a gunshot. Its wife lay bleeding, and even its young ones were not spared. It sniffed vigorously, memorizing the scent of its enemies. Today, upon smelling it again, it recognized it immediately. As the king of beasts, it could not tolerate such a presence and desperately sought strength to find and kill its enemies. After pledging loyalty, Nameless Tiger lowered its head, while Xiao sat down and closed his eyes to rest. Just having unleashed the Thunder Domain had exhausted him, taking away a significant portion of his stamina, leaving him somewhat fatigued. This innate skill is powerful but consumes a lot. Nameless Tiger ate a lot of beast meat rich in Mana Awakening, its wounds gradually healed, pulling it back from the brink of death, allowing it to finally catch its breath.
Nameless Tiger tilted its head and asked Xiao in confusion, "Why do you want to keep a two-legged beast?"
They have killed many beasts and deserve to die. Moreover, they kill without eating, simply slaughtering as if we have a grudge against each other. Xiao opened his eyes, knowing it referred to Jack, and replied nonchalantly,
"He's under my control. He is still useful to me, and I'm your superior. Remember to call me boss."
Those two-legged beasts are called humans, the rulers of the outside world. Although they lack physical strength, they can create extremely lethal weapons, so don't confront them head-on for now. Upon hearing Jack's name, Xiao suddenly remembered and called out to Jack, "You should also eat some meat. You're only tier 1, level 1.
You didn't touch a drop of blood during yesterday's blood rain."
Xiao is now tier 3 extraordinary stage, several tiers above Jack, so he isn't worried about Jack breaking free from mental control. If Jack could level up a bit, he could climb higher on the human side, making this piece on the board more useful.
"Yes, master."
Jack replied excitedly, then moved to a beast's corpse nearby, eagerly devouring the raw meat without any hesitation.
"You really listen well,"
muttered Tiger Wooming, setting aside his plan to kill Jack once he recovered.
"By the way, it sounds like you've been to many places in the outside world. Can you tell me about it?"
The outside world is very dangerous. I advise you not to be too curious about it. If you tell me, I won't be curious anymore. Tiger Wooming sadly realized that he was getting used to calling his boss by that name.
"All right then."
Xiao nodded in agreement, thinking it was also necessary to let them understand a bit about the humans, since they would have frequent contacts in the future. It was good to give them some advanced knowledge of how frightening humans could be, to prevent them from foolishly getting themselves killed. It was obvious from this mountain-sweeping operation that the human attitude towards wild animals had changed, shifting from protecting them to suppressing them. Having once been human, Xiao knew very well what made humanity so terrifying. The most frightening thing about humans is their technology, which has developed over thousands of years.
With this technology, it's quite easy to suppress these beasts that haven't fully matured during the early stages of mana awakening.
Calling Goldie over to listen, Xiao almost explained all the types of weapons he knew to them.
The two beasts listened while eating, their mouths agape in astonishment. After the bloody rain, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom quickly reacted, and blood rain samples were sent to various research institutes for testing and analysis.
Only after the test results came back did they realize how great a chance humanity had missed. In one research institute, a middle-aged man in a white lab coat held up a test tube of blood, saying,
"This blood rain contains substances that can enhance human vitality.
If absorbed, not only can it strengthen the body, but it can also extend life. This substance resembles what is described in novels as mana awakening, so we've decided to name it mana awakening as well."
"Do you think this kind of rain will fall again in the future?"
"I can't be sure, but I feel this is a beginning. A new era is coming, and the age of desolation has ended." This dialogue made its way to the news, shared and broadcasted by major media outlets, causing the people to be stirred up. Novels are coming to life, officially recognized, mana awakening has truly arrived. I still can't believe it. My dog suddenly started talking to me yesterday.
I almost thought I was losing my mind. Turns out, I'm not crazy, the world is sick.
Fortunately, I was in the wild yesterday with no place to hide from the rain. Now I'm already a tier 1 mortal stage level 3 powerhouse.
666, I bow to you, great one.
I was wondering why so many farms collapsed this month. It turns out the officials had predicted it. My neighborhood is full of soldiers now, and the skies are completely taken over by bugs. It's overwhelming.
I don't even dare to go outside. How about you?
Same here, the skies are filled with bugs. I'm too scared to go out and can only wait for the army to handle it. Hey, I advise you all to keep a close eye on your pets. My friend was almost bitten to death by his dog last night.
Ah, no way. My dog and I get along quite well.
I was just teaching it to play cards, and it even won a round. My cat wouldn't listen yesterday and insisted on climbing the air conditioning unit, soaked in rain all night.
What should I do? This morning, I noticed its gaze seemed a bit off, almost like it wanted to harm me.
What level of innate skill have you reached in Tier 5 awakened stage? The official matching chart just came out, and you can check your innate skill level.
E level, it's not useful at all. +1, I'm also E level, it's so pathetic. Damn, I'm a level, a 1 in 100,000 chance.
After that bloody rain, everyone had something called innate skill at Tier 5 awakened stage. Innate skills varied in strength, classified from low to high as F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. Among them, the E and F levels at Tier 5 awakened stage had the most individuals, and so far, none at Tier 5 awakened stage SSS level had been found. Many experts even believed that there wasn't actually an SSS level. Some people who accidentally or deliberately got drenched in the blood rain had significantly better physical qualities, and people began to realize that human strength had its own tiers. So far, only Tier 1 mortal stage has been reached, and no one has broken through to a higher level. The above is the data from the first day of Mana Awakening National Report.
Chapter 15, They are not a threat at all.
At the foot of Breezy Mountain Zone, it is also the closest human city to Breezy Mountain Zone, Azure City. In the Chen faction's council chamber, several old men were sitting together. Regarding the request for support from the Breezy Mountain Zone scouting team, I believe we don't need to deploy military forces there.
You're right,
they really have no idea how chaotic things have gotten in the city now.
We still have the pest problem to deal with, we can barely manage ourselves.
As I say this, several beetles bang against the window outside. The sky is filled with flying insects.
Since that downpour of blood, the first challenge humanity faces is the omnipresent insects in the city.
These insects number in the billions, and after being soaked in the blood rain, their bodies have swollen several times, posing a threat to humanity. These bugs, which used to only dare hide in the shadows, now boldly show themselves in the city, and the entire sky is obscured. But this is only a tenth. Most insects that absorbed Mana Awakening died by self-detonation due to their frail bodies.
Otherwise, the insects would already dominate the world.
But the Breezy Mountain Zone is so close to us, now is the easiest time to contain those wild beasts from the mountains. If we give them enough time to grow, it won't be so easy to deal with them later.
After all, it's news coming from above, we can't completely ignore it. We still need to send some troops over and investigate the situation of the beasts in the Breezy Mountain Zone.
Those beasts grow too quickly with the same quality of Mana Awakening, their absorption capability far surpasses that of humans. Moreover, they are constantly killing and devouring each other, like raising a pet to become stronger, and at any moment, a monster beyond our imagination might appear.
You're right, if the beasts in the Breezy Mountain Zone mature, the first unlucky city will be us, Azure City. At this moment, an elder stood up, slamming the table.
Humph. I see you elders are getting more timid as you age. Even a Tier 2 Transcendent stage beast can't withstand our concentrated fire from bullets. They are simply not a threat in the face of our firearms.
Everyone turned to look at the elder. So, does the head of the family mean?
The elder stroked his beard and said. So, I believe we should focus on monitoring the Breezy Mountain Zone. Our troops are limited, and we must first deal with the immediate crisis.
Moreover, we humans can also absorb Mana Awakening to cultivate. Many high-level innate skill users have emerged in the community, and recruiting them might allow us to oppose the ferocious beasts with our own strength in the future. Even if we give them a few more days to grow, no matter how much they grow, can they withstand our missiles and nuclear bombs?
We are not using these weapons just because it's not yet time, not because we fear them. Xiao retracted his long-range vision during the break. He constantly monitored the Azure City military base.
Now he could see dozens of helicopters flying this way. We can't wait any longer, Xiao said to Goldie and Hu Woming.
You have 10 more minutes to eat. We must leave here in 10 minutes.
Also, Jack, you stay here and get discovered by the military.
You are now Tier 1 Mortal Stage Level 3, and you have a great innate skill. I want you to showcase your innate skill and strength to gain high status among the humans, so you can find a chance to contact me later.
As you wish, Master. Goldie looked at the pile of meat with reluctance and asked in confusion. What's wrong, boss? We still have plenty of meat left? It would be such a waste if we left and other beasts ate it. Hu Woming guessed, is it the humans' reinforcements that are coming? Then why eat? Boss, let's hurry.
Goldie spat out the meat from his mouth, urging. Goldie, who had just been educated, now fully understood how powerful humans were perhaps a bit too well. Xiao glanced at Goldie. You don't need to be afraid as long as it's not nuclear bombs or weapons of greater power, they can't hurt you. Trust your great innate skill.
Boss, I've had enough to eat, we can leave now.
Xiao grabbed one with a claw and carried Hu Woming and Goldie in hand as they hurried along. Goldie's speed wasn't as fast as Zhao's, and Hu Woming, severely injured, was better off being carried by Xiao. At a speed of 70 km per hour on the grass, Xiao seemed to be flying just above the ground.
It wasn't until they burst into a dense forest that Xiao stopped.
Putting Hu Woming and Goldie down, Xiao let out a breath of lightning towards the sky.
Boom! A helicopter chasing them was split in two, resulting in a catastrophic fate.
The pilots of several nearby helicopters were instantly shocked.
Holy crap! A giant python that breathes lightning. This python is almost transforming into a dragon, even its horns are growing out. That's terrifying. And it's only the first day of mana awakening. This python is way too big. Taller than my building. It's unbelievable that they could grow to such a size. Damn it, shoot it down. If it grows any bigger, it will be unbearable. Rat-tat-tat. Bullets poured out like they were free, shooting at Xiao.
The bullets hit Zhao's scales, making a clanging sound, then bounced off, having no effect whatsoever. Xiao scratched the spot where he had been hit by a bullet, feeling a bit itchy.
Seeing the helicopter, Goldie exclaimed, "Boss! The humans are catching up. Goldie, protect Tiger No Name, I will handle them."
Goldie wrapped around the seriously injured Tiger No Name, shielding it with his body. As the bullets were fired, Goldie was enveloped in a shimmering golden light, completely blocking the bullets.
They're chasing so closely. Die! Ziz!
Xiao kept spitting lightning into the sky, and two helicopters fell from the air, their fuselages charred and in utter ruin. The pilot nearby felt a chill down his spine and shouted, "Bullets are useless."
Quickly switched to rockets. Rockets, trailing long tails of fire, descended from the sky, targeting Xiao. Boss! Goldie sensed the danger from those rockets.
Since it has come to this, don't blame me for being rude. Zhao's eyes were icy as he opened his mouth to unleash a breath of lightning to counter the rockets.
Boom! A tremendous explosion sounded, and several rockets were influenced by the lightning breath, exploding mid-air.
A few rockets still pierced through the lightning breath and shot towards Xiao.
Goldie dropped Tiger No Name and rushed directly in front of Xiao.
He remembered being told by the boss to stand in front during fights.
Chapter 16, The First Clash, Destruction.
Goldie reached Zhao's side, glowing with golden light, blocking most of the rockets for Xiao, but still, two struck Xiao.
Boom! Thick smoke rose, accompanied by a massive explosion, obscuring their view.
Several pilots, witnessing their comrades being hit by Zhao's lightning breath, were filled with dread and no longer dared to fly low, quickly pulling up to gain altitude.
"They should be dead, right?" one pilot said uncertainly. "They must be dead. These are rockets. How could flesh and blood withstand them? No matter how powerful, after taking so many rockets, they should be blown to bits. Ha ha ha. Just a mere beast.
It still dares to fight against our accumulated knowledge of thousands of years."
The pilots laughed heartily.
Suddenly, the sky overhead became dark, clouds gathered, and large raindrops began to fall, pattering on the fuselage.
"Is it raining?" one pilot said, looking at the raindrops sliding down the window, a bit puzzled. Booming. The thunder sounded like drums in everyone's ears, deafening. "It's not just rain, there's thunder too. What a coincidence, that giant python breathes lightning, could it be its doing?"
"Don't scare yourself, it's just a coincidence that it thundered.
Ever since that mana awakening, the weather has really become stranger. CEI. Lightning descends."
Two thick blue bolts of lightning struck down with incredible speed, hitting two helicopters and causing them to disintegrate instantly, reducing the pilots inside to ash.
"Damn! That giant python isn't dead yet, keep firing rockets," a pilot shouted as he reacted.
But it was already too late. Two more bolts of lightning struck down and shot down the last two helicopters. The expressions on their faces before they died were filled with terror. As the smoke cleared, Zhao's scales were cracked from the explosions, with minor blood flowing out, but it was just a slight injury that didn't affect his movements. He would recover in a few hours.
This is the consequence of provoking me. Zhao coldly glanced at the wreckage on the ground.
Azure City dispatched dozens of helicopters equipped with rockets and heavy machine guns, along with many drones to monitor the situation at Breezy Mountain Zone. Several helicopters spotted Zhao and chased after him. Zhao didn't want to be followed and quickly took them down. This was essentially the first direct confrontation with humans. Zhao could now confirm that even rockets were hard to eliminate him, unless attacked with a barrage of them. If I evolve once more, even rockets won't be able to touch me, Zhao murmured.
Boss, are you okay? Goldie asked with concern.
Hearing this, Zhao glanced at Goldie. Even after taking several rockets, he was still unscathed.
His S-level innate skill was truly incredible. However, his SSS level innate skill was even more incredible, as it could continuously help him grow.
I'm fine, just a light injury, Zhao waved his paw, indicating Goldie not to worry. Tiger No Name, lying behind, swallowed hard. It was the first time it felt the shock of humans' powerful weapons.
Humans are truly terrifying.
Previously, it didn't quite believe Zhao's words, but now faced with the harsh reality, it couldn't help but accept it. Thinking about the terrifying aura of those rockets and the heat waves that hit it face on, Tiger No Name instantly felt parched, its hands and feet tingling. What shocked it even more was that Zhao and Goldie had managed to withstand such a terrifying attack. It seemed that its recognition of this boss was not misplaced. It's really a stroke of luck. It originally thought its strength was already top tier, but it turned out there were always others better.
Tiger No Name bowed its head. I need to train harder. Humans have sent many drones to monitor us. I am too big. I need to find a hidden place to live. I noticed a lake in the distance, and I plan to stay there for a while. What about you?
The footage of him shooting down the helicopter has likely spread by now. Zhao intends to keep a low profile for a while. Staying by the lake is a good choice to avoid surveillance by the drones. Where you go, I go, boss, Goldie replied without hesitation.
Well,
I can live near the lake, Hu Wuming said after a moment of thought.
All right, since there are no objections, let's go.
After a while on the road, Zhao was no longer spotted by the helicopter and successfully reached a large lake. The water in the lake had a slight reddish tint, clearly affected by blood rain, and now and then, a few large fish could be seen leaping out of the water.
Zhao analyzed, there should be mana awakening in this water.
If there's another round of blood rain, this place might turn into a thin spiritual spring. The Jiaoka instinctively loves water, and Zhao was very satisfied with this lake.
Boss, I found a cave nearby.
I'm going to stay there for a while and 1TB with you guys, Hu Wuming said, dragging his injured body and swaying as he bid Zhao farewell.
Goldie, I don't need you for now. You take care of Hu Wuming.
You two can look out for each other. Looking at Hu Wuming's injured body, Zhao frowned and pointed at Goldie, giving the order.
Goldie nodded without objection. He was more inclined to settle on land. Of course, boss. To be honest, I prefer land over water.
After all, he was a rock python, with a massive body that would sink in water, and his earth attribute made him not particularly fond of it.
He.
Tiger brother, let us get along well from now on, Goldie draped his tail over Hu Wuming's shoulder.
Don't call me brother.
I should be calling you Brother Huang since I'll be relying on you for care. Hu Wuming recalled the scene of Goldie tanking a rocket without a scratch, feeling a bit sour. He really couldn't bear to take on that title. While the two beasts were bonding, Zhao leapt into the water and unleashed his lightning breath, causing a mass of dead fish to float to the surface instantly. You guys take these fish, they've absorbed mana awakening and are nutritious.
Got it, boss.
Goldie and Hu Wuming weren't polite and caught a large number of fish to take back to the cave. When Zhao just entered the water, he noticed that there were actually quite a few fish in this lake, and they looked plump and robust after absorbing mana awakening. In the water, his lightning elemental attacks could spread far with the current, turning into area attacks. With just a zap, he could kill many fish quickly and effortlessly.
Chapter 17, the Jiaoka dives in the lake, slicing like vegetables. After Goldie and Hu Wuming left, Xiao began a relentless slaughter of the creatures in the lake.
Opening his massive maw, he released a storm of thunder, sending bolts of lightning racing across the lake's surface. The lightning spread through the water, heating it up, and many large fish, completely confused, were instantly turned into grilled fish as the lightning flashed by.
Ding!
Kill Tier 1 Mortal Stage 4 Tier Blackfish, Evolution Points AP plus 351.
Ding!
Kill Tier 1 Mortal Stage 5 Tier Black Carp, Evolution Points AP plus 378.
Ding!
Kill Tier 1 Mortal Stage 4 Tier Carp, Evolution Points AP plus 361.
Life is good in the water, ha ha.
A day passed, and almost all the fish in the southwestern part of the lake had been wiped out by Xiao. No matter how big the fish was, as soon as a breath of lightning hit it, it was basically done for. Floating in the southwestern part of the lake were numerous fish carcasses, along with chunks of flesh from some unknown animals. The lake's water became even redder, emitting a faint bloody smell, making it look extremely terrifying. With so many carcasses, it was quite enticing. The smell of blood drifted for miles, during which other creatures were lured in only to sneak away with their tails between their legs, scared off by the presence of a mid-tier Tier 3 extraordinary stage Jialong.
Just looking at the flashes of lightning in the lake revealed how dangerous it was.
Beasts daring to steal the corpses were often hit by the lightning breath and turned into corpses themselves.
Xiao couldn't eat all the fish carcasses.
To save space in his belly, he only took a bite from each, mainly to activate skill, Endless Devour.
60,000 evolution points EP, what a bountiful harvest. Time to level up. After checking his evolution points EP, Xiao was extremely delighted.
Killing these early stage beasts with mana awakening felt like slicing vegetables. There was no one who could challenge him. His advantage of training for 7 days in advance only magnified like a snowball.
After killing for an entire day and night, my mouth is so sore.
Xiao decided to take a short break and convert the evolution points EP into strength. If he continued to kill like this, the entire ecosystem in the lake would be wiped out. For the sake of sustainable development, Xiao wanted to let the remaining creatures in the lake recover for a bit.
Devour Evolve System, level up. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for advancing to Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Level 5. To reach the next level, Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Level 6, 24,000 evolution points EP are needed.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you've reached Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Level 6. To advance to Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Level 7, you'll need 30,000 evolution points EP.
Ding!
Congratulations, you've reached Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Level 7. To advance to Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Level 8, you'll need 37,000 evolution points EP.
Awesome!
After a series of Devour Evolve system advancements, Xiao leveled up 3 times, reaching Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Level 7. His body grew another 6 meters to a total of 42 meters, his entire serpentine form thickened, teeth lengthened, and his head became more ferocious. Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Level 7, I can evolve again soon.
I'm looking forward to it. Will I become a dragon this time, or a legendary dragon?
Xiao coiled around a protruding stone pillar at the bottom of the lake, filled with anticipation. Suddenly, he realized he had been underwater for several hours without surfacing for air. It must be due to the innate skill. I've devoured several innate skills during this slaughter, Xiao thought to himself. He had been too engrossed in the killing before to notice, but now he took a moment to carefully examine the situation and opened the Devour Evolve system panel. A blue light screen appeared before him. Underwater breathing F level, your lungs have evolved, allowing you to breathe underwater.
This must be the innate skill that lets me breathe underwater.
As Xiao spoke, he blew out a few bubbles but felt no choking sensation. Now Xiao was completely an amphibious creature, able to live both in water and on land, and staying submerged in water posed no issue at all. In fact, Xiao felt even more comfortable in the water, so he continued to check further.
Water Combat D level, your speed and physique in aquatic environments are both increased by 20%. So it's this innate skill, no wonder my body feels much lighter and more agile now.
It wasn't just about adapting to life in water, his combat ability underwater would also be stronger. If I summon a rainstorm, I wonder if this innate skill will still apply, Xiao mused, stroking his chin with a paw, as he seemed to have discovered the synergy between the innate skills. As the heavy rain continued, his water combat innate skill would trigger consistently. With this, my combat ability has strengthened a lot. In fact, through later experiments, Xiao found that the water combat innate skill could indeed be triggered in the rainstorm he summoned. This time, Xiao devoured 2 innate skills. Skill, Endless Devour. This innate skill is not very stable. Perhaps the success rate of devouring relates to the compatibility with the innate skill itself. Xiao found it easier to devour innate skills associated with lightning. He had already devoured 2 lightning-related innate skills. However, it also had to do with the current low tier of beasts, generally only tier 5 awakened stage with 1 or 2 innate skills. If they had richer innate skills, Xiao's devouring success rate would be higher. Having not engaged in slaughter for a while, Xiao suddenly sensed that the fish above him seemed to be gathering more and more. Xiao looked up towards the surface of the lake, which appeared to be boiling as fish aggressively competed for food. They were frantically devouring the remains of the bodies Xiao left behind, with glints of red in their eyes, even battling each other for the scraps.
Eat up, and grow a bit more.
Seeing this scene, Xiao did not intervene. These bodies could help nourish the surviving entities in the lake, making the surviving creatures grow stronger.
It could also provide Xiao with more evolution points EP. With so many bodies,
Xiao sat motionless with his eyes closed, yet was completely aware of the changes occurring in the lake over the past few days.
Not long after that massacre, several strong auras appeared in the lake.
To the northeast, there is a King Loach at Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 2, with Tier 5 Awakened Stage Lightning elements. To the southwest, there is a Golden Carp at Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 3, with a faint dragon aura.
It may evolve into a dragon in the future. Its potential cannot be underestimated.
The most formidable would be the giant catfish to the southeast, which has reached Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 4. It is the highest in tier, and no one dares to provoke it. It rules the lake. 3 strong auras gathered together. Xiao suddenly opened his eyes, and the moss on his body was instantly stripped away by lightning, revealing his originally dark and shining scales, with a pair of vertical pupils radiating killing intent. You've had your fun these past few days. It's about time to harvest.
Meanwhile, in a corner of the lake,
2 massive figures collided, creating a loud crashing sound. Then, one silhouette was surrounded by flashes of lightning, releasing blinding bolts of lightning, while the other figure showed no fear, its body temperature skyrocketing, boiling the surrounding lake water.
Hey! You two, give me a break and stop fighting.
At that moment, a hefty figure rushed in from afar, domineeringly attempting to mediate. It was a 5-meter-long giant catfish, whose large frame approached with a formidable presence. Fat catfish, we're all of similar tiers, why should we give you face? One of the silhouettes, the Golden Carp, protested. The giant catfish shot a cold glare at the Golden Carp and just said one sentence to quell it, because that flood dragon hasn't left yet.
What?
The other silhouette, the King Loach, also voiced its surprise. After that massacre, I haven't sensed its aura again. I thought it had already left this place, the King Loach murmured, its tone trembling slightly. It was present during that massacre, but only watched from a distance, having been scared stiff. That flood dragon, which had lightning elements several times stronger than itself, slaughtered a quarter of the fish in the lake. It was the most powerful creature it had ever seen, bar none. Even though it benefited from that massacre, consuming a lot of mana awakening rich fish flesh, it would have been impossible to grow so quickly without that. One of my subordinates just saw it still lurking in the depths of the lake, motionless, and its aura has weakened significantly.
I suspect it's injured.
The giant catfish explained, a glint of greed flashing in its eyes. If that terrifying flood dragon is truly injured, what if it can eat the flesh of that flood dragon? No wonder it hasn't made a peep these days, the Golden Carp realized. This is a rare opportunity, the giant catfish said, looking at the two of them with a meaningful gaze. Are you planning to kill the flood dragon? The King Loach replied incredulously.
Giant catfish, you found us just for this, right?
The Golden Carp was not surprised.
You want to team up with us to kill the flood dragon? Exactly. Don't you think this is an opportunity?
A chance to help us leap to greatness.
But what if that flood dragon isn't injured? The king Loach countered.
The golden carp was clearly persuaded as well. It had a rare true dragon bloodline, characterized by 2 long dragon whiskers growing by its mouth, and it was well aware of the great benefits that would come from devouring a Jiao dragon. A glimmer of yearning flashed in its eyes. If it devoured that Jiao dragon, its true dragon bloodline would be even more refined, and perhaps it could also transform into a Jiao dragon.
I agree to join you, the Loach King said weakly. After a moment of hesitation, it decided to go along with it.
After all, if this was true, and these 2 guys gained immense benefits and increased their strength, then it would be the one in danger. The 3 of them usually had a competitive relationship, having fought countless battles for territory, but this time they formed a temporary alliance against a common enemy.
Where is the Jiao dragon now? The golden carp asked.
Don't worry, my subordinate has already located the Jiao dragon. It's lying on a stone pillar, breathing weakly, practically no different from an ordinary beast, the giant catfish informed the 2 fish.
It seems it's indeed gravely injured.
Upon hearing this, the Loach King felt a glimmer of hope.
No matter how badly it's hurt, we can't let our guard down.
Before we kill that Jiao dragon, we must not turn on each other. The giant catfish called out a smaller catfish to lead the way.
It was it who discovered the Jiao dragon's location. Everyone, follow me. For survival, for evolution, let's unite this time.
All right.
For evolution.
The golden carp felt a surge of adrenaline, flames bursting out in crimson all over its body.
At the bottom of the lake, Xiao sensed those 3 powerful auras gathering and moving in his direction.
Interesting, they're actually coming towards me, Xiao, coiled around the stone pillar, slowly said, his figure shrouded in the darkness of the lake.
Chapter 19, Delicacies arrive, blood rain rains again. Ha ha ha. Jiao dragon, you truly are very weak.
In no time, the trio of giant catfish, Loach King, and golden carp had arrived before Xiao. Upon seeing Xiao, who lay coiled around the stone pillar, his aura almost undetectable, the giant catfish couldn't help but laugh triumphantly.
Jiao dragon, after killing so many aquatic beings, you deserve your fate. Prepare to die.
The golden carp, elated, shouted loudly, continually pressing forward. The Loach King remained silent, but it was coordinating with the encirclement of the giant catfish and golden carp. The 3 figures slowly closed in on Xiao, their killing intent unabashed. However, facing the encirclement of the 3 lake overlords, the Jiao dragon did not show the panic they had anticipated. Instead, it regarded them with a peculiar expression. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent approaching, Xiao could no longer hold back, and with indifference, he scolded.
Are you all idiots? After sensing the 3 auras approaching him, Xiao considered many possibilities.
After much thought, he believed that they were most likely there to submit, but he never expected they would reveal their killing intent. They were here to seek death.
Upon seeing Zhao's nonchalant reaction, the giant catfish's heart jolted. Crap! This isn't going according to the script. Why isn't this Jiao dragon scared at all? Could it be that this Jiao dragon isn't injured?
No, the aura from the Jiao dragon can't be deceiving, it must be feigning. After thinking this through, the giant catfish calmed itself.
Moreover, having already shown hostility, it was too late to regret now. The giant catfish could only brace itself. Giant catfish, something is off with this Jiao dragon's reaction.
Are you trying to trick us? The golden carp also sensed something was wrong and turned to ask.
The giant catfish shouted, can't you feel how weak the aura emanating from him is? He must be pretending. Let us go all out. Okay.
To land a decisive blow, the giant catfish, golden carp, and Loach King all prepared their strongest attacks. As soon as the words left its mouth, the giant catfish opened its massive mouth, and a powerful water column shot towards Xiao at high speed. At the same time, the golden carp was engulfed in crimson flames charging towards Xiao. The Loach King also unleashed lightning from a distance, sending a chain of electricity crackling towards Xiao.
A mere trick.
Despite facing attacks from 3 Tier 2 Transcendent stage beasts, Xiao showed no fear, standing firm and allowing the attacks to hit him.
The water column and lightning chain struck Xiao first, but they didn't even break Xiao's scales. Their strongest attacks seemed utterly ineffective. How could this be?
The giant catfish was dumbfounded, followed by a surge of delayed fear, making its body tremble uncontrollably.
The one in the worst position was the golden carp charging up to Xiao. Seeing that the attacks from giant catfish and loach king were ineffective, the golden carp was shocked, halting its attack, and almost immediately tried to turn and flee. Trying to run away? A glint of light flashed in Zhao's eyes as his claw, crackling with electricity, seized the golden carp. Put! With one claw, the golden carp was pierced through its body, blood spilling. Ah! Help me! As its body convulsed violently, the golden carp struggled in Zhao's grasp, emitting agonizing screams that sent chills down one's spine. Run! Without hesitation, the giant catfish and loach king made their choice, immediately turning to flee, leaving the golden carp in Zhao's clutches. Damn it! The gap between us and this Zhao dragon is that huge, the giant catfish shouted in frustration as it ran. Though both were beasts, the giant catfish couldn't fathom why Xiao was so powerful. This is completely unfair. Xiao casually flicked the dying golden carp away, opened its massive mouth, and bit down on it, kindly helping the fish end its suffering. Ding! Defeated Tier 2 Transcendent Stage 3rd Level Golden Carp, Evolution Points AP plus 3,105. Over 3,000, the Evolution Points EP from a Tier 2 Transcendent Stage creature are surprisingly high. Hearing the prompt from the Devour Evolve system, Xiao felt a surge of joy inside. It seems that the days of waiting have not been in vain now that the creature has grown. It provides me with even more Evolution Points EP. It won't be long before I can evolve again. After receiving the Evolution Points EP, Xiao felt even more energized. He looked towards the two massive figures fleeing in the distance, as if he were gazing at blocks of gold. Why are you running? You've already come here, why not stay for a bit? Xiao warmly tried to persuade them to stay. Xiao opened its giant mouth, with lightning elements raging around, gathering in its mouth. CEI. A lightning breath, far stronger than the Mudfish King's, was launched towards the giant catfish. Boom! After being hit, the giant catfish's 5-meter body instantly turned charred black, flipping over with its belly up, a faint aroma wafting in the lake. Ding! Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 4 Giant Catfish, Evolution Points AP plus 4,236. I was coerced by those two. Please don't kill me, dragon. I am willing to serve you. Knowing he couldn't escape, the Mudfish King began to plead desperately, hoping Xiao would spare its life. Humph. It's too late. The moment you revealed your murderous intent towards me, your fate was sealed. Die. Xiao showed no mercy, unleashing another lightning breath towards the Mudfish King, turning it into a dead mudfish. Ding! Defeated Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Mudfish King, Evolution Points AP plus 2,563. Thus, the three most powerful overlords of the lake were destroyed. However, strength is not eternal. Without those three powerful competitors, the lake will eventually give rise to a new generation of overlords. Unfortunately, these three creatures did not provide Xiao with any innate skills to devour. Nevertheless, when absorbing that golden carp, Xiao felt a sense of bloodline sublimation. His true dragon bloodline became even more potent, drawing him closer to becoming that legendary true dragon. This golden carp indeed has an extraordinary bloodline. If I absorb more creatures with true dragon blood, it might be easier for me to evolve into a true dragon. After killing these three fools, Xiao originally wanted to continue the slaughter and accumulate evolution points EP. However, as Xiao approached the lake's surface, he suddenly noticed the intense concentration of mana awakening here. The second blood rain. Xiao excitedly poked his head above the water, gazing at the raindrops falling from the sky. He keenly sensed that they were rich in mana awakening, which held great allure for him. Neglecting the continued slaughter, Xiao stopped all actions, just like other creatures, absorbing the essence of mana awakening from the blood rain. After the second blood rain, the average tier of the mutated beasts will rise again. At the same time, Xiao had a premonition that the blood rain was merely one of the forms of mana awakening descending upon Blue Star. Even greater changes would occur on Blue Star in the future, completely opening the floodgates of biological evolution. Chapter 20, After the Blood Rain, a Massacre. Ding! Absorbed Mana Awakening, Evolution Points AP plus 5,368. 5,000 Evolution Points EP? The Blood Rain in the second round is much denser in Mana Awakening than in the first round, but it's still a bit lacking for me.
A night passed, and the blood rain stopped. The lake has turned red again, mixed with blood rain rich in mana awakening. My body is slowly absorbing the remnants of the blood rain in the lake, but it's only a drop in the bucket, it's really too little. Fortunately, Xiao can earn evolution points EP by killing creatures, so the small amount of evolution points EP from the blood rain isn't too much of a problem. For Xiao, the biggest benefit of this blood rain is that the average tier of beasts in the breezy mountain zone has increased, allowing him to earn more evolution points EP from kills.
After the blood rain stopped, the surrounding scenery also changed. Plants can now absorb mana awakening for evolution.
As a result, the weeds in the mountains have grown to half a meter tall, and the tall trees have all grown into towering giants like those in a primeval forest, reaching heights of 50 to 60 meters.
With these plants growing so dense, it's great news for the exotic beasts.
The view from helicopters and drones is obstructed by the thick trees, making it harder to detect the situation of the exotic beasts in the breezy mountain zone.
There are beasts coming to drink from the lake.
Numerous beasts are licking the lake water, looking greedy as if they want to drink it all.
Soon, Xiao figured out what was going on. The lake has stored the blood rain, and these creatures are absorbing the mana awakening from the lake. In that case, let's have a little feast on you first.
Seeing this scene, Zhao's murderous intent stirred. After all, the life forms in the lake are limited, but those outside the lake are endless. Xiao is genuinely worried that one day he might wipe out all the life forms in this lake.
Then he would have to move.
Right now, there are drones all over the place, and he doesn't want to give up this hidden gem. Zhao's killing intent, however, went unnoticed by these beasts. Perhaps they sensed it but didn't want to give up the precious mana awakening resource.
Who wouldn't prefer to safely acquire mana awakening without fighting other beasts?
So greedy, Xiao muttered, looking up at the sky, activating his clairvoyance to gaze into the heights above.
Good, no human equipment.
Taking advantage of the lack of drone surveillance, Xiao whipped his tail, splashing a huge amount of water, suddenly thrusting half his body out of the water.
Like a dragon emerging from the water.
Such a great commotion naturally startled the beasts drinking nearby, their eyes trembling in fear as they looked towards the center of the lake.
Death!
A chill flashed in Zhao's eyes, and with a thought, the weather in the sky suddenly changed dramatically. The sky, which had just been clear, was once again covered with dark clouds. Blue flashes of lightning flickered between the clouds, exuding a dangerous aura. The beasts hesitated, darting looks at Xiao and then at the sky, exchanging glances with each other, debating whether to escape or jointly attack this seemingly most dangerous guy. Just by unleashing a thunder field, I get over 30,000 evolution points EP, that is quite the profit. If I need about 100,000 evolution points EP to reach Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage 10th rank, let us just accumulate to 100,000 evolution points EP in one go. Then advance once more and evolve again. Xiao rushed ashore with delight, devouring the corpses of beasts, hoping to absorb an innate skill. And while Xiao was busy devouring the innate skill, in the distance, at the edge of the cliff, a pack of about 20 wolves was watching the situation here, their eyes shining brightly. These wolves were as large as calves, with solid muscles, exposed teeth glimmering with a sharp cold light, and an intimidating expression. They had clearly hunted many creatures and absorbed a substantial amount of mana awakening. Among the pack was even a Tier 2 Transcendent stage lead wolf, clearly having evolved once, its body larger than the others, reaching nearly 3 meters, exuding a fierce aura. The wolf pack was one of the top predators in the breezy mountain zone, and with such a large group, even top predators like tigers would keep their distance. They had already witnessed the process of Xiao unleashing the thunder field to slaughter creatures. Such a powerful being, this is the king we've been searching for, the lead wolf exclaimed excitedly. At that moment, after witnessing such a bloody scene, the wolf's eyes reflected not fear but excitement.
He will definitely lead us further, one wolf said confidently.
Indeed, I have a feeling he will become the mightiest king in this domain, another wolf agreed. Every member of the wolf pack gazed fervently at Xiao as he devoured the corpses.
Let us go. Let us follow in the king's footsteps. After watching for a while, the lead wolf raised its neck and announced loudly to the other wolves.
Then it turned first, stepping down the cliff with a lively gait, and the other members of the pack followed closely behind the lead wolf in a grand procession.
Chapter 21, Healing Innate Skill, the Wolf Pack's Allegiance. Skill, Endless Devour activating. Ding! Congratulations on absorbing the B-Class innate skill, Healing Infusion.
Healing Infusion B-Class. The spiritual power within you has healing capabilities, allowing you to infuse your spiritual power into wounds, consuming your own spiritual energy to heal them. This time, Shao absorbed this innate skill. Fortunately, it is B-Class, which is of good quality. B-Class innate skill, Healing Infusion, a rare healing innate skill. Looks like I'll have to double as a healer.
Now Shao was uninjured, so it was not convenient to test this innate skill, unsure of its effectiveness or its cost. I wonder if Tiger Wooming's wound has healed. I could use it to test that. There is so much meat here, let us not waste it. Call him over to eat it.
Thinking of this, Shao immediately activated the 1000-mile eye innate skill to see where Tiger Wooming and Goldie are at now.
Just then, Shao suddenly sensed several auras approaching him, among which there was a Tier 2 Transcendent stage being.
Despite the fact that there were 3 Tier 2 Transcendent stage creatures in the lake where Shao was, it was due to Shao's intervention that they were deliberately raised. However, outside the lake, at this time, the beasts that could reach Tier 2 Transcendent stage were the top tier among them.
However, Shao couldn't sense any killing intent from these approaching auras.
Are they here to submit to me? Shao speculated, simply coiling up and resting in place. Looking at the approaching canine silhouettes in the distance, it was a pack of gray wolves, one of which was particularly large and blood red.
King, please accept our loyalty.
As expected, when the wolf pack reached Shao, the lead wolf immediately lowered its head in a submissive posture and sincerely spoke. The other members of the pack imitated the lead wolf, all lowering their heads in submission, howling in unison.
King, please accept our loyalty. Shao scrutinized the lead wolf was about 3 meters long, with solid muscles and its fur a shade of crimson, as if drenched in blood, radiating a fierce aura. The lead wolf's information panel appeared before him. Blood-refined wolf Tier 2 Transcendent stage level 2 innate skill, Bloodthirsty class blood aura tracking B class call of the wild A class. Bloodthirsty class, highly bloodthirsty, blood excites you the more severely you are injured, the stronger your power, speed, and stamina become, with a maximum boost of 300%. Blood aura tracking B class, you can track an opponent's whereabouts through their blood. Call of the wild A class, by howling, you can inspire your kin around you, granting them a 100% attribute boost. Impressive! 2 A class innate skills and 1 B class innate skill. After reviewing the lead wolf's information panel, Zhao's eyes brightened with interest. These innate skills were all quite powerful. Most importantly, the wolf pack operates as a unit, and among these skills is a group enhancement innate skill, elevating the pack's combat power to a new level. Although the other wolves are only at Tier 1 mortal stage, this innate skill allows them to exert strength equivalent to Tier 2 Transcendent stage. Even many Tier 2 Transcendent stage creatures can be hunted. If he manages to tame this pack of wolves, it would undoubtedly be a great help to him, whether for gathering information or sending them out to hunt. However, although Shao felt his heart racing, he didn't want to show it just yet, as he feared it would compromise his authority. He opened his mouth wide and asked casually, "Why do you want to pledge loyalty to me? With your strength, even if you don't affiliate with anyone, you could dominate the breezy mountain zone, right?" Hearing Zhao's question, the lead wolf was taken aback, still bowing its head, but replied with a hint of sadness in its eyes. "My king, although we are strong among the other beasts, we still face daunting external enemies. Those are the two-legged creatures. Our pack originally had over 30 wolves, but after being encircled by the two-legged creatures, we've lost a third. We need a stronger king to lead us against those two-legged creatures." Two-legged creatures? You mean humans? Yes, my king. As far as I know, humans seem to have been intentionally eliminating the strong beasts of the breezy mountain zone. Our pack was inadvertently exposed to their sights and targeted, nearly leading to our annihilation. Upon hearing the lead wolf's response, Zhao's expression instantly grew serious. It seemed that the humans had indeed been restless lately, and just then, using his clairvoyance, Zhao located Goldie and Tiger Wooming's position. Upon seeing their predicament, Zhao's pupils constricted sharply, and anger flashed in his eyes. Zhao addressed the lead wolf lying on the ground. "Since you wish to pledge loyalty to me, I will give you a test. If you pass, I will acknowledge you, and in the future, we will be one family." When danger arises, I will do my best to protect you. Hearing Xiao agree to their loyalty, the lead wolf's expression filled with excitement, and it hurriedly asked, "My king, what is the test? We will surely give it our all. I have 2 subordinates in danger, you must go assist them." Xiao stared at them seriously. This was a good opportunity to test whether the wolf pack was truly loyal, to see if they genuinely wished to pledge loyalty to Xiao rather than just saying it and fleeing when faced with danger. He would not easily accept subordinates he didn't know, otherwise, one day he might be set up by them, and there would be no time to cry, so this test was also very necessary. "May I ask what characteristics those 2 have?" "One is a rock python, its body resembling solid rock, and the other is a swift tiger, injured but very fast, capable of launching wind blades," Xiao patiently explained. "Injured? That's easy, I can track their movements through blood aura. Don't worry, my king. We will definitely bring them safely before you," the lead wolf confidently assured. Then, it raised its head and flared its nostrils, as if analyzing the scents in the air. At this moment, it was as if Goldie and Tiger Wu Ming encountered human helicopters while hunting together, unfortunately being chased by 7 or 8 helicopters. At first, they could handle it. Tiger Wu Ming's wind blade was a ranged attack that had destroyed several helicopters, but these helicopters seem to be endless, more and more keep arriving as support. They are flesh and blood, their stamina constantly being drained, and in the end, they can only hold their ground, barely enduring. Still not dead? What level is the innate skill of these 2 monsters? They've taken so many rocket hits and are still alive. One pilot, seeing his companion crash again, felt an overwhelming pressure. It must be a defensive innate skill, and at least at a level, otherwise it wouldn't be able to withstand this. "We're running low on ammo, what should we do? Should we keep firing? Let's report to headquarters." "Report to headquarters, we have detected 2 Tier 2 Transcendent stage creatures, 1 Tier 2 Transcendent stage level 3 and 1 Tier 2 Transcendent stage level 4. The innate skill is initially estimated to be a level or higher. We have suffered heavy losses, should we continue the attack? Damn it, they've reached such a high level, shouldn't we eliminate them now rather than letting them linger? Keep attacking." "Got it." An order to continue the attack came from the side. Despite the desire to retreat, the pilot could only grit his teeth and continue firing, risking another crash. Rockets screamed through the air, leaving long trails of fire, but they were all blocked by the mysterious golden light emanating from Goldie. "Tiger, let's stop attacking for now. Let's save some strength and wait for the boss, he will definitely come to rescue us." Seeing the increasingly weak Tiger Wu Ming, Goldie couldn't help but speak up in concern. "Humans! You won't die a good death." Tiger Wu Ming exhaled deeply, glaring at the helicopters above, his eyes filled with ferocity. The helicopters couldn't harm Goldie or Tiger Wu Ming for the moment, but they too were running out of ammunition, with their stamina nearly spent, and both sides were locked in a stalemate. At that moment, a loud, lingering bird call echoed from the sky. A giant bird, its wingspan almost matching that of a helicopter, appeared, covered in colorful feathers, with several long tail feathers trailing behind, resembling the legendary phoenix. With this colorful rooster came a suffocating heat wave. The colorful rooster's wings were engulfed in flames, and with a cry, it flapped its wings towards one of the helicopters. A cyclone made of fire appeared before its wings, surging towards the helicopter, distorting the air in an instant. Ah! The helicopter was engulfed by the storm, its metal melting into molten iron, and the pilot inside was turned to ash before it even fell. "Another Tier 2 Transcendent stage beast has appeared," one pilot exclaimed in terror. "We're doomed. Let's kill it first. Otherwise, we're all dead." Rat-tat-tat. Numerous helicopters instantly changed direction and opened fire at the colorful rooster. "Big Bird, come behind me." Goldie, seeing the colorful rooster coming to help, felt delighted and quickly shouted for it to take cover behind him. Although the colorful rooster's previous attack was powerful, it seemed to lack any defensive innate skills. Hearing this, the colorful rooster glanced at Goldie and didn't hesitate too much, folding its wings and hiding behind Goldie. It quickly unleashed another fiery storm towards the helicopters in the sky, taking down several more. "Thank you."
Although Goldie didn't know why the rooster was helping them, it sincerely expressed its gratitude. "No need to thank me, I'm helping you because I have something important nearby, and I absolutely cannot let those bipedal beasts get close," the colorful rooster said firmly before turning to ask. "I can't attack many more times, do you have more companions? If no one comes, we're dead, we'll die here." "Yes. The boss will definitely come to save us," Goldie answered without hesitation. "Boss? You all seem pretty strong, yet there are creatures that make you bow down to them." "The boss is much stronger than us. If he were here, those helicopters would be taken care of in one hit." Goldie disdainfully glared at the helicopters above. "Is it really that powerful? I find that hard to believe." The colorful rooster clearly didn't believe it was already a top-tier monster. Could there be one stronger? It had never seen one. "Who's bragging? If you meet our boss, you'll understand," Goldie quickly retorted. While the two were chatting, the colorful rooster didn't give up the attack. A few firestorms sent down several more helicopters. "They have no more reinforcements." A glimmer of hope appeared in the colorful rooster's eyes. "If we can hold on a little longer, we might be able to repel them. Unfortunately, my spiritual power is about to run out." At this moment, the flames on the colorful rooster's wings were extinguished, and the suffocating heatwave disappeared, even its colorful feathers dimmed. "I'll do it!" Roar! After a fierce roar, Tiger Woman unleashed another wind blade, shooting down a helicopter, followed by spitting out a large mouthful of blood. "Tiger! You should rest. Your spiritual power is already depleted," Goldie hurriedly called out. "5 left. This is the last of it. If only we had some excess spiritual power, what a pity." Holding on until now, the colorful golden pheasant was almost enveloped in despair, its spiritual energy exhausted, unable to move easily. "Wait, is that one of your companions?" After letting out a sigh, the colorful golden pheasant raised its head filled with hope, looking towards the figure rushing towards them in the distance. "A whoa!" It was a blood-red wolf, leading a pack of more than 20 wolves rushing this way. Chapter 23, The Wolf Pack's Support, Triumphant Return. "Damn it, they're coming again. And it's a whole pack. And there's a Tier 2 Transcendent stage among them. We're done for." The remaining 5 helicopter pilots almost bled from the eyes when they saw the wolves rushing towards them. So many lives had been sacrificed, and just when they had drained the enemy's resources, reinforcements arrived. "Let us retreat. If we keep fighting, we'll die too. The remaining reinforcements have to come from the base, and there is no time left. Continuing to fight here is pointless. These monsters have evolved beyond our imagination. I must report this to higher-ups." Several pilots, seeing the wolves coming from afar, wore faces of deep concern, thoughts of retreat brewing in their minds. Clearly, they alone couldn't take on such a pack of wolves. The rocket launchers had been used up, and they had very few bullets left. At this moment, after fighting for so long, the battlefield was in disarray. Many trees had fallen, and the ground was littered with helicopter wreckage, with potholes visible everywhere. The battle had reached its climax, and the appearance of the wolf reinforcements was the key to deciding the outcome. "Wolf pups! Charge! Avenging our fallen kin! It's time for a counterattack!" The lead wolf let out a furious roar. The pack charged forward, quickly arriving before the helicopters, sounding the horn for the counterattack. "A whoa!" The wolf pack braved the hail of bullets from the helicopters, and even when comrades fell, it didn't stop their advance. With murderous intent in their eyes, they swore to avenge their fallen comrades. The wolves in the pack with long-range innate skills unleashed their powers, sending various energy orbs flying from the pack to strike the helicopters, their power rivaling that of bullets. Boom! The helicopters shattered into pieces, leaving 2 more still down, with the pilots clearly meeting their end on the spot. The remaining 3 pilots no longer dared to hesitate, ceasing fire, quickly pulling the control lever to ascend to higher altitudes, turning the aircraft around and fleeing in a panic. "Get lost! Damn two-legged beast, don't ever come back to Breezy Mountain Zone. If you dare come back, I'll kill you all." The wolf pack howled at the retreating helicopter, while several pilots dared not even look back, leaving in humiliation. They were always the ones slaughtering the beasts. How had they come to be treated with such disdain, beaten so that they dared not look back? Yet there was nothing they could do. Sometimes you just couldn't win.
Thank you for saving us, Brother Wolf.
Seeing all the helicopters finally leave, Goldie and Tiger Wooming breathed a sigh of relief and approached the wolf pack to express their gratitude. You don't have to thank me, it was the king who sent us to aid you.
King? Who is your king? Tiger Wooming stepped forward and asked, puzzled.
The king is a dragon that can summon thunder, the most powerful being I've ever seen, replied the lead wolf patiently. Having successfully passed the test, if they gain the king's approval when they return, these two in front of them can be comrades forged in battle and destined to walk into the future together.
Upon hearing the lead wolf's words, Goldie's face lit up with joy. A dragon, Thunder, it was definitely the boss. A dragon? It must be the boss.
Were you sent by the boss to save us?
I just knew the boss would come to rescue us. Goldie turned to take Tiger Wooming along. Let's go, Tiger Wooming, let's return to see the boss together.
Tiger Wooming nodded in agreement, realizing it had been several days since they had seen Xiao. They had tried to find Xiao in the past few days, but Xiao had been cultivating at the bottom of the lake, and they didn't want to disturb him, so they had not succeeded in meeting.
By the way, do you want to come with us?
You helped us and are so powerful, the boss will definitely welcome you. After taking a step forward, Tiger Wooming stopped and turned to the silent and motionless colorful pheasant behind them. Hearing Tiger Wooming's question, the colorful pheasant showed a conflicted expression, hesitated for a moment, and then slowly nodded, saying, If your boss is truly as powerful as you say, I would certainly want to make friends with him so we can fight those two-legged beasts together.
But I have something important to protect. I need to go and return quickly.
In the end, the colorful pheasant made up its mind, deciding to follow Goldie and the others to meet that legendary boss. If they could really become friends, then next time they encountered the two-legged beasts, it would have a powerful ally. It was something that could do nothing but good. Watching the entire scene through his clairvoyance, seeing that they had succeeded in repelling the human drones, Xiao finally felt relieved. His tense body also relaxed. If they really got into danger, Xiao would not just stand by. Even if it risked exposure to humans, Xiao would definitely come to their rescue. After all, he would be discovered by humans sooner or later, not to mention that Xiao had personally cut down several helicopters before, already exposing his presence to human eyes. He just didn't want humans to pay him too much attention so soon, nor did he want to reveal all his strength in front of them he was stalling to develop. But if humans pushed him to the brink, he would surely fight back with all his might. In this life, he was a beast, so he had to stand from the perspective of a beast.
The blood-red lead wolf walked in the front, followed by a vast pack of wolves, some limping, some carrying injured comrades on their backs.
In this battle, many wolves were hit by bullets and seriously wounded. After all, they were all still at Tier 1 mortal stage and merely flesh and blood, unable to stand up against heavy weaponry. Beside the wolf pack was Goldie, over 20 meters long, and a 5-meter Tiger Wooming. In the sky, a colorful pheasant flew, its feathers shimmering under the sunlight like a beautiful rainbow. During the days apart from Xiao, Goldie and Tiger Wooming hadn't stopped growing stronger, hunting many creatures, along with enduring a bloody rain. They had both reached Tier 2 Transcendent stage level 4 and level 3 respectively, and their bodies had grown significantly more robust than before. As for the new colorful pheasant, Xiao knows that it has helped them before, so it won't make things difficult for it. In fact, Xiao is even prepared to take it under its wing. Even though it seemed to be a completely unrelated strange beast, it took the initiative to help, and regardless of its innate skill, it could be a companion to journey together in the future. Xiao took a deep breath, looking towards the golden pheasant, and upon seeing the information on top of its colorful head, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise.
This golden pheasant's innate skill seems pretty good. Chapter 24, Fire Phoenix Bloodline. Dr. Xiao.
Colorful Rooster Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 3 Innate Skill, Fire Phoenix Bloodline S-Class Flamestorm B-Class Body of Flames C-Class Telepathy F-Class.
Fire Phoenix Bloodline S rank. Possessing the Fire Phoenix Bloodline, there is a chance to cross barriers and evolve into the legendary Fire Phoenix.
All attributes increase by 500%, making it easier to reach Tier 5 Awakened Stage Fire Element Innate Skill, with the effect of Fire Element Innate Skill increased by 200% and consumption reduced by 50%.
This colorful pheasant actually has an S-level innate skill.
Fire Phoenix Bloodline. In the future, it may have the opportunity to evolve into the legendary Fire Phoenix, with immense potential. Seeing the information on the colorful rooster's head, Xiao couldn't help but be slightly stunned.
Apart from Goldie's unbreakable body, this was the second S-rank innate skill. Powerful dragon, the colorful cloak greets you. You can call me Xiao Kai.
The colorful golden pheasant landed on the ground, slightly bowed, and respectfully introduced itself to Xiao. If you look closely, you can see that in the face of such a large dragon, the body of the colorful attire is subtly trembling. In fact, while Xiao was in a daze, Kai Shang was also lost in thought. Before him, the dragon felt dangerously threatening, extremely dangerous. Its instincts urged it to flee immediately, as it was certainly no match for the dragon. The colorful attire kept suppressing that impulse to turn around and run. There's no need for formalities, just get up. Xiao lifted his paw, signaling that the golden pheasant need not bow.
My name is Xiao. If you're willing to submit to me, you can call me boss.
Xiao spoke calmly, his voice authoritative and resonant, carrying the demeanor of someone in a position of power.
Submit?
A flicker of struggle and confusion flashed through the colorful eyes of the rooster.
It remembers coming to meet this dragon scene just to establish a good relationship, but how did it inexplicably develop into this? How did I end up becoming his subordinate?
He never expected that the boss Goldie mentioned would be this strong. He thought it was just an exotic beast a few levels stronger than they were. The realm of the dragon in front of him was completely inscrutable to him, indicating that it was at least a level above his own.
How terrifying. Indeed.
I just don't have the strength to befriend such a powerful beast, so I can only submit. Kai Chang felt a bit frustrated yet also compelled to agree. If such a strong beast were to protect her, dealing with humanity would become much easier.
Following such a powerful dragon indeed increases the likelihood of survival significantly. Boss. Kai Chang is willing to submit.
Kai Chang completely bowed her head, assuming a stance of submission.
Kai Chang, that's a nice name. Did you come up with it yourself?
Xiao asked curiously, wondering if a beast living in the mountains would have any concept of naming.
No, it was a name given to me by a human girl once.
Kai Chang hesitated for a moment before telling the truth, and then anxiously glanced at Xiao. After all, after several consecutive bombings, many of the strange beasts in the mountains have developed a prejudice against humans. And having once been involved with humans, if the boss has a bad impression of me, I'll be in trouble.
I get it, you should go eat some meat. It would be a waste not to eat so much meat.
Xiao pointed to the pile of animal carcasses and said. Kai Chang had been waiting for the continuation of Xiao's words, but it seemed that there was none. Xiao didn't care about his past experiences. The fact that he could interact with humans probably just boiled down to a few incidents. The golden pheasant is a protected species, so we can rule out pets and those found in zoos. Therefore, the brightly dressed one should be the animals released back into the wild by wildlife rescue centers.
With a sigh, Kai Chang let out a breath.
It seemed that the boss was still very easy to get along with and did not hold past experiences against him. However, when Kai Chang focused his gaze on the corpse on the ground, he was instantly shocked into silence. This can simply be described as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The ground is littered with piles of beast bodies, forming small hills, which is extremely tragic and shocking. Among these, there are even 2 beast corpses at Tier 2 Transcendent stage. It is obvious that a massacre just took place not long ago, and when looking at Xiao, who appears indifferent and completely unharmed, it is clear that this was a one-sided slaughter. Kai Chang has deepened her impression of her new boss. Shocked by the sea of corpses and rivers of blood, Xiao is already transformed into an image of a bloodthirsty demon king in Kai Chang's mind.
What are you staring at? Eat up. If you don't, someone else will eat it.
Xiao reminded him, puzzled. Kai Chang was still lost in her own thoughts, so this phrase was automatically translated as, eat up.
If you don't, you'll end up getting eaten.
Kai Chang suddenly came to her senses, and began to frantically devour the corpse of the beast in front of her, fearing that she might be the next one to be eaten. Watching Kai Chang eat so quickly, Xiao nodded in satisfaction and exclaimed, "Look at how starved the child is, I'm truly a great person." Then, Xiao waved to the waiting Hu Wuming, saying, "Come here, Hu Wuming, let me take a look at your injuries. I've recently learned a couple of new techniques that can help heal wounds."
"Alright, boss."
The nameless tiger was unaware that it was being treated as a test subject and excitedly walked forward, shaking its head.
Healing infusion.
Since the innate skill states that one's spiritual power has healing properties, it should be enough to infuse that spiritual power into another person. Fumbling with the magic energy within his body, Xiao gripped the top of Hu Wuming's head with one claw, forcefully injecting his power into it.
Ah!
Suddenly, a heart-wrenching roar erupted from the mouth of Hu Wuming, sweat pouring down like rain, his jaw trembling incessantly, as if he were going through a life-or-death ordeal.
Why does it sound so tragic?
Xiao noticed that the wound on the unnamed tiger was indeed healing at a visibly rapid pace. He let out a sigh of relief and continued to infuse it with spiritual energy.
The Devour Evolve system didn't deceive me, this innate skill really can heal. However, the healing process looks quite painful. It was the right decision to let someone else try it first.
The infusion has concluded, and all of the wounds on Hu Wuming have completely healed, while Xiao has also used some of their spiritual power for treatment. However, as the one being healed, Hu Wuming's eyes lost their sparkle, lying on the ground motionless with an expression of having been utterly defeated.
"You all got hurt too, come over here, and I'll help you heal."
Xiao waved his paw at the wolf pack. Learned from the lesson of the nameless tiger, the injured members of the wolf pack looked at each other, but none dared to step forward for treatment. With ears pinned back, they quickly shook their heads in rejection.
"How can you refuse treatment?"
Xiao wouldn't allow them to refuse and went straight to work. Suddenly, terrible and sorrowful cries echoed by the lake, causing listeners to weep and feel heartbroken.
Chapter 25, Innate Skill Fusion, S-Level Innate Skill.
After treating all his subordinates' injuries, Xiao suddenly remembered he had yet to name the head wolf.
Once they are all in the same camp, they ought to have a name.
Calling the head wolf forward, Xiao pondered with his paws crossed, then spoke up. "Since you are a blood-forged wolf, from now on you shall be called Blood-Forged." Zhao's naming skill was not very good, so he simply referred to it by its species.
"Thank you for the name, King."
"You guys go ahead and eat these corpses, it will help you improve your strength." Xiao pointed at a mountain of corpses and said to Blood-Forged.
Blood-Forged responded happily, swallowing hard. It was extremely sensitive to blood aura and couldn't resist the blood stench all around.
The wolf pack began to voraciously consume from the mountain of corpses. As for Goldie and the nameless tiger, they didn't need Xiao to tell them they knew that the corpses scattered about were left for them and had already begun to feast heartily. It seems they would have to hunt hard for their food these past few days. Meanwhile, here with their boss, they had mountains of corpses to eat from, allowing them to gorge themselves. Goldie and the nameless tiger felt life couldn't be any better. Not only are they loyal to Xiao now, but even if Xiao tried to drive them away, they wouldn't want to leave. After eating, Xiao dismissed the wolf pack, instructing them to hunt for him, specifically targeting creatures of Tier 2 Transcendent stage and above. He also specifically warned them not to kill their prey outright, but to leave them half alive for Xiao to finish off and accumulate evolution points EP. After this grand feast, the ranks of the wolf pack members rose significantly, their strength becoming even greater, with one even breaking into Tier 2 Transcendent stage at the first rank. It wouldn't be a problem for them to hunt creatures of Tier 2 Transcendent stage. The wolf pack's strength was among the top in the breezy mountain zone, with hardly any opponents. Meanwhile, Blood-Forged successfully reached Tier 2 Transcendent stage at the third rank. Goldie, the nameless tiger, and Kai Chang each also leveled up, reaching Tier 2 Transcendent stage 5, 4, and 4 respectively, their auras becoming more ferocious. After reaching Tier 2 Transcendent stage, the required mana awakening increased significantly, making it much harder to level up like before. "You all can move freely for now, keep an eye on the situation in the breezy mountain zone, and report any anomalies or the movements of human armies to me at any time," Xiao instructed Goldie, the nameless tiger, and Kai Chang.
"Understood, boss."
After three beasts agreed, they left together. Xiao did not restrain them, allowing them to move freely, serving as Zhao's eyes. The significance of gathering followers is here, with subordinates helping him scout the situation. Xiao only needs to focus on killing to grow stronger.
The task of gathering intelligence was left to Goldie and the others.
If in the future he has more powerful beasts under his command, Xiao even considered forming a force to create a human exclusion zone, turning the breezy mountain zone into a place no human could tread.
He might even extend his reach to farther places.
Of course, such plans were based on his own formidable strength. Without power, one could only dream.
I must seize the time to grow.
After the second blood rain, the average strength of the beasts in the breezy mountain zone grew. Increasingly stronger creatures of Tier 2 Transcendent stage could now confront helicopters, which have frequently crashed while trying to scout the area. If it weren't for the rampant insect tribe in the city, the army would have probably already charged into the breezy mountain zone for a comprehensive cleanup, even deploying missiles or nuclear weapons. Thinking about it this way, he might even have to thank the insects in the city for delaying the human advance, allowing the Azure City army to waste time fighting them.
Xiao can see clearly using the 1,000-mile innate skill that Azure City is currently experiencing a plague of insects.
Many people from Azure City have died in this insect plague, with countless casualties, resulting in a significant population decrease. It is a very serious disaster. For Breezy Mountain Zone, hundreds of kilometers away, the plague of insects is the primary issue that the people of Azure City must resolve first, making Breezy Mountain Zone a lower priority. This place is truly a remote and primordial deep mountain where few have ever set foot. Many areas have never been visited by anyone, and even drones and helicopters find it difficult to fully understand the situation in Breezy Mountain Zone. What Xiao needs to do is to elevate his realm to a point where he no longer fears human firearms, rendering them akin to scrap metal. Only 160,000 evolution points EP are needed to break through to the next realm. Let the slaughter continue. Zhao's gaze shifted to the unknown lake behind him, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He threw himself into the depths of the lake. The lake's surface suddenly surged with thick blood.
Ding!
Kill Tier 1 Mortal Stage 8 Tier Grass Carp, evolution points AP plus 851.
Ding!
Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 1 Black Scaled Fish, evolution points AP plus 1368.
Ding!
Defeated Tier 1 Mortal Stage Level 7 Small Lobster, evolution points AP plus 793. Kill prompts resonated endlessly in Zhao's ears, and the numbers representing evolution points EP kept fluctuating, accumulating steadily. This time, Xiao planned to keep slaughtering until he amassed enough evolution points EP to break through to the next realm. Xiao twisted his serpentine body, fully transforming into a deathly reaper. He didn't discriminate. Any creature that appeared before him was doomed. The lake water was dyed blood red, a shocking sight. The intense smell of blood surged into Zhao's nostrils, further igniting his ferocity. Lightning flickered throughout the lake, and when his spiritual power was exhausted, Xiao simply resorted to clawing and biting. After all, the creatures in the lake were no match for him. Whether or not he used lightning element attacks, they all were eliminated in an instant. During Zhao's slaughter, he also devoured quite a few innate skills.
Skill, Endless Devour activating. Ding!
Congratulations, host, for devouring a grade innate skill, tenfold constitution amplification.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for devouring a grade innate skill, tenfold speed amplification.
Ding!
B grade innate skill tenfold strength amplification, B grade innate skill tenfold constitution amplification, B grade innate skill tenfold speed amplification have merged into S grade innate skill ultimate enhancement. Ultimate enhancement S grade, your strength, constitution, and speed are respectively increased 15-fold based on their base attributes.
Innate skill fusion.
An S grade innate skill has emerged.
Upon hearing the Devour Evolve system prompt, Xiao felt immense excitement.
His first S-grade innate skill turned out to be born from the fusion of innate skills. He originally had a tenfold strength amplification, and after devouring tenfold constitution amplification and tenfold speed amplification, these three innate skills fused into S-grade innate skill ultimate enhancement. The description of the innate skill is short and simple, yet its effects are incredibly powerful. It directly elevated Zhao's physical capabilities to 15 times what they were, an extraordinary increase. Are all S-grade innate skills this powerful? Feeling the surge of power within his body, Xiao could not help but exclaim.
Chapter 26, Combat Power Soars, Luminous Stones Appear. Getting an S-grade innate skill is quite a gain.
With this S-grade innate skill, Zhao's combat power instantly increased several times. With a 15-fold constitution increase, even if missiles were aimed at Xiao, he wouldn't be afraid. And the 15-fold speed increase brings Zhao's current speed incredibly close to the speed of sound. Just the waves he created while darting through the lake knocked some fish out, and in just a few minutes, he crossed an entire lake.
Wow! This speed is incredible.
If I reach S-grade, then the innate skill will undergo a qualitative change. This S-grade innate skill is much stronger than a grade innate skills. Evolution points EP are almost sufficient. It's time to level up.
Devour Evolve System, level up.
Noticing that the evolution points EP had accumulated enough, Xiao also stopped his killing spree, eagerly putting his evolution points EP into leveling up.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for reaching Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Level 8. The next tier, Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Level 9, requires 45,000 evolution points EP.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have advanced to Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Level 9. To reach the next tier, Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Level 10, you need 54,000 evolution points EP.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have advanced to Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Level 10. To reach the next tier, Tier 4 Supernatural Stage Level 1, you need 100,000 evolution points EP. In one breath, he advanced 3 tiers, and now Xiao is at Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Level 10, just one step away from breaking through to the next realm. However, this step requires 100,000 evolution points EP. After advancing 3 tiers, Xiao has grown a lot larger, reaching 50 meters. His entire body is incredibly stout, about 3 meters in diameter, nearly as tall as 2 people. Even his claws reach 2 meters in length, like a giant sickle, cutting through iron as if it were mud, resembling a massive creature that could leave deep trenches in the ground just by walking.
King!
As you requested, we've brought back the half-dead prey. Before long, the wolf pack also arrived at the lakeshore with their prey, calling out to Xiao. Several wolves worked together to drag a Tier 2 Transcendent stage beast, while Blood Refining was also carrying a giant bear, even larger than itself. The giant bear was covered in wounds, its breath weak, struggling seemed too much for it, and it was being forcibly dragged behind by Blood Refining with a vine.
Oh? Back so soon? Your efficiency is quite impressive, good job.
After leveling up, Zhao's hearing had also become very sharp. Even underwater, he could hear Blood Refining's calls clearly.
Xiao splashed a massive amount of water, exposing his entire body above the surface.
The 50-meter-long giant beast made a significant stir with every movement. A majestic voice echoed as Xiao saw them return and praised them a few times. Blood Refining lowered its head, feeling deeply shocked. Just a few hours apart, the king had grown so much.
Don't kill me. I'll tell you a secret. A big secret. Let me go.
The giant bear being dragged on the ground saw Xiao appear and felt even more desperate. It couldn't escape, so it decided to make one last struggle, trying to flee. It seemed that Xiao was the leader of the pack, so the giant bear spoke directly to Xiao.
A secret? What kind of secret? Xiao was intrigued. A secret that can enhance your strength.
If you let me go, I'll tell you, said the giant bear. That depends on whether the secret is worth trading your life for, Xiao stated slowly.
You have to tell me first before I can decide whether to let you go. What if you break your promise?
No, you should let me go first, and then I'll tell you.
The giant bear shook its head firmly. Oh, then go die. Making deals with him? Isn't that asking for death?
Xiao raised his paw, ready to crush the giant bear in one blow.
The giant bear instantly broke into a cold sweat, trembling. Stop. Stop.
I'll tell you.
Speak.
Zhao's paw hovered in mid-air, ready to strike at any moment, waiting for the bear's next words. About 80 kilometers to the west, there is a cave where a miraculous stone has appeared. Eating it can directly increase your power, the giant bear said quickly.
Spirit stone?
Xiao exclaimed, surprised.
Xiao recalled the spirit stones from mystical novels, a type of stone that contains mana awakening. Spirit stone?
So that's what they're called, the giant bear murmured. A glint flashed in Zhao's eyes as he turned to look toward the west. It's a pity that the trees are too dense, and the spirit stones seem to be in a cave, making them impossible to see with the naked eye. However, Xiao did see many strange beasts seemingly heading that way, and a lot of them were engaged in battle. This news could possibly be true. Xiao raised his claws, but ultimately did not strike.
You can go. This news is worth a life in exchange.
Upon hearing this, the blood refinement gang bear bit through the vines on its body.
The bear was overjoyed and quickly broke free. Well, then I'm leaving, okay? If there's any more news like this in the future, report it to me anytime. I have rewards.
Okay, sure. The bear agreed, but inside it was secretly complaining. If there were such good things, I would have kept them to myself long ago.
If you hadn't forced me, I definitely wouldn't have shared it. What about you? Do you have any secrets?
Xiao looked over the strange beasts on the ground that were gasping for breath and asked with a wide open mouth.
My wife laid 10 eggs, a big rooster shouted, raising its head. Shut up. That's not counted.
Xiao directly slapped down with a claw, turning it into meat paste.
Ding.
Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 1 Great Young Chicken, Evolution Points AP plus 1258.
In the end, Xiao still did not extract any useful information, but he did collect a wave of evolution points EP. So it's in the western direction, is it?
Xiao turned his head towards the west, feeling restless. He needed evolution points EP and could also obtain them by absorbing mana awakening. It was perfect because he had been here for several days and wanted to stretch his legs a bit. Blood refinement, call some wolves to notify Goldie, Hu Woming, and Kai Chang. The rest of the wolves, follow me. We're going to claim those spirit stones for ourselves.
Okay, King. Blood refinement quickly replied and called a few wolves to shout for Goldie.
After saying this, Xiao opened up full power and sped off towards the west. At a speed close to the speed of sound, the wolf pack simply couldn't keep up with Zhao's pace. Xiao didn't care about them and rampaged through the woods, knocking down several trees. Such a loud commotion attracted several drones following closely above Xiao. Xiao opened his massive mouth and casually released a thunderous breath, shooting them all down. Whether or not he would be exposed under these drones, Xiao no longer cared. He couldn't stay hidden forever. Given his current physical condition, taking a few missiles wasn't a problem.
Chapter 27, the one with the highest evolution level. At this time, inside a building in Azure City.
Two staff members sighed simultaneously at the black screens of the surveillance monitors.
Another one was destroyed. How many is this now?
It's probably the 53rd. The situation in the Breezy Mountain Zone is not looking good. Don't just talk about the Breezy Mountain Zone, everywhere in the country is like this now. The beasts seem mutated, mastering all sorts of strange skills. After the second blood rain, the strange beasts became stronger and more aggressive, with an incredibly high desire to attack. The helicopters sent out yesterday were almost completely wiped out, with only 3 pilots escaping. The two staff members discussed the situation in the Breezy Mountain Zone, their brows furrowed with worry. Since yesterday's incident, the Breezy Mountain Zone was completely categorized as a red alert zone, meaning it is extremely high risk. Aside from military personnel, any exploratory activities are forbidden. And this is just the early stage of mana awakening, yet over a dozen regions across the country have already been labeled as red alert zones, most of which are deep mountains, plateaus, ocean areas, and other seldom visited places. There are also about 30 remaining regions categorized as yellow alert zones, meaning they are of ordinary danger, with some risk but not high. At this point, a loud beeping noise suddenly emitted from the devices in front of the two staff members.
What is going on? That giant python has appeared.
One staff member hurriedly zoomed in on the monitoring screen. The video showed a colossal creature that was 50 meters long, crackling with electric energy. Its rapid movement made it so that the drone could only catch a blurred shadow, but from this elongated silhouette, it could still be identified as a giant python-like beast. Suddenly, it seemed the giant python noticed the drone. Its vertical pupils widened in anger as it glared at the drone. Then, a flash of blue lightning dashed by, and the view from the drone's camera instantly turned black screen. Undoubtedly, that drone was destroyed. The two staff members exchanged stunned glances, both seeing disbelief reflected in each other's eyes. "What does it eat to grow this big?" one staff member exclaimed, somewhat incredulous.
"This must be the highest evolved one in the country."
One staff member stared at the screen, somewhat dazed, murmuring to himself, "It has grown this much again. I must report this to the higher-ups immediately." The other staff member, in a flurry of activity, grabbed the intercom and reported everything he saw to his superiors. Before long, in the Azure City military base, an emergency meeting was convened. On one side of a round conference table was footage of Shao destroying the drones. Top leaders gathered around the circular table, some in military uniforms and others in white lab coats, clearly having been hastily pulled from their work to attend the meeting.
After watching the recording, the meeting room fell into silence, a prolonged silence. "Old Go, what do you think the rank of this exotic beast has reached?" A high-ranking officer from the Chun faction broke the silence first and asked an elderly man in a white lab coat. Everyone's gaze seemed to focus on Old Go, as everyone was eager to know the answer to that question. The researcher known as Old Go adjusted his reading glasses, squinted for a moment, and after a brief silence, finally began to answer. "I don't know.
Currently, the highest rank recorded for humans is Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 7, that person from the Dragon Country.
As for what realm exists above Tier 2 Transcendent Stage, sorry, we have no samples, and our research institute cannot derive that.
However, it is evident that that giant python has surpassed Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 7 and has reached a higher realm. Based on the analysis from the National Records of Exotic Beast Reports, this is probably the highest ranking one, if we exclude the possibility of them having an innate skill that increases their size."
An innate skill that increases size.
Several leaders in the meeting room exchanged glances. How did they not think of that?
After the Mana Awakening, various strange innate skills emerged.
If there really is an innate skill that can increase size, then the birth of such a giant beast is entirely possible.
If that were the case, it would be great.
From the video, it seems that this giant python not only has an innate skill for size but also one for speed. Even if there is an innate skill that increases size, it is still quite incredible. A sparrow cannot fly out of a gold phoenix nest. Something must have happened at Breezy Mountain Zone that we are unaware of, causing the Mana Awakening concentration to be particularly high, which allowed such a giant beast to be born. Relying solely on drones for monitoring is too limited. I think we need to send more troops to investigate the Breezy Mountain Zone. Let's have those high-level innate skill ability users we recruited lead the team. They also need some experience fighting exotic beasts.
Are you stupid?
These ability users are the result of our hard work to nurture them. It takes 10,000 people to produce one A-level innate skill user, and it's not even guaranteed that they would be combat-oriented.
If we just send them to the front lines and they die, what will we do? They are all talents. An officer from the Mana Awakening Bureau slammed his hands on the table, clearly agitated, immediately retorting.
Those high-level innate skill ability users are potential seeds for the future, with great potential, and will be the main force in opposing exotic beasts. How could he bear to send them into unknown deep mountains to be used as cannon fodder?
By the way, how is the situation with the insect disaster in the city?
Just as the two officers were about to argue, an elderly man with white hair, who is also at the helm of power in Azure City, the head of the Chen faction, suddenly spoke up. As the head of the Chen faction spoke, the two officers who were about to argue sat down and calmed down somewhat. The insects are gradually collapsing. Most of them in the urban area have retreated to the suburbs and surrounding towns.
Soon we will be able to completely expel them.
An officer in charge of the insect disaster replied. This insect disaster has really caused severe losses, and even if we expel these insects, hundreds of thousands of people will have lost their lives forever.
Good, that means we now have spare manpower, right?
The head of the Chen faction was energized. Amidst the many grim news, this was obviously a piece of good news.
Yes.
Then let's have the army gradually enter the Breezy Mountain Zone. Once we have mapped out the Breezy Mountain Zone, we'll then send in the ability users. At critical moments, we can launch missile strikes. We must ensure to crush these exotic beasts in the mountains.
The head of the Chen faction slammed the table, finalizing the subsequent action plan.
Chapter 28, Killing Refreshingly, Spiritual Stone Veins. Before reaching the location of the spiritual stones, Shao already felt a surging mana awakening pulling him towards the place of the spiritual stones.
It seems that place not only has spiritual stones but also a large amount of mana awakening overflowing. Is this a tidal explosion of mana awakening?
The closer he got to that location, the stronger this feeling became. Along the way, there were large numbers of exotic beasts rushing towards the location of the spiritual stones, occasionally emitting terrifying roars, their eyes turning red as they lost their senses.
Even Zhao's mind was affected, and an uncontrollable desire made him want to kill all competitors vying for the earthly mana awakening. Roar!
The beasts lost their reason and dared to provoke Shao.
Get lost!
Shao gathered lightning in his mouth and unleashed it toward the beasts rushing at him, instantly causing a bloodbath.
Ding! Defeated Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 2 Nightmarish Bull, Evolution Points AP plus 2561. Ding!
Kill Tier 1 Mortal Stage 9 Tier Goat, Evolution Points AP plus 903.
Ding!
Kill Tier 1 Mortal Stage 9 Tier Siberian Tiger, Evolution Points AP plus 980.
Another wave of evolution points EP added to his account. Awesome! This is indeed a great place to farm evolution points EP.
Even if I don't get any spiritual stones, just killing the monsters nearby can yield a wealth of evolution points EP. It's not easy to find such a densely populated area of beasts, so Shao didn't want to miss this great opportunity. As Shao walked and battled, he carved a bloody path, leaving a trail of corpses behind him. The scent of blood attracted even more monsters, which flocked to this area seeking opportunities. Just picking up the bodies on the outskirts could yield a lot of mana awakening. Each time Shao killed a wave of monsters, those waiting behind would rush to collect the fallen corpses, and over time, many monsters gathered behind Shao. Shao paid them no mind, allowing them to pick up the scraps, knowing he could kill again on the way back. Soon, a cave appeared before Shao, with large amounts of mana awakening manifesting as a light blue gust of wind bursting out of the cave.
This is it.
A herd of wild buffalo was stationed at the entrance of the cave, forming a dominating circle to block the entry. There were about 30 buffalo, each measuring 5 meters in size, with sharp horns glinting menacingly from their heads. Members of the buffalo herd took turns going in to retrieve spirit stones, while the remaining members blocked the cave entrance, preventing other beasts from entering. Having occupied this spot for a while, each buffalo in the herd had broken through to Tier 2 Transcendent stage, displaying remarkable strength, evidently having benefited from the mana awakening tide.
Get lost! This is our territory.
One buffalo noticed Shao, let out a bellow, and glared at Shao, asserting its claim over the cave.
Your territory?
Shao chuckled coldly, summoning a torrential rain and unleashing the realm of thunder. He was determined to show them whose territory it really was. In an instant, the weather changed, dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed.
Yes. We were here first. Don't think that just because you're bigger, we're afraid of you. Let's all go together. No matter how strong he is, he can't defeat so many of us. Charge! Everyone, let's take down this dragon.
With this magical cave, our buffalo clan will surely reach the peak and must not let this dragon take it from us. Faced with such a massive creature over 50 meters long, the buffalo herd felt the pressure, prompting them to unanimously decide to besiege Shao first. The buffalo stomped the ground with their front hooves, snorting white mist, preparing to charge.
And just then, boom! Thunder descended.
As the storm brewed, accompanied by rolling thunder, several bolts of lightning suddenly struck down, hitting the loudest buffalo. Before they could even scream, they turned into charred corpses, exuding a tempting aroma.
Instant kill. Thud.
The nearby buffalo couldn't help but swallow hard, frozen in place. This sudden lightning strike stunned all the buffalo. It was so powerful, killing in a single blow. In an instant, their blustering ceased, and the herd was as quiet as a chicken. In the next moment, Shao was swinging his body, reaching the buffalo herd at nearly the speed of sound.
You don't need to bother coming over to die. I can handle this myself. Zhao's speed was so fast that the buffalo couldn't even react. He slashed with his claw, electrified with lightning, directly tearing apart one buffalo.
Then, his massive tail followed suit, sweeping a group of buffalo up into the air several meters high, and when they fell, they splattered blood and were gravely injured. Then, he opened his huge mouth, lunging forward to bite down on one buffalo, tossing it skyward and swallowing it within his gaping maw. Seeing how ferocious Shao was, the remaining buffalo herd immediately scattered in panic. No matter how important the spirit stones were, their lives were more important. Survival came first.
Don't kill us! Don't kill us! Can't this place belong to you?
One buffalo, larger than the others and clearly the leader, begged Shao for mercy. Shao took notice of it and reached for it.
Death!
A sharp claw pierced through the buffalo leader's abdomen, and the current coursing through the claw scrambled inside, charring its insides.
Within seconds, it lost its breath. Ding!
Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 3 Great Horned Bull, Evolution Points AP plus 3680. These bison are all at Tier 2 Transcendent Stage, yielding an abundance of evolution points AP. Shao is having an absolute blast hunting them down. How could he possibly stop?
Awesome! Roar!
Blood is splattered on Zhao's claws and mouth, his eyes filled with a savage rage. He feels immense satisfaction in his heart as he throws his head back and releases a long, majestic dragon roar. A few minutes later, dozens of bison corpses lay scattered on the ground. Shao did not let a single one escape under his incredible speed. These bison had no chance and were completely annihilated.
40,000 evolution points EP. That was exhilarating.
I even devoured an innate skill. Feign Death Grade A. When you receive a lethal attack, you will not die immediately, retaining a breath, and enter a state of suspended animation. It turns out it's still a great innate skill, preventing immediate death from a fatal strike.
This is a life-saving innate skill. I wonder from which creature I absorbed it.
Theoretically, with this life-saving innate skill, one shouldn't die so easily. It's likely that he was knocked into a feigned death state by Shao and then finally finished off with a bite. A clearing suddenly appeared before the cave entrance, with no living creature except Shao in sight. Shao continuously unleashed the domain of wild thunder, reducing any creature that dared to enter it into charred remains. After amplifying his physique by 15 times, Shao could also maintain the wild thunder domain for a longer duration, so he simply left it open at the cave entrance. As the mana awakening wind rushed towards him, Shao burrowed into the cave. The cave was enormous, even a colossal creature like Shao could fit inside. Inside the cave, there were a few surviving bison, and Shao dealt with them one by one. Soon, Shao found the source of the mana awakening wind. A transparent, serpent-like spirit stone vein appeared before Shao, completely capturing his attention, with his pupils fixed. Mana awakening continually flowed out of the cracked spiritual stone veins, accumulating gradually, ultimately forming a massive gust of wind rushing toward the cave entrance. Shao slashed at the spirit stone vein with his claws, producing a metallic sound as a transparent spirit stone fell into his paw.
Chapter 29, Absorbing Spirit Stones. Military personnel arrive. So many spirit stones. I can indulge myself.
Grade 1 Spirit Stone, a stone containing mana awakening, with low purity of mana awakening. Feeling the mana awakening surging in his claws, Shao did not hesitate. He tossed the spirit stone into his mouth and started chewing and swallowing. The mana awakening contained in the spirit stone erupted within Zhao's body, which greedily absorbed it all.
Ding! Absorb mana awakening, evolution points AP plus 658.
Zhao's eyes lit up. This tiny spirit stone actually contained over 600 evolution points EP.
This is an entire vein of spirit stones. Imagine how many evolution points EP there would be if I absorbed them all.
What a great place!
Shao felt immense joy inside.
Even while staying here, his body was passively absorbing the mana awakening that was leaking out. Before long, he would be able to break through to Tier 4 supernatural stage and evolve again. Gazing at the serpent-like spirit stone vein, Zhao's eyes glinted as he summoned the raging lightning elements in his mouth and unleashed a stream of lightning breath towards the spirit stone vein. The spirit stone vein was instantly blasted apart, scattering small spirit stone fragments all around.
A more overwhelming wave of mana awakening surged forth. Any ordinary beast standing here would likely be swept away by the gale. Ding! Absorbed mana awakening, evolution points AP plus 93.
The body bathed in mana awakening, passively absorbing its energy, with notifications from the Devour Evolve system popping up one after another, reappearing every so often.
King.
At that moment, a greeting came from behind. The wolf pack had also arrived at this cave, their eyes gleaming as they curiously surveyed the transparent spirit stone vein, clearly sensing the unusual mana awakening in this area. They crossed through the thunderous realm, which posed no threat to them, and smoothly arrived deep within the cave.
King, what is this? Why is the mana awakening so rich here?
Blood Refinement couldn't help but ask, as it was the first time they'd seen a place with such a high concentration of mana awakening. Xiao did not turn around but explained while slicing the spirit stone with his claws.
This is a spirit stone vein, containing a vast resource of mana awakening.
If you see such a place in the future, notify me immediately.
Have Goldie and the others arrived?
Not yet, my king.
I've already sent someone to inform them they should arrive shortly. Very well, this is an opportunity to enhance our team's strength. Xiao turned around, his claws covered in cut spirit stones, and as he tipped his claws, the stones fell to the ground with a clattering sound. The wolf pack's gaze followed the trajectory of the falling spirit stones. Captivated, these stones had a significant allure for them.
Eat up.
Make sure to seize this opportunity, Xiao said softly. Blood Refinement instantly felt invigorated, looking at Xiao with gratitude. If it weren't for Xiao, it would have been very difficult for them to secure a share from the numerous beasts, and even if they managed to obtain spirit stones, the losses would be heavy, with many wolves getting injured.
Now, they could obtain mana awakening resources without expending any effort or losing a single wolf.
Thank you, my king.
Blood Refinement sincerely expressed thanks, feeling increasingly convinced that following Xiao was the right choice. Meanwhile, somewhere in the breezy mountain zone, armed helicopters, armored vehicles, and a large number of troops were divided into small teams, with each team consisting of about 100 people, sitting in several armored vehicles. Their task this time was to act as the vanguard, assessing the situation in the breezy mountain zone, not only the evolution level of the alien beasts but also unexplored phenomena of the world. It would be even better if they could clean out a safe base, making it easier for the following troops to enter for exploration. At this moment, the highest-ranking officer of this operation, Chen Hao, was sitting inside an armored vehicle. After the mana awakening, there was a massive reshuffle in the military leadership, and innate skill became the decisive factor for obtaining high positions. However, as an officer, Chen Hao only possessed a D-level innate skill, and Azure City was still firmly controlled by the Chen faction, allowing him to hold this position merely because of his surname. His backing was the entire Chen faction. Yet, even he harbored many concerns with low innate skill. He was not prioritized by his family, being forced to join this vanguard team to pave the way for others, almost treated like cannon fodder, a discarded piece.
Sigh, why did it suddenly have to be a mana awakening?
Chen Hao sighed.
Still only Tier 5 awakened stage 1D level innate skill.
If it weren't for the mana awakening, he would definitely still be in the office sipping tea and reviewing documents, living leisurely, rather than watching beasts bare their fangs. Here he wouldn't have to come to such a dangerous front line. Suddenly, a sharp-looking woman beside him lifted her head from her computer, pushed the monitor towards Chen Hao, and said, "Chen Hao, take a look at this document, it has the latest news.
Spirit stones have appeared. New mana awakening phenomena.
A large number of spirit stone veins have been discovered in the White Stone Mountain Range." Chen Hao read the text on the document, his eyes widening. The woman continued, "According to expert analysis, spirit stones contain large amounts of mana awakening. Absorbing the mana awakening within can assist in cultivation, which means we humans now have a method to accelerate our training. And this is the second method to speed up cultivation after consuming beast meat, with efficiency many times higher than eating beast meat. Humans inherently absorb mana awakening less efficiently than animals and plants. They are no longer the protagonists of the world.
After the mana awakening, their levels have fallen too far behind. After the mana awakening, the first research topic at various research institutes was how to accelerate human cultivation speed.
However, at this early stage of mana awakening, it was extremely rare, with little mana awakening available for absorption except after 2 blood rains. After the first blood rain, the state specially established reservoirs to store the rain, but as long as the blood rain was not absorbed, it would gradually evaporate into the air and could not be stored. Researchers have found that eating the meat of beasts rich in mana awakening can also slightly absorb mana awakening, but this method is very inefficient. Human appetites are limited, and the mutated beasts are enormous. The mana awakening contained in the beast meat is quite scarce, so there's not much meat that can be consumed. The Breezy Mountain Zone, like the Whitestone Mountain Range, is a red alert zone. The spirit stones have been classified as a strategic resource. If the Breezy Mountain Zone could also discover spirit stone veins. Chang Hao murmured. They are the first batch of people to face the spirit stone veins and also the first to reap the benefits of the spirit stones. Once my rank is higher, I might be able to awaken a high-level innate skill at Tier 5 awakened stage. Then I won't have to be treated as the family's cannon fodder. Joining an ability squad and receiving the nation's strong support, from then on, I'll be a cut above the rest. Chen Hao suddenly felt that the future was bright. Being on the front lines also had its advantages. Thus, Chen Hao immediately picked up the intercom and issued an order. Attention all units. If you discover any news about spirit stone veins, inform me immediately. We must acquire it at all costs. This is a mission concerning the fate of our human race. Chapter 30, about to break through to Tier 4 Supernatural Stage Level 1. Goldie, Wu Ming, and Kai Chang also arrived at this spirit stone vein. Their eyes revealed wonder, sparkling as they gazed at the spirit stone vein, as if they were looking at a great treasure. The mana awakening here is abundant. I can't believe there are such magical places. With these magical stones, we can obtain mana awakening without having to battle other mutated beasts. You guys are here. Hurry up and consume these spiritual stones. Eat as much as you can. The sooner you get stronger, the longer you'll survive. Shao pointed at the spirit stone vein beside them and spoke to the three beasts. There are so many spiritual stones here, enough for so many beasts to share. Shao has other means to acquire evolution points EP, so this spirit stone vein, which appears to be a treasure to others, is just average to Shao. But it can indeed be an opportunity to enhance the strength of his subordinates. After all, he still plans to establish a human stronghold in the future. He can't personally handle everything. He needs to cultivate his subordinates soon. Okay, the three beasts replied. Without hesitation, the three beasts found spots to gnaw at the spirit stone vein, their auras slowly rising. If humans were to obtain spirit stones, they would typically hold them and slowly absorb the mana awakening within, never devouring them like the beasts do. It's just that swallowing them directly is much quicker, and the mutated beasts don't care for such formalities. After evolving, their stomach acids have also strengthened, making it easy to digest stones. Swallowing them directly ensures that no mana awakening in the spirit stones goes to waste. Ding! Absorbed mana awakening, evolution points AP plus 1253. Ding! Absorbed mana awakening, evolution points AP plus 863. While the military was advancing towards the Breezy Mountain Zone in search of spirit stone veins, little did they know that Shao and the others were happily gnawing at the spirit stone veins in the cave. Crack crack. With each bite, a notification for the Devour Evolve system pops up, and even just staying in the cave doing nothing, their bodies would automatically absorb the mana awakening that seeped out. With a continuous supply of mana awakening, Shao can keep the storm domain open at the entrance. A large number of aberrations linger at the fringes of the storm domain, feeling the allure of the mana awakening, staring wide-eyed, too afraid to step over the thunder pool. They all know what happens to aberrations that enter the storm domain. The corpses scattered within serve as a warning. Entering the storm domain leads only to death. As time passes, the threshold to break through to Tier 4 Supernatural stage is drawing near. And as the mana awakening gradually accumulates within him, Shao also has a faint premonition. Reaching Tier 4 Supernatural stage will mark a watershed moment in evolution. If he crosses this boundary, his strength will rise dramatically once again. But this barrier is not easily breached. Defying the heavens, he will have to undergo a trial from above. Shao lowered his head, feeling the restless mana awakening within him, eager to be unleashed, sensing something and muttering to himself. This breakthrough might create quite a stir. A vast amount of mana awakening was brewing within him, seemingly unable to be contained, gradually forming something akin to a spiritual vortex around him. One can imagine that once he breaks through to that level, the long accumulated mana awakening within him will be released in full, helping him survive the tribulations from above. By then, this cave may really collapse and cease to exist. The magnitude of the disturbance he is about to create is a clear indication that this advancement will not be simple.
Boom. Roar. Rat-tat-tat.
The sounds of gunfire intertwined with the roars of beasts, mixed with the crackling of machine gun fire, barely ceased.
Caw.
A piercing cry pierced through the air, as a giant eagle with a wingspan of 4 meters, bearing razor-sharp claws like steel, soared toward an armored vehicle, its eyes filled with the excitement of spotting prey. Its sharp claws aimed at the human soldier whose head was exposed outside the window. A massive shadow rushed in, moving at incredible speed, and instinctively, the soldier's finger pulled the trigger.
With each bullet that fired, the giant eagle let out a tragic cry before flapping its wings and soaring high into the sky again.
"Hey, are you okay?" As the giant eagle flew away, the companions inside the vehicle immediately shook the shoulder of the attacked soldier.
Bang! In response, a headless corpse fell back. The companion's face turned pale instantly. Commander Chen Hao, there are more and more aberrations.
A woman in military uniform, witnessing the headless body of the soldier in the neighboring armored vehicle, tapped rapidly on the keyboard, recording several pieces of information on her computer. Then, while silently retracting her head, she gritted her teeth and reported to another man in uniform. Chen Hao furrowed his brow, let out a low hum, and gazed into the dense forest, where mutated beasts emerged unexpectedly, a strong sense of unease rising within him. Their advance party might really end up as cannon fodder. At the edge of the breezy mountain zone, he might not have felt it, but as they entered deeper, the strength of the aberrations grew stronger, and their numbers surged. The breezy mountain zone had become markedly different from what he had seen before. Whether it was the towering trees reaching 50 to 60 meters or the beasts swollen to several times their original size, everything spoke of the danger in the red alert zone. They felt like little dwarves who had stumbled into a land of giants when the beasts lunged at them. The feeling of being prey was overwhelmingly oppressive. Chen Hao tightened his grip on the machine gun in his hands. Only the hot weapon offered him a sliver of security. But as a mere D-level innate skill holder, it was impossible for him to fight the aberrations with just his physical strength. Their group essentially had no high-level individuals. Those with advanced innate skills had long entered the mana awakening stage and were treated like treasures. Equipment to detect mana awakening had yet to be developed. Aimlessly searching in such a vast breezy mountain zone, how could they find the spiritual stone veins? Chang Hao felt a headache coming on. The goal of entering the breezy mountain zone to find spiritual stone veins had become a distant unknown. Maybe they should just turn back. After all, they were just the advance team. Investigating and detecting were the real tasks for this unit. Finding spiritual stone veins was merely an additional task he had temporarily added. Chang Hao thought to himself. Chang Hao, look quickly. What is that? Such a powerful mana awakening fluctuation. The woman's fingers, which had been typing on the keyboard, stopped, pointing outside with a look of disbelief. Chang Hao looked in the direction she pointed. The sky in the distance had changed at some point. A vast, gigantic dark cloud covered the entire sky. Winding lightning flashed across the heavens but did not strike down, as if accumulating strength, brewing a deadly intent. Meanwhile, beneath a mountain, fierce winds stirred as a storm composed of vast amounts of mana awakening surged, suddenly expanding to heights of over 100 meters, almost competing with the thunderous tribulation brewing in the sky. Roar! A high-pitched dragon roar echoed from afar. Chapter 31, Ascension in Progress. After consuming a considerable amount of spirit stones, I finally gathered the 100,000 evolution points EP needed for the next level. The swirling spiritual energy around me was roaring, intensifying, lifting the debris from the ground into the air. Blood Refinement, Goldie, Tiger Nameless, and Color Robe were all startled by the commotion created by Xiao and stopped eating, looking at Xiao in confusion. Boss is radiating a powerful aura of spiritual energy. Goldie exclaimed. Is Boss about to ascend again? Tiger Nameless said enviously. As expected of a king. Blood Refinement showed no surprise. So terrifying. Color Robe thought Xiao was increasingly fearsome. We can't destroy this vein of spirit stones. I must ascend outside. Xiao glanced at the spirit stone vein that had not diminished much after being gnawed on, decisively walking toward the cave entrance. After exchanging glances, Blood Refinement, Goldie, Tiger Nameless, and Color Robe resolutely followed Xiao. Stepping outside the cave, Xiao said firmly, "Devour Evolve System, level up." Ding! Congratulations to the host for ascending to Tier 4 Supernatural Stage Level 1 to reach Tier 4 Supernatural Stage Level 2, 200,000 evolution points EP are required.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining an evolution opportunity. Would you like to start evolving immediately?
Yes. At this moment, the immense mana awakening that Xiao had been suppressing was thoroughly unleashed, whipping up fallen leaves and dust from the ground, and even broken branches soared into the sky, forming a tornado of spiritual energy hundreds of meters high. The furious lightning elements coursing through Xiao's body made his entire dragon form radiate with blue light. The sky was no longer peaceful. The violent realm of thunder was forcibly disrupted, and another wave of murderous electric power brewed in the dark clouds, flashing between them.
Bring it on!
Xiao gazed at the heavens, eyes unwavering. After all, he was a giant beast of lightning, and as long as he endured this thunder tribulation, the lightning element within him would evolve further. The troops already within the breezy mountain zone were all stunned, watching the changes happening in the distant sky.
Spiritual energy turned into a tangible storm tornado, something that had never occurred before. Not even nationwide had there been reports of such phenomena. With such a commotion, what exactly happened there? And that authoritative dragon roar that echoed across the entire mountain, could it be that legendary giant python? The accompanying record keepers pulled out their devices to capture the moment. Inside an armored vehicle, a menace excited shout echoed. "Let us go there!" Chang Hao excitedly patted the driver on the shoulder. "This is a celestial wonder. There might be spirit stone veins there. Attention all units. All members, move towards the center of the spiritual energy storm." Chang Hao grabbed the intercom to issue orders. The armored vehicles and armed helicopters adjusted their course, heading towards the same destination, gradually converging together. But there could be very dangerous beasts there. "You heard that roar, right?" The owner of that voice absolutely wanted to be weak. As soon as Chang Hao excitedly finished shouting, the woman beside him suddenly spoke. Upon hearing that roar, she felt a primal fear, as if she were being suppressed by ancient bloodlines, her body trembling unconsciously. "I know. It's just a beast. We've brought missiles this time. No matter how strong a beast, one shot will turn it to ashes," Chang Hao said dismissively. Even as the vanguard, they carried such powerful weapons. Although it was just one, it couldn't be used until the critical moment. In fact, compared to powerful individuals, he was more afraid of the relentless beasts consuming them. The woman gazed out of the car window at the transport vehicle carrying a massive creature, which was Chang Hao's confidence, yet she still felt a strange unease. Perhaps it was the woman's sixth sense. Looking at Chang Hao's disdainful expression, she felt their mission might not go as smoothly as he imagined. Boom! A bolt of thunder tribulation struck Zhao's scales, enveloping him in a blaze of lightning, blindingly white, completely blocking outside vision. It doesn't seem painful. Xiao opened his eyes after amplifying his physique by 15 times. The thunder tribulation was nothing to him. Controlling the mana awakening within, the mana awakening storm spread out, overwhelming forces causing the surrounding thunder tribulation to collapse. Immediately after, the dark clouds in the sky turned even darker and thicker, with murderous intent resurfacing. "It's definitely not so simple. There's a second one."
Xiao's gaze sharpened, looking at the brewing murderous intent in the sky. This second strike would be even stronger, mobilizing mana awakening to continue sustaining.
"Do you think the boss will make it through? The power of this lightning bolt is tremendous. It created a deep dark pit on the ground." Tiger Nameless looked at the silhouette obscured in lightning, with a hint of worry in his tone. "The boss is so strong, he will definitely endure,"
Goldie said to Xiao with full confidence, without hesitation.
"Look! There are human armies approaching in the distance,"
Kai Chang reminded, flying high in the sky with a clear view, making the situation below visible at a glance. It saw many massive steel beasts rushing towards them at this speed. They would arrive in no time.
"Humans! They're seeking death. Hu Woming roared angrily. Why are humans arriving at this time? The boss is in a critical moment, we cannot let them disturb him.
Upon hearing Kai Chang's words, Goldie's expression changed, and he said loudly, "They actually dare to enter the breezy mountain zone. The wolf pups are coming for a fight." Blood Refinement twitched his nostrils, sensing the presence of humans in the distance. Several exotic beasts were filled with fury, fearlessly howling towards the distant army. Not only Shao has benefited, but he is also about to advance. After just consuming the spirit stone vein, several exotic beasts had their strength increased, each rising 3 ranks, their auras intensifying as their sizes became even larger. Take Goldie, for instance, who has already reached nearly 30 meters long. With his rocky skin, the whole python seemed like a small mountain moving when it advanced. Hu Woming's injuries had completely healed, and he reached a length of 8 meters. With a single claw, even steel would be pierced. His tenfold speed boost from the innate skill made his movements so fast that they left after images, hard to catch. The wolf pack had also all advanced to Tier 2 Transcendent stage. Their fur color turned a blood-red hue, their glares fierce and bloodthirsty, clearly having all evolved into blood refinement wolves. Combined with their wild calls, they resembled a military force on par with humans. Chapter 32, The Rising Mushroom Cloud. Unknowingly, Cheng Hao and his group's team had gotten increasingly closer to the spirit stone vein. Yet the further they advanced, the more perilous the path became, with casualties continuously rising. They had already lost a small number of personnel just on the way to the rendezvous. There are too many exotic beasts. Not only were they attracted by the spirit energy storm, but the exotic beasts were too. Those who could approach the spirit stone vein were all somewhat powerful, and their intelligence had thus arisen. They had once been attacked by humans when they were weak, and the hatred made them attack the army. Goldie, Hu Woming, Kai Chang, and the wolf pack mixed in among these groups. Oh. In the dark woods, pairs of blood-red pupils lit up, looking at the armored vehicles with predatory eyes. Wolf howls. There are wolves nearby. Hearing these howls, the soldiers in the armored vehicle immediately felt their scalp tingle, gulped, and gripped their machine guns tightly. The wolf pack has them in their sights. They saw pairs of bloodthirsty pupils light up before their eyes. So close. The squad leader felt a chill down his back, shuddered, and immediately shouted loudly. Fire! Rat-tat-tat. Bullets flew out as if they were free, followed by the sound of bullets striking flesh. The scent of blood filled the air. Awooh! The wolf pack did not retreat. Those pairs of pupils became even more ferocious, and the scent of blood only provoked their ferocity. Blood refinement wolves are a bloodthirsty and warlike race. Moreover, injuries could even tap into their potential. Bloodthirsty class, highly bloodthirsty. Blood excites you. The more severely you are injured, the stronger your power, speed, and stamina become, with a maximum boost of 300%. As long as they are not dead, they grow braver the more they fight. Ah! With a scream, an armored vehicle was tipped over by a giant wolf nearly 5 meters long. Then, in the terrified eyes of the soldiers, its claws ripped a large hole in the armored vehicle's metal plating and yanked a soldier inside out. In an instant, the tide of battle turned. And this scene was unfolding all over the battlefield. An 8-meter tiger leaped into the air and vanished from everyone's sight. Only the bullets from the machine guns splattered against the ground, not one hitting its mark. A second later, with a booming sound, it reappeared on top of the armored vehicle. Claws nearly half a meter long shot out with a whoosh, striking the vehicle's roof with force, tearing a large hole in the armored car. The soldiers inside looked up to meet a pair of enchanting purple tiger eyes, radiating an evil light, which was the last scene he witnessed before his head vanished. In the sky, dozens of armed helicopters incessantly bombarded the ground, launching a dozen rockets that killed many exotic beasts. But while they focused on attacking the exotic beasts on the ground, they neglected the sky. Crackle! A bird's cry echoed, followed by a wave of heat that felt almost molten to those nearby. The pilot looked out the window and saw a creature strikingly similar to the legendary phoenix, with flames fiercely burning from its wings. No! Just as the pilot wanted to say something to warn his companion, the words turned into a scream as a fiery tornado storm rushed toward him at incredible speed. The fiercest was Goldie with its indestructible S-grade innate skill, no bullets could harm it. Thus, it didn't need to worry about the opponent's attacks, as its 30-meter-long serpent body crushed toward the enemy like a small mountain. Boom! Soil spikes erupted from the battlefield, directly piercing through an armored vehicle. Over here, Chen Hao, escorted by numerous troops, was in a great mood as he advanced toward the center of the spiritual storm.
It looks like there's a creature inside the eye of the storm.
Suddenly, a soldier with binoculars exclaimed.
Chen Hao snatched the binoculars from the soldier's hands. Indeed, there was a creature in the eye of the storm, but its entire body was covered in lightning, making it hard to see. From its shape, it appeared to be a giant python. It's undergoing tribulation.
The spiritual fluctuations are caused by it.
We absolutely must not let it succeed in its tribulation.
Putting down the binoculars, Chen Hao stated firmly.
Let's send it a big gift.
Chen Hao inputted the password and pressed the trigger on the launcher. Sensing a murderous intent locking onto him, the tribulation-going Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes sparkled as he lengthened his sight and saw the missile approaching him.
Humans!
You are seeking your own death. Xiao roared, making no attempt to dodge. He was unable to move during this critical moment of tribulation and could only endure the impact. The missile did pose a threat to him, but it wasn't too intense, falling within a range he could withstand.
If he completed his ascension, the missile would pose no threat whatsoever.
However, Xiao had already marked this group of troops in his mind.
Bang!
A loud explosion echoed throughout the breezy mountain zone, the surrounding mountains crumbling, debris flying, a mushroom cloud rising, leaving only a pockmarked surface.
Boss!
Several beasts turned to look in Zhao's direction, emitting heart-wrenching howls. They could only see thick smoke and sense the intense danger that had just flown over their heads. The power of that missile, they believed, was something they couldn't withstand.
Is the boss still alive? Did that giant beast die? A woman asked. It must be dead. That missile is equivalent to 1,000 tons of TNT explosion.
Chen Hao stated confidently.
Ha ha.
We're going to achieve great merit tonight. We've killed such a powerful beast.
This has to get me a promotion.
Exactly. We annihilated a beast that could potentially threaten Azure City. Even if we didn't find a spiritual stone vein, this trip won't be in vain. Seeing the missile hit the giant beast shrouded in lightning far away, several soldiers inside the armored vehicle were extremely excited. Just at that moment, after the deafening explosion, a roar echoed across breezy mountain zone. Roar! Anyone could tell that the owner of the voice was extremely furious. Upon hearing the roar, Chen Hao's expression changed dramatically. Not just him, everyone in the armored vehicles found it hard to believe.
Is he still alive?
That slap in the face came too fast.
Everyone felt it was surreal.
Indeed, there were beasts that had evolved to such an extent that they could withstand a missile without dying. This was undoubtedly a huge blow to morale. Chen Hao trembled as he raised the binoculars to look again. Unfortunately, all he could see was a sea of white smoke. And just when the human soldiers were in disbelief, a few beasts sighed in relief.
Great! I knew the boss was still alive. Those damned humans are so despicable. Let's go! Avenge the king!
Several beasts all turned their gaze toward the missile launch site.
Chapter 33, Riding the Clouds and Mist.
Tier 4 Supernatural Stage.
Boom! Boom! There are 3 thunder tribulations in total, each more powerful than the last.
And just after Xiao was bombed by the missile, the third thunder tribulation concluded.
Each thunder tribulation was refining his body.
After successfully passing through the 3 thunder tribulations, Xiao also absorbed a considerable amount of thunder element power stored in his scales, multiplying the elemental power he could wield. His entire body reached 60 meters in length, and the 2 horns extending back from his head also grew significantly. The scales contained high-pressure electricity, crackling with noise. On one of the horns atop his head, lightning coiled like a small snake, looking even more majestic. This evolution also granted him a new innate skill. Xiao raised his paw and waved. A massive thick white cloud descended from the sky, supporting Xiao. With the help of this cloud, Zhao's body soared into the sky, completely freeing itself from the constraints of the ground, able to fly freely in the sky. Riding the clouds in mist grade A, you can ride on clouds and fly in the high sky.
Mortal, prepare to face my wrath. Xiao roared, a dragon's roar echoing through the clouds, making all beasts submit. In the next moment, Xiao swung his body, rapidly turning into a black line dashing toward the distant battlefield.
Meanwhile, on Chang Hao's side, ever since that missile was launched, they encountered several unusually powerful beasts, causing Chang Hao to be in dire straits.
The unusual size and powerful elemental force of these beasts set them apart from the multitude of others.
"Protect the commander," a squad leader shouted.
How could there be so many powerful beasts in breezy mountain zone?
Chang Hao's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as dozens of armored vehicles surrounded him. However, the surrounding beasts were still gradually closing in, and even the repeatedly bombarding rockets could not stop their murderous intent.
He could strangely sense their overwhelming anger from this fierce assault.
"Look up at the sky!" Chang Hao, the woman beside him, suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the sky.
At that moment, a loud dragon's roar echoed, causing Chang Hao to tremble his jaw. Is that a dragon?
Chang Hao stared at the black line in the sky, his eyes nearly popping out in disbelief.
It seems the giant python has successfully transcended.
It has evolved, the woman said seriously.
Chang Hao, let's retreat.
It seems we have no other choice, Chang Hao swallowed hard, not arguing further with the woman. After all, they had utilized even their ultimate weapon, and the monster was still alive. Their troops could hardly do anything against this mutant beast.
I must report this matter to the clan. Retreat the entire army. Chang Hao picked up the radio, unwillingly giving the order.
They hadn't even found a trace of the spiritual stone vein this time, but discovering such a giant beast was still a gain, Chang Hao sighed. As the commander issued the order, the armored vehicles on the ground and the armed helicopters in the sky all turned direction.
Rude mortals! You think you can run after offending me?
At this moment, a voice that sounded majestic and thunderous echoed in the hearts of all the soldiers.
Their bodies instantly stiffened, their hearts shook. It was the giant beast flying in the sky that was speaking to them. Xiao raised a paw, and the weather changed dramatically.
Xiao rode on the clouds, accompanied by heavy rain, appearing amidst the rumbling thunder, his body flashing in and out of the swirling mist, adding an air of mystery as he looked down at everyone from above. Zhao's gaze was indifferent to him, the humans below were no stronger than ants.
Attack that beast in the sky with full force. Chang Hao jolted, shouting into the radio.
In an instant, dozens of rockets were launched simultaneously, trailing long flames as they flew toward the same target.
An ant shaking a tree.
Xiao opened his massive mouth, gathering electrical energy, and with a crackling sound, a laser beam made of lightning crossed a distance of 1,000 meters, sweeping horizontally.
Boom!
Wherever the laser passed, all the rockets exploded, bursting into brilliant fireworks before even getting close. After this evolution, his electrical breath had completely upgraded to a more powerful laser. Laser beam grade A, you can gather the lightning element in your mouth and continuously unleash a laser made of lightning elements.
Its destructive power is astonishing. Mana Awakening Era. This is the true power of Tier 4 Supernatural Stage.
Below Tier 4 Supernatural Stage, you are mere ants. Xiao sighed, then looked down at the people on the ground with a gaze that seemed to pierce through them.
So, little ants, are you ready to face your demise?
Chang Hao gritted his teeth and ordered, continue the attack.
Launch all the ammunition.
This time, the soldiers held nothing back, no longer considering a retreat, and in one breath, fired off all the remaining rockets, one after the other. The rockets, trailing long tails of fire, filled the sky like shooting stars.
Futile resistance, here comes the thunder.
Zhao's eyes sharpened as a bolt of lightning struck down with the force of a thunderclap, hitting the center of the team. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, several armored vehicles were blown apart, scattering into pieces. Then came the second and third bolts of lightning, followed by a dozen strikes in quick succession. When the lightning finally subsided, all that was left was devastation. No signs of life remained, the ground charred black with wisps of white smoke rising.
Boss!
Even the exotic beasts under Xiao were stunned by his method of attack, staring blankly at Xiao, who was hidden high above in the clouds.
You all did great.
Xiao glanced around. Aside from Goldie, each exotic beast bore numerous wounds, battered and bruised from battling with the human army, touching his heart.
It's all right, we are safe for now. Let me tend to your injuries.
Xiao reassured, then dispelled the clouds and descended to the ground, channeling healing energy into the bodies of the exotic beasts. Still rather roughly, the energy poured in, glowing green. The beasts gritted their teeth and silently endured.
Boss's healing technique is still as terrible as ever. Tiger Woming couldn't help but comment. When the healing ended, all wounds were healed, and the beasts looked rejuvenated, collapsing to the ground.
Gained innate skill after evolution. Laser beam grade A replaces lightning breath. Cloud riding grade A. Thunder storage grade A. Thunder storage grade A, your scales have gained the ability to store electrical power. You can accumulate external lightning energy in your body, converting it into usable energy. Note that storage cannot exceed your body's limit. Finally, here are the stats of the male protagonist.
It's a bit long. If you don't want to read it, just skip to the next chapter.
Race, Thunder Scale Cloud Dragon. Rank, Tier 4 Supernatural Stage Tier 10-2000000. Status, length of 60 meters, strength limit of 8,000 tons, speed of 1,100 kilometers per hour.
Innate skill, endless devour SSS level.
Other innate skills, passive, gluttony D rank, calmness A rank, swiftness D rank, iron scales B rank, copper fangs F rank, killing intent, perception E rank, paralytic toxin E rank, skill, mind control A rank, telepathy F rank, comprehensive enhancement D rank, lightning element affinity C rank, foresight B, thunderstorm domain A rank, rain summoning B rank, berserker rank, explosive resistance C rank, lightning enchantment B rank, underwater breathing F rank, water combat D rank, healing infusion B rank, ultimate
enhancement S rank, death-like state A rank, laser A rank, cloud riding A rank, thunder storage A rank.
Evolution points EP 19656.
Chapter 34, The Battle Ends, Devouring Innate Skill.
The dark clouds dispersed, revealing a full moon behind them. In the bright night sky, the moon shone brightly and the stars were sparse. The breezy mountain zone fell into a deathly silence. Having successfully repelled a wave of soldiers, the area near the Spirit Stone line, once filled with gunfire and roars, became utterly quiet. Xiao breathed heavily, his authoritative gaze sweeping across. The ground was littered with metal shards and corpses, from both strange beasts and humans. The strange beasts no longer fought or competed with each other, but instead lay on the ground quietly devouring the bodies, secretly profiting. In this battle, many beasts died in the breezy mountain zone, and Xiao didn't intend to continue the slaughter. He still needed to keep some beasts to block the humans, waiting for the chives to grow taller before harvesting. He couldn't exhaust the resources. Xiao roamed the battlefield, madly activating the innate skill to devour the corpses. Wherever he went, the surviving strange beasts showed terrified expressions and scattered in fear, afraid that they would be easily wiped out by Xiao's hand. That's right, now Xiao found it easier to kill these strange beasts than to kill chickens. They were just so easy to squash.
This evolution enhanced Xiao's elemental power, causing the elemental force within his body to rise geometrically.
All of his lightning element skills have been enhanced, their power incomparable to before, and due to the increased elemental reserves in his body, he could also release the lightning element innate skill for a longer duration. Just like his laser, he can unleash it at full power for half an hour continuously, and with the wild thunder domain, he can maintain full power for half a day. Xiao tentatively shot a laser at the ground, accompanied by a sizzling sound. Wherever the laser passed, the land turned charred black, forming a deep ravine. The massive dragon body walked across the ground, producing a thunderous roar, opening its huge maw to swallow the corpses of wild beasts.
Ding! Skill, Endless Devour activating. Ding! Congratulations on devouring an E-level innate skill, Basic Self-Healing. Basic Self-Healing E-level, your body's self-healing ability is slightly increased.
Another healing innate skill. The difference between this innate skill and healing infusion is that healing infusion requires the consumption of spiritual power, while this innate skill does not require any spiritual consumption. As long as there is time, the wounds can heal. This innate skill is only at E rank. I hope I can merge it with other innate skills in the future. Xiao realized that every innate skill is useful, even some lower level innate skills might merge to become powerful higher level innate skills. For instance, his tenfold strength boost merged with 2 other innate skills, directly elevating it from a B-level innate skill to an S-level innate skill, enhancing its effectiveness in all aspects.
Thus, Xiao doesn't mind having many innate skills. Who knows which ones suddenly merge into a high-level innate skill one day?
With plenty of corpses on the ground, Xiao quickly heard another notification from the Devour Evolve system, and his heart filled with joy.
I've devoured another innate skill. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for devouring a B-level innate skill, Enhancement Aura. Basic Enhancement Aura B-level grants a specified creature an Enhancement Aura, which can increase all abilities of the specified creature by 200%, lasting for 6 hours. Current number of auras that can exist simultaneously, 5, upgrade innate skill to enhance effect. The aura can only be assigned to creatures other than oneself. Seeing the effect of the innate skill, Xiao exclaimed. This innate skill actually has an aura effect, and it can only work on creatures other than oneself.
It's entirely a team buff. And this is just a basic innate skill. What would a high-level innate skill be like?
Once the number of auras that can exist simultaneously increases, this innate skill will be terrifying on the battlefield. He can now choose 5 individuals to use this innate skill. Therefore, Xiao decisively applied this innate skill to Goldie, Hu Woming, Xuelian, and Kai Chang.
There was still one vacant spot that Xiao couldn't find anyone to use. At the moment his innate skill activated, a red halo appeared on the heads of the 4 exotic beasts, indicating they were under the influence of the innate skill.
Boss, what innate skill is this? My strength just doubled in an instant.
The more spirit stones he. After watching the video, the head of the Chen faction felt his knees weaken.
Chapter 35 Tier 4 Supernatural Stage Squad. Jack report back.
A few days later, 4 uninvited guests arrived in Breezy Mountain Zone, 3 men and a woman, sitting in a small vehicle.
The car can't go up any further, let's get out here. The door opened, and a muscular man got out of the driver's seat. Then, 2 men and a woman subsequently exited from the back seat.
One wore glasses, another had a face full of pockmarks, and there was a rather attractive woman. They looked around for a moment, confirming that no one else was watching, before confidently moving forward into the forest.
Jack, are there really treasures in this big mountain?
The one speaking was a man with a sharp face and a pockmarked complexion.
Hearing the distant roars of wild beasts, he couldn't help but shrink his neck.
Look carefully, this mountain is full of treasures.
Do you know how much beast meat costs outside now? Whatever we bring back will be worth a fortune, a bunch of wealthy people will be clamoring for it.
Jack replied impatiently as he casually picked a fruit and showed it to Motzi.
Look at this fruit. Can you feel it? Even this fruit contains mana awakening.
Just this one could be sold for a great price outside.
Don't you think there are treasures everywhere? It really does seem that way. I actually feel quite attracted to this fruit.
Motzi snatched the fruit from Jack's hand, wiped it, and stuffed it into his pocket.
Motzi, that fruit is poisonous.
At that moment, a man with glasses and a checkered shirt couldn't help but speak up. His Tier 5 awakened stage innate skill is called Inside Eye, and a great innate skill that analyzes everything in front of him. For instance, in his eyes, this fruit is a fruit rich in mana awakening, but venomous.
Damn! That was close to killing me. That ghost tree is truly insidious. Motzi quickly threw away the fruit. Thank goodness you're here, Jiming, this trip is going to be much easier for us.
A fiery figure, a girl with flaxen hair, snapped her fingers, igniting a flame that burned the poisonous fruit on the ground. Her innate skill is Fire Control, Tier 5 awakened stage, a great offensive innate skill. As the saying goes, skill breeds boldness. Those who dare to enter the Breezy Mountain Zone, known as the Red Alert Area, certainly don't have low innate skills. Jack's innate skill is a Great Frenzy, and he has reached Tier 2 Transcendent stage 1st level, having broken through once, enhancing his physical condition considerably. They all belong to a Tier 4 supernatural stage team within the Mana Awakening Bureau. Having been idle for several days, under Jack's urging, a few of them came to Breezy Mountain Zone.
They hoped to take some local specialties to sell and make some money.
Originally, they were all ordinary people. After Mana Awakening, they developed high-level innate skills at Tier 5 Awakened stage, instantly being hailed as gems and joining a Tier 4 Supernatural stage team. Having previously lived as ordinary people, now that they have the ability, they want to leverage it to make a fortune and experience what it's like to live as the wealthy. In the era of Mana Awakening, the outside world has gone completely crazy. Anything related to Mana Awakening is a hot commodity, as there is no other way to grow stronger. The few precious spirit stones that are mined are all tightly controlled by the authorities, and ordinary people have no chance to touch them. This is why some wealthy civilians with not so high innate skills want to acquire spiritual materials through financial means. Just a few corpses of extraordinary beasts would be enough for them to splurge for a while. Not to mention the possibility of discovering other treasures or otherworldly phenomena in the mountains. The four of them worked well together and could easily take down ordinary extraordinary beasts, which is also why they dared to enter the breezy mountain zone. They have all reached Tier 2 Transcendent stage first level. Even among the Mana Awakening Bureau, they are of high rank. As long as they survive, they can start as officers in the future.
This is a rare opportunity. We must bring back a few beast heads and some good loot.
As a Tier 4 Supernatural stage being, it would be embarrassing to return empty-handed. Jack let out a hearty laugh, then his expression sharpened as if he noticed something. He shouted loudly, and the muscles in his body instantly swelled, bursting his clothes. Then, making a fist and swinging it forward with force, he knocked a lynx that tried to attack them several meters away.
Jack is awesome. Motzi gave a thumbs up.
The flaxen-haired girl is named Shushin. She snapped her fingers and thrust flames from her hand towards the lynx that was pouncing at them again. The lynx let out a heart-wrenching scream, its entire body ignited in blazing flames, quickly turning into aromatic roasted meat. Motzi's eyes lit up with joy as he laughed and ran over to the lynx's corpse. With a ripple of spatial waves, the lynx's body vanished in an instant. His innate skill is a great storage space. It allows him to store dead objects in an alternate space.
Ha ha!
What a great start! We already have a harvest so soon. This extraordinary beast was pretty weak, just Tier 1 mortal stage. It died immediately.
It's that we are too strong. We are all Tier 2 Transcendent stage. Our physical qualities have long surpassed those of ordinary people.
Just a few minutes after entering Breezy Mountain Zone, they hunted down a rare beast, and everyone excitedly started discussing it.
This big gift should delight the master, Jack silently thought to himself.
However, behind the three who were excitedly discussing, Jack wore a faintly cold smile that they couldn't see from their angle. These were all carefully selected individuals, not only possessing decent innate skills but also being above average in rank, elite among the Tier 4 Supernatural stage ranks. It's only right to bring a big gift when meeting the master, and he also had matters to report to the master. The beasts in this outer area have too low a rank. They're not challenging at all. Plus, the meat prices are low. Why don't we go deeper and see? Jack urged again. After walking a while in the outer area, without seeing the master's figure, not even the two beasts under the master's command, it seemed the master must be further in. Isn't that too dangerous? The bespectacled man expressed his concern. It's a rare occasion. We need to pull off something big. There won't be another chance like this. It's not easy for us to come out. Those officers are watching us closely. Jack continued firmly. You're right, ha ha ha. It's hard to come out this time. Who knows when the next opportunity will arise? We need to bring back more things. Motzi looked at the beast corpses stored in his alternate space, feeling ecstatic. This must be worth a lot, enough to last him for years. I also want to see if the red alert zone is really that dangerous. It seems like there's nothing if we just stay on the outskirts, Shu Xian chuckled. The other three agreed, and the bespectacled man had no choice but to side with the majority. After all, their group daring to sneak out of the camp showed they craved excitement, and they had some confidence in their abilities. Then let's be careful, said the bespectacled man helplessly. Chapter 36, Continuous Evolution. Strengthening Team Power. Devour Evolve System, Level Up. Shao silently recited in his heart. After days and nights of devouring the spiritual stone veins, he had accumulated enough evolution points EP required for leveling up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to Tier 4 Supernatural Stage Level 2. The next tier, Tier 4 Supernatural Stage Level 3,
requires 400,000 evolution points AP. Damn! Tier 4 Supernatural Stage Level 3 requires 400,000 evolution points AP. That's a double increase. When the heck am I going to save that up? Hearing the Devour Evolve system in his ear, Xiao exclaimed. It's a bit of a headache. The evolution points EP he needs for leveling up are increasing more and more. However, after leveling up, Xiao's aura became stronger, his size grew by 5 meters, reaching 65 meters, and his speed and strength slightly increased as well. In these past few days, Xiao and the beasts under his command have enjoyed a blissful life of eating and sleeping. They all set up their homes in this vast cave with spiritual stone veins, except for Kai Chang, who often went out without revealing where he was headed. Where are you going, Kai Chang? Goldie quickly asked. I'm not going anywhere. I have some matters to attend to, Kai Chang replied dismissively, not looking back as she soared into the sky. Boss, it seems that Kai Chang is hiding something from us. Goldie watched as Kai Chang hurriedly flew into the sky and suddenly remembered that when they first encountered Kai Chang, they had heard she was something. This was said by Kai Chang herself. Because the things I protect are nearby, I've come to help drive off the humans' helicopters. Hearing this, Xiao turned the dragon's head, activated the 1,000-mile eye, and tracked the fiery red figure flying in the sky, then suddenly realized. Understanding now. Don't mind it, Kai Shang hasn't betrayed us, let's just keep eating. Upon hearing Xiao say this, Goldie nodded and didn't ask what the secret was. Since the little friend didn't want to tell them and had no bad intentions towards them, it was best to respect the little friend and pretend not to know about it. After a while, a wave of spiritual power emanated from Goldie, and its aura became extremely unstable. It had already reached Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Rank 10, just a step away from entering Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage. As long as the evolution succeeds, it will be Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Rank 1. Feeling the overflowing spiritual power circulating through its body, Goldie shouted excitedly. Boss, I'm evolving. Good. You go ahead and evolve, we'll watch over you. Xiao released the aura of Tier 4 Supernatural Stage Rank 1 and activated the Thunderstorm domain at the cave entrance. Goldie was the first to advance to Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage. Xiao was not surprised. Goldie's rank was the highest after Xiao, so evolving first was reasonable. The rest of the strange beasts also turned. The entire python body had evidently grown much larger, around 40 meters long and 3 meters thick, resembling a colossal creature. The most noticeable change was the change in color. Its scales had taken on a texture like black iron. Moreover, the scales were covered with spikes over half a meter long, extending from the head all the way to the tail, and one could imagine the pain one would feel if they were to slap it and hit those spikes. Xiao immediately looked up at Goldie's head, where Goldie's current information panel was displayed. Inverse Armored Rock Python Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Rank 1 Innate Skill, Indestructible Body S Rank Telepathy F Rank Earth Spike C Rank Earthwall C Rank Rebounder Rank. Rebounder Rank, when receiving close contact attacks, you can reflect 50% of the enemy's attack back to them. Tier 5 Awakened Stage A Level Innate Skill, not bad. Xiao praised him. Clearly, Goldie was taking a defensive route, and the Rebound Innate Skill was indeed very suitable for Goldie. Anyone fighting close to Goldie would have to consider whether they could withstand that 50% rebound damage, unless they used ranged attacks. And given Goldie's impressive S-rank innate skill, it is very likely that Goldie would be unaffected, while the enemy realizes during their attacks that they are close to their demise. Brother Huang, you look even more formidable now. Tiger Nameless also walked around Goldie, marveling in wonder. Seeing Goldie's evolution completion, Tiger Nameless eagerly anticipated his own breakthrough later. He. It's just so. I'm far from comparing to the boss. Goldie humbly wagged his tail. With those words, Tiger Nameless was speechless. How can we compare to the boss? The boss is at Tier 4 Supernatural Stage, that's a whole level above us. Since Mana Awakening, Tiger Nameless had not seen any creature stronger than Xiao. True enough. Tiger brother, hurry up and evolve. I want to see what you'll look like after your evolution. Feeling the unstable magical fluctuation from Tiger Nameless, Goldie urged. Alright. I hope to get a stronger innate skill at Tier 5 Awakened Stage.
Tiger Nameless kept praying in his heart. This feeling was akin to superstitions humans had before drawing cards. If only he could have an S-rank innate skill at Tier 5 Awakened stage. He had long been envious of Goldie's S-rank innate skill.
Why didn't he have an S-rank innate skill?
Every time he broke through, he would definitely have an innate skill at Tier 5 Awakened stage, and if luck was on his side, he could also possibly have an S-rank innate skill.
I'm about to start.
Tiger Nameless roared mightily, his aura rising continuously, engulfed in a hazy white light. Watching Tiger Nameless evolve, Xiao felt a sense of satisfaction. The strength of the beast under him was growing stronger. Not long from now, blood refinement would likely reach Tier 3 Extraordinary stage. As for the guy Kai Shang, because he had been going out lately, his tier had dropped a bit, and he was now at the same tier as blood refinement. He would probably advance together with blood refinement later. However, Kai Shang also had an S-rank innate skill, and it was a bloodline type. This meant that as long as he broke through enough times, Kai Shang could one day successfully activate the bloodline within him, evolving into the legendary Firewind, significantly increasing his power with immense potential. Bloodline type innate skills. This innate skill was something even Xiao envied greatly.
Just think, if he could have the ancestral dragon innate skill, could he then evolve into a dragon this time instead of remaining a flood dragon? During this evolution, Xiao deeply felt the importance of the concentration of bloodline within.
The true dragon bloodline within him was still not strong enough, becoming that legendary species was not easy.
Maybe he needed to find more creatures with true dragon bloodline to devour in the future.
Perhaps due to also having dragon blood, Xiao was able to sense creatures with true dragon bloodline. Just like that golden carp earlier, which grew dragon whiskers, clearly possessing true dragon bloodline. If Xiao ate it, the true dragon bloodline within him would also strengthen. While most beasts in the current breezy mountain zone are still at Tier 1 mortal stage and Tier 2 transcendent stage, the beasts under him had already reached Tier 3 extraordinary stage. Even if he went out alone to mix around, he was clearly a dominating force in breezy mountain zone.
However, Goldie and Tiger Nameless had no thoughts of leaving Xiao to fight alone.
After all, they weren't stupid. A large part of their current situation relied on Xiao. Without him, they might have already perished under human attacks. Having such a big brother to protect them and hunting partners was obviously much than going solo. At that moment, blood refinement suddenly sniffed the air, his expression changing dramatically.
King!
I smell something stealing our spirit stones.
An animal was stealing the spirit stones.
Xiao was momentarily stunned. He had been continuously releasing an aura belonging to Tier 4 supernatural stage, and he couldn't believe there was a creature so audacious. Even after sensing his aura, it dared to approach the spirit stone vein.
Where?
Xiao asked, wanting to draw out the thief, especially since it was a crucial moment for Tiger Nameless Ascension, quite sensitive.
I don't know.
I just sent the wolf cubs to look, but that guy doesn't seem to be in the cave. Blood refinement shook his head.
Not in the cave? Is it underground?
Xiao had heard that some creatures were exceptionally good at burrowing, and that should be the type of creature in question. Thinking of this, Xiao also decided not to search but instead roared fiercely.
Come out! We've found you! The voice is loud and echoes in the cave.
A rustling noise caught Zhao's attention, and he felt a faint tremor in the surrounding soil.
Underground!
Xiao understood it was indeed a burrowing creature.
Don't kill me! I'm coming out now.
Accompanied by the rumbling sound of earth being disturbed, a creature about 3 meters in size, covered in armor, emerged in front of Xiao.
Xiao recognized it as a Pandalin.
Pandalin Tier 2 Transcendent Stage 5th Rank Innate Skill, Burrow C level, Rapid Digging C level, Heavy Armor B level.
Upon closer inspection, its rank was quite high, considered above average in the breezy mountain zone. However, it was stealing from their spirit stone mine. It's already at Tier 2 Transcendent Stage 5th rank. Boss, what should we do? Seeing the thief voluntarily reveal itself, the wolf pack surrounded the Pandalin.
Blood refinement stepped forward, biting the Pandalin, whose short legs flailed uselessly in the air to prevent it from digging and escaping.
Don't kill me. I can join you. I will work for you. Very obedient. A thief wants to join us?
Blood Refinement said angrily, applying pressure with its mouth, causing blood to splatter.
Ah! The pangolin cried out in pain and hurriedly said. You don't know, but there are many good things in the underground area fed by the spirit stone mine. I can dig them out to repay my debt, please don't kill me. Oh? Are you saying there are other spirit-related materials near the spirit stone mine? Xiao became interested. Yes. You may not know it living on the surface, but I have the burrow innate skill, allowing me to venture deep underground and help find them. The pangolin saw that Xiao was interested and quickly added, as Xiao was the largest and most powerful among them, clearly their leader. I'll temporarily believe you this time, I'll spare you, but if you try to escape, I will dig 3 feet deep to find you. Xiao waved his paw, signaling Blood Refinement to release the pangolin. Surely. The pangolin trembled from the murderous intent in Zhao's words, not doubting what he said. If I find something for you, you must not kill me. If you really have that ability, I might consider letting you join us. Xiao said aloud he didn't have a creature that could move through the underground. Goldie was an earth element creature but did not have the ability to burrow. Hearing Zhao's words, the pangolin's expression brightened. Just wait for my good news. The pangolin was thrown to the ground with a thud, expressed its gratitude a few times, and then began wildly digging with its meter-long claws. Before long, the pangolin had disappeared from everyone's view, having burrowed underground. Blood Refinement, can you track its trail? Xiao asked Blood Refinement, opening its large mouth wide. Blood Refinement approached, looking into the dark hole, licking the blood at the corner of its mouth, and a streak of blood color appeared in its vision, extending far away. The pangolin had just been injured by a bite, so it could track the pangolin's movements by its blood. I can, boss. Well done, Xiao praised, assuring that they had no need to fear the pangolin escaping. No matter where it ran, it would be tracked down by Blood Refinement. If the pangolin deceived them and truly intended to escape, they could still find it and kill it. Are there really spirit-related materials underground? Xiao stared at the dark hole, mumbling to himself, unable to conceive of anything other than stones and what might lie beneath. Having such a small interlude, at this moment, there was a commotion coming from where Tiger Nameless was, followed by a mighty tiger roar. Chapter 37, Storm Tiger, Unexpected Guest. After completing the evolution, Tiger Nameless let out an excited roar. Boss, I Tier 5 awakened stage S level innate skill. Ha! S rank innate skill, is it so readily available? Xiao was a bit surprised, not expecting Tiger Nameless to actually reach Tier 5 awakened stage with an S rank innate skill. He looked over and found that Tiger Nameless had completely transformed. It was about 10 meters long. Not only had it grown larger, but its stripes had also changed to an intermingling of blue and white, with gusts of blue wind swirling around each of its 4 paws. In this evolution, the wind elemental characteristics of Tiger Nameless were even more evident, easily identifiable as a wind elemental creature. Storm Tiger Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage 1st Rank Innate Skill, 10-fold Speed Boost. I told you, you can't beat me, and look at yourself, all beaten up. Goldie said helplessly. It hadn't even attacked the Nameless Tiger, it was all the Nameless Tiger's attacks that caused it to get hurt from the rebound. The Nameless Tiger looked even more frustrated, its earlier excitement from evolving completely dissipated. Xiao had also been watching their fight from a distance. Although the Nameless Tiger lost this match, it didn't mean it was weaker than Goldie. Both had their strengths. Goldie might have indomitable defense, but its speed, agility, and attack power were always its weaknesses, meaning Goldie just happened to counter a fighter like the Nameless Tiger where its speed advantage couldn't be fully utilized. However, if the Nameless Tiger wanted to run, Goldie wouldn't be able to stop it at all. Don't be sad, both of you have your strengths. Xiao comforted the gloomy Nameless Tiger. Haven't you always wanted to avenge your family? Your speed and strength are perfect for offense. That's true. Boss, now that you mention it, I feel like I can do it again. The Nameless Tiger perked up, full of spirit. At that moment, Kai Chang returned from outside, hurriedly landing on the ground, and before entering the cave, it shouted at the top of its lungs. Emergency! Boss, I saw 4 humans coming to the Breezy Mountain Zone. More people are coming Breezy Mountain Zone.
A few beasts surrounded them.
Kai Chang saw them hadn't spoken yet, suddenly froze, shocked by the changes in Goldie and the nameless tiger.
Goldie, nameless tiger, did you both evolve? Kai Chang asked uncertainly.
Yes. We just evolved, but what about you, Kai Chang? It seems like you're now weaker than us, you need to train harder.
Goldie nodded.
In fact, Kai Chang had indeed fallen behind them in ranking in recent days. Kai Chang forced a smile and shook its head. I have important things to look after, so I can't train continuously.
What is going on? Tell me more about it.
Xiao approached Kai Chang, very curious.
If humans were coming to clean up the breezy mountain zone beasts, sending just 4 people seemed rather few. Who are they underestimating? These 4 humans have a stronger aura than any humans we've seen before. They've all reached Tier 2 Transcendent stage. They could very well be elites among humans. By the way,
they weren't sitting in those iron beasts, they came up on foot.
Kai Chang panted. Flying in the air provided a great view, and on the way back, it saw 4 humans working together to hunt down beasts, and afterward, their direction was deep into the woods.
Although it didn't harbor any good feelings toward humans, there was no deep-seated hatred either, since it had previously received care from them. So it didn't strike decisively against the 4 humans but hurried back to seek Xiao's opinion.
Now it was at Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 8 and could take down a few early 2 Transcendent Stage humans.
Are you sure there's only 4 of them?
Xiao wanted to clarify. Kai Chang tilted its head, recalled for a moment, then said with determination, I count very well, there are just 4 of them.
Got it.
Xiao already had a plan in mind. This was a great opportunity. A good chance to cultivate puppets.
At Tier 2 Transcendent stage, they were evidently outstanding among humans, and their future achievements wouldn't be low, meaning they could access more things, perfect for using skill, mind control to place several pawns within the humans. That way, whenever something happens on the human side, he would know. Goldie, nameless tiger, you just evolved and must be eager to show off your new strengths. I'm assigning you a task.
What is the task? The nameless tiger asked excitedly. With their newfound power, it wanted to show off, having just been defeated by Goldie. Bring those 4 humans back alive. Remember, I want them alive. Xiao said loudly. No problem, boss. 4 Tier 2 Transcendent Stage humans, piece of cake.
Hu Wuming raised his head high, patting his chest, brimming with confidence. Now at Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage, he believes it's no issue to handle several Tier 2 Transcendent Stage humans.
With his current physical strength, even bullets can't harm him.
Upon reaching Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage, the physical strength of the beast increases significantly, making it completely unafraid of bullets, unless they are high-powered armor-piercing rounds that can penetrate steel. A 10-meter-long tiger, indeed a monstrous presence, ordinary bullets can't penetrate its solid muscles and get stuck in them instead.
Kai Shang, you take the 2 of them.
Seeing them so confident, Xiao also felt at ease. Considering their strength, this mission would be very easy.
Even if the mission requires capturing alive, which is a more challenging task. All right. You 2 come with me.
Kai Shang took a brief rest, flapping her wings to fly into the sky again. This time she intentionally flew lower so Hu Wuming and Goldie could keep up.
Chapter 38 Skill, Mind Control. Taking control of humans again.
Tier 2 Transcendent Stage psychics have abundant stamina. The 4 of them can kill several beasts together without feeling tired.
Bang! The strong smell of gunpowder wafted through the air. The glasses-wearing man pulled out his pistol and accurately shot the head of a lone wolf.
The lone wolf let out a terrible scream, but its Tier 2 Transcendent Stage physique prevented it from dying easily.
It howled and lunged again. This time, its target was the seemingly most fragile female in the crowd. Do you want to kill me? Shu Xian's gaze sharpened. In an instant, flames engulfed a 2-meter-sized lone wolf, which whined pitifully and collapsed.
So refreshing.
Ha ha ha. How many have we killed so far?
Shu Xian laughed heartily. Only in the wild could she release her fire elements without restraint. In the base, while fighting others, she had to hold back.
I don't know, but it should be quite a few. We can almost leave now, said the glasses-wearing man, observing the surroundings and sensing they had traveled far.
The surrounding trees had grown taller.
No hurry, we still have time.
Only 5 beasts, we can kill a few more to maximize our earnings in one go. Matsi stared at the beast corpses in his alternate space, his mouth curling into a smile. These beasts would give them plenty to splurge on. But he was still a long way from carefree for the rest of his life. After all, there were 4 of them to share.
Then let us keep killing.
The beasts deep inside are worth way more than those little ones on the outskirts.
Jack rolled up his sleeves, cracking his knuckles to reveal strong muscle definition.
After ascending to Tier 2 Transcendent stage, his height suddenly shot up to 2 meters, and with his muscular build, he looked like a little giant. Then he strode further into the depth.
Wait! I sense 2 strong auras heading our way.
The glasses-wearing man suddenly stopped, a bad premonition creeping in because of his innate skill, insight, making him more sensitive than others.
Long.
At that moment, the ground began to tremble. The glasses-wearing man jumped with all his might. After leaving the ground, a 2-meter-high earth spike suddenly emerged from the muddy ground. Looking back, he felt lingering fear. He had almost been crushed.
Enemy attack,
the glasses-wearing man shouted toward his companions. However, when he turned, he saw a massive 10-meter-long azure giant tiger pressing Shuxian firmly to the ground with one paw. Shuxian struggled desperately, but couldn't budge the tiger paw pressing down on her.
Come help me. Shuxian gritted her teeth and called for help, unleashing flames from her palm.
Hu Wuming gave her a disdainful glance, then lightly blew toward the incoming flames.
Just a breath.
The flames were blown away by the wind, completely dissipating.
How could this be? Shuxian was astonished, feeling it was unbelievable. With just a breath, it blew away her flames. How strong could this beast be?
Shuxian shivered involuntarily, her eyes filled with despair. This was likely the king of the beasts here. She might really meet her end here. Then, she felt a sharp pain in her head. Her vision darkened as she was knocked unconscious by the protruding claws.
It's your turn.
Hu Wuming glared hungrily at Matsi.
Tiger Lord, do not kill me. I can give you meat.
Matsi threw all the beast corpses from his alternate space in one go, pleading without stopping.
When one's life is on the line, all this meat becomes pointless. If you eat the meat, you won't eat me.
Matsi looked at Hu Wuming with hopeful eyes. However, Hu Wuming didn't even spare a glance at the corpses on the ground, simply stepping over them, manipulating the wind elements to stun Matsi's face.
Jack! Why are you just standing there? Save me!
Facing the charging giant python, the glasses-wearing man called out to Jack, but received no response, feeling despair surge within. After Hu Wuming and Goldie had knocked out 3 of them, Jack simply stood with his arms crossed, coldly watching the fight.
It's you!
Goldie recognized Jack. They had met him before and knew he was under Xiao's control.
It's me. Where is the master?
I have something to report. Jack nodded and directly asked Goldie and the others to take him to Xiao.
Are these people all brought by you?
Tiger Wuming asked cautiously.
In his mind, humans were cunning and cruel, so he didn't fully trust Jack.
I brought them, and this is a gift for the master. Take him to see the boss. He doesn't seem to be out of control yet, Goldie said.
Then come with us.
Tiger Wuming picked up the unconscious woman while Goldie carried the glasses-wearing man. Jack took a glance at them and threw the unconscious man on his shoulder. The 1 human and 3 beasts quickly returned to Xiao. They dumped the unconscious humans on the ground.
Master! Long time no see.
Jack knelt on one knee, staring fervently at Xiao.
These people are a gift I brought to the master.
Looking at the 3 unconscious people on the ground, innate skill is not bad, Xiao nodded and asked, not bad.
How's the situation over there? How far along are you?
After the Mana Awakening, led by 3 elite factions, the Mana Awakening Bureau was established to forcibly recruit those with innate skill, the minimum being B grade innate skill, and they are heavily nurtured to form Tier 4 supernatural stage teams. Currently, the top individual from Longwa has reached Tier 2 Transcendent stage level 10, and it's said he will break through soon. A Tier 4 supernatural stage squad and a Tier 2 Transcendent stage level 10. It seems they are taking the elite route, Xiao analyzed. Concentrating limited resources on those with strong innate skills is indeed the best approach at this early stage of the mana awakening, when mana awakening is scarce, and Xiao couldn't find fault with it.
There's even more important news, Master.
Jack continued, as he came to inform Xiao of this news.
As far as I know, the Research Institute is studying fusion beasts, aiming to cultivate a batch of exotic beasts to fight for humans based on genetic modification technology. And it seems they have already made significant breakthroughs. Fusion beasts and genetic modification. This is truly how humans operate. They want to conquer and alter nature with technology, haha.
Xiao scoffed. If he were still human, he would undoubtedly applaud this plan. Using exotic beasts to defeat exotic beasts, humans can just safely watch from the rear after all. It's all dogs biting dogs, no loss either way.
I understand now. If there is more important news in the future, continue to find opportunities to report back to me. How have you been over there?
Xiao continued to ask, noticing that the information above Jack's head had reached Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 1.
Reporting to the Master.
I am currently the deputy captain of a Tier 4 Supernatural Stage Squad. I don't know much yet, but if my level were a bit higher, I could know more details.
Deputy Captain, there are some spirit stones here. Take them to absorb and become an important figure soon.
Xiao pondered for a moment and then pointed to a nearby spirit stone vein.
Yes.
Jack responded, then picked up the spirit stone fragments on the ground, holding them in his hand to absorb, his aura slowly rising.
Do you recognize these spirit stones?
Xiao saw that Jack wasn't surprised and naturally picked up a piece of spirit stone to absorb. This indicates that humans have likely discovered the spirit stone veins, mastered the mining technology, and extracted spirit stones elsewhere. I recognize these are spirit stones, and there is a spirit stone vein here. At the Mana Awakening Bureau, I would receive a piece the size of a palm daily for cultivation, but I have never seen so many spirit stones before.
We primarily cultivate by eating the meat of exotic beasts rich in mana awakening. We eat 3 meals a day.
Xiao nodded. It seems that even for humans, spirit stones are quite rare. However, as the mana awakening gradually revives, spirit stone veins will become more numerous. Perhaps in the future, people will use spirit stones as currency for transactions, Xiao thought silently in his heart. Yet he held an entire spirit stone vein in his hand, providing him with endless resources. He needed to quickly bring the entire Breezy Mountain Zone under his control. Breezy Mountain Zone is very vast, and there are surely more spirit stone veins or other valuable resources he hasn't discovered. Xiao could foresee that spirit stones would be more valuable than gold in the Mana Awakening era, a hard currency, and he could start thinking of ways to gather more right now.
Next up are these people. Xiao stared at the 3 people in a coma, planning to control them all with skill, mind control innate skill, making them serve him like Jack. Chapter 39, Infiltrating the Human Realm.
As soon as a few humans woke up, they opened their eyes to see a circle of gigantic beasts staring menacingly at them, including a giant python, a massive tiger, a firebird, and a pack of wolves. Having never witnessed such a scene, they immediately felt their pupils shrink, their bodies tremble, sensing that their lives were in grave danger.
What is going on? How am I still alive?
Is this the lair of the alien beasts? The pockmarked man exclaimed in shock as he checked his body. The mana awakening here is abundant. It seems to be a spirit stone vein, the bespectacled man said while looking around, analyzing the situation. Boss, they have woken up, Goldie called out to Xiao. They saw a few giant beasts step aside, and then a colossal creature over 60 meters long slowly approached them. Upon seeing Xiao, the expressions of the few humans were filled with disbelief and extreme astonishment. Initially, they thought the strength of those giant beasts was terrifying, but now, witnessing this dragon-like creature before them radiating a faint aura made them feel as if they were being pricked by needles. Its power surpassed that of the giant beasts.
So big.
Shuxian could not help but exclaim as she tilted her head to gaze up at Xiao. They were smaller than just one of its claws. This was genuinely enormous, the largest creature she had ever seen.
Moreover, it gave her an incredibly dangerous feeling. Is this the dragon?
Looking at the flickering lightning around, the bespectacled man exclaimed. Zhao's reputation had already spread across Azure City.
Everyone in the inner circle knew about the dragon that successfully transcended its tribulation in the breezy mountain zone. The commotion caused by his evolution was significant even in Azure City. One could clearly see the peculiar phenomenon occurring in the breezy mountain zone. What exactly is this place? Why are there so many powerful alien beasts here?
The strength of these giant beasts must surpass that of the number one from the Dragon Kingdom.
The bespectacled man looked pale. As a member of a Tier 4 supernatural stage squad, he had once encountered the number one from the Dragon Kingdom. The aura he exuded was tremendously pressuring. And here, none of the giant beasts' auras fell short of that figure from the Dragon Kingdom. Among them, the sense of danger that Xiao brought him was the most intense. His instincts warned him that this dragon was something he absolutely should not provoke.
Dragon King, we did not mean to intrude upon your territory. Please spare us.
The bespectacled man pleaded with a hint of hope. Without responding to their pleas, Zhao's imposing vertical pupils remained fixed on them, overwhelming them with immense pressure.
Activating skill, mind control, Xiao slowly began to speak. From now on, you will no longer belong to the human camp. I am your only master to serve, and at any time and in any place, you must not take any actions detrimental to me.
The several humans felt a daze wash over them as Zhao's words embedded themselves in their minds like nails, revered as absolute truth.
Yes, Master,
they shouted in unison, kneeling on one knee like Jack, gazing at Xiao with fervent admiration.
You all go collect some spirit stones to absorb.
After controlling 3 humans, Xiao felt a bit fatigued, though not physically, rather mentally weary. His mental energy had been significantly drained, so he waved his claw to let them absorb spirit stones. The results of this manipulation were quite successful after all. Xiao was already at Tier 4 supernatural stage 2nd level, while these humans were only at Tier 2 transcendent stage 1st level, a difference of 2 major realms, solidly shifting their perception to view Xiao as their master.
Long.
A strong tremor resonated from below the surface, as a pangolin broke through the ground, holding a peculiar flower in its mouth.
I'm back. I didn't run away. Look what I brought back.
Chapter 40, Heavenly Materials and Earthly Treasures. Electromagnetic Spear.
It was a small blue flower, though it only resembled a flower. Its petals had a crystalline texture, like blue crystal. Jack, who was absorbing spirit stones nearby, noticed the commotion and exclaimed,
Master, this is the elemental flower, a type of heavenly treasure, 100 times rarer than spirit stones.
It is said to grow under extremely harsh conditions, and currently, only 7 have been discovered throughout the entire mana awakening realm. Heavenly treasure, this was Zhao's first discovery of such a thing, something even rarer than spirit stones.
What use does it have?
Xiao inquired, feeling that this elemental flower attracted him more than spirit stones and resonated well with him. Jack explained, each elemental flower possesses an attribute. It is said that consuming it provides a chance to gain a Tier 5 awakened stage corresponding elemental innate skill.
There is a chance after consuming Tier 5 awakened stage innate skill.
This effect is indeed quite powerful since currently, the only way to obtain a new innate skill at Tier 5 awakened stage is to raise one's tier, and usually, a good innate skill can give a substantial advantage over others of the same tier. Even individuals of the same tier would have vastly different battle powers due to the differences in their Tier 5 awakened stage innate skills. For instance, if Xiao absorbed dozens of innate skills through his skill, Endless Devour, his power would actually surpass that of an ordinary Tier 4 supernatural stage 2, but as of now, there is no creature that can match Xiao's level, making comparison impossible. Xiao held the elemental flower in his hand, and the Devour Evolve system introduction automatically appeared before him. Elemental Flower Lightning, a rare flower that grows only in lands rich in mana awakening, as it absorbs energy from nearby lightning tribulations, containing a massive amount of lightning element.
Upon refinement, there is a chance to comprehend a new lightning element innate skill. It actually has a lightning attribute. No wonder it feels so right for me.
After receiving it, Xiao swallowed it without hesitation, his body automatically refining it, and soon, the lightning element inside him surged, radiating light.
Ding!
Congratulations, the host has comprehended the A-class innate skill, Lightning Spear. Lightning Spear A-class, a single target attack that condenses the lightning element into a spear, automatically locking onto the target, with a maximum attack range of up to 3,000 kilometers, highly powerful. The attack range increases with the tier level. Indeed, having reached Tier 5 Awakened stage, he acquired a new innate skill, which is also a lightning element innate skill, making Xiao extremely delighted.
Seeing the innate skill introduction, Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. 3,000 kilometers? That attack range is absurd. Does it mean if I create a lightning spear on Breezy Mountain Zone, I can directly hit Azure City over there? And it even has automatic tracking capability, that's truly overpowered.
No wonder it's an A-class innate skill that can rival the domain of wild lightning. This means he now has a countermeasure against humans. The truth lies within the range, and in the range of the lightning spear, no one can escape Xiao's judgment. Finally, I won't have to passively wait for humans to come up the mountain to take a beating if they annoy me. I'll just throw a lightning spear at them. From then on, he became a beastly missile launcher. Just imagine those people huddled in what they think is a safe city, suddenly being struck down by a powerful lightning spear from above. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Getting such a practical innate skill made Xiao incredibly excited, and in a good mood, he said to the pangolin.
Not bad. I acknowledge you. My name is Xiao, you can call me boss. Submit to me and serve me, and you will receive my protection. Are you willing?
Seeing that he had gained Xiao's recognition, the pangolin felt a sense of unlimited potential. After all, this was a team that had taken control of an entire spirit stone mine. Resources would no longer be a concern. He quickly bowed twice with his front claws. Next, Xiao also got to know the three individuals he had just controlled using skill, mind control, learning about their respective Tier 5 Awakened stage innate skills. So from now on, you guys will be a team, serving me together, so cooperate well. Then Xiao generously provided them with some spirit stones from the dimensional space to help them develop better under the Mana Awakening Bureau, making these pawns more useful.
Then he waved his claws, sending them on their way.
Only a few exotic beasts remained in the cave, and seeing their massive bodies, which far surpassed contemporaries, Xiao felt even more pleased. Then he addressed Goldie, Tiger Nameless, Blood Refining, and Color Veil.
Next, we're going to officially start expanding our influence.
Goldie and Tiger Nameless, since you've both reached Tier 3 Extraordinary stage, you should go out and gain experience by subduing the strong members of your tribe. The rest who haven't reached Tier 3 Extraordinary stage, hurry up and train to that level. We just repelled a wave from the military, and they shouldn't come up the mountain again for a while.
As long as they don't encounter humans, they will be safe.
Yes. Goldie and Tiger Nameless responded in unison, then walked out of the cave without looking back, causing the ground to tremble slightly. At their current levels, they could walk freely in the Breezy Mountain Zone. Calling it training was really just letting them stomp on the weaker creatures. You guys too, as soon as you reach Tier 3 Extraordinary stage, go and gain experience.
Xiao said to the remaining exotic beasts. All right, boss. However, there are just too few strong ones in my tribe. Before Mana Awakening, I hardly ever saw any of my kind, and after Mana Awakening, I haven't seen a single one.
Kai Chang said with a hint of sadness in her eyes. The golden pheasant is a protected species, very rare in number. Before Mana Awakening, humans had specifically listed it as a protected animal, prohibiting hunting it. After Mana Awakening, they no longer cared as much.
You are of the Phoenix bloodline, destined to be the king of all birds in the future. Don't just limit yourself to the strong ones in your tribe. If you see powerful birds, capture them as well. Blood Refinement, you and the wolf pack should stay and guard the spirit stone mine. I would be delighted to, Your Majesty.
Blood Refinement bowed his head respectfully, as he always held Xiao in high regard.
Once the personnel were arranged, Xiao turned and walked towards the cave exit.
During this time, he had been using his far-seeing eye to scout the situation. Apart from himself, several other powerful factions were present in the Breezy Mountain Zone, possibly occupying great natural resources or spirit stone mines. They were worth his personal capture or elimination. As he reached the cave's entrance, a glimmer flashed in Zhao's eyes, and as per usual, he used his far-seeing eye to check the situation in Azure City. The insect disaster in the city seemed to be mostly resolved, with the remaining insects driven into surrounding towns, a dark mass of them.
Are they getting closer to the Breezy Mountain Zone?
Staring at the insect swarm, which resembled a natural disaster, Xiao murmured to himself.
Chapter 41, Surrounding Forces.
The entire army mobilized, using flamethrowers, incendiary bombs, and chemical weapons to clear the insects from the city. Only these could effectively strike against the insects. In the residential areas of the city, the army did not dare to use large-scale weapons for fear of harming their own people, so they could only rely on manpower to clear them, resulting in many casualties. After some time, the insects unable to remain in the city would migrate their habitats, and the nearest habitat would naturally be the breezy mountain zone. This could earn me a significant amount of evolution points EP. Xiao retracted his far-seeing eye, no longer paying too much attention. These insects posed no threat to him. If they dare to come, just kill them. Xiao waved his claw, calling down a white cloud from the sky. Riding the cloud, he soared to a height of 1,000 meters, surrounded by mist. The view from up here is still the best. With the addition of the far-seeing eye innate skill, it was simply an unobstructed view. After Mana Awakening, the beasts of Tier 5 Awakened stage gained intelligence and communication abilities. Under the pressure of survival, many chose to band together with their peers for cohabitation, making hunting and finding mates much easier. Some teamed up with their siblings, while others were social animals. Small groups normally had only tens of individuals. Larger groups comprised hundreds or even thousands, absorbing other communities, resulting in a particularly large membership. Several groups have developed quite significantly and can be considered major powers. According to recent scouting, apart from him, there are sizable factions in Breezy Mountain Zone, including monkey groups, wild boar packs, and a crocodile group in the river, each numbering over 100. Especially the crocodile group, which almost includes all the crocodiles in Breezy Mountain Zone, all residing in that river, naturally forming an alliance to hunt other creatures. As for whether there are other undiscovered groups, Xiao had no idea. Xiao flew in the sky at supersonic speed and quickly completed a tour of the Breezy Mountain Zone. The geography of Breezy Mountain Zone is excellent, surrounded by remote areas. To the north are snowy mountains and snowfields, to the west is a large basin leading to a desert, while only to the south and east are human cities, several of which have populations in the millions, with Azure City being the closest. In the future, the faction can expand from the northwest. While wandering, Xiao planned for the future in his mind. These remote areas are now the homes of the beasts, and besides the army, no one dares to come. Now, half a month has passed since Mana Awakening, and humans have not yet deployed nuclear weapons. It may be that no particularly powerful beasts have emerged that they feel the need for them. Nuclear weapons bring significant contamination, and these remote areas have both dangers and resources. What if a strike obliterates the resources? The resources used to cultivate Tier 4 supernatural stage teams largely come from the guarded zones. Every day, a large number of beasts are killed in the guarded zones, with their corpses transported back to cultivate Tier 4 individuals, and much research work also requires a large number of beasts. Natural treasures and spirit stone mines are not found in concrete jungles. Therefore, unless there are particularly harmful beasts, humans probably won't easily use nuclear weapons. The first to suffer would definitely be the sea beasts. After strolling around, Xiao decided to first tackle the crocodile group. There is no other reason, primarily because Xiao, as a dragon, loves rivers, and these crocodiles have occupied his desired territory. Chapter 42, Slaughter. You've run out of time. A river in Breezy Mountain Zone, where hundreds of crocodiles reside. Some are submerged with just their nostrils and eyes above the water, while others lazily lie on the riverbank. Crocodiles stretch for dozens of kilometers, completely monopolizing the river. After absorbing Mana Awakening, these crocodiles have experienced explosive growth, reaching over 4 meters in length, with some even hitting 6 meters. Half of them are Tier 1 Mortal Stage Level 10, while the other half successfully broke through to Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 1 or above. In the past half-month since Mana Awakening, the ranks of the beast have risen, with a significant increase in Tier 2 Transcendent Stage beasts. The lower Tier 1 Mortal Stage beasts have been driven out to the outskirts of Breezy Mountain Zone to survive. That area is relatively close to humans and quite dangerous, but there's no other choice. If they don't move, they'll be eaten and become a meal. The animal world is all about survival of the fittest. As if sensing something, a terrifying presence was approaching them. These crocodiles desperately tried to lift their heads to look at the sky, hissing and showing their unease in their eyes. Then a sonic boom erupted in the sky, and a black figure shot past at incredible speed, parting the clouds in its wake, creating a mist-like shockwave at its head as it hurtled towards the ground. Just before landing, the black figure came to a steady halt, appearing like a celestial beast dwelling in the heavens, its form shrouded in mist. Shao lowered his altitude, unleashing the aura of Tier 4 supernatural stage 2nd level with all his might, coming to a stop in front of the crocodiles amidst their astonished gazes, and then roared with authority. "Who is your leader? Come out to me." At the same time Shao released his aura, the group of crocodiles below involuntarily quaked, struggling to breathe under the pressure, completely overwhelmed by the power of this creature. Nearby, dozens of crocodiles glanced at one another, sensing that Shao was not to be trifled with. They dared not speak, fearing that any misstep could lead to their immediate demise. "Don't want to talk to me? Or do you look down on me?" Shao narrowed his eyes, scanning the area. A murderous intent flickered in his gaze as lightning crackled around him. The crocodiles lowered their heads, feeling as though a formidable predator was targeting them, leaving them without even a will to resist. "Wait. The leader isn't here. I'll go report to him right away." A small crocodile mustered its courage to negotiate with Shao, speaking with great difficulty. "Good. I'll give you 10 minutes. If your leader doesn't arrive within that time, I'll start the slaughter," Shao declared domineeringly, clearly impatient. He was quite fond of this river, and if he were to settle here in the future, there were simply too many crocodiles. He didn't like crowded places. Killing off some crocodiles suited his intentions perfectly. Upon hearing this, the small crocodile hurriedly moved its 4 legs, rushing down the river in a hurry to find the leader. "I am the leader." As 10 minutes approached, a massive crocodile, measuring 10 meters long, leisurely revealed its head above the water and stepped out from the river. The crocodile leader had reached Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 6, evolved once, and possessed an S-level innate skill at Tier 5 Awakened Stage, making it the highest-ranked and best-endowed crocodile. As a genius of its kind, it carried a sense of pride. Other beasts were abjectly respectful of it. They had never been threatened like this before, appearing only at the last moment to show its dissatisfaction. "Are you dissatisfied with me?" After appearing at the last critical moment, Shao's harsh glare made it clear, and he asked directly. "No. What do you want with me?" The crocodile leader kept its head down, not admitting its feelings. Upon seeing Shao, the crocodile leader truly felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from him. It felt like a small shrimp before this dragon, unable to cause even a ripple. Even if it was intentional, it wouldn't dare to admit it. Is this just playing with him? Since it disrespects him so openly, then it might as well be slaughtered. Zhao's expression remained indifferent, staring at the crocodile leader as though looking at a dead man, and said flatly, "So you had something to say, but now you don't? I always mean what I say. You've run out of time. I will start the slaughter now." "No way. I arrived within 10 minutes. The crocodile leader was horrified, filled with both anger and helplessness. "From the moment I arrived, you were already late. Prepare your final words." The crocodile leader looked around nervously, wanting to rally its kin for support. However, what it saw were the reproachful gazes from the crocodiles around, causing its mentality to collapse. It cried out in despair, feeling immense regret for its recklessness. "Lightning spear." Shao raised his hand, and the raging lightning elements around him converged into a 20-meter-long spear, floating ominously beside him. "Go!" With a sweep of his claw, the lightning spear shot down with a whistling sound towards the ground, aiming directly for the crocodile leader. Boom! A loud rumble echoed, mud splattered, lightning flashed blindingly, and a giant pit with a diameter of 50 meters appeared on the ground. The bottom of the pit was charred black, and the shadow of the crocodile leader could no longer be seen. It had been completely obliterated. Ding! Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 6 Armored Crocodile, Evolution Points AP plus 6,530. Although this was a single target attack, its power was immense, and standing too close, the surrounding crocodiles were also affected, spewing blood, heavily injured, and collapsing nearby, their breaths weak and faltering. What immense power! It turned to ash in a single blow. This was the first time Shao used the lightning spear, and he was equally shocked, astonished by its power. After using this lightning spear, Xiao felt that the reserve of lightning elements within his body had decreased slightly. However, the consumption was not particularly high, and he could use it continuously for another 10 shots. With this evolution, the amount of lightning elements within him had increased several times, allowing him to use more elemental innate skills.
The leader is dead. We're doomed.
This dragon is too powerful. Why is it so strong?
It's terrifying. More frightening than those two-legged beasts.
The crocodiles were also shocked. Their leader had been turned to ash in one blow, and they stood no chance against Xiao. Trembling with fear, they mournfully howled, pleading before Xiao.
Don't kill us. We'll elect a new leader.
Yes. Please spare us, Dragon King. This leader was too foolish. We will choose a new one. Just give us another chance. We realize our mistakes. Please give us another chance.
There won't be a next time.
Die. Zhao's gaze sharpened, and the weather suddenly changed. Dark clouds rolled in, thunder cracked, and torrential rain poured down. The crocodiles showed expressions of despair, cursing the crocodile leader in their hearts. It was all because of this foolish leader that they faced the extinction of their species. Xiao summoned the realm of wild thunder, striking through the river, and he personally engaged, grabbing a crocodile's head and crushing it in his hand, blood splattering everywhere, his eyes filled with brutal intensity, feeling an incredible thrill within.
I haven't had a spree like this in a long time. So satisfying.
Chapter 43, Watching the Tiger Fight from a Mountain, Tier 4 Supernatural Stage Level 3. After the annihilation of the frontline troops, the head of the Chen faction felt that things had exceeded his expectations. That a creature as powerful as this had appeared in the breezy mountain zone, which even missiles couldn't kill, and his army had instead been completely wiped out. Originally, he thought that no matter how much those creatures evolved, they couldn't withstand firearms. He had previously looked down on them, believing the beasts of the breezy mountain zone were insignificant. Now it seemed he was completely wrong. The head of the Chen faction let out a bitter laugh. If even missiles can't kill it, with our military reserves in Azure City, this creature is beyond our capacity to handle. He couldn't even imagine how many lives would be lost if this creature decided to attack Azure City, how great a cost would be needed to eliminate it, or if it could even be eliminated at all. The head of the Chen faction closed his eyes, feeling a heavy stone wedged in his heart, unable to eat or sleep. He exhaled deeply. This dragon must be immediately reported to the Mana Awakening Bureau headquarters. Such a powerful creature had never appeared nationwide and would definitely attract the attention of the Mana Awakening Bureau. Outside, there was a rhythmic knocking at the door.
Come in, the head of the Chen faction said, his thoughts interrupted.
A younger member of the Chen faction entered the office to report the situation, bowing respectfully. Head, the military wants to know when you'll be going up the mountain next. The head of the Chen faction sighed, tell them not to send any more troops up the mountain. I have already reported the incident to the Mana Awakening Bureau headquarters. We'll just wait for support.
The younger member had a strange look. How had the head become so timid? Was this still the same person he knew that loved to boast?
Probably frightened by that dragon, the younger member thought.
That dragon was indeed shocking. Even through the screen, one could feel the overwhelming pressure, utterly despairing.
The footage of the dragon slaughtering the army was already circulating within the family and the military, as well as among Tier 4 supernatural stage squads, many of whom were now unwilling to go to the breezy mountain zone, fearing encounters with that dragon. From the footage, going there was a death sentence. However, there was also a segment of people whose fighting spirit had surged, wanting to become dragon-slaying warriors. Some also held a sense of luck, thinking it wouldn't be that easy to encounter the dragon and believed they should continue sending helicopters to hunt the beasts in the breezy mountain zone. Let them hurry and drive the rampaging bugs into the breezy mountain zone. We will watch the tigers fight from the mountain and wear down the beasts of the breezy mountain zone while waiting for headquarters support, the head of the Chen faction said after some thought. Good. The younger member of the Chen faction's eyes brightened, feeling that this idea was indeed a good one. There are a lot of those bugs, and they are very powerful. The main issue is that there are simply too many of them. Their numbers are incalculable. It cost the lives of hundreds of thousands to drive them out of the city, and it's hard to say which is stronger, them or that dragon. It would be best if they could both suffer heavy losses, allowing them to come back and reap the benefits. The leader of the Chen faction also found this plan to be perfect. Prepare the missiles.
Once that dragon is severely weakened, we will launch a strike.
The leader of the Chen faction hesitated for a moment before issuing this order. The leader of the Chen faction has been quite focused on Xiao. There's no choice, their power is too outstanding, and being so close to Azure City relates directly to their own safety, so they can't afford to take it lightly. As for the second plan, reconciling with the Sea Dragon, the head of the Chen faction shook his head and said, "Don't think about it. The hatred between the beasts and humans has already been established, and trying to resolve it now is extremely difficult."
Ding!
Kill Tier 1 Mortal Stage Tier 10 Crocodile, Evolution Points AP plus 1002.
Ding!
Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 1 Green-Skinned Crocodile, Evolution Points AP plus 1536.
Ding!
Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 2 Sharp-Toothed Giant Crocodile, Evolution Points AP plus 2369.
Ding!
Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 1 Savage Crocodile, Evolution Points AP plus 1673. The prompts from the Devour Evolve system kept ringing in Zhao's ears. He had heard so much that he was numb to it. He had killed too many, so he couldn't pay attention to listen carefully. Xiao continued his slaughter along the river, with crocodile corpses piled thickly on the riverbank. A good number had sunk to the bottom, contributing to the fish schools.
In no time, the river was stained blood red for dozens of kilometers.
The river kept flowing. Eventually, this blood would be washed into the great river and flow into the sea, and the river would return to its original appearance. There were hundreds of crocodiles in the group, and after a lengthy killing spree, Xiao wasn't sure if he had wiped them all out. There might have been a few that slipped away, but there was no longer a living crocodile seen on the riverbank or in the water. The master of this stretch of river had changed, becoming Zhao's territory.
Devour Evolve system, level up. Xiao stood on a mountain of crocodile corpses, checking his evolution points EP.
After catching his breath, he addressed the Devour Evolve system.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for advancing to Tier 4 Supernatural Stage 3. The next level, Tier 4 Supernatural Stage 4, requires 600,000 evolution points EP. TCH, the evolution points EP needed for leveling up has increased again, Xiao said, displeased. Fortunately, he had gained a lot this time, slaughtering an entire crocodile population and obtaining a full 70,000 evolution points EP. He still needed 300,000 evolution points EP for the next upgrade. After leveling up, Zhao's size has typically increased by 5 meters, reaching 70 meters in length, with increases in speed, strength, and constitution. His scales have become harder, and his claws sharper. Although after reaching Tier 4 Supernatural stage, the required evolution points EP are many, every level up corresponds with a better improvement in physical attributes. Covered in crocodile blood, Xiao felt a bit uncomfortable. He flew into the sky and then dove into the upper reaches of the river with a swoosh, seeking a clean spot to joyfully swim around and wash off the bloody scent. Moving in a wave-like motion, he swam quickly, breaking through the water flow, creating waves that splashed over 3 meters high, soaking the land. After cleaning himself up, Xiao burst out of the river, spraying water droplets everywhere. He then began devouring the crocodile corpses to see what innate skills he could absorb.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for absorbing the C-grade innate skill Night Battle. Night Battle C-grade, your constitution, strength, and speed increase by 30% in nighttime environments based on basic attributes. It is currently nighttime, and under the moonlight, Xiao indeed feels that his physical attributes have improved slightly compared to before. These low-level innate skills add up over time, providing him with a considerable boost.
Another innate skill that increases basic attribute bonuses. After so many innate skills, my attributes should far exceed those of similarly ranked beasts now. Last time, I took a human missile head-on without getting hurt. If I level up once or twice more, I might even be able to withstand nuclear weapons.
After checking this innate skill, Xiao acted again. There were still many corpses left to consume, so he continued to devour.
Chapter 44, True Dragon Bloodline, Ape Tribe. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the A-class innate skill, Teleportation. Teleportation A-class consumes spiritual energy to move quickly in a direction over a short distance. Teleport Good innate skill.
Xiao activated the innate skill, his body vanished in place, and then reappeared 1,000 meters away in just a fraction of a second.
The farthest distance is 1,000 meters.
Xiao looked at the changed scenery around him and was overjoyed. This innate skill doesn't consume much spiritual energy but can greatly increase my combat power. Moreover, with this innate skill, I can also avoid a lot of damage. Next time a missile is fired, Xiao just needs to teleport a few times in a row to exit the missile's attack range, eliminating the need to endure it. Some missiles are supersonic and are equipped with a tracking Devour evolve system, so dodging them isn't that easy, but with this innate skill, it's achievable. In battles against other beasts, he can use this innate skill to directly flank the enemy and launch a surprise attack from behind, catching them off guard, making it hard for them to predict his next move. What giants fear the most is, of course, a lack of agility. With their massive targets, they are treated like stationary targets and can be easily attacked, eventually getting worn down to nothing. Therefore, a giant that can teleport will have greatly increased destructive power. Xiao continued to devour, and at that moment he suddenly sensed a faint dragon energy within the body of a crocodile in front of him, which clearly also possessed a true dragon bloodline.
Can a crocodile really possess true dragon blood?
Xiao immediately ran over to examine the crocodile's corpse closely. He noticed that the crocodile had two small horns leaning backward on its head, with one branched and 5 centimeters long, recognizable as dragon horns.
Moreover, its scales had turned dark gold instead of the usual green like other crocodiles.
Additionally, its claws also had 5 digits, unlike other crocodiles which have only 4. From an external perspective, the concentration of true dragon blood within this crocodile is still quite significant. Its scales have changed, and even dragon horns have grown out. After analyzing, Xiao did not hesitate any longer and pulled up the crocodile's corpse, stuffing it whole into his mouth to chew and devour all its flesh and blood. For other crocodiles, he only took a bite, but for this one, he had to consume it all to maximize the absorption of its true dragon bloodline.
Skill, Endless Devour activating. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the S-Class innate skill, True Dragon Bloodline. Damn! It's a golden opportunity.
Zhao's eyes lit up, staring blankly at the prompt from the Devour Evolve system, extremely excited. I really acquired the S-Class innate skill.
And it's an innate skill that is very suitable for his bloodline type. After a moment, he snapped back to reality and quickly opened the introduction to the innate skill.
True Dragon Bloodline S-Class, you contain the True Dragon Bloodline within you, which can evolve into a True Dragon in the future, increasing all your abilities based on your basic attributes by 500%. The True Dragon Bloodline is domineering and powerful when activated. If you do not have another bloodline type innate skill to counter it, surrounding creatures will be radiated by your True Dragon Bloodline, influencing their future evolution direction. And just at the moment of absorbing this innate skill, Xiao felt the concentration of true dragon blood in his body rise by several levels, and these changes were also reflected in his appearance. The 2 backward-leaning dragon horns on Zhao's head split into 3 prongs, extending longer to about 5 meters. From the front, he looked just like the head of a dragon from Legends. His scales transformed from black to dark gold, adorned with intricate patterns that were ancient, mysterious, highly complex, and indestructible. Starting from the head, black mane began to grow along his back, waving in the wind while flying, extending to the tail, where a tuft of black fluff remained at the tip. Aside from having only 2 claws, his appearance was already very close to a dragon, as were his abilities. He could summon storms, ride clouds, breathe lightning, and possessed the power to change the weather and command lightning. With this innate skill, the next evolution will surely transform into a true dragon. Xiao was also incredibly excited about himself this time. The slaughter was truly rewarding. Simply acquiring this innate skill made all the time he spent devouring corpses worthwhile.
The innate skill, Endless Devour, truly deserves its SSS rank.
By the way, if other beasts also have SSS rank innate skills, can I also consume them?
Xiao felt there was a great possibility, because the skill, Endless Devour, did not limit the level of the innate skills that could be devoured. Even innate skills of the same level could be consumed.
Among the same tier, innate skills also vary in strength, so skill, Endless Devour must be among the strongest. While it doesn't aid in battle, it's a developmental skill. Having this innate skill at Tier 5 awakened stage early on could lead to unimaginable achievements in the future. A significant accumulation of innate skills means that it will definitely be stronger than other beasts of the same tier.
With my body reinforced again, I should be able to withstand nuclear weapons by now, right?
Looking at the intricate patterns on his scales, Xiao felt more confident in himself. However, the most terrifying aspect of a nuclear weapon isn't the extreme heat at the moment of detonation, but the subsequent nuclear radiation contamination, which would prevent plants from growing and result in the death of all animals within 100 miles, turning the area into a wasteland. Although the physical qualities of the beasts have significantly improved after mana awakening, most of them are unlikely to ignore nuclear pollution. Even if they don't die, it will still affect their physical potential and lower their evolution limit. Unless one possesses an innate skill capable of absorbing nuclear radiation and feeding on it, turning it into nourishment, similar to Godzilla in the movies. This time, I absorbed 3 innate skills: a rank S, a rank A, and a rank C innate skill. The gains were quite impressive. The crocodile tribe, one of the 3 major powers in the breezy mountain zone, was wiped out by Zhao's beast group. Honestly, if that crocodile leader had shown a bit of awareness, Zhao likely wouldn't have gone on such a killing spree. After all, it was a large tribe, and if the crocodile leader had been smarter, Xiao might have spared them. After all, his true enemy right now is humanity. After the slaughter, having also consumed so many crocodile corpses, Xiao felt a bit tired and his stomach was slightly distended. Once I finish digesting, I'll go look for other factions. If the next tribe refuses to submit to Xiao, he would have no choice but to tearfully indulge again. Next, let us head to the monkey group. Xiao gazed at a distant hill, dense with trees, where several monkeys were swinging between the branches. That hill was occupied by over 1,000 monkey-type beasts. Formed by an alliance of various species of monkeys, including gorillas, macaques, and golden monkeys, numbering over 1,000, they are omnivores, eating plants and occasionally banding together to hunt other animals. Moreover, the monkeys there are of a higher tier than the average in the breezy mountain zone. Reaching Tier 2 Transcendent stage, they likely control a vein of spirit stones. Chapter 45, the crocodile tribe is destroyed, and the monkey tribe falls into panic. Having not rested since controlling 3 humans, Xiao felt mentally fatigued and dove into the river, sinking to the riverbed to sleep. Just as Xiao fell asleep, a 3-meter-tall golden monkey beast stealthily descended from the trees in the distance, still shaken and patting its chest, trembling from fear. That terrified me, it was so scary. It had just been sent by the tribe leader to scout the situation of the crocodile tribe, and upon arriving, unexpectedly witnessed Xiao causing havoc. It hid in a nearby tree and saw the crocodile tribe transform from a thriving community into a ground full of corpses.
There are so many corpses here, should I eat some?
Staring at the remnants of the corpses left by Xiao by the riverbank, greed welled up inside.
However, thinking of Zhao's recent rampage, the golden monkey couldn't help but shiver. Forget it. That flood dragon is too terrifying. I'd better return quickly and report to the tribe leader. The golden monkey hesitated for a moment but ultimately didn't have the courage to approach the riverbank to eat the crocodile's corpses, turning to leave and swinging from one tree to another. He seemed to be staring at the location of our tribal territory. Could he be targeting us too? On the way back, the golden monkey suddenly recalled Zhao's gaze toward their hill, which sent chills down its spine. I should report to the tribe leader together. We need to prepare our people, the golden monkey thought. At this moment, on the hill where the monkey tribe resides, there was a 25-meter-long, 3-meter-wide crack from which mana awakening continually overflowed, creating a wind of mana awakening. Several tall ape-like beasts sat in front of a pile of spirit stones over a meter high, chatting while eating, while small monkeys occasionally brought them roasted beast meat. Several monkey beasts have higher intellect. Imitating human life, they not only eat cooked food, use tools, but also give themselves names and address each other by those names. The tribe leader of the monkeys is a 10-meter-tall male blackback gorilla, muscular and imposing, reaching Tier 2 Transcendent stage at level 7, the strongest gorilla. He named himself King Kong, feeling it suited him perfectly.
He spoke up, "That group of crocodiles is quite strong. Their leader seems to know we have a spirit stone vein and is eyeing us closely, posing a huge threat." A yellow-furred black-faced monkey named Blackface, at Tier 2 Transcendent stage level 6, spat out a bone and said, "There's no need to fear them if they make any moves, we'll strike first.
Our monkeys are at a higher tier and we outnumber them. Who knows who would win in a real fight?"
A blue-faced golden monkey named Jean Rouet, also a Tier 2 Transcendent stage level 6, added, "I've already sent my subordinates to scout the crocodile tribe's movements, they should be back soon." Sure enough, shortly after, a 3-meter-tall golden monkey hurried back, walking quickly with both hands raised, shouting, "Lords! Bad news! The crocodile tribe has been destroyed." Jean Rouet looked at the panting little golden monkey before him, puzzled, and said, "The crocodile tribe was destroyed, isn't that good news? Why say it's bad news? Was it those wild boars?" "No. It was killed by a flood dragon. It slaughtered the entire crocodile group with just one beast. I couldn't see through its realm at all, it was too terrifying," said the little golden-haired monkey with lingering fear. "Wait, flood dragon? Tell me about its characteristics in detail." Jean Gang frowned. Although he appeared calm in front of his subordinates, he felt a shiver down his spine. Could it be that one? The flood dragon that crossed tribulation earlier drove back the human army. Its strength is indeed formidable. If it's him, it's possible for one beast to annihilate an entire clan. The little golden-haired monkey recounted Zhao's characteristics and the entire process of him slaughtering the crocodile group in detail. "You mean the crocodile group was wiped out by a flood dragon more than 70 meters long, flying in the air, and able to summon thunder?" Hamion found it unbelievable. Did it actually slaughter the crocodile group? Did the crocodile group provoke it? Jean Rouet asked, wanting to find out the reason behind the crocodile group's annihilation by Zhao. The little golden-haired monkey thought for a moment and nodded. "I think so." He even exchanged a few words with the crocodile leader. If he had intended to slaughter them from the beginning, he wouldn't have talked to them so much. That should be the case. With the proud personality of the crocodile leader, it was definitely the crocodile that angered that flood dragon. Jean Rouet understood, realizing that the crocodiles provoked Zhao first, and it wasn't so frightening anymore, as they now had a direction to respond. "By the way, after he slaughtered the crocodile group, he gazed at our territory for quite a while, my lords. I suspect his next target is us," the little golden-haired monkey quickly added. "Does he know that we have a spirit stone mine?" Jean Gang's frown deepened, understanding the principle that an innocent person may suffer for having treasure. "Sigh, if he wants our spirit stone mine, let him have it, it's better than annihilation." Jean Rouet sighed, believing they couldn't deal with Zhao. "That's true, but don't be too discouraged. He may not even come." Hamion saw both of them in low spirits and tried to comfort them. "The crocodile group is dead, and will be next. It's a case of when the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold." Jean Gang was very pessimistic. After reaching Tier 5 awakened stage wisdom, he had read many human books and understood a lot. Humans say, "Don't strike a smiling face if we offer the spirit stones proactively, won't he spare us trouble?" Jean Rouet suddenly had an idea, thinking they should actively win Zhao's favor. "Yeah, it makes sense. Offering treasures proactively is much better than him coming to rob us. Plus, we could gain the favor of the flood dragon." Jean Gang also found this method feasible. "Wait, aren't you two being too pessimistic? That flood dragon might not even come." Hamion looked at them, feeling they were lacking ambition. "Thinking of surrendering before the enemy even arrives. With that flood dragon's strength, unifying the breezy mountain zone is just a matter of time. Even if it doesn't attack us, investing early won't be a loss." Jean Rouet said. "Let us follow Jean Rouet's suggestion. Get the stored spirit stones out, I will personally go negotiate with the flood dragon." Jean Gang said with a spirit of going to face death without fear. "This trip is very dangerous. If they guessed wrong, Jean Gang might not come back." However, for the future of the clan, he had to step up. The opponent is a beast far stronger than them. Sending just one subordinate would be very disrespectful. Chapter 46, Jean Gang takes the initiative to offer treasures. After discussing the result, Jean Gang put on a basket woven from vines, filled with a large pile of spirit stones, and set off. Now at Tier 2 Transcendent stage level 7, he was very fast and would reach the river soon. Since he didn't know when Zhao would act, he had to seize every moment. Otherwise, when Zhao attacked, offering spirit stones would be insufficient sincerity.
Once this plan emerged, there were various opinions among the monkey clan. The clan leader is actually going to proactively offer treasures to that flood dragon. Is our monkey clan really that weak? I heard the crocodile group was annihilated by the flood dragon. We have no choice but to act. Otherwise, we will be the next to die. Actually, if we could have a powerful flood dragon protecting us, I think that wouldn't be bad.
Yeah. That flood dragon can even drive back humans if we have its help. We can avenge our comrades killed by humans. Though there were occasional dissenting voices within the clan, more monkeys still believed it was a good thing to have a powerful beast protecting them. After all, in the animal world, the bigger fist has the bigger say. Furthermore, the monkeys who witnessed Shao slaughtering the human army found it very thrilling, as if they were also participating in the massacre. They had previously been suppressed by humans, so having a beast that could make humans suffer was finally a relief. For a time, before Shao even contacted the monkey clan, his prestige among them rose sharply.
Wow, what a black gorilla!
When Shao, at Tier 5 awakened stage, emerged from the river with a refreshing demeanor, he saw such a scene. A 10-meter-tall black gorilla was sitting on the ground, carrying a vine basket almost the same size as itself, which was piled high with spirit stones. Clan leader Jean Gang pays respects to the Flood Dragon King. Seeing Shao finally awaken, Jean Gang quickly stood up, lowered his head, unloaded the spirit stones from his back, and respectfully performed a gesture similar to a human salute. These spirit stones are a tribute from our monkey clan to you.
Please don't disdain them. Is this a proactive offering of treasures to me? Could it be that they have heard about the crocodile group being exterminated and are actively trying to win my favor?
Shao quickly figured it out. His gaze swept over the pile of spiritual stones. Shao was suddenly intrigued. He had seen many disrespectful beasts before, but it was the first time he had encountered one that proactively came to offer treasures.
So many spirit stones.
Your monkey tribe must control a spirit stone mine. If they hadn't come into contact with a spirit stone mine, it would be impossible to gather so many spirit stones. Most beasts hadn't even seen a spirit stone. The King Kong suddenly broke into a cold sweat, unsure how to answer Shao.
After hesitating for a moment, he chose to tell the truth.
Yes. The Dragon King is truly perceptive. Our monkey tribe really does have a spirit stone mine, but the quantity is quite small. If the Dragon King desires it, I am willing to offer you 80% of the spirit stones.
Oh? So generous. What does the King Kong chief seek in return? Shao asked playfully as he looked at Kong.
I merely hope that the Dragon King can shelter our monkey tribe and ensure the safety of my people.
Kong said. So you are voluntarily submitting, willing to bow to me?
Zhao's expression turned serious. As long as it helps our monkey tribe grow strong in the breezy mountain zone, Dragon King, if you point us east, we will absolutely not go west.
Jean Gang swore earnestly. Shao paused, then let out a hearty laugh. Not bad.
Your monkey tribe is truly impressive.
And you, Chief, are quite remarkable. My name is Shao, you can call me boss. Your name is King Kong, right? From now on, you will be my 6th general. However, I don't want 80% of the spirit stone mine. I want full control. What do you think?
After hesitating for a moment, Jean Gang gritted his teeth and said, Jean Gang is willing to follow the boss's command. Shao dashed out from the river, grabbed the basket, and swallowed all the spirit stones Kong had brought.
Ding! Absorbed mana awakening, evolution points AP plus 43,699. Ha ha ha. Now take me to see your monkey tribe.
After finishing, Shao casually tossed away the vine basket, grabbed Kong, and soared into the sky. The cold wind hit Kong's face. He had never been this high before. Looking down at the trees that had shrunk countless times, his expression was one of terror. However, after a moment of adjustment, Kong felt an exhilarating thrill and stopped being afraid.
Am I going to be able to fly too? Kong thought enviously.
Whoosh! While it took him several hours to travel, Shao had flown there in just a few minutes. It's this mountain over here.
Kong pointed excitedly. We arrived.
Shao threw Jean Gang down and then used clouds to hold himself up, hovering in mid-air. As soon as Xiao appeared, he attracted the attention of all the monkeys, who peeked at him secretly, feeling both scared and curious. They didn't know if Xiao had come to slaughter them or if their chief had truly convinced Xiao.
Listen up, everyone.
From now on, our monkey tribe will obey Boss Xiao.
If anyone has objections, they may leave the monkey tribe now.
Once Kong landed, he quickly stood on a rock and loudly announced this to the members of the monkey tribe. Naturally, no one withdrew from the monkey tribe, nor were there any objections. After all, behind Kong stood the powerful dragon.
Who would dare to oppose at this moment, effectively slapping themselves in the face? Hooray! Welcome, Boss Xiao.
Jin Rui was the first to shout. He realized Kong had succeeded in winning over the dragon's favor. He just hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. He had only been gone a short time before returning. The other monkeys quickly reacted, "Welcome, Boss Xiao." Xiao scanned the area and found that none of the monkeys were below Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 1, with an average level reaching Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 2. They truly were a powerful force that controlled the Spirit Stone Mine, stronger than the Crocodile Pack.
Take me to see the Spirit Stone Mine.
Xiao retracted his gaze and said. All right, this way, boss, Kong replied respectfully. Quickly, Xiao arrived at a fissure where the mana awakening was particularly rich. Through the gap, he could see transparent spirit stone veins deeply buried underground. This spiritual stone vein is indeed smaller than the one I occupied, and it's also harder to extract resources from. Xiao opened his massive mouth and aimed a laser at the rock wall, continuously bombarding it, effectively expanding the fissure by several times.
This could no longer be called a fissure, it had become a pit. Alright, this should be much more convenient now.
Jin Gang was stunned by this display of power. It was incredibly strong.
With such ease, it could alter the terrain.
You all hurry up and mine this spirit stone vein, raise the rank of our entire clan. I don't like weak subordinates. By the way, I still have a few subordinates out training a tiger and a giant python.
If you see them, you can greet each other.
Xiao suddenly remembered something and advised Jin Gang.
Understood, my lord. Jin Gang replied.
I won't stay here for long.
I have one last question for you. How much do you know about the Wild Boar Pack?
Chapter 47, Wild Boar Pack, battling amongst themselves. Seeing an opportunity to perform, Jin Gang quickly said, the Wild Boar Pack lives in a forest. I don't know much about them either, just that it seems a split has occurred among them. The big chief and the second chief are fighting for power, but they remain united when facing external enemies.
I see. Xiao nodded.
None of this mattered if they split, he only needed to support the faction that was loyal to him.
Do they have spirit stone veins?
Jin Gang scratched his head, thinking for a moment. I can't be sure, but their big chief's rank is higher than mine, reaching Tier 2 Transcendent stage at the 8th level. Previously, the second chief was only at the 6th level, and has broken through to Tier 2 Transcendent stage at the 8th level within a short time, which is why they don't respect one another.
Oh? It seems the second chief has gained an opportunity. There must be good things.
Xiao's eyes lit up. Breaking through 2 ranks in such a short period could only be explained by heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I'm leaving now. Make good use of that spiritual stone vein. Jin Gang, you need to strengthen yourself quickly to live longer, as the humans might become restless soon. Before leaving, Xiao specifically reminded Jin Gang and then shot straight into the sky, departing from the monkey tribe. After Xiao left, Jin Rui and Heimian finally dared to discuss Xiao behind his back. I feel like our new boss isn't bad at all. He hasn't taken our spirit stones and cares about us, Jin Rui said.
Yeah.
I think so too, Heimian said, completely changing his impression of Xiao. It seems we've made a good bet. I hope he can lead our monkey tribe farther.
Is the boss's last message a warning to us that humans are going to attack Breezy Mountain Zone again? Jin Gang pondered. They're just humans, let them come. Last time so many were killed by the boss, what else can they pull? Heimian showed disdain, lacking understanding of humans.
They had been living in the Breezy Mountain Zone, isolated from the world, and had never seen a human before the mana awakening. After the mana awakening, they were struck dumb by humans and came to realize their terrifying nature.
However, they could never imagine that humans actually possessed nuclear weapons, a weapon of mass destruction that exceeded their understanding. Jean Gang shook his head. He had previously captured a human and learned writing from him. Plus, he had read books from the human side. It all made him feel it wasn't so simple. I don't think humans are that simple. They are continuously redefining our understanding. We should continue to learn from them, absorbing what is essential and discarding the useless. This way, our monkey tribe can advance further. After Jean Gang read books from the human side, it was like opening the door to a new world, realizing how vast and colorful the world was. He yearned for yet feared the human race. In a forest in the breezy mountain zone lived a group of wild boars. Their reproduction capacity was very strong, and the wild boar pack had grown to over 1,000, even exceeding the number in the monkey tribe. However, these many wild boars were divided into two halves. One half resided in the eastern forest, while the other half resided in the western forest, remaining independent of each other. They would only unite against external enemies, a situation that lasted a total of 3 days. The second in command of the wild boar pack suddenly advanced from Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 6 to Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 8 just 3 days ago. Xiao flew above the forest where the wild boars lived and observed this situation. Jean Gang was right, they really are having internal strife, even their habitat has split in two. Ha! They're fighting! Just as Xiao was about to find a random place to appear, he noticed two wild boars confronting each other, so he relaxed and watched intently. Xiao guessed that the two wild boars were likely the big chief and the second chief. It was clear from the information above their heads that their ranks were both Tier 2 Transcendent Stage at the 8th level. One was a wild boar with a fat head and big ears, enormous tusks, and a back covered with rocky armor. Heavy armored wild boar Tier 2 Transcendent Stage 8 stage and 8 skill, 10-fold physique amplification grade B, heavy armor grade B, 10-fold strength amplification grade B. Another wild boar had snow-white tusks and dawn armor that gleamed with a metallic sheen. Upon closer inspection, there were even inscriptions on it, formed from helicopter wreckage. Steelmane wild boar Tier 2 Transcendent Stage 8 stage and 8 skill, 10-fold physique amplification grade B, metal manipulation grade A, supercharge grade C. The heavy armored wild boar spoke first, second in command. Do you truly want to split our clan in two? If our wild boar group suffers heavy injuries from external enemies because of this, you'll be guilty of a grave sin and a traitor to our clan. The Steelmane wild boar retorted without hesitation, humph. Don't pretend to be righteous with talk of clan loyalty. If you submit to me now, our wild boar group will naturally merge, and you won't have to worry about this issue. It seems we must settle this mutually. A glint of fierce determination flashed in the heavy armored wild boar's eyes. Stop with the nonsense, let's just fight. The Steelmane wild boar said, as its metallic armor transformed into a flurry of small knives that shot toward the heavy armored wild boar like a rainstorm. The torrential rain of metal knives struck the heavy armored wild boar's stone armor, creating a series of crisp clinking sounds. The heavy armored wild boar lowered its head to defend, but still staggered back under the onslaught of the dense metal knives, the stone armor creaking and showing tiny cracks. Crack! Finally, a tremendous sound erupted as a giant crack appeared in the stone armor of the heavy armored wild boar, revealing its skin inside. Panic flickered in the heavy armored wild boar's eyes as it quickly summoned earth elements to repair the stone armor, but it was still no match for the rapidly flying metal knives, and the stone armor quickly crumbled. You're going to lose, the Steelmane wild boar said, manipulating the metal and slowly closing in on the heavy armored wild boar. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and join in. The heavy armored wild boar quickly turned and shouted towards the nearby bushes. The bushes shook, and with a tremor that shook the mountains, more than 10 wild boars charged out from among the grass, all ranked above Tier 2 Transcendent Stage 3. More than 10 wild boars raised their tusks and charged forward, targeting the Steelmane wild boar. How can they play gang fights if they can't even win? Xiao was watching intently, just as the battle was about to determine a victor when suddenly the situation reversed. Chapter 48, Submit or Die. Two choices. Having finished watching the drama unfold, it was about time for Xiao to make his appearance. He didn't want either of them to actually die. In his view, it didn't matter who won, as long as the one who submitted to him survived and the one who resisted met their end.
Moreover, he wanted to learn the reason for the sudden increase in the second-in-command strength.
You two, stop fighting.
Xiao flew down from the sky, hovering in front of the wild boars. Earlier, while Xiao was high above, several wild boars hadn't noticed him now. With Xiao suddenly appearing and radiating a dangerous aura, they were all taken aback.
"Who are you?" the two wild boars said in unison.
As soon as Xiao appeared, the two wild boars stopped fighting, and the more than 10 charging wild boars came to a halt, watching Xiao with caution.
Faced with an external enemy, the two wild boars understood the importance of unity despite their internal conflict.
"I'll give your wild boar group a chance, submit to me.
Otherwise, face death," Xiao declared dominantly.
Saying this, Xiao showcased his power by raising his hand to summon an electric spear and hurled it towards a nearby mountain peak. The speed exceeded sound, creating a massive explosion, shaking the earth, causing rocks to tumble, and the peak was directly blown away, turning into a flat-topped hill.
So strong? Several wild boars looked at the distant mountain with expressions of disbelief. The mountain has been blown away, how powerful must that be? It's terrifying. Only human weapons could accomplish such a feat.
They believed they could not withstand such an attack. If it were to hit them, the few wild boars shivered in realization, surely they would perish.
"Submit to me or die. Choose one."
After showcasing his power, Xiao repeated, quietly staring at them, exuding a strong sense of pressure.
"Can we discuss this?"
"I need to gather everyone's opinions," the head wild boar, the heavy armored wild boar, said, braving the pressure.
"Sure.
Just don't take too long, my patience is limited," Xiao responded generously. After speaking, the two wild boars turned and left, one heading back to the eastern forest and the other to the western forest, with the more than 10 wild boars following behind the heavy armored wild boar. Meanwhile, Xiao rested in place, using his long-range vision to observe the wild boar territory, looking for places that might harbor treasures.
"Boss, do we really have to submit to that dragon?" said the group of wild boars following the heavy armored wild boar.
They were seasoned leaders willing to follow the heavy armored wild boar, aligned with its faction, and eager to listen to its opinions.
"Of course not, I'm here to gather people to go hunt that dragon.
Our wild boar group can only be ruled by our own, we will never submit to outside tribes." The heavy armor wild boar asserted firmly, its heart also carrying the pride of a strong warrior. If it weren't for the steel mane wild boar's unexpected fortune, its Tier 2 Transcendent Stage 8th level had never encountered an opponent in the breezy mountain zone.
"With so many of us, I don't believe we can't defeat that dragon. Let's attack together, we can wear him down." But that blow just now was truly terrifying.
"It even cracked the mountain, how can we compete with him?" one wild boar sighed.
"Humph.
That move had great power, but it surely consumed a lot of energy.
I guess he can't keep using it repeatedly, it must have been just to intimidate us."
The heavy armor wild boar scoffed disdainfully, barely believing that a beast could evolve to such a stage now.
"But many of us will surely die, right?
Why don't we plan for the long term and pretend to agree to submit to him first," said one wild boar. Just from Zhao's aura, it was clear that no matter what, Xiao's power was definitely above theirs. If a fight broke out, even if they won, they would sustain heavy losses.
"Do you want to spend your life under the feet of foreign tribes? How will other races look at us? We won't be able to lift our heads for a lifetime. Those monkeys and crocodiles will definitely laugh at us."
The heavy armor wild boar was quite dissatisfied with the wild boar that spoke, glaring at it fiercely. The wild boar being stared at gulped and hurriedly said,
"It's my fault, don't be angry, boss. This is a trial for our wild boar tribe. If I lead everyone to drive away that dragon, my prestige within the tribe will soar, and I will still be the boss. A mere second in command thinks he can compete with me."
The heavy armor wild boar saw this as a chance to showcase its talent. Meanwhile, on the side of the steel mane wild boar, once it returned, it quickly summoned the wild boars willing to follow it. Before it stood a few hundred wild boars, all eager to support it in overthrowing the boss and becoming the new boss. When it saw that enough had gathered, the steel mane wild boar began to tell everyone about Xiao.
"What do you all think? Should we follow such a powerful dragon? We all trust your opinion." "Yes. No matter what you choose, we support you, second in command."
Just as the wild boars were expressing their opinions, one boar ran breathlessly to the steel mane wild boar, whispering a few words in its ear. On the boss's side, they actually decided to oppose the dragon. The steel mane wild boar frowned. After pondering for a moment, it said to all the wild boars, "Since the boss's group has chosen to oppose the dragon, then I choose to submit to that dragon." As soon as these words came out, discussions erupted among the crowd.
What? We actually have to submit to foreign tribes? I really can't accept that. Quiet.
The steel mane wild boar shouted, "I haven't finished speaking yet.
Don't rush, I actually want to choose both options.
First, we submit to that dragon and then observe the situation with the boss and the dragon.
If that dragon isn't strong, I will betray and attack it to kill the dragon.
If that dragon is truly powerful and kills half our kin, at least half of our wild boar tribe can survive. We won't be exterminated."
Great idea.
Second in command is wise.
I knew following the second in command was the right choice.
The wild boars continuously praised after the second in command suggestion. They all agreed to first submit to Shao, feeling that the steel mane wild boar's words made a lot of sense. Although they were reluctant to submit to foreign tribes, when lives were at stake, what did it matter to submit to a powerful beast?
I agree with this choice.
I agree too.
This way, no matter what, our wild boar tribe won't be exterminated.
The wild boars all nodded in agreement.
Let's go, the dragon won't be patient for long. We should hurry to see it to avoid angering it.
The steel mane wild boar, seeing that everyone agreed with this choice, immediately led the wild boars towards where Shao was. At the same time, the heavy armor wild boar also gathered a large group of wild boars, heading fiercely towards where Shao was, aiming to kill Shao and refusing to submit.
Chapter 49, Shao Strikes, Slaughtering Half.
During this period, Shao took the opportunity to use his distant sight to search the territory of the wild boars, unexpectedly discovering a spirit stone vein. The wild boar tribe also has a spirit stone vein. I knew being one of the three major powers in the breezy mountain zone wouldn't be so simple. However, it seems I haven't seen any heavenly materials or treasures. They might be hidden away, or perhaps they've been consumed already.
Shao soared high above, surveying the entire forest.
Compared to the spirit stone veins, Shao preferred the treasures of heaven and earth, as he could earn evolution points EP by defeating creatures, while the benefits of spirit stones were merely average to him.
In contrast, the treasures of heaven and earth each had their own unique effects, not just limited to granting evolution points EP.
So you've arrived.
Have you made up your minds to submit to me?
The armored wild boar led the other boars and was the first to arrive. Shao withdrew his gaze from surveying the boar group's territory and fixed his eyes on them. However, the armored wild boar shook its head fiercely and said, "Jiao Long, our boar clan will never submit to outsiders.
Follow me.
Kill this Jiao Long.
Is this your choice? Since you seek death, I will grant it to you."
It seemed that the wild boars under the big boss were impossible to subdue. Shao glared at them with little regard for the group. The armored wild boar charged forward, manipulating the earth element to create layers of stairs. It stepped on the stairs, its tusks raised high, and charged towards Shao, who was floating in the air. Shao moved like a cat playing with a mouse, instantly teleporting behind the armored wild boar.
Where did he go?
The armored wild boar was startled, having lost sight of its target. It hurriedly halted its charge.
In its view, Shao had suddenly vanished before it. What about this? Shao flicked his tail lightly, sending the armored wild boar flying.
His current limit of strength reached thousands of tons, and even with the wild boar's tenfold physique enhancement and defensive innate skills, it couldn't withstand that one blow. The armored wild boar was sent flying like a cannonball, spitting blood from its mouth, its internal organs shattered, before plummeting back to the ground.
After several seconds, there was a loud bang.
The armored wild boar hit the ground and was reduced to a pulp.
Ding! Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 8 Heavy Armored Boar, Evolution Points IP plus 8,863.
The big boss is dead.
Let's go avenge him.
At the leader's shout, the wild boars glared at Shao fiercely and unleashed various attacks against him. However, these attacks felt no more than a tickle to Shao. Not a single scale on him was broken.
How can he be so strong?
The wild boars felt despair.
Their attacks couldn't even scratch Xiao. This was far from what they had anticipated. It's my turn now.
Xiao found their expressions of despair amusing, raising his hand to summon the fury of thunder.
In an instant, dark clouds gathered above, and lightning flashed.
Dozens of thick bolts of lightning fell like a sudden storm, striking the boars caught within the thunderous domain. In an instant, the smell of cooked meat filled the air.
Roar!
Xiao roared, joining the fray, sweeping his tail and embedding several wild boars into the ground, unable to crawl out. He then used his claws to catch one and crushed it with force.
Ding! Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 2 Armored Boar, Evolution Points AP plus 2561. Ding! Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 3 Giant Boar, Evolution Points AP plus 3140. Ding! Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 1 Three-Eyed Boar, Evolution Points AP plus 1854. Evolution Points EP notifications rang continuously, filling Xiao with delight. Ha ha ha! After killing these wild boars, I should be able to level up again.
When the Steel Bristles wild boars arrived, they were met with the scene of Xiao slaughtering the wild boars as if in a free-for-all. The ground was soaked in blood, the bodies of their kin scattered around, with the scent of blood mingling with the aroma of meat wafting for miles.
It was a super massacre.
Seeing this, the Steel Bristles wild boars trembled. This Jiaolong was simply too powerful, crushing them unilaterally. Despite so many wild boars, it had not even sustained a scratch.
Are you here to seek death too?
Zhao's eyes were bloodshot from the killing, his claws drenched in blood, and he looked at them with a sinister gaze.
No, no.
We are here to submit to you, the steel mane wild boar quickly responded, swallowing hard. Xiao looked at them with satisfaction. Very good, you made the right choice.
Step back if you get killed accidentally, don't blame me.
Upon hearing this, the wild boars led by the Steel Bristles quickly retreated. Second in command, it seems the big boss has died.
Should we still resist this Jiaolong? A wild boar asked. Are you stupid? Resist?
Do you want our boar clan to be exterminated? The Steel Bristles wild boar scolded, then retreated a few hundred meters more, fearing they might end up like the furious Xiao.
Devour evolved system, level up.
Looking at the ground filled with corpses and no living creatures left, Xiao silently thought.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for leveling up to Tier 4 Supernatural Stage. The next level Tier 4 Supernatural Stage Tier 5 requires 800,000 evolution points EP.
The need for evolution points EP has increased again. How many beasts do I have to kill to get to 800,000?
Xiao felt that the growth rate of the beasts in Breezy Mountain Zone was lagging behind his pace of slaughter.
The beasts' tiers were too low, providing very little evolution points EP.
After leveling up, Zhao's body reached 75 meters long, his dragon body became noticeably thicker, and the lightning elements within him became more refined, increasing his power. Elemental attacks had always scaled with his tier increased. The higher the tier, the more powerful the elemental attacks became.
So, Dragon King, what do you need us to do?
The steel mane wild boar, seeing that Xiao had finally stopped the killing, mustered its courage to ask. You don't need to do anything, just follow my commands and help resist the human's attack. Xiao turned to look at the steel mane wild boar and said.
Alright, whatever you say, Dragon King, we will obey you.
The steel mane wild boar was taken aback. It did not expect Xiao to be so reasonable, and he did not demand anything too outrageous from them. Since you have chosen to submit to me, stop calling me Dragon King.
My name is Xiao, and you can call me boss. From now on, you will be my 7th general.
Okay, boss, replied the steel mane wild boar, feeling that Xiao seemed quite easy to get along with. I heard that your rank suddenly skyrocketed 3 days ago, jumping from Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 6 to Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 8.
Tell me what you've encountered. Xiao stared fiercely at the steel mane wild boar and interrogated. Chapter 50, Heavenly Materials and Earthly Treasures, Spirit Fruit Vines.
Faced with Xiao's questioning, the steel mane wild boar looked quite troubled.
Did you not say you'd submit to me? You don't seem very sincere.
Xiao said to the steel-bristled wild boar with a gaze that carried deep meaning.
No. No. Boss, I'll tell you right now.
Cold sweat broke out on the steel-bristled wild boar, which felt its life was in danger, and hurriedly spilled everything out like a river.
Actually, it's because I found a magical plant that bears miraculous fruit.
I ate 3 of them. 2 of them helped me advance to Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 8, and 1 granted me the ability to manipulate metal. Xiao was astonished there was such a magical plant after all. Those fruits must all be classified as heavenly materials and earthly treasures. A plant that can continuously bear heavenly materials and earthly treasures is incredibly precious.
How did I not discover this before?
Previously, when Xiao used his 1,000-mile gaze, he hadn't noticed such a wondrous plant.
Take me to see it.
Xiao commanded the steel-bristled wild boar.
Yes.
Although the steel-bristled wild boar felt extremely unwilling, it still obediently followed Xiao's command. Then, the steel-bristled wild boar led Xiao to a towering tree that stood dozens of meters tall. A seemingly inconspicuous vine was wrapped around its sturdy trunk. Spirit Essence Fruit Vine Tier 2 Transcendent Stage 7 Stage Innate Skill, Heavenly Gathered Spirit Fruit S Level, Breath Concealment A Level, Poisonous Body B Level, Telepathy F Level. Heavenly Gathered Spirit Fruit S Level, consumes a large amount of spiritual power to produce spirit fruits with random effects, positive effects 70%, negative effects 30%. I didn't expect this vine, which looks ordinary, to actually possess an S-level innate skill. Xiao exclaimed, and it has the breath concealment innate skill, no wonder I didn't notice it before. While Xiao was exclaiming, the spirit essence fruit vine was frantically communicating with the steel-bristled wild boar via telepathy.
Damn it! Old pig, you're not trustworthy. Why did you bring such a huge dragon here?
We agreed that I would help you get stronger, and you would help me collect spirit stones, but now you've betrayed me.
What about our friendship? Said the spirit essence fruit vine in a tone filled with sorrow. I can't help it.
If I don't bring him here, I'll be dead. Let me introduce you, this is my new boss, he should be pretty easy to get along with, just bear with it a bit. The steel-bristled wild boar responded calmly via telepathy, ignoring the frantic cries from the spirit essence fruit vine.
Stop playing dead. I've heard about your abilities, show me what you can do.
Xiao said with emphasis, looking at the immobile spirit fruit vine. Seeing that its innate skill displayed the telepathy innate skill, it was clearly a Tier 5 awakened stage intelligent plant. Yet now, it was completely still, clearly pretending to be dead.
Still no movement. Zhao's claws sparked with small serpent-like lightning, and the spirit essence fruit vine suddenly spoke. Don't shock me, the spirit essence fruit vine suddenly shouted.
I need spirit stones to bear fruit. Without spirit stones, I can't show anything.
How many spirit stones do you need? Xiao asked.
A lot, replied the spirit essence fruit vine. Hearing this, Xiao summoned clouds and soared into the sky, heading straight for the spirit stone vein he had found in the wild boar's territory, and then cut off a large chunk of spirit stone with his claws. This spirit stone vein is pretty large, about the same size as the one I found before. Seeing the long spirit stone vein in the wild boar group's territory, Xiao was in a great mood. During this time, he first ate spirit stones to gain evolution points EP, allowing the chives some time to grow taller. And just after Xiao left, the spirit essence fruit vine started frantically communicating with the steel-bristled wild boar again.
Old pig, what is going on? Why did you suddenly recognize a foreign race as your boss? Didn't you always want to be the boss yourself? Who won between you and the big boss? Who is managing your wild boar group now?
Why are you so chatty? The steel-bristled wild boar was quite helpless. This dead vine kept poking at its sore spot, striking at its heart with every word.
Does it want to submit to a foreign race? Clearly, it knows it would be dead if it didn't.
The big boss is the best example. His death was extremely tragic, and even his corpse couldn't be found. At the same time, it was also immensely grateful for its decision back then, which had not led to the complete extinction of the wild boar clan. At least now, half of the boars were left, and it encouraged its kin to reproduce more, so that they could slowly recover in the future.
What will happen to me when that dragon returns? Will it kill me? Or force me to be its tool? The spirit essence fruit vine was filled with dread. Why not just acknowledge a new boss later?
That should be fine, the steel-bristled wild boar replied silently, realizing that as long as it submitted to Shao, he wouldn't kill them.
No. I won't be spineless like you. Even if I'm struck by lightning or burned by fire, I won't acknowledge you as my boss. The spiritual vine swayed its branches violently, showing clear unwillingness. Bang!
Shao threw a 10-meter large spirit stone down from the sky, causing a resounding thud.
Is this enough? The spiritual vine was taken aback and blurted out. Boss.
Shao was stunned. He had yet to go through the formalities, and the vine had already directly acknowledged him as its boss.
So you want to submit to me? Not bad, very proactive. I'll accept you as my subordinate. I've never thought about having a plant as a subordinate before.
Meanwhile, the steel-maned wild boar was casting a disdainful glance at the spiritual vine.
Submit under lightning strikes or fire? Old boar, this flood dragon is much more generous than you. Submitting to a boss is definitely worth it.
Besides, you already acknowledged it, so I won't lose face by acknowledging one too. He's using our spirit stones, of course he's generous, the steel-maned wild boar lamented.
What's yours? These spirit stones obviously belong to my boss. The spiritual vine showed great support for Shao.
The steel-maned wild boar spat blood. You changed your attitude too quickly. But it really couldn't argue, because by submitting to Shao, all the spirit stone veins within its territory would naturally belong to Shao. Shao could use them however he wanted, and it had no say.
I've brought the spirit stones you wanted. Finding another excuse wouldn't be appropriate. Shao said ominously. No problem, boss, just watch.
The spiritual vine said cheerfully, then extended a vine to encircle the spirit stone, continuously absorbing the mana awakening contained within.
After a while, the spirit stone was exhausted, and the mana awakening disappeared.
Meanwhile, 5 fruits appeared on the spiritual vine's tendrils, and at the same time, Shao saw that the rank on the spiritual vine's panel had also increased by 1 level, becoming Tier 2 Transcendent stage level 8.
The spiritual vine actively presented its fruit-bearing vines to Shao. Chapter 51, Random Spirit Fruit, Second Element Innate Skill.
Shao approached the 5 spirit fruits, and the Devour Evolve system automatically generated an introduction.
Spirit Fruit, gain 100,000 evolution points EP. Spirit Fruit, gain 50,000 evolution points EP. Spirit Fruit, gain 10,000 evolution points EP, extremely poisonous. Spirit Fruit, permanently increase physical constitution by 10%. Spirit Fruit, gain 1 random level innate skill. These spirit fruits indeed have random effects.
The 5 spirit fruits have different effects, and one even has a negative effect, being poisonous.
You can keep this one for yourself.
Shao temporarily decided not to eat the poisonous spirit fruit. He wasn't sure how lethal it was. Although he felt it wouldn't kill him, there was no need to risk it for just 10,000 evolution points EP, and he picked all 4 of the remaining fruits.
Ding!
Consumed spirit fruit, evolution points EP plus 150,000.
Ding! Congratulations, host, you've obtained D-level innate skill intermediate self-healing. Ding! E-level innate skill basic self-healing has been replaced with D-level innate skill intermediate self-healing. Intermediate self-healing D-level, your body's self-healing ability greatly increases. Ding! Consumed spirit fruit, constitution plus 10%.
Not bad, gained 150,000 evolution points EP and leveled up an innate skill. Though this innate skill is rarely used, as he seldom gets injured.
However, it's only intermediate. It looks like this innate skill can still be upgraded. Can your Heaven Essence Spirit Fruit innate skill be used indefinitely? This innate skill obviously converts spiritual energy into spirit fruits.
That large chunk of spirit stone could yield about 70,000 to 80,000 evolution points EP when devoured with the spiritual vine's transformation. He clearly profited this time.
Boss, even though I want to continuously absorb spirit stones, unfortunately, I can't.
After using up, my body needs time to rest.
With my current rank, producing 5 fruits at once is my limit once a day. Regarding this issue, the spiritual vine couldn't dare lie. Alright, the efficiency is a bit low. Keep the spirit fruits for me, and I'll come to collect food every day.
Second in command, you'll be responsible for transporting spirit stones. Hurry up and level up, as the humans won't give us much time to keep growing. You're a spirit plant and possess this innate skill. If humans discover you, you'll probably lose your freedom for a lifetime.
The spiritual vine was silent for a moment. Yes, I'll do my best. Second in command, do you have a name?
No, the steel-maned wild boar shook its head.
To make it easy to address you, I'll give you a name. You'll be called Bajie. Thank you for the name, boss.
The steel-maned wild boar felt this name was a bit strange but refrained from arguing.
What about me? What about me?
I also don't have a name, the spiritual vine called out.
You'll be called Little Vine. So simple. The spiritual vine looked a little disappointed. Then what do you want to be called?
Then I'll just stick with Little Vine. Recently, a swarm of Zerg will invade our breezy mountain zone, so you all better be prepared.
Zerg? Where did they come from?
The steel bristle boar looked somewhat puzzled. Although the Zerg in breezy mountain zone were also a large swarm, they weren't a significant threat. Their individual strength was too weak, and their intelligence was very low. Most lacked Tier 5 awakened stage wisdom, and aside from swarms like the ants and bees, the others were treated as snacks by the aberrations, being at the bottom of the food chain.
They migrated from the human side, and there are many of them.
Humans drove them into breezy mountain zone to counterbalance the number of aberrations. I speculate that they might have given birth to an individual similar to a main brain that can control other Zerg, allowing for such a large scale.
What's a main brain? Beiji shook his head, indicating he didn't understand.
It's the leader of the Zerg. If you encounter one, remember to kill it first, or report to me immediately.
Xiao said seriously.
All right, boss, Beiji replied. Xiao turned his head again, using his clairvoyance to observe the situation over at Azure City. Without sending forces to Breezy Mountain Zone, all of Azure City's troops were concentrated on exterminating the Zerg, and it seemed like the bugs were going to collapse soon. After all, this is still the early stage of mana awakening, and the evolution points EP of the mutant beast are not that high yet.
Human weapons have a significant advantage, so it's not surprising that they can't fight back.
So, he took the opportunity these few days to level up and also reminded his subordinates to prepare for the upcoming great battle. Although these bugs pose no threat to him, they are a huge blow to the ecosystem of the Breezy Mountain Zone. By the way, I seem to have forgotten to devour those wild boar corpses.
Xiao suddenly remembered that there were so many wild boar corpses left out in the open.
I need to hurry back and ensure they aren't eaten by other creatures. After greeting Beiji and shouting, he returned to devour the innate skill.
Hee. It's harvesting time again.
The bloody corpses on the ground were treasures in Zhao's eyes. Any of these might help him devour an innate skill.
Skill, Endless Devour activating. Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have devoured a great innate skill, Fire Breath.
Fire Breath Begrade, gather fire elements in your mouth, and you can breathe fire.
Hearing the Devour Evolve system voice, Xiao was immediately stunned. What did he just hear?
Wow! Second element innate skill.
Xiao was incredibly excited.
Skill, Endless Devour awesome.
Originally, he was just a Thunder Elemental Behemoth, which meant he could only have Tier 5 Awakened Stage Thunder Element innate skill. He was essentially cut off from other elemental innate skills. However, he somehow managed to swallow skill, Endless Devour directly from someone else. After absorbing this innate skill, Xiao immediately sensed the fire element floating around him. Originally, he could only feel the lightning element, and now he essentially had a second elemental attribute. Xiao opened his massive mouth, channeling the fire element. The temperature around him rose as a fan-shaped flame spewed from his mouth, incinerating bodies into ashes over a radius of 200 meters. The power isn't too bad, but it can't compare to my laser beam. The laser can shoot over 1,000 meters, while this only reaches 200 meters and is weaker than the laser. After the attack, Xiao felt that his main attribute was still Thunder Element, and the Fire Element in his body was very weak. The power of any attack he could unleash with it would probably still lag behind Thunder Element attacks, with the ratio of Thunder Element to Fire Element being roughly 10 to 1. The impressive power of his fiery breath mainly came from various innate skill enhancements. But in any case, my attacks have become more diverse.
This can be considered a good start. Xiao had never seen a hybrid beast of two elements before. Many beasts didn't even possess a Tier 5 awakened stage ability in one element, yet here he was with two. Moreover, with the skill, Endless Devour innate skill, he might have the potential for a third, fourth, and every element possible at Tier 5 awakened stage in the future. Fire is especially effective against bugs. This innate skill is more than enough to deal with insects. Though his fiery breath doesn't travel as far as the laser, it has a large area of effect and can be used for area attacks to clear out small enemies. Chapter 52, Discussion of Nuclear Weapons, Visitors from Headquarters. At the headquarters of the Mana Awakening Bureau in Dragon Country, a group of high-ranking officials from the three elite factions sat solemnly around a round table. A resolute-looking general began to read an opening statement from a manuscript while surveying the attendees. It has only been half a month since the Mana Awakening, and there have already been 16 red alert zones and 41 yellow alert zones reported. High-ranking beasts have been sighted in the oceans and mountains. The nationwide casualty count is devastating.
Among these, some beasts pose the greatest threat to us. In the South China Sea, our fleet discovered a giant beast measuring at least 300 meters, suspected to have evolved from a blue whale, which enjoys attacking fishing boats. After sinking a small naval vessel, it retreated swiftly. In the snow mountains, we detected a giant moose entirely covered in white, featuring 7 colored antlers, which had previously descended to slaughter several nearby villages. All helicopters sent to investigate have gone missing. In the breezy mountain zone, data sent by Chen faction from Azure City indicates that a dragon evolved from a giant python has appeared, able to withstand a missile strike and annihilate the army advancing uphill.
Should we deploy nuclear weapons to exterminate these beasts?
After finishing his manuscript, the general surveyed the crowd steadily. I believe we have not reached that point yet.
Disasters inevitably lead to deaths, and most of those casualties are useless civilians with low-tier innate skills.
If they die, but once the resources in the alert zones are destroyed, they are truly gone. A handsome young man with long black hair suddenly spoke, his youthful face feeling out of place among the elderly and middle-aged attendees. His remark drew the attention of everyone in the room.
Xiao Xing, don't speak casually. Were you not told you were just here to observe? An elderly man beside him sighed and raised a hand to his forehead. Grandpa, as the hope of humanity and the highest-ranked person in Dragon Country, do I not have the right to speak?
Li Xingxing pouted defiantly. His rank had reached Tier 2 Transcendent Stage 10, and he would officially break through to a higher unknown realm in a day or two. Moreover, his Tier 5 Awakened Stage innate skill is the only SS-level innate skill of the Dragon Kingdom, the Unparalleled Sword Intent. His future looks bright. He is the most hopeful and the most potential-filled individual to stand against the mutant beast in the Dragon Kingdom. In the Mana Awakening era, no one could predict who could possess any Tier 5 Awakened Stage innate skill, which led to the bizarre situation of the only SS-level innate skill being seen in a youth. Fortunately, he was a member of the three elite factions and not an outsider, and would eventually stand by their side.
This is a formal meeting. You should refrain from speaking for now.
Li Xingxing pouted again and fell silent. Even though he was the highest ranked, the powerful figures at the high level remained unchanged. Only the upper echelons of the three elite factions in the Dragon Nation have the privilege to launch nuclear weapons.
Are we really going to launch the nuclear weapons?
Of course, this morning the Eagle Nation launched their nuclear weapons into the sea, eliminating several giant beasts that attempted to land on the coastline.
Our Dragon Nation is rather slow in comparison.
That is true. Land is where we establish ourselves, and there is much to consider. The resources in the ocean are hard to salvage and not very valuable to us.
I agree to launch the nuclear weapons into the ocean.
After this meeting, a secret nuclear missile silo in the Dragon Nation opened, and more than 100 nuclear warheads were launched at supersonic speeds toward the South China Sea. Many creatures did not die from the direct impact of the missiles but instead succumbed to the pollution of the seawater, facing an apocalyptic disaster.
Homes were destroyed, countless figures surged in the ocean, desperately counterattacking toward the land.
Rows of tanks along the coast stood ready, firing in unison. The roar of artillery drowned out everything, annihilating all marine life trying to make landfall. In this cataclysm, most of the marine creatures in the South China Sea perished, but a small number managed to break through in their desperation, gaining new innate skills due to environmental changes, no longer harmed by nuclear pollution. They fell silent, filled with hatred toward humanity. Among them, a small group of smaller creatures evaded human fire, swimming upstream against the current in search of a new home. Meanwhile, the Mana Awakening Bureau headquarters dispatched personnel to the Snow Mountain and Breezy Mountain zone to deal with two incredibly threatening exotic beasts, forming the Dragon Assault Squad. Various transport vehicles started up, transporting countless advanced weapons toward Breezy Mountain zone, including a spiritual missile that requires hundreds of tons of spiritual stones to develop, with power comparable to nuclear weapons. It would not be used lightly unless in a particularly critical situation. Hundreds of tons of spiritual stones are equivalent to the reserves of a small spiritual stone mine, enough to cultivate countless super-powered beings. Compared to nuclear weapons, it is more environmentally friendly and pollution-free, with no other drawbacks aside from high costs. Researchers worked day and night, and various studies on other spiritual power weapons and mana awakening equipment gradually fell into place. These included not only missiles but also long knives, rifles, and mechs for super-powered beings to compensate for human disadvantages when facing exotic beasts. In a certain building, several high-ranking members of the Chen faction and officers from the Mana Awakening Bureau headquarters, along with the various team leaders of the Tier 4 supernatural stage squads, gathered together. When the insect race invades Breezy Mountain Zone and engages with that dragon, we can move in. While they fight to the death, we'll reap the benefits. At all costs, we need to eliminate that dragon if necessary. We'll use spiritual missiles, said a Mana Awakening Bureau officer. They had come down from headquarters specifically to study the dragon in Breezy Mountain Zone. After watching the footage, he frowned. The ability to change weather and control lightning in an instant was extremely shocking. This was likely even more threatening than the giant beast in the ocean. This dragon could withstand missile attacks with its flesh and blood. Its speed of evolution was alarmingly fast. If it wasn't dealt with now, there would be no opportunity left. What if even the spiritual missiles can't kill that dragon? The head of the Chen faction was worried. After all, this was a new type of weapon that had never been tested on an exotic beast before. Then we would have no choice but to evacuate from here, completely giving up on Breezy Mountain Zone and Azure City. However, before we evacuate, headquarters will launch nuclear weapons. Even if we can't kill the dragon, we must exterminate the exotic beasts in Breezy Mountain Zone. The places we abandon cannot be taken by the exotic beasts, said a Mana Awakening Bureau officer sternly. Several Tier 4 supernatural stage team leaders nodded in agreement, praising the plan. No wonder they send officers from headquarters. Their considerations are thorough. Jack was also mixed in among them, nodding on the surface but feeling quite anxious inside. I must report this to the master. Since last time when he obtained spiritual stones from Xiao, Jack's rank had soared all the way to Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 3. He was now a team leader of a Tier 4 supernatural stage squad. Chapter 53, Brown Bear, Seizing Spiritual Stone Veins. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring the B-level innate skill, Mental Resistance. Mental Resistance B-level, all mental attacks against you are reduced by 50%. Resistive innate skill, this is pretty good. Mental type attacks are usually the hardest to withstand. For example, his skill, Mind Control, is very powerful no matter how strong a person's body is, they cannot resist it, though it does have high consumption. After devouring the corpses of the wild ones, Xiao flew back to the original spiritual stone vein. At that moment, the sounds of fighting broke out, and Xiao discovered that there was a battle at the cave entrance, where Blood Refinement was leading more than 20 wolves against a group of brown bears. With a roar, Blood Refinement activated the wolves, causing them to grow in size, their muscles swelling and teeth and claws extending. Each wolf's eyes glimmered with a bloodthirsty light as they battled fiercely with the brown bears. Currently, it seemed the wolf pack had the upper hand, driving the brown bears back repeatedly. Roar! Get lost, you few pathetic wolves! You think you can hog a spirit stone mine all to yourselves? The brown bear leader roared, beating its chest with both paws, exuding an imposing aura. There are so many spirit stones that you can't possibly use them all. Share them with us, or I'll spread the word about your spirit stone mine and let everyone come to steal it.
Despite being battered by blood refinement, the brown bear leader was undeterred and continued to threaten. Who wants to steal?
Suddenly, a dignified voice entered the brown bear leader's mind, as Shao appeared in a mist, unleashing the full force of his Tier 4 supernatural stage aura, flattening the surrounding weeds and causing the leaves to rustle.
In an instant, all the exotic beasts present were overwhelmed by this aura, struggling to breathe.
Upon seeing Shao, the wolves felt excited, wagging their tails continuously, while the brown bears looked at Shao as if they had seen a ghost. The brown bear leader gazed at the figure cloaked in mist with a face full of terror, a jolt of fear striking its heart. How could there be such a powerful monster? It felt as small as an ant in front of Shao, unable to muster any power to fight back with just one claw. Shao could crush it. As Shao began to brew lightning in his mouth, the murderous intent spreading forth, the brown bear leader snapped out of its shock and hurriedly said, No. We don't want to steal it, we'll leave right now. You have the guts to steal but lack the courage to face the consequences? Die. With a sizzling sound, Shao shook his head and unleashed a laser beam towards the brown bears present, sending them flying apart with such force that they were split in half, barely having time to scream before shattering into pieces.
Ding! Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 2 Giant Bear, Evolution Points IP plus 2564. Ding! Kill Tier 1 Mortal Stage Tier 10 Brown Bear, Evolution Points IP plus 1085. Ding! You have defeated a Tier 2 Transcendent Stage First Order Black Moon Bear, earning Evolution Points AP plus 1536. Another 30,000 Evolution Points EP credited. These brown bears are really audacious, daring to steal from my spirit stone mine. Gather their bodies. Shao commanded the wolf pack. Dozens of wolves quickly responded to Zhao's command and went to carry the corpses for him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have devoured the D-level innate skill, Powerful Claw Strike. Powerful Claw Strike D-level, your claws become sharper and more powerful. Seeing that Shao was done eating, Blood Refining led the pack of wolves to quickly greet Shao, pressing their heads to the ground. King, your aura has grown stronger again. You all are not bad. Looking at the nearly 10-meter-long body from the Blood Refinement, Shao knew it had successfully advanced to Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage. At this moment, the blood-refined figure grew larger, its fur turned a deep red, and a single horn sprouted from the top of its head. It faced Shao with a flattering smile, though its exposed teeth and twisted face made it look quite horrifying. Shao looked towards the blood refinement's head, where its panel information was displayed, indicating a change. Blood-baptized Wolf King Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage First Level Innate Skill, Bloodthirst Grade A Call of the Wild Grade A Blood Tracking Grade B Blood Burst Grade A. Blood Explosion Class A, manipulate the enemy's blood to cause them to self-destruct. The greater the gap in rank with the enemy, the better the effect. It seems you have been practicing well these days, what about the others? Shao nodded in satisfaction as another of his subordinates, now tiered at Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage, appeared. Wang, Kai Chang has just reached Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage and has gone out to train as you instructed, Shui Lian said respectfully. The pangolin is still working hard inside. Upon hearing the commotion, the pangolin quickly scurried out of its burrow using its 4 short claws, bowed twice to Shao, and then said, Congratulations, boss, on getting stronger. I've dug up some treasures from the underground these past few days and have been waiting for you to come back and enjoy them. Looking at Shao, the pangolin's rank had reached Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 7, and its body had grown half a meter larger. Not bad, take me to have a look. It was clear that the pangolin really wanted to stay under Zhao's control, working diligently to dig for spiritual energy materials even when he wasn't around. Alright. Over here. The pangolin rubbed its claws and stood on its hind legs, walking like a Tyrannosaurus rex. In front of Shao, blue crystals appeared, inside which small snake-like lightning danced. Thunder Crystal, composed of spirit stones that have absorbed a large amount of thunder elements, refining it can make the thunder elements within you more active, enhancing the effects of the thunder element innate skill. This can't be because of the lightning tribulation I went through again. Shao decisively scooped it up, tossed it all into his mouth, and swallowed. Ding! Devouring Thunder Crystal Stone, Thunder Element innate skill increases by 20%. After devouring, the thunder elements within seem to activate, becoming even more ferocious. Blue light leaked from the gaps in Zhao's scales, and lightning occasionally flickered around it. Zhao checked the panel, and several of his thunder element innate skills had become stronger. This way, both my lightning spear and laser can shoot further and with greater power. Boss, what do you think? Am I useful or what? The pangolin looked at Zhao with an eager expression. Not bad, haven't I given you a name yet? After complimenting, Zhao suddenly remembered. What do you want to be called?
Boss, you should name it. I have no ideas. Then I'll call you Rock Splitter, and I'll just call you Little Rock most of the time. Keep devouring the spirit stones and quickly upgrade to Tier 3 Extraordinary stage.
The insect army is coming soon.
Zhao informed the pangolin of the situation.
Good.
The pangolin picked up a spirit stone and started munching on it.
Zhao also sliced off a large chunk of spirit stone, continuously devouring it, and his evolution points EP kept rising. Chapter 54, You attack me? I'll attack you first. Ding.
Devour spirit stone, evolution points EP plus 230,000.
Boss. A human you controlled before has come.
While Zhao was happily devouring the spirit stones, Blood Refinement suddenly ran over with its head down to report. Bring him here, Zhao said, feeling puzzled. The insect army was about to arrive. What could be so important at this moment?
Hearing this, Jack appeared before Zhao, kneeling on one knee with respect. Master, I have important news to report. Say.
Thanks to your support, I have successfully been promoted to team leader at Tier 4 Supernatural stage. Your presence has drawn the attention of headquarters.
Yesterday, representatives from the Mana Awakening Bureau came, and they held a meeting to summon personnel regarding you. What did they say?
Zhao asked, feeling that the human pieces he had placed were indeed playing a role.
They said they would launch missiles and spirit power missiles at you when you engage in battle with the insect race. If you can withstand it, they will launch nuclear weapons to completely turn Breezy Mountain Zone into a wasteland.
After Jack finished speaking, he instantly felt a low pressure and a violent aura descending upon him, as if it were the omen before a volcanic eruption.
The master is angry.
Jack realized in shock.
They said they would launch nuclear weapons.
Zhao gritted his teeth and repeated.
Yes.
Zhao did not speak further. His face darkened as he walked out of the cave. Blood Refinement looked at Zhao in terror, feeling that the king had never been this furious before, and the wolf pack hurriedly made way. Activating his enhanced vision, Zhao fixed his gaze on the building, his eyes filled with wrath, but his voice was unusually cold.
You want to attack me? I'll strike first.
In the next moment, the elements of thunder around him erupted violently. Zhao raised his paw, and over a dozen long spears made of thunder elements, each over 20 meters long, floated behind him like soldiers ready for battle.
Go!
Zhao gently waved his paw, and the electric long spears autonomously sought targets, turning into long meteors in the sky, flying towards the key areas of Azure City at supersonic speed. A dozen bright blue long spears streaked across the pitch-black night sky, appearing particularly dazzling. People walking on the street stopped in their tracks, staring at the gradually enlarging blue long spears in the sky, their eyes filled with disbelief.
Look at the sky. What on earth is that? I don't know. I can't see clearly. It's too fast. Which big shot created these? What a powerful aura. That innate skill is at least S rank. It's actually pretty cool. People discussed the electric long spears in the sky as if they were watching a show, until a few minutes later when they realized that those things in the sky were heading straight towards them. The casual atmosphere vanished, and fear spread across their faces. Holy crap! It's getting bigger. They're heading towards us in Azure City. It seems to be coming from the direction of Breezy Mountain Zone. Is a beast from Breezy Mountain Zone attacking? We just chased away the insect race, now another beast is coming? Run! Don't just stand there.
This shouted warning sent the passers-by into a frenzy. Meanwhile, people also heard a series of urgent and powerful air raid sirens coming from above. This almost confirmed that those long spears emanating a dangerous aura were indeed aimed at Azure City. In a high-security building in Azure City, a group of people was hurriedly escorting the head of the Chen faction down the stairs. Passing by a window, the head of the Chen faction glanced at the sky, his pupils trembling as the crackling sound of thunder felt as if it were right beside him. A flash of regret crossed his mind. He immediately thought of the thunder element dragon from Breezy Mountain Zone. Only that dragon could create such a spectacle. They had just finalized plans to bombard Breezy Mountain Zone with nuclear weapons, and before long, the dragon's long spear had arrived.
Was this a coincidence? It's that dragon taking revenge on us,
the Chen faction leader thought confidently.
How far is Breezy Mountain Zone from Azure City?
At least 500 kilometers at the nearest, and that long spear can fly over 500 kilometers to attack Azure City?
This is outrageous.
He never dreamed that the dragon would possess long-range attack capabilities.
There's no escaping now.
Watching the blinding lightning close enough to gaze upon and the surrounding screams, tears streamed down the head of the Chen faction's face. If they had known the dragon was so powerful, they should have evacuated earlier.
Boom! After the electric spear struck the ground, a series of visible blue shockwaves radiated out, destroying everything around.
That night, Azure City was engulfed by the deafening sound of explosions. A few officers hiding in the underground bunker stared blankly at the screen, watching the land reduced to rubble. Who would have thought that just a moment ago this place was a grand building, and now there was not even a trace left?
It's ruined, completely destroyed. The power of this is no less than that of a missile.
After a long while, they seemed to come to their senses about what had happened, shivered, and felt relieved that they had evacuated. Otherwise, they would have met the fate of becoming ash. At the same time, a thought passed through all their minds.
Is this a warning from that dragon?
Sir, the head of the Chen faction is dead, and there are hardly any members left. The power of this lightning element must be from that dragon. Only that dragon could do such a thing. Several officers snapped out of their shock and looked at the officer from the Mana Awakening headquarters, waiting for his reaction. Watching the apocalyptic scene on the screen, the headquarters officer erupted in fury.
This dragon is too arrogant.
We have to show him the power of our spirit missiles. Let's wait for the dragon and the insect race to clash, then our spirit missiles will be most effective. We must deal a fatal blow. Shao looked at the ravaged city in the distance, feeling nothing within. He exhausted all the lightning elements stored within him and launched them as electric spears towards the city. It seems that the effect was not bad. Several key locations in Azure City suffered devastating blows, and many important personnel perished. His electric spears were no less than missiles, and the explosions were so loud they reached Breezy Mountain Zone. Out in the field, Goldie, Tiger Woman, Kai Chang, and several underlings he later subdued were all startled by the commotion, looking up towards Azure City. They were deeply shaken, feeling an increased admiration for Shao.
Chapter 55, Burn Everything, Assemble the Army.
At the same time, Goldie was followed by dozens of other beasts that had also evolved from snakes.
Boss! Did you do this?
Goldie muttered as he looked at the distant explosion.
Is that really the boss Goldie was talking about?
It's just too powerful. An excited snake-like beast exclaimed, never expecting their boss to be this strong. Can't help but puff out its chest with pride. With such a strong boss, the future looks bright. Meanwhile, a 10-meter-tall blue tiger was accompanied by several differently colored tiger-like beasts traversing the mountains. Suddenly, they were startled by the thunder. Looking towards Azure City, the tigers were all surprised, clueless as to what was happening, except for Tiger Woman, whose eyes were sparkling with excitement as he laughed boisterously.
Ha ha ha! The boss has finally attacked the humans. This is awesome. Those damn bipedal beasts finally have their day.
In the sky, a firebird with a wingspan of over 15 meters, its wings engulfed in flames, excitedly screeched toward Azure City. Behind it, hundreds of birds and beasts responded in kind, all chirping together. This is terrifying, this power, only the boss can achieve this. He has actually gotten stronger again. I want to reach this height even if I train for another 2 months.
Kai Chang was completely convinced by Shao. Let's go.
The bugs seem to be getting closer to us, the boss must need us over there. Flying in the sky and looking at the dark swarm of the insect race, Kai Chang felt no fear at all. Then, as if responding to a call, Goldie, Tiger Woman, and Kai Chang all led their subordinates, whom they had spent the past few days training, towards the direction from which the long spear was fired. After exhausting all the lightning elements in his body at once, Zhao's anger finally calmed down a bit. He felt unusually calm to the point of being unnaturally so. Jack, you go back first, notify the others, evacuate Azure City. With your ranks, it would be easy for you to enter the headquarters.
Yes, Master. I will inform them.
After responding, Jack hurried down the mountain. The insect race was about to arrive, and if he didn't leave soon, it would be too late. Back in the cave, Xiao grabbed a handful of thunder crystal stones and put them in his mouth to replenish the lightning elements consumed in his body. In addition to enhancing the power of the lightning element innate skill, the thunder crystal stones also contain a vast amount of lightning elements that can be used to replenish energy.
Boss! We're back!
Xiao heard this and looked outside. The ground trembled slightly, and a giant python over 40 meters long, covered in spiked armor, was followed by dozens of 20-meter-long pythons, all at Tier 2 Transcendent stage or higher. Upon seeing Xiao, they all lowered their heads and lay on the ground in submission to the stronger. Without a doubt, these were the backbone forces of the breezy mountain zone.
Well done!
Not long after, accompanied by a series of roars, the nameless tiger appeared with several tigers of different colors, all at least Tier 2 Transcendent stage, and upon seeing Xiao, they couldn't help but look up in awe, their pupils dilating. They were simply enormous. They thought the leader of the tiger tribe was powerful, but they didn't expect him to be this strong. The commotion just reported from Azure City was probably caused by this leader in front of us. Upon seeing Goldie and the impressive array of snakes behind him, while he only had a few tigers at his back, Hu Woming felt a bit embarrassed and stepped forward to speak to Xiao. All of our brethren from the breezy mountain zone are here, but my tribe is smaller, so I only found these few.
It's fine. The tiger tribe is the king of fierce beasts, with limitless potential. I believe they will all grow into elites in the future.
Finally arriving was Kai Chang, followed by hundreds of different bird and beast species, a diverse mix with ranks around Tier 2 Transcendent stage, overwhelming the skies and casting a large shadow on the ground. Kai Chang reached Tier 3 Extraordinary stage and evolved once more. After the evolution, its wingspan reached an astonishing 15 meters, its feathers turned bright red, flames still covered its wings, and flames circled its neck.
Its tail feathers lengthened, making the entire bird appear splendid, with each movement graceful.
Kai Chang folded its wings and landed in front of Xiao.
Boss, I couldn't find my kin, so I tamed a lot of birds and beasts.
Not bad, with so many birds and beasts, it's indeed a significant force. Xiao looked up at Kai Chang's head, and the information there updated. Fire Feather Phoenix Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage First Level Innate Skill, Fire Phoenix Bloodline S Grade, Firestorm B Grade, Telepathy F Grade, Fire Control B Grade, Annihilate Everything A Grade. Annihilate Everything A Grade, a self-destructive innate skill, a higher level innate skill transforming the body into a flame of annihilation, turning all material it touches into ashes, with immense power. Only creatures with a strong protective instinct can access Tier 5 Awakened stage for this innate skill.
Note, once the innate skill is activated, it is irreversible.
Xiao was taken aback. Looking at Kai Chang's new innate skill introduction at Tier 5 Awakened stage, Xiao felt something was off. Do you have the self-destructive type of innate skill at Tier 5 Awakened stage? Xiao asked directly. Kai Chang was startled for a moment, then smiled wryly. It seems nothing can escape the boss's notice. I do indeed have this type of innate skill at Tier 5 Awakened stage. But it's not a big issue as long as you don't use it recklessly. You know what the consequences are once this innate skill is activated, right? Don't use it lightly, Xiao reminded. Thank you for the reminder, boss. I know the effects of this innate skill. I instinctively feel that once it's used, the consequences cannot be reversed, so I definitely won't use it casually, Kai Chang said assuredly.
Xiao nodded and didn't say much more, addressing everyone. We at Breezy Mountain Zone are about to face the invasion of the insect race's calamity.
I trust you all have felt it these past few days. Those bugs are getting closer to us, and at this rate, they will officially arrive in a few hours. They're just bugs, we can easily take them down.
Hu Woming roared, showing no fear. Boss, with you here, we can definitely fend them off.
Goldie also said confidently. That's good, as long as you all have confidence. But I must remind you, these insects are different from those of Breezy Mountain Zone. They've formed a larger group, are more united, and will be harder to deal with than our local bugs.
Boss, how about we go out and wait for them?
I can't wait to unleash a killing spree.
Hu Woming bared his fangs and looked fierce. Let's go.
All troops, assemble.
Target, the insect race disaster. Shao looked at his eager subordinates and said no more, shouting out loud. Roar! Suddenly, various animal sounds echoed throughout Breezy Mountain Zone, as if answering the call. Chapter 56, I am not the king of Breezy Mountain Zone.
At the edge of Azure City, countless flying insects flocked here, their rooftops, walls, trees, and various places completely occupied by dense swarms of the insect race. The cries of children and the wails of women were drowned out by the sounds of the flapping wings of insects. This place was also the last stronghold of the insect race.
Buzz!
Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, filling the air with the aroma of roasted protein as countless black charcoals fell to the ground. Soldiers in protective gear hurled firebombs at the insect swarm.
Get out of here! Insects!
Buzz! At that moment, a melodious and enchanting voice resonated in their hearts, retreat.
All the insect minds received this order.
The moment the command was received, the black tide in the town receded, and the bugs turned around, replanning their routes, with lush mountains reflected in their compound eyes.
Dozens of concealed drones also followed closely behind the tide of insects.
Inside an air raid shelter in Azure City, a uniformed officer watched the completely receded black tide on the screen, unable to hide his excitement. Commander, the insects have begun their retreat towards Breezy Mountain Zone as planned.
Good. Ready the magic missiles for launch at any time.
Another uniformed officer was also intently watching the screen. Upon hearing this, a soldier beside him respectfully passed a button to the Mana Awakening Bureau officer with both hands.
The comrades here are too weak, they are being chased and beaten by alien beasts.
A Tier 2 Transcendent Stage 6th level Scythe Mantis, evolved from a mantis, flew in the sky, and as soon as it entered Breezy Mountain Zone, it saw a lynx hunting a beetle. It brandished its twin sickles, flapping its wings, charged in front of the lynx, and with two flashes of blades, the lynx was dismembered. The rescued beetle, however, showed no gratitude, treating the Scythe Mantis as a predator and biting it. The Scythe Mantis felt no pity. It casually swung its arm, dismembering the beetle as well. They have no queen giving orders, and unlike us, they are not Tier 5 awakened stage intelligent insects. They are just a bunch of lowly creatures that rely solely on instinct. Of course they're weak. A rhinoceros beetle with a shell resembling forged steel, gleaming black, has an exaggerated single horn on its head, nearly as long as its body. Seeing its kind being killed, it remained indifferent, glancing briefly before turning its head away.
The rhinoceros beetle was of Tier 2 Transcendent Stage 7th level.
However, this place is a great habitat, with clear waters and green mountains, much better than those of the bipedal beast cities. Finally, I don't have to breathe that polluted air every day. A gentle breeze blew by, and the Scythe Mantis took a deep breath, its huge sickles resting in front of its chest, straightening its body, remaining still as if seriously feeling the magical energy of Breezy Mountain Zone. After a moment, its eyes gleamed with a sharp light, filled with vigilance. I sense an exceptionally powerful creature here, be careful. Just as those words were spoken. Roar! A thunderous roar came from ahead, followed by a gust of wind. With a cracking sound, several dozens of meters tall trees collapsed, shaking the ground heavily. The figure hidden behind the trees finally revealed itself, a 10-meter sized azure giant tiger, surrounded by a whirlwind of the same azure color between its ankles, as if riding the wind. The Scythe Mantis saw its own reflection in the azure giant tiger's pupils, and it slowly walked towards them, unhurriedly, with a look of disdain in its eyes, carrying an aura of a ruler. Faced with such a giant tiger, both insects felt immense pressure. They exchanged glances, and the rhinoceros beetle suddenly asked, "With such a strong aura, you must be the king of Breezy Mountain Zone."
"Stop. We carry the Queen's command and hope to speak with you."
However, the nameless tiger did not respond to them, still looking at them with disdain as it approached step by step.
Do you dare look down on us? I want to see what you're capable of. The scythe mantis was instantly enraged, swinging its giant sickle left and right at an untraceable speed, sending 2 waves of white energy towards the azure giant tiger. Before the waves even reached it, the azure giant tiger suddenly jumped, moving so fast that it became a blur and vanished from its previous spot.
Boom boom. The 2 waves also struck the ground where the giant tiger had been, leaving 2 deep marks.
Where did it go?
The scythe mantis was shocked, realizing that there was a creature faster than it. It indeed had an innate skill that multiplied its speed tenfold. It was certain the opponent hadn't disappeared, rather, it moved so fast that they couldn't see its movements, making it appear as if it had vanished. Suddenly, the scythe mantis caught sight of the figure, as they found themselves surrounded by a circle of azure figures, circling around them as if trapped in this azure ring. Invisible wind blades shot over from all directions, making it look as if countless alien beasts were firing wind blades at them. However, the scythe mantis knew that there had always been just that single azure giant tiger. It was merely the illusion created by its speed.
Bang! 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 Ah!
A scream pierced the air as the wind blades struck the scythe mantis, severing one of its forearms.
It desperately dodged, but its speed was no match for the opponent, and it was hit.
Blue blood splattered everywhere. A scythe from the mantis fell to the ground, leaving it as a one-armed mantis.
Bang! A dull sound echoed.
The black shell of the rhinoceros beetle was also marked with scratches. Its speed was slower, and facing the oncoming wind blades, it could only take the hits head-on.
Fortunately, its defense was a little stronger, preventing it from being easily cut apart by the wind blades.
However, as time went by, its body was already covered with wounds. No matter how strong the defense, it couldn't withstand the continuous attacks, and it wobbled, about to fall.
King of Breezy Mountain Zone, we come to negotiate with you under the Queen's orders. Don't act ungratefully. If you don't respond soon, our swarm army will flatten your Breezy Mountain Zone in an instant.
Feeling life draining away, the horned beetle made a fierce proclamation.
I am not the king of Breezy Mountain Zone. My boss said that if you can, come and try us. Do you think we fear you?
Finally, a response came from the green giant tiger, but it left the horned beetle in shock.
What? You're not the king of Breezy Mountain Zone? How could someone as strong as you not be the king of Breezy Mountain Zone?
At the moment of downfall, the horned beetle's eyes widened in disbelief.
Chapter 57, The Insect Tide Arrives. A Barbecue Feast. Buzz.
Among the swarm, a massive moth, at least 5 meters in size and covered in snow-white fur, suddenly vibrated its wings and turned its head toward Breezy Mountain Zone in the instant after the death of the scythe mantis and the horned beetle. No emotions could be seen in its 2 huge, dark compound eyes. As the most intelligent brain bug among the swarm, capable of commanding other lower insects, its wisdom is comparable to that of humans, and it can also analyze situations. The swarm was severely injured by human soldiers and needed time to recover. It didn't wish to engage in battle with the strange beasts of Breezy Mountain Zone so soon. Its original plan was to first demand a small piece of habitat in Breezy Mountain Zone to recuperate and expand its numbers, waiting for the right moment before gradually devouring the territory, turning the entire Breezy Mountain Zone into an insect nest. This was also the method with the least loss. Now, however, it was forced to engage in an early war with them. This has nothing to do with right or wrong, it's just a matter of stance. The swarm only wants to survive. Since they cannot defeat the humans, they must shift their focus to Breezy Mountain Zone.
Creatures of Breezy Mountain Zone, it seems we cannot coexist peacefully. We are coming.
The insect race's main brain shook its head, and then a sweet, seductive voice covered the minds of all insects. All those receiving the orders turned their heads towards Breezy Mountain Zone, flapping their wings in unison and taking off, densely filling the sky. Xiao hovered amid the swirling clouds, seated among Goldie, the nameless tiger, Kai Chang, Blood Refinement, and the later joined Beiji, King Kong, each leading their respective teams. Among them, Goldie, the nameless tiger, Kai Chang, and Blood Refinement are all at Tier 3 Extraordinary stage, while Beiji and King Kong have also reached the late stage of Tier 2 Transcendent stage.
Besides them, some scattered strange beasts also noticed the approaching insect army.
Perhaps sensing their ill intentions and instinctual threats, they banded together in solidarity, united against the external threat.
So many this time we can fight to our heart's content.
Looking at the dense and looming insect army in the distance, Xiao couldn't hide his excitement. These are all evolution points EP. When it comes to killing the strange beasts of Breezy Mountain Zone, care must be taken not to exhaust their resources. Killing these invading insects can be done without restraint. Unlike Zhao's excitement, Goldie and the other strange beasts looked serious as they observed the distant insect tide, standing ready for them. This is a survival challenge.
Winners will rejoice.
Losers will lose their homeland, forced to flee to other places and face expulsion by other strange beasts. Although they all believe that with Xiao around, they certainly won't be on the losing side. But after all, this concerns their very lives, and they cannot afford to be careless.
Xiao cannot protect everyone. Get ready. They're coming.
Suppressing his excitement, Xiao transmitted a message to the strange beasts under him.
These bugs really came.
Beiji felt a shiver down his spine as he looked at the densely packed bugs in the distance.
With the boss here, what are these bugs? If they dare to come, we'll kill them.
Blood Refinement's eyes shone brightly. As a bloodthirsty clan, he was eager to fight. I just killed 2 bugs. They are just a bunch of weaklings. Their strength isn't impressive at all, the nameless tiger said disdainfully. It killed 2 powerful members of the insect race but didn't leave a scratch. This shows that the individual strength of these insects is not very strong, and they rely on their overwhelming numbers. Zhao's eyes shimmered as he activated his distance sight, scanning the insect tide for any potential brain bugs.
The vast number of bugs made Xiao's eyes weary. Too many, and they are well disguised. Never mind, let's kill first and talk later.
Xiao raised his hand, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and big raindrops fell in lines, saturating the air with moist vapor. The moisture attached to the wings slowed down their movement, causing the insect army to be momentarily halted by this abrupt change in weather.
What is going on? Why is it suddenly raining?
The main brain of the insect race looked at the raindrops falling from the sky, completely puzzled.
Rain can affect the insects flying in the sky, reducing their combat effectiveness. However, after a moment of confusion, the moth issued orders for the insects to continue moving forward. Even rain could not hinder their path of conquest. Roar!
Suddenly, a majestic dragon roar echoed. As if being targeted by great terror, the insects at the forefront were shaken and halted. And Xiao also stepped forth from the clouds, appearing before the insect army, coldly surveying the tide of insects. Looking at just part of the massive beast revealed between the clouds and mist was already immense.
That overwhelming aura shocked the main brain of the insect race. The opponent is strong, indeed very strong.
The Breezy Mountain Zone has such powerful creatures.
In that instant, the Zerg brain even considered turning and fleeing immediately. However, there was no way out for them.
Having been driven out by humans, they were already on a path of retreat.
Buzz! Keep moving forward.
The Zerg brain nervously trembled its antennae, then resolutely issued this command. The insects at the front were instinctively trembling, but they had no choice but to obey the command relayed in their brains, continuing to surge toward the figure in the mist.
This action was almost suicidal.
Xiao opened its massive mouth, and the temperature around it rose sharply as a searing flame gathered in its mouth, ready to unleash. Then, the scalding flames swept over the leading swarm of insects, thick black smoke billowing out, their bodies instantly carbonized and stripped away, turning to ash as it gently floated down from the sky.
It was like a shower of black snow.
Meanwhile, continuous prompts from the Devour Evolve system echoed in Zhao's ears, with evolution points AP soaring.
Ding!
Kill Tier 1 Mortal Stage Tier 10 Mosquito, evolution points AP plus 1036.
Ding!
Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 1 Blood-Sucking Mosquito, evolution points AP plus 1563.
Ding!
Kill Tier 1 Mortal Stage Tier 9 Killer Bee, evolution points AP plus 917.
Ding!
You have defeated a Tier 2 Transcendent Stage First Order Thunderwing Cockroach, earning evolution points AP plus 1954.
Ding!
Kill Tier 1 Mortal Stage Tier 8 Drone Ant, evolution points AP plus 854. The flame breath is fan-shaped, covering a vast area, and with the density of the insect swarm, just a few seconds of breath allowed Xiao to harvest a large number of evolution points EP.
Ha ha ha. These evolution points EP are so satisfying to collect.
Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Accumulating these evolution points EP was incredibly easy.
In just a few seconds, a large area was cleared in front of Xiao.
The ground was littered with the corpses and ashes of insects.
Chapter 58, Is This Hell? This wave actually gave 50,000 evolution points EP. I'm going to get rich. Ha ha ha.
Xiao quickly checked the panel, realizing that the last attack had added 50,000 evolution points EP to his total. This is much faster than munching on spirit stones. Xiao looked at the insect horde in front of him, which others would find terrifying but for him resembled a bountiful takeout meal.
Keep going. Keep going. This is too exhilarating. Just how many evolution points EP will I get for clearing them all? Ha ha ha.
A single breakthrough in one go isn't impossible. Feeling extremely excited, even before the insects gathered before him again, Xiao was already manipulating the clouds, twisting his body, and rushing toward the swarm.
Countless insects lunged at Zhao's scales, desperately gnawing and attacking. However, these attacks couldn't even break his scales.
By merely releasing a bit of lightning element from his body, with crackling sounds, the insects that charged at Xiao were electrocuted and fell from the sky. Xiao opened his massive mouth, a glow radiating from within as the fire elements surged and gathered at his throat. In the next moment, a searing flame erupted from his mouth, turning all creatures in front of him to ashes, the surrounding air distorted, and even half the sky was burned red.
Lightning and flames. Two elemental beasts. Is this hell?
Staring at the scene before him, the Zerg brain was stunned. The insect's compound eyes couldn't show emotional fluctuations, but the antennae constantly trembling on its head exposed the turmoil and shock in the Zerg brain's heart.
Such a wide area of flames is something even human weapons can't achieve. This dragon is far more terrifying than humans.
The Zerg brain suddenly felt that choosing to attack the breezy mountain zone was a mistake. A large number of its brethren were burned to ashes, falling gracefully from the sky for the Zerg. This was a scene akin to purgatory.
Buzz. Slanted black dots flew in from a distance.
A slightly smaller pink moth, trembling with its damaged wings, approached the Zerg brain. One of its antennae had been burned off, and it still had sparks on its wings, looking quite tragic. Even as a Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 8 being, it, considered a top combatant among the Zerg, couldn't withstand the dragon's flames. Had it not been for the distance, it would have nearly perished in the fire.
I almost died. The pink moth trembled with lingering fear as it spoke.
Queen, send someone to negotiate with that dragon.
If this continues, we will be wiped out.
The Zerg brain pondered for a moment without immediately answering, looking down at the insects on the ground battling with other beings of the breezy mountain zone.
The battle situation was extremely tense.
A team led by several powerful aberrations is beating back the swarm, while the rest of the battlefield is dominated by the insectoids. Both sides have suffered casualties, but overall, the swarm still holds the advantage. In fact, under the perfect coordination of the insectoids, they have pushed the front line of the breezy mountain zone back by several hundred meters.
The moth sighed wryly, but what good does that do?
The gap in top-tier combat power between both sides is just too vast. If it weren't for the existence of that dragon, perhaps the breezy mountain zone would become their new habitat.
But there are no ifs. They have no way out either. Negotiating peace? How easy can that be? We are the invaders. It's not so simple to negotiate peace. Even if we did, where would we go next? The tone of the insect overlord conveyed resignation. Upon hearing this, the pink moth lowered its head. Before mana awakening, they could still manage to survive in the city. After mana awakening and becoming stronger, the human cities can no longer accommodate them.
After a long moment, with a sigh, the insectoid mastermind's voice came through again. Continue the assault. Even if we have to exhaust ourselves, we will wear that dragon down.
I believe it has its limits.
The insectoid mastermind focused intently on the figure wildly spewing flames and silently retreated to the rear of the swarm. Are we going to win? The pink moth asked as it looked at the red clouds on the horizon.
Yes, if we exhaust that dragon, we will win. Chapter 59 Million Evolution Points EP. Tier 4 Supernatural Stage Tier 6. Flames streaked across the sky, revealing a large area of no man's land. Taking this opportunity, Shao gazed down at the battlefield on the ground to assess the situation. After scanning with its vertical pupils, it let out a relieved sigh. They're all still alive. It was worth it for me to give them a warning these past few days, so they could improve their strength. Though they are injured, they still look lively, thanks to their high-end combat capabilities in the breezy mountain zone and their excellent innate skills. Apart from being besieged by dozens of Tier 2 Transcendent stage high-level insects, it's not so easy for them to be killed. Moreover, they each have their own kin behind them. Then, as his gaze lengthened again, Shao noticed a thick layer of ash on the ground, made up of insect corpses. After a moment of shock, he suddenly thought of a question. They've all turned to ash. It seems like it will be hard to absorb the innate skills later. Although fire elements are not the main attribute, after so many enhancements from innate skills, plus the gap between tiers, his breath still has lethal power to the point of leaving no corpses behind. Looks like I need to control my power a bit. This excess damage is quite a headache. After reviewing the panel again, I found that after a period of grinding, evolution points EP has surprisingly reached the million mark, so leveling up a couple of tiers isn't a problem. Let us use them quickly. Because of the information Jack provided him, Shao is aware of the humans' plans to deal with him. That legendary spirit missile, comparable to nuclear weapons, makes him take it seriously. Is the spirit missile a newly developed weapon? I'm a bit unsure. But, with my current innate skill enhancements, my physical strength should far exceed the standard of the same tier. Ever since obtaining the S-rank innate skill, True Dragon Bloodline, his basic attributes have increased significantly. He now possesses 2 S-rank innate skills, both enhancing his basic attributes. So now, it's no trouble that his physical strength far exceeds that of the same tier. However, since it's a nuclear weapon, it's essential to give it the respect it deserves and max it out. Not knowing when they will strike, he has been using evolution points EP as needed. He doesn't have a habit of hoarding them. In this era of great conflict, crises are always lurking every moment, beings are evolving. If he doesn't seize the time to grow stronger, he will be surpassed by others. Devour Evolve System, level up. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have reached Tier 4 Supernatural Stage Level 5. The next tier, Tier 4 Supernatural Stage Level 6, requires 1 million evolution points EP. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to Tier 4 Supernatural Stage Level 6. For the next tier, Tier 4 Supernatural Stage Level 7, 1.2 million evolution points EP are required. Spending evolution points EP like water, after leveling up 2 tiers, Shao suddenly finds himself broke again. Evolution points EP really goes too fast. And now, the evolution points EP required for him to level up has also reached millions. Seeing that long string of numbers on the panel, Shao couldn't help but grit his teeth. With over 1 million evolution points EP for promotion, it's fortunate that there are plenty of bugs here, or else I'd have to wipe out the exotic beasts in an entire region. After leveling up twice, Zhao's size has expanded once more, reaching a length of 85 meters, with enhancements to his physique, strength, speed, and elemental power. His innate skill bonuses are based on fundamental attributes, so any increase in basic attributes here makes a significant difference for Shao. My maximum power exceeds 10,000 tons, and my speed has surpassed the speed of sound. I can now be called a super monster. Every move creates a massive upheaval. A single swing of his tail could even cause a mountain to collapse. In addition, his appearance has changed. The intricate patterns on his scales have become clearer, exuding an ancient aura, suggesting that the defensive power of his scales has intensified. It feels pretty good. After leveling up by 2 ranks at once, Shao could clearly sense the changes throughout his body. This feeling of gradually becoming stronger is truly addictive. The era of mana awakening is wonderful. Shao released a refreshing roar like a dragon. Continue the slaughter. Casting a glance in the direction where Goldie and the others were fighting, Shao decisively changed positions and flew towards a distant area away from his subordinates. Spirit energy missiles comparable to nuclear weapons will create significant shockwaves.
He can withstand nuclear weapons, but his subordinates definitely cannot, so in order to minimize harm to the creatures of Breezy Mountain Zone, Xiao charged into the swarm of bugs. He moved far away from Goldie and the others, even driving the swarm step by step with flames toward Azure City, gradually approaching Azure City. Since the last time using the electric spear to bombard the city, many of the Devour Evolve systems in Azure City have been paralyzed. After all, he had aimed at Azure City last time. However, it seems some personnel hid in the underground air raid shelters and survived this disaster. Looking at the distant city, a cold glint flashed in Zhao's eyes. This time he prepared to arrive in person, and it wouldn't be just about launching a few electric spears. If they want to launch nuclear weapons, then the situation completely changes. This is aimed at exterminating the creatures of an entire region. Since you all want to eradicate us, I won't spare you either. Roar! A long, ancient-sounding dragon roar echoed through the heavens, expressing countless emotions: anger, sorrow, and a hint of helplessness. In the underground air raid shelter of Azure City, the atmosphere was tense, as if the air itself had solidified. Several lower-ranked bodyguards stood still, afraid to disturb the officers. Meanwhile, several officers from the Mana Awakening Bureau were intently watching the images sent by the drones. They watched the image of the dragon slaughtering the bugs with expressions of disappointment. With a crack, the sound of splintering wood echoed. Finally, one officer from the Mana Awakening Bureau couldn't help but slammed his hand on the table, creating a crack, and gritted his teeth as he said, "After so long of fighting, why does the dragon seem completely unharmed? These bugs are too weak. They can't even injure the dragon." That said, these bugs still caused a city to lose hundreds of thousands of inhabitants. One could only say that this dragon's strength exceeded expectations. At this moment, another officer spotted the fiery clouds on the horizon and widened his eyes, quickly enlarging the view of Xiao amidst the clouds and mist, observing carefully before hesitating to speak. "He looks like he's gotten stronger again." Hearing this, several officers looked a bit dazed. Grown stronger again in such a short time? The growth rate is incredibly fast. This statement stirred up a wave of confusion, with other officers turning their heads to look at him. "Are you sure?" "Yeah, look at the previous footage. Based on our earlier analysis, the dragon is a lightning element giant beast, but now it can breathe fire." It can breathe fire. Several officers suddenly had a suspicion flash through their minds, cold sweat beating on their foreheads. He must have mastered 2 elements. A creature that can master 2 elements is simply unheard of. Chapter 60, Is he coming towards us? Since the Mana Awakening, they came to understand that there existed elemental powers in the world, and that elements were as ubiquitous as air. Only those at Tier 5 awakened stage with the corresponding attributes could feel their presence and utilize them. Generally speaking, creatures that can wield elemental powers also signify that they possess greater innate skills than others of the same rank, and a creature mastering even one element is already very difficult to deal with. They were seeing a creature that mastered 2 elements for the first time. So it turns out one can master multiple elements? After seeing Xiao, they realized that elemental powers can indeed be mastered simultaneously. This is undoubtedly a major discovery since the Mana Awakening. Record this. Before the officers could speak, a researcher quickly uploaded this finding. This discovery was actually learned from the enemy, leaving the officers of the Mana Awakening Bureau feeling a mix of emotions. How many times has this dragon surprised them? First, there were long-range attacks that matched missiles in both distance and power. Next came 2 more elemental powers. This dragon truly brought them an abundance of unexpected joys. It must be admitted that humans have fallen behind the beasts in terms of Mana Awakening. A Mana Awakening Bureau officer sighed and picked up the radio. "We can't wait any longer. I see that these insects can't deal any damage to the dragon. Let's start by firing a few medium-range missiles to test it out. If that doesn't work, we'll switch to spirit missiles. This time, it truly would require a hefty expenditure. One spirit missile could train so many supernatural beings." This sigh also represented their lack of hope that ordinary missiles could deal with the dragon. After all, Chen faction had previously launched missiles at the dragon, yet it remained perfectly fine, showing no signs of having been harmed. Now that it has become stronger, ordinary missiles would have even less effect. However, it is still necessary to test the state of this dragon with a few missiles.
Yes. Following your command, came the reply from the radio.
After issuing the command to fire missiles, several officers intently watched the screen, not daring to miss any movements of the dragon. Dozens of missiles trailed flames as they soared through the sky at supersonic speeds, heading toward Zhao's direction.
Is it coming towards me? They really couldn't hold their nerve. Zhao watched the incoming missiles with an impassive gaze, feeling no sense of danger. These missiles couldn't inflict any harm on his current physique.
What he truly paid attention to was the spirit power missiles that hadn't been launched yet.
Is this all?
Faced with the approaching missiles, Zhao focused his mind and used his instantaneous movement innate skill repeatedly, appearing miles away in an instant.
Boom!
All the missiles missed their target, crashing into the swarm of bugs and sending countless severed limbs flying, causing explosions that created a massive mushroom cloud filled with bug corpses raining down from the sky.
Buzz, buzz, buzz. The tentacles above quivered incessantly as the bug overlord gazed angrily toward Azure City. Where did the dragon go? Several mana awakening officers stared dumbfounded at the empty screen.
There was no indication from the missile launch base that the target had been hit. Zhao's speed of instantaneous movement was too fast to be seen by the naked eye to the officers at the Mana Awakening Bureau. It appeared as though Zhao had vanished into thin air.
There! One officer quickly switched views on several monitors and finally spotted Zhao's figure.
However, at that moment, the image stretched rapidly across the screens, forming a long black line as Zhao moved swiftly.
And the direction of movement was unmistakably Azure City.
Watching the figure almost fly out of the screen, along with its advancing direction, an ominous guess flashed through a Mana Awakening officer's mind, who trembled as he spoke.
Is he coming towards us? It seems, yes. The other officers looked equally terrified. This speed is unreal. At this rate, he will reach us in no time.
And this dragon appears completely uninjured. Our missiles didn't even hit him.
Ordinary missiles are completely ineffective against this dragon. We must deploy spirit power missiles immediately.
We've totally offended this dragon. If it goes berserk and attacks Azure City, we're done for.
If we can't eliminate this dragon today, I can't even imagine how powerful it will become in the future. The hearts of the Mana Awakening officers sank.
Never mind the future, seeing the dragon's momentum, if they can't get rid of it today, Azure City might be erased from the map of Dragon Country, and they would certainly meet a dire fate. In front of their fellow humans, they could still use their ranks to suppress others, but against the beasts, status meant nothing. They were no different from vagabonds outside.
A breath escaped.
They all turned to the largest officer in the middle.
Sir, launch spirit power missiles at the dragon. Yes. If we don't launch soon, it will be too late. He will arrive quickly.
Once he enters the city, it will be far too late.
Launching then will cover Azure City as well.
His eyes flickered several times, and the officer in the middle finally pressed the button in anticipation of everyone's gaze. After entering the code in one breath, he pressed down on the button with a sense of relief.
Beep. Boom.
A prolonged rumble echoed from an open area, white smoke billowing out. Everyone covered their ears instinctively and recoiled.
Spirit power missiles. A combination of technology and Mana Awakening. How spectacular! An amazed researcher couldn't help but exclaim.
The energy from hundreds of tons of spirit stones could flatten dozens of kilometers of land. Any creature would be obliterated by its power. A dazzling new star shot skyward, carrying a terrifying aura, launching at supersonic speed toward the figure in the sky. The accompanying researchers watched the launch of the spirit power missiles with pride. This magic missile is the latest research achievement, equipped with the Devouring Evolve system for guidance, and can automatically alter its trajectory to track targets using Mana Awakening energy, increasing strike accuracy without the need for satellites, allowing it to hit high-speed moving targets precisely. Chapter 61, a magic missile comparable to nuclear weapons.
Here it comes.
Zhao's gaze was stern as he stared at the dark shadow flying towards him, sensing an ominous intimidation.
This is a magic missile comparable to nuclear weapons. Let's see if I can dodge it first.
Xiao swayed his serpentine body, weaving through the clouds, while the magic missile closely pursued him.
After several consecutive teleports, the magic missile also changed its trajectory. Is it locking onto me?
And it has tracking capabilities.
I can't dodge it anymore.
Xiao simply turned around, opened his massive mouth, gathered thunder elements within, and fired a laser beam towards the magic missile.
The magic missile exploded in the sky.
With a loud bang, two massive energies collided, followed by a blinding flash, staining the sky with vibrant colors. The energy shockwave spread out, shattering the clouds, reducing trees to splinters, ripping up the ground, and sending dust scattering through the air, destroying everything around.
What a powerful surge of magic energy! Since there's no avoiding it, I will have to endure it.
At the moment of the magic missile's explosion, Xiao curled his body up, tucking his head into his chest, crossing his two claws over his head to protect it, adopting a defensive posture to face the energy produced by the explosion. The magic missile explosion drew everyone's attention. The energy from hundreds of tons of spirit stones generated a wave of magic energy that was impossible to ignore.
What is that thing? Tiger Nameless clearly sensed the terrifying aura in the sky and exclaimed in shock.
Even from over 100 kilometers away, it still caused goosebumps. Humans are once again reshaping our understanding. Such terrifying weapons are actually created by them. I wonder how many they can launch, Jingang said solemnly, gazing at the distant mushroom cloud. He knew that humans weren't simple, but he had no idea that their weapons could achieve such power. Fortunately, they are far away, otherwise, they would surely be doomed.
Boss!
With a flick of its massive tail, Goldie casually swatted a bug that had latched onto it, glancing anxiously at the spot where the energy missile had exploded.
If it wasn't mistaken, that terrifying aura had been directed right at Xiao. Damn those two-legged beasts!
Why do they push us to this extent?
Tiger Wooming ground its teeth in frustration, unable to understand why humans repeatedly forced them into a corner. Racial conflict. Ultimately, we are not on the same side.
Kai Chang shook her head as she looked at the terrifying destruction in the distance. Although there are good people among humans, when confronted with the greater good of their race, fighting for mana awakening in the limited land, they are inherently enemies.
As long as one is alive, the choice of a side must be made.
It's become clear to it that as soon as one's strength reaches a certain level, they will be targeted by humans.
Humans are very fearful of the rise of alien beasts and have been actively suppressing them. Humans will not let them go.
I will never let you harm my children. Kai Chang looked at the smoke from the explosion in the distance, firmly resolving herself.
Is the boss still alive? Beiji asked anxiously.
If Xiao is dead, dealing with the bug race will be very difficult, and Breezy Mountain Zone may change hands. There are just too many bugs, and with the unified command of their main brain, they coordinate perfectly, supporting each other, like a group of fearless warriors. Even Goldie, who had always had faith in Xiao, was shaken by this question. That wave of energy was just too powerful. They could sense it even from here, let alone Xiao at the center of the explosion.
If the boss dies, I will never let them go.
Goldie's eyes nearly sparked with fury. If not for the bug race blocking its path, it would want to rush into the human city and slaughter indiscriminately.
Chapter 62, Opportunities and Dangers, Massive Mana Awakening.
A powerful energy shockwave swept over Zhao's scales, lifting them and causing drops of blood to seep out, leaving Xiao in pain. However, it was still within a tolerable range. It was just an external injury, with no damage to the organs or bones. After enduring the pain, Xiao felt the rich mana awakening surrounding his body, almost turning into tangible droplets of water. It was as if he had been thrown into an ocean filled with mana awakening.
This rich mana awakening.
Xiao paused and then burst into laughter.
Spirit Power Missile. Isn't it just using mana awakening as energy? This works out for me. Ha ha ha. Ding.
Absorbed mana awakening, evolution points AP plus 56,631.
Ding.
Absorbed mana awakening, evolution points AP plus 42,365.
Ding.
Absorbed mana awakening, evolution points AP plus 48,695. The mana awakening here is abundant, so Xiao is in no hurry to leave the epicenter of the explosion. he curled his body and quietly floated in the sky. Although the spirit power all around him was extremely violent, capable of injuring his scales, the mana awakening here is also the most intense. The Devour Evolve system prompts were ringing in his ears every few seconds, and the evolution points EP were increasing at a frantic pace in the thousands. As long as he could withstand the blast's damage, the mana awakening here was free for Xiao to absorb. And humans would never suspect that the spirit power missile not only failed to destroy Xiao, but Xiao was also absorbing the mana awakening produced by the missile's explosion, further enhancing his power. Xiao squinted his eyes, his vertical pupils coldly gazing at the distant reinforced concrete buildings, deep in thought.
Underground bunker in Azure City.
Several officers surrounded the screen, looking tense, their fists clenched. On the screen was a massive mushroom cloud. The blast radius of the spirit power missile was too wide, and the drones could only capture footage from a distance. In the video, a dark silhouette could be faintly seen. One officer, doubting his own eyes, rubbed them and furrowed his brow, asking,
"Have you died?"
"It seems he's not dead."
"How could that be?"
Everyone looked shocked, unwilling to tear their eyes away from the screen. As time passed and the smoke cleared a little, a vague dark figure could be seen silently suspended in the sky. A chill ran down several people's spines, their teeth chattering.
This dragon actually survived a spirit power missile. This is absurd. How long has it been since mana awakening started? It's only been a little over half a month. Can a creature really grow to this extent? The growth speed. This dragon is simply a prodigy among the aberrant beasts. It shouldn't be alive and should be in a weakened state.
Launch a few more missiles.
The largest officer was equally in shock, unable to believe it.
Then, he loosened his clenched fists and sighed in frustration. Even humanity's strongest weapons couldn't kill the dragon, and now they could only accept reality.
Prepare to evacuate. Hurry up.
After issuing the order to launch missiles, several officers hurriedly left the underground bunker.
Under the crowd's escort, they got into the vehicle.
With such a powerful dragon nearby, and their ultimate weapon unable to harm it, Azure City was no longer safe. In the clouds, the mana awakening gradually dissipated, becoming increasingly thin. Sensing the changes in the surrounding mana awakening, Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and shouted,
"Devour Evolve system, level up." Ding!
Congratulations to the host for leveling up to Tier 4 Supernatural Stage Level 7. The next tier, Tier 4 Supernatural Stage Level 8, requires 1.4 million evolution points EP.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have reached Tier 4 Supernatural Stage 8th rank. The next rank, Tier 4 Supernatural Stage 9th rank, requires 1.6 million evolution points EP.
With 2 consecutive sounds from the Devour Evolve system, Xiao leveled up twice in one breath.
As expected of a psychic missile that can rival nuclear weapons, absorbing just a portion of its energy is enough for me to level up twice. Plus, after exterminating the insect race and gathering evolution points EP, it should be enough for me to break through to the next realm.
The next realm should be transforming into a dragon, right?
Xiao felt this was very likely. He had obtained the true dragon bloodline, and the purity of his bloodline was becoming increasingly refined as he leveled up. Thinking of this, Xiao couldn't help but start to feel excited.
The legendary dragon.
If I reach that stage, I fear I will truly be invincible across the world.
There would no longer be any existence capable of threatening Xiao.
After leveling up, Xiao's size increased by another 10 meters, reaching a height of 95 meters, and the damaged scales on his body were quickly healing thanks to his innate skill, restoring to full strength in no time. Xiao roared with excitement, feeling invigorated, as the thunder elements crackled around him, and his power reached unprecedented heights. Then, he turned his gaze towards the distant city, his eyes flashing continually.
"Humans, you have offended me time and again. It's time to pay the price."
Roar! A long, resounding dragon roar echoed through the skies, the atmosphere darkening instantly as storm clouds gathered, accompanied by flashes of lightning. At supersonic speed, Xiao charged forward, bringing torrential rain with him, a long blue lightning trail following in his wake as he streaked through the sky. A distance of hundreds of kilometers could be covered in just over 10 minutes.
Holy crap! A dragon! What the hell? It's only been half a month. And a dragon is already here. This is ridiculous.
Damn it, I'm still just at Tier 1 Mortal Stage Level 8, and there are already mythical creatures showing up.
What is this nonsense? Why do I feel like Blue Star is doomed? Mythical creatures are already appearing now. What will happen later? What is happening to me? Is this still Blue Star?
People in Azure City felt their scalps tingle at the sight of the figure soaring in the sky, especially amid the torrential rain and thunder. It was utterly shocking, like a special effect in a movie.
Crap! There's an otherworldly beast attacking the city. Stop musing, let's run.
When someone noticed Xiao was coming towards them at high speed, despair filled their hearts.
Run? Where can we go? The roads are all jammed with cars. Should I kneel before the dragon and beg for mercy? Am I too late to be a traitor? Why do you assume the dragon is going to attack us?
It might be here to coexist peacefully with us.
You bombed it with missiles. Do you really think it will coexist peacefully with you? Are you dreaming, bro? I estimate the higher-ups have given up on Azure City. Sigh. They can escape, but what can we do?
In the 10 or so minutes that Xiao sped toward Azure City, it had already descended into chaos, with fleeing vehicles everywhere on the roads, and pedestrians abandoning their cars to sprint down the streets with their luggage.
Chapter 63: The Arrival of the Giant Beast. The rampant thunder strikes. Dark clouds rolled in, and the torrential rain also approached.
Along with the torrential rain came a nearly 100-meter-long, pitch-black dragon glowing with blue light. Xiao barreled directly into a towering building over 100 meters high at supersonic speed.
Boom!
The building crumbled like tofu upon impact. In an instant, dust scattered everywhere, houses collapsed, and the screams of people filled the air. Xiao shook his head, flicked his tail to shake off the debris, and soared back into the sky amidst the astonished gazes of the people. In the sky, Xiao looked down indifferently at the people below, who seemed like ants to him, their strength appearing as pitifully weak as insects.
Humans are truly a fragile species.
With just one claw, he could crush these rat-like humans.
However, he couldn't be bothered to crush them one by one. Thunder Domain.
Xiao raised his paw, summoning the Thunder Domain.
When he reached Tier 4 Supernatural Stage Level 8, the range of the Thunder Domain could already cover half of Azure City.
Thunder roared, and twisting bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, ready to strike down at any moment. On the streets, regardless of whether people were running, screaming, or crying, everyone couldn't help but look up at the sky. People stared in terror at the dragon looming above, though they quickly averted their gaze under pressure after just one glance. The pair of slitted pupils, dignified and imposing. As if targeted by a terrifying predator, they didn't even have the courage to meet the dragon's gaze. Some individuals mustered their courage and shouted at Xiao.
"Dragon!
Please don't kill us!" Yet Xiao didn't spare him a single glance. Suddenly, a thunderous voice echoed in everyone's hearts.
From now on, Azure City no longer belongs to humans.
The authoritative proclamation resonated in everyone's minds.
Clear and powerful, it was indisputable.
Meanwhile, helicopters were taking off from the Azure City military base. Inside the helicopters were officers from the Mana Awakening Bureau dressed in uniforms. They were all visibly shocked, the proximity to the giant beast far more overwhelming than anything seen on a screen.
Damn! This looks like it's about to transform into a dragon. It's enormous. Without a doubt, this is the highest evolved creature since the Mana Awakening. It must have reached that unknown and higher realm, surpassing even the strongest from the Dragon Kingdom. One officer nearby shook his head, not just that even if it were just one realm higher, it wouldn't possess such terrifying power. It has to be 2 realms higher. This dragon must be the most evolved creature globally. There aren't even records of such terrifying beings in the eagle and bear countries. 2 realms? That's a bit absurd. What kind of elixirs has it consumed? Are we doomed? Another officer felt hopeless upon hearing this. If it was just 1 realm higher, there might still be some hope. Surpassing the strongest from the Dragon Kingdom by 2 realms, how long will it take for humanity to catch up to this dragon's pace?
They all knew that the higher the realm, the harder it was to ascend, and in the later stages, the mana awakening required astronomical figures. Even with the full might of the country, it would be very difficult to train an extraordinary being capable of confronting the dragon. Currently, their nation's strongest individual could only withstand rocket attacks and could not reach a level where they could still be lively after being bombarded with nuclear weapons like the dragon. The gap between these two is just too great. Let fate decide. If we die, the headquarters will launch nuclear weapons to avenge us. An officer looked calmly at the distant dragon shrouded in lightning above the clouds, appearing indifferent to life and death. Humph. They still want to occupy Azure City. Look at that arrogant dragon. They don't even realize that Breezy Mountain Zone is about to be flattened. What if the headquarters really bombs Breezy Mountain Zone with nuclear weapons? Will that dragon get even angrier, and, in a fit of rage, destroy several nearby cities? This statement left everyone present in stunned silence. Indeed. If they really launched nuclear weapons at the dragon's habitat, and if the habitat were destroyed, then wouldn't the dragon come towards their city? You all underestimate our military reserves. If it dares to do that, I believe the old man above would empty the national treasury just to eliminate this dragon. The highest-ranking officer shook his head and spoke. With our current stockpile of nuclear weapons, as long as that dragon isn't completely immune to nuclear arms, we can easily overwhelm it with sheer numbers, though the cost would be immense. If all our military reserves are consumed on this dragon, it would be difficult for us to deal with any subsequent beasts that emerge. But none of this is our concern. Let us just focus on surviving first. Sighing, the highest-ranking officer looked anxiously at the sky crackling with lightning, a sense of deadly intent brewing in the air alongside the torrential rain, churning dark clouds, and rolling thunder. If I had known, I wouldn't have provoked this dragon. At this point, a hint of regret flashed in the minds of the officers at the Mana Awakening HQ. What if they had built a good relationship with this dragon from the start? Would the outcome have been different? However, the higher-ups surely couldn't have anticipated that a beast would grow so rapidly, far exceeding their expectations. Boom! 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 In no time, dozens of thick bolts of lightning struck down from the sky, unstoppable, bearing the momentum to annihilate everything. The lightning element is inherently the most destructive of elemental forces. Buildings collapsed, the pavement shattered wherever the lightning struck. All that remained was a desolate wasteland and a charred ground, devoid of life, with only wisps of white smoke rising. Two helicopters felt as fragile as small boats facing towering waves, appearing so weak and powerless before the raging thunder. Among them, 2 bolts of wild lightning distinctly struck these 2 helicopters, turning the occupants into charred remains, disintegrating them in mid-air. A blinding white light flashed, and faced with death, the officers of the Mana Awakening Bureau wore expressions of terror in the face of disaster. They were no different from anyone else. As the temperature around rose, a wave of heat surged, as if they were in hell, while another elemental force was brewing in Zhao's mouth. The raging fire element gathered within, and even from an external view, the area from Zhao's throat to his chest glowed fiery red. In the next moment, a fan-shaped flame erupted from Zhao's mouth, distorting the air around it. The moment a steel bar touched the flame, it instantly melted into molten iron. Zhao shook his head, twisting its serpentine body, showering the fierce fire farther afield, turning the entire Azure City into a sea of flames. Chapter 64, Azure City Falls. Negotiation. Azure City has ultimately fallen. A loud sigh could be heard. At the Mana Awakening HQ, live footage from drones showed a scene resembling hell, as the entire Azure City was engulfed in raging fire. A group of people stared nervously at the screen. Deputy Director Yang, should we deploy nuclear weapons? A middle-aged male officer swallowed hard and asked in a low voice. Hearing this, everyone turned to a cool-headed woman in a white uniform, seemingly seeking her opinion. She did not respond immediately, simply watching the dragon darting from one camera to another on the screen. Even after being bombarded by spirit energy missiles, the dragon appeared to sustain little damage. Only the upturned scales showed signs of injury. Even those slight signs of injury were rapidly healing, and it wouldn't be long before it fully recovered. It even has a self-healing innate skill. Just how many innate skills does this dragon possess?
Deputy Director Yang keenly noticed this. Without the self-healing innate skill, such quick recovery would be impossible. This dragon's speed exceeds the speed of sound, right? Fixated on the fast-moving, barely distinguishable black figure on the screen, Deputy Director Yang couldn't help but ask a nearby researcher. Upon hearing this, the researcher quickly focused on the instruments in hand, eyes widening. Yes, the detected speed is around 1,200, no, it's 1,300 kilometers per hour. Moreover, it seems to have a teleportation innate skill. 1,300 kilometers per hour. And teleportation innate skill. Hiss. Upon hearing the researcher's response, everyone couldn't help but gasp. The researcher trembled as he analyzed. At this speed, without satellite positioning, it will be very difficult for us to hit it. Unless we use the latest spirit energy missiles. However, that would consume way too much. To eliminate this dragon, we would almost have to use our entire stockpile of spirit stones. And if we bomb the breezy mountain zone with nuclear weapons, it could anger this dragon, leading to more than just the fall of Azure City. Several surrounding cities might suffer as well. Hearing the researcher's response, Deputy Director Yang nodded, then sighed. Now that Azure City has fallen, we cannot afford to escalate the losses any further. This dragon has shown a high level of intelligence, so let's try negotiating with it. After giving this order, the military base in Azure City swiftly transferred the drone control permissions, while Deputy Director Yang cleared his throat, pressed a switch, and opened the microphone in front of him. Meanwhile, in Azure City, Shao continued to rampage through the city, wreaking havoc. After the massacre, the Devouring Evolve system chimed frantically in his ear. The evolution points EP gained are still fewer compared to what the insectoid race has obtained. Humans absorb mana awakening at a slower rate than the beasts, and most people miss the first blood rain, meaning they are inherently at a lower level than the beasts. As for the evolution points EP, it doesn't really matter to Shao, but these bugs have offended him, and he must express his stance. Constantly yielding will only make humans feel that the beasts are weak and easy to bully. Exterminating the beasts comes at no cost. The fall of Azure City is a warning that Shao sends to humanity. Humans are no longer the unchecked rulers of Blue Planet. As time passed, Shao suddenly noticed that at some point, the helicopters shooting at him vanished, replaced by numerous drones approaching him relentlessly. You can't beat me, so you want to negotiate with me? Shao quickly analyzed the thoughts of the humans. As his massive jaws closed, ceasing to spew flames, Shao scoffed, just in time. I also want to announce something significant to them. Shao hasn't forgotten the intelligence he received from Jack. If the spirit missiles couldn't take down Shao, the humans might have to resort to nuclear weapons to obliterate Breezy Mountain Zone. While Shao isn't afraid of nuclear weapons, Goldie and the others cannot withstand them. After being bombarded by nuclear weapons, Breezy Mountain Zone would turn into a wasteland, no longer suitable for life, with countless resources vanishing. In other words, if the humans really disregard everything and launch a nuclear attack, Zhao's subordinates would likely face total annihilation. Of course, if they choose this mutually destructive scenario, it would signify a complete enmity with Shao. Shao would also deal a significant blow to the Dragon Nation with his current strength. Wiping out half the population is not a problem. A drone flew right in front of Shao, its orange-yellow slit pupils staring quietly at the drone. Seeing the majestic beast's eyes appear on the screen, Vice Director Yang couldn't help but shudder, but she quickly regained her composure and took a deep breath. This was her first dialogue with a non-human being, concerning the lives of millions in the Dragon Nation, bearing enormous psychological pressure. She couldn't figure out what the other party was thinking. One wrong word could lead to a breakdown in negotiations. However, having reached this position through merit and not family pressure, Vice Director Yang's psychological fortitude is quite formidable. Soon after, Vice Director Yang's voice emerged, sincere yet maintaining the dignity of a great nation. Respected Dragon King, I represent the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom to request negotiations with you. Upon hearing this, Shao let out a breath through his nostrils and disdainfully said, You are not worthy of respect. Respect? Let's cut the fake niceties. I felt no respect for your previous actions. At the end of the day, this world respects power. Didn't I already force you to submit?
Xiao understood that if it weren't for his ability to withstand the power of the spiritual missiles, they certainly wouldn't be displaying such an attitude. They wouldn't even bother to talk to him straight to killing him on the spot. After being firmly rebuffed by Xiao, Vice Director Yang fell silent for a moment, but quickly regained his composure, maintaining a sincere tone while speaking with Xiao. Honorable Dragon King, I know you have harbored hatred towards us, but we humans have been the masters of Blue Planet for thousands of years. Our technological foundation allows us to launch thousands of these spiritual missiles. If you insist on destroying our nation, we will deploy all our weapons. Your future is limitless, and I believe you wouldn't want to go down with us in an all-out war. Why don't we each take a step back? I apologize for our previous offenses, and we won't pursue the matter of Azure City's fall. I hope you can cease your attacks on our cities. That is our request. 1,000 spirit missiles. Xiao thought for a moment. With the strength of the Dragon Nation, it was indeed possible. This is the danger of revealing too much too soon. Facing the concentrated firepower of an entire nation, he truly needed time to develop. Xiao exhaled. You said so much, all focused on your demands. Is this how you negotiate? Of course. If you, Dragon King, have any demands, we will do our best to meet them. Under the pressure of Zhao's gaze, Vice Director Yang hastily replied. Originally, the character Kai Chang was supposed to sacrifice herself to block a nuclear weapon in my outline, but after some thought, since this is a feel-good story, I decided to maintain that tone instead, so I won't cut it. Although it's a parallel world, some things can't be written. Let's leave it at that. I'm also not particularly satisfied with this segment I wrote. Chapter 65, Establishing a Human Exclusion Zone. Demands? When Deputy Director Yang said this, Xiao suddenly swung its claws, and the drone didn't have time to evade, getting caught in Zhao's grip. This sudden action startled everyone at the Mana Awakening office, but no one dared to voice any dissent. They all held their breath, focused intently on the screen, straining to listen. Then, Xiao fixed its gaze on the drone held in its claws, its vertical pupils suddenly narrowing. In that moment, even through the screen, Deputy Director Yang felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Deputy Director Yang wiped the cold sweat from her brow, unable to imagine what it would be like to actually face this dragon. She feared that even she would be weak in the knees. After that, she heard the dragon speak, word for word. Listen carefully. From now on, Breezy Mountain Zone is a forbidden area for humans. If I discover any human military forces daring to enter the Forbidden Zone, I will punish those who defy me. However many there are, I will kill them all. Once he finished speaking, the people on the other side of the screen were all intimidated by that regal aura. After a long while, Vice Director Yang finally regained her senses and quickly said, "We will certainly fulfill your demands. From now on, Breezy Mountain Zone will be your territory. We also ask the Dragon King to keep his promise and refrain from attacking our cities. Not just Breezy Mountain Zone, have you forgotten about Azure City? Even Azure City also wants to?" Vice Director Yang was taken aback, but since they were already at this point, Azure City had been destroyed, and its value was not significant to them. She could only grit her teeth and agree. "Yes, Azure City also belongs to you. As for whether I will strike, that will depend on your attitude. At least for the short term, we can coexist peacefully. Let's leave it at that." After speaking, Xiao applied gentle pressure, crushing the drone. The screen went black, and the oppressive sensation dissipated. With the hearing of Zhao's promise, Vice Director Yang finally sighed in relief. This negotiation could be seen as both sides taking a step back. Xiao built up his power while carving out a piece of meat from the Dragon Nation, and the Dragon Nation gained some time for easing tensions. However, given the growth rate of this dragon, they had inadvertently allowed a future formidable opponent to grow, but there was no helping it. They could only hurry to cultivate more psychic individuals in the future. In the end, it still boils down to an arms race. It all depends on who develops faster. After the negotiation concluded, the monitoring hall fell into silence, the atmosphere strange as everyone felt a hint of humiliation. Yes, humiliation. It was their first time being driven out of a city by a beast. In the past, they treated these beasts in the warning zones as materials, as test subjects to be hunted down.
Now, however, the situation has completely reversed. They are being eaten by these beasts and have been forced to abandon a city. Moreover, this is very likely just the beginning. With the gradual awakening of mana, the beasts' power is increasing, making them more dominant, while humanity will gradually lose its status as the overlord of Blue Star. Bang! One officer slammed the table. Only after negotiations ended did he dare to vent his frustrations, grinding his teeth in anger. Damn beasts! The researcher beside him was equally puzzled and murmured softly, "How did he become so strong?" Deputy Director Yang cast a faint glance at the officer who had slammed the table, causing the officer to awkwardly raise his hand. Increase investment in scientific research. Also, send more personnel to mine for valuable resources and spirit stone veins. We must operate at full capacity and develop vigorously, or else such events will happen again in the future. Yes. Upon hearing Deputy Director Yang's words, everyone present responded in agreement. Today, she managed to stabilize the situation with the Gelone, earning unanimous respect from everyone. After the discussion ended, Xiao casually gazed at the now burning city, where crucial figures had all been killed. He allowed the fire to continue raging, swayed his tail, and flew towards the Zerg army that was still engaged in battle with the beasts of Breezy Mountain Zone. These are all evolution points EP. We cannot let them go. Gained over 1 million evolution points EP during the attack on Azure City, and the evolution points EP provided by the insectoid race will be even more, enough for him to break through to the next level. Up on Breezy Mountain Zone, as a result of Zhao's departure, the Zerg army's morale soared, growing bolder and more numerous, a massive swarm filling the sky. Often, a single beast has to face multiple attacks from the Zerg, getting pushed back steadily. The Zerg's main brain played a significant role in this. The mindless insects obediently followed its commands, transforming them into a fearless group of warriors who charge forward, even knowing they might die. Meanwhile, some beasts, being too intelligent, feared for their lives and dared not confront the insects. Some clever beasts even chose to hide, prioritizing their survival. Only the powerful beasts would fight to defend their territory. Among them, Zhao's team was the fiercest, including Goldie, the Nameless Tiger, Blood Refinement, and Colorful Garment, all reaching Tier 3 extraordinary stage strength. One beast can take on dozens of skilled Zerg warriors without losing ground, nearly restraining all the elite Zerg. Roar! With a thunderous roar, a mighty tiger's roar swept through like a razor, slicing layers off the shell. Hundreds of insects were instantaneously blown apart by this force, their limbs scattered from the sky. Buzz buzz buzz. A few buzzing sounds indicated that the Zerg's main brain had also noticed the situation. The tiger's power was hard to ignore, and a seductive voice echoed in the minds of the Zerg. Let's take down this tiger first. This is the role of the Zerg's main brain. It can oversee the entire battlefield and allocate personnel as needed. First, they focus fire to eliminate the beast that poses the greatest threat to them. The Nameless Tiger had a strong desire to fight, having killed a good number of Zerg, and caught the attention of the Zerg's main brain. Tilting its head, the Zerg in a less pressured area suddenly abandoned their chase of the nearby beast and turned their heads towards the massive green giant tiger on the battlefield. Under the green giant tiger's feet lay numerous insect corpses. The Nameless Tiger stood almost atop them, moving forward with each step upon the Zerg's dead. Without fear, the Nameless Tiger roared, "Damn it! Insect trash, come at me!" Facing the insects charging at it, the Nameless Tiger was completely unafraid. "Tiger brother, I'm coming to help you." Noticing the situation of the Nameless Tiger, Goldie immediately swatted away an insect that had ensnared him and rushed towards the Nameless Tiger. Just as he was about to unleash an earth spike, he suddenly noticed something, glancing skyward, his heart leaping with joy. Awesome! It's the boss! The boss is back! Chapter 66, A Frenzied Harvest. Telekinetic Control. Before the reinforcements from the Zerg could reach the Nameless Tiger, a burst of fiery breath reduced them all to ashes. Ding! Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 1 Green Water Mosquito, Evolution Points IP plus 1523. Ding! Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 1 Scythe Mantis, Evolution Points IP plus 1982. Ding! Kill Tier 1 Mortal Stage Tier 10 Hornet, Evolution Points AP plus 963. Boss! You finally arrived. Hu Woming exclaimed joyfully. Xiao nodded, saying, I'm here. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he then focused his gaze on the surrounding Zerg that had originally been engaged in a fierce battle with the nameless tiger. They were all elite Zerg, none below Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 4. As Xiao looked over, a dozen elite Zerg exchanged glances, then simultaneously stepped back a pace, astonished expressions in their eyes, whispering among themselves. Why is he back? He actually didn't die at the hands of humanity. This doesn't make sense. Aren't humans supposed to be very strong? Why does this Jiaolong show no signs of injury at all? Recalling the days when they were chased and beaten by humans, while Xiao returned safely, the dozen elite Zerg felt a stark contrast. Aren't humans supposed to be strong against them? Why did they suddenly become so weak against the Jiaolong? Die. These are all elite Zerg, giving numerous evolution points EP, we cannot let them escape. A blazing breath of fire shot forth, igniting the elite Zerg where it passed, their screams echoing endlessly. Ah! It hurts! Don't burn me! Higher tier Zerg endured even more suffering than the normal ones while the other Zerg were turned to ash in an instant. These had to endure the agony of being burned for several seconds. Please, don't kill me! Some Zerg couldn't bear the pain and begged for mercy, but Xiao turned a deaf ear. He had heard this kind of plea too many times and had become somewhat numb, even developing calluses in his ears. Ding! Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 5 Water Spirit Insect, Evolution Points AP plus 5,322. Ding! Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 6 Steelbee, Evolution Points AP plus 6,231. Ding! Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 4 Flame Lantern Firefly, Evolution Points AP plus 4,712. Evolution Points EP chimed in his ear, and another 60,000 Evolution Points EP were credited. The Evolution Points EP from these Zerg elites were indeed much higher than those from ordinary Zerg. However, the Evolution Points EP he now needed to ascend were in the millions. If it weren't for this wave of Zerg army providing him with Evolution Points EP, he definitely wouldn't be leveling up this quickly. Once the flames had finished burning, some parts of the Zerg bodies remained unburned, a result of Xiao intentionally controlling the power of his breath. Otherwise, the bodies would have turned to ashes, making it impossible to devour any innate skills. Fire elements are the nemesis of bugs, but the trouble lies in having to control the power. Otherwise, one careless move will turn them to ash. Xiao expressed disdain toward the insectoid corpses, saying, "It's your fault for being so weak." Xiao decisively consumed the corpses, as these higher tier Zerg had more tier 5 awakened stage innate skills, making it easier to absorb these innate skills. Ding! Skill, Endless Devour activating. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have absorbed D rank innate skill, Hearing Enhancement. Hearing Enhancement D rank, your hearing is greatly enhanced, with a 500% increase in auditory acuity. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have absorbed B rank innate skill, Telekinesis. Telekinesis B rank, your mental power is increased by 30% based on basic attributes, and you can manipulate inanimate objects with telekinesis. He absorbed a total of 2 innate skills, one was hearing enhancement, and now Xiao truly felt that his hearing had improved significantly, even clearly perceiving the sound of air flowing past his ears. He could also hear the sounds of fighting, Zerg chirping, and roaring from further away. Linked with his clairvoyance innate skill, this innate skill should be a lower tier version of Wind Whisper. However, enhanced hearing isn't all good if there are innate skills that attack through sound. It would be quite a critical hit for him. The other innate skill was rather interesting. Telekinesis. This is a mental type innate skill, right? Looking at the introduction of the innate skill, Xiao analyzed in his heart. In Zhao's memory, mental type innate skills usually had powerful effects. For example, his skill, Mind Control, has an extremely outrageous effect. If it weren't for the high consumption, brainwashing a person would require a large amount of mental energy, and even being classified as an S-rank innate skill wouldn't be an exaggeration. Thus, Xiao prefers to kill directly when possible. There's no need to use this innate skill on such weak creatures. Xiao attempted to use telekinesis, wrapping a blue glow around a Zerg's corpse, making it float in the air. This blue glow was a manifestation of his telekinesis. Then he controlled the corpse to move into his mouth.
After the operation, Xiao showed a delighted expression. This is telekinesis, capable of controlling inanimate objects and retrieving items from a distance. Quite interesting. I can develop it further for combat applications.
Then, not satisfied with just the Zerg corpses, Xiao again used telekinesis to wrap around a branch.
With a flash in his eyes, the branch shot through a large tree with a whoosh. Not only could he manipulate inanimate objects, but he could also control them to move at high speed. However, this way would consume more mental energy.
Not bad.
If it were a knife or spear, the power would be even greater.
With this innate skill, Xiao could completely control a bunch of swords and blades for attacks, overwhelming his enemies. The power of this innate skill would be even greater on the battlefield of humans. Humans would use weapons on a large scale, while aberrations used claws and teeth.
Boss, are you okay? At this moment, Goldie also arrived at the scene. Seeing Zhao's joyful face, he quickly asked. He had just witnessed Xiao take a full hit from a spiritual energy missile. Did he really come out unscathed from such an immense force?
It's fine.
Xiao shook his head and then announced news that filled Hu Woming and Goldie with surprise.
Azure City is now our territory.
From now on, where I am will be a human's forbidden zone.
Human forbidden zone. This news came too suddenly. Upon hearing this news, both Hu Woming and Goldie looked incredibly excited.
They puffed out their chests, feeling a sense of vindication. They finally stood tall.
In the past, they were recklessly used by humans as cannon fodder, but now the boss has not only seized a human city but also turned Breezy Mountain Zone into a forbidden area that humans dare not step into.
I ask, who else can make the dominant human race bow down? Only the boss can achieve that.
At this moment, both of them genuinely felt admiration for Xiao and couldn't help but exclaim. The boss is mighty. The boss is impressive.
Boss, Kai Chang and the others probably aren't aware of this good news. I'll go tell them right away. At this moment, Goldie couldn't help but feel excited and wanted to share this news with her friends.
Sure, go ahead.
Xiao didn't stop her, and Goldie slithered her massive serpent body to where the other friends were fighting.
As for whether Breezy Mountain Zone will be invaded by the Zerg, now that the boss has arrived, does that question even matter?
Clearly, in their minds, with Xiao present, the Zerg attacking Breezy Mountain Zone wouldn't stand a chance against the boss. He alone could annihilate the Zerg army.
Chapter 67, Annihilating the Zerg. Continuous level up. Watching Goldie leave, Xiao flicked his tail and soared into the sky, facing the endless army of insectoids battling the beasts of Breezy Mountain Zone.
Zhao's eyes gleamed, filled with evolution points AP. It was like a miser seeing gold, or a wolf catching sight of a beautiful woman. The allure of evolution points EP for Xiao was extraordinarily great.
To Xiao, these bugs appeared as a pile of moving evolution points EP. Then, evolution points EP. Here I come.
With a swoosh, Xiao plunged straight into the swarm of bugs.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
Opening his huge mouth, he continuously spewed flames, and one by one, the bugs ignited and fell from the sky.
It was like an unusual rain. Ha ha ha.
This evolution points EP are just too easy to get. Xiao was overjoyed as the evolution points EP surged wildly like a flowing river. Wherever Xiao goes, no Zerg can survive. Xiao became a harbinger of death, recklessly harvesting the lives of the Zerg. Meanwhile, the Zerg were utterly powerless to resist. Even their spirit missiles couldn't take down Xiao, let alone the bugs at Tier 2 Transcendent stage and Tier 1 Mortal stage. Their attacks felt like mere tickles to Xiao. He didn't even bother to dodge, knowing that they couldn't harm him.
Why is he so strong? This is terrifying. We absolutely can't win. We can't even hurt him. What level is he even at? We're doomed.
I don't want to fight anymore. This dragon is just too frightening. A few of the more intelligent bugs watching the massacre by Xiao felt a deep sense of despair, realizing there was no chance of winning. No matter how many bugs charged in, the outcome would be the same. In the face of absolute power, attempting to drown this dragon with numbers was sheer folly.
Queen, let us retreat.
We'll avoid Breezy Mountain Zone and search for a new home elsewhere. A muscular mosquito cried out as it ran to the Zerg main brain, sobbing and clearly frightened by Xiao. It saw the increasingly closer dragon and the dwindling Zerg forces. The Zerg main brain finally felt fear and despair, realizing there was no hope of occupying Breezy Mountain Zone. Thus, it issued two commands. One part of the bug should cover its secret retreat, while another should charge at Xiao to distract him and buy time.
As the Zerg main brain, it was the absolute core of the Zerg army.
If it died, then the Zerg disaster would no longer be a disaster, but just a group of weak bugs without cohesion. The Zerg army would instantly crumble. And bugs like it that could become the main brain were truly 1 in a million. As long as it was around, it could eventually reunite a new Zerg disaster. It left a small portion of higher tier and tier 5 awakened stage intelligent bugs to cover its retreat while sacrificing the lesser bugs that only acted on instinct to Xiao. Buzz buzz buzz. With wings flapping, the Zerg main brain took one last look at Breezy Mountain Zone and the dragon that was slaughtering its forces before fleeing without looking back. And before escaping, it issued one final command.
Fight to the end. Stop the dragon.
Having fought from dawn till dusk, Xiao finally lifted his head from the carnage, gazing forward. What he saw were just a few scattered bugs left. The Zerg army was no longer the formidable force it once was. It could hardly still be called an army.
It's done. Feeling a wave of melancholy, Xiao sensed a void in his heart, feeling a bit reluctant.
Such a massive Zerg army, capable of earning huge amounts of evolution points EP, was completely wiped out. Coming back to his senses, Xiao opened the Devour Evolve system panel and saw a series of numbers on it, filling his heart with satisfaction. This is truly exhilarating. With so many evolution points EP, it must be enough for me to level up several tiers. Let's see how many tiers I can upgrade, Xiao said without hesitation.
Devour Evolve system, level up.
In an instant, several pleasant notification sounds from the Devour Evolve system resonated in Zhao's ears.
Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up to Tier 4 Supernatural Stage Level 9.
To reach the next level, Tier 4 Supernatural Stage Level 10, requires 1.8 million evolution points EP.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for leveling up to Tier 4 Supernatural Stage 10. The next tier, Tier 5 Awakened Stage 1, requires 10 million evolution points EP.
The Devour Evolve system stopped after 2 levels were upgraded.
And Zhao's tier also remained at Tier 4 Supernatural Stage Level 10, just one step away from the next evolution. Seeing the final notification from the Devour Evolve system, Xiao couldn't help but voice his thoughts.
The next realm is Tier 5 Awakened Stage?
It actually requires 10 million evolution points EP, that's just too much. He had not gathered 10 million evolution points EP after killing the Zerg, still missing around 3 million evolution points EP, but he was very close. However, this made sense, considering he was about to break through a significant realm. Each realm can be said to be a watershed. As he wants to level up, the required evolution points EP grow exponentially, even dozens of times compared to the previous realm. Each time he evolves, his strength increases significantly, and his combat power skyrockets. Xiao began to feel more and more that the mana awakening in this world was gradually failing to sustain his godly presence. Originally, he was supposed to reach Tier 4 Supernatural Stage in the mid to late stages of mana awakening, but he achieved it in just a few days. His progress far exceeded that of other beings in the world. Forget it, I'm already half invincible, there's no rush at this moment. As he was about to break through to Tier 5 Awakened Stage, Zhao's mindset changed. He felt completely relaxed, as if he were playing a game. Everything felt utterly casual. In simple terms, he was feeling a bit aloof. After all, if he broke through once more, even nuclear weapons would have no effect on him. No matter how many attacks, he couldn't be killed, truly invincible in the world. Even if other beings were given another 6 months to catch up to Xiao, it would be very difficult. Because the further along it goes, the more mana awakening is required, and the speed of leveling up slows down. After leveling up, Zhao's size grew another 10 meters, exceeding 100 meters in length, transforming into a giant beast. Even his teeth reached several meters long, larger than those of many animals. And the elemental power inside him also increased accordingly, allowing him to store more lightning and fire elements. The range of his flame breath expanded to 250 meters, and his laser beam could shoot up to 1,500 meters.
Next up is Devouring innate skills.
Xiao looked at the thick layer of Zerg bodies on the ground. Many had been turned to ash, but there were still some corpses left behind that Xiao had intentionally controlled to be preserved for him to devour. Xiao floated in the air, enveloped the Zerg corpses on the ground with a layer of blue light, forming a sphere that floated in front of him.
Opening his massive mouth, Xiao inhaled them all.
Chapter 68, Combat Power Surges. Devouring massive innate skills. And just as Xiao absorbed the corpses into his mouth, a torrent of notifications from the Devour Evolve system flooded him.
Ding. Skill, Endless Devour innate skill activating. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for devouring B-grade innate skill, Wind Listening.
Ding.
D-grade innate skill Hearing Enhancement has been replaced by B-grade innate skill Wind Listening. Wind Listening B-grade, your hearing is greatly enhanced. You are now capable of hearing sounds from 1,000 miles away, and you can choose whether to pay attention to those sounds.
My guess was right.
The newly acquired Auditory Enhancement innate skill has evolved into the advanced innate skill, the Wind Listening Ear. Now this innate skill can be freely activated just like my Eye of Insight. The first innate skill to be devoured was Enhanced Hearing, which perfectly paired with Foresight. Xiao feels that this innate skill is quite good paired with his Eye of Insight. He can detect every move within a 1,000-mile radius. This can already cover the entire breezy mountain zone. And this isn't over yet after all, it's the corpses of the Zerg army. Even though many have turned to ash, there are still a lot of them.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have devoured the B-grade innate skill Advanced Self-Healing. The D-grade innate skill Intermediate Self-Healing has been replaced with the B-grade innate skill Advanced Self-Healing.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have devoured the A-grade innate skill Rapid Regeneration. The B-grade innate skill Advanced Self-Healing has been replaced with the A-grade innate skill Rapid Regeneration. Then a series of prompts from the Devour Evolve system sounded, and Zhao's face lit up with joy.
Wow!
This self-healing innate skill can actually evolve that many times. The potential of this innate skill is pretty huge. His self-healing innate skill has evolved step by step from a low grade to an intermediate, advanced, and now into the brand new innate skill, Rapid Regeneration. Eagerly clicking to check the details of the innate skill, Zhao's excitement was off the charts. Rapid Regeneration A-grade, the self-healing power within you has significantly increased. Your self-healing speed is enhanced by 1,000%, consuming a large amount of energy. Lost limbs can regrow, allowing you to regenerate limbs.
Limb regeneration. From self-healing innate skill to limb regeneration.
This is quite a big leap.
Isn't this next step supposed to make me immortal? Xiao felt optimistic. He wondered how many times this innate skill could evolve.
He believed it was very likely to evolve again. Xiao believes this innate skill is extremely useful, greatly enhancing his survival capability. As long as he consumes energy, he can regrow lost limbs. Even if seriously injured, it doesn't matter. Losing arms or legs in battle is fine since they can grow back. Of course, Xiao has very few opportunities to get hurt now.
Ding.
Congratulations, host, you have devoured the S-grade innate skill Advanced Enhancement Aura.
Ding. The B-grade innate skill Basic Enhancement Aura has been replaced by the S-grade innate skill Advanced Enhancement Aura.
Holy crap! S-level innate skill. Seeing this message from the Devour Evolve system, Xiao immediately perked up.
This is his third S-grade innate skill.
The first one is Ultimate Enhancement, which boosts his speed, strength, and constitution by 15 times. The second is True Dragon Blood, which gives him the potential to transform into a dragon.
And this third S-grade innate skill is in the area of group buffs. Moreover, the Basic Enhancement Aura was also an innate skill that Xiao already had, just replaced by the Advanced Enhancement Aura after devouring it.
This also indicates that this innate skill can evolve. And he jumped straight from the intermediate to the advanced level. After all, his SSS grade innate skill, Endless Devour, was directly devoured from someone else's innate skill. Normally, these innate skills evolve into advanced innate skills step by step. However, because he has the skill, Endless Devour, he directly skipped the intermediate level and evolved into the advanced innate skill. Trying to keep his excitement in check, Xiao quickly opened the panel to check the innate skill introduction to see what effect it has. And this S-grade innate skill did not disappoint Zhao's expectations. Its effect shocked him greatly. Advanced Enhancement Aura S-grade grants a specified creature an enhancement aura, increasing that creature's overall abilities by 300%, lasting for 24 hours. Current maximum simultaneous auras, 10,000. Upgrade the innate skill to enhance effects. The aura can only be assigned to creatures other than yourself.
Wait, how many?
Seeing the number of simultaneous existing auras in the description, Xiao felt a moment of disorientation, followed by excitement and joy flooding his heart.
10,000 units that can be enhanced.
Seeing this, Xiao can only say that this S-class innate skill was truly incredible.
Once it reaches S level, this innate skill completely transforms. 10,000 units can easily cover Zhao's subordinates.
Under the influence of the aura, all the abilities of these 10,000 creatures will be enhanced by 300%.
This effect. That's really impressive. With this innate skill, Xiao can create an army of monstrous beasts.
Each beast will have 3 times the ability of an ordinary beast. If someone on the human side possesses this innate skill, they are fit to be a general. Seeing this, Xiao decisively gave buffs to the subordinates in the breezy mountain zone. And in that instant of applying the aura, Xiao felt 1/10 of his stamina being drained. As expected, this innate skill does consume stamina. However, this consumption is not significant compared to its effects.
Moreover, Zhao's stamina will also increase with level ups, so this drawback will further diminish. This innate skill can't also evolve like the self-healing innate skill, can it?
Seeing the word advanced, Xiao murmured softly. Based on experience, innate skills with prefixes are generally capable of evolving step by step, possessing immense potential. The evolution of innate skills usually occurs with the increase in ranks or by consuming special materials.
S-class innate skill re-evolution. Isn't evolving it again going to make it an SS-class innate skill? Xiao couldn't help but hold his breath. Chapter 69, the third elemental innate skill. Dark element.
Devoured an S-class innate skill, but it wasn't over yet. The Devour Evolve system prompt was still ongoing. Xiao calmed his excited emotions and continued to examine the newly acquired innate skills. I managed to devour several innate skills this time. What a huge gain!
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for devouring a level innate skill. Element resistance.
Element resistance A level, all elemental attacks against you are reduced by 20%. Elemental resistance innate skill.
Xiao was thrilled.
Another resistance innate skill. And its elemental resistance. With elemental resistance added, he now had 3 resistance-based innate skills. These include explosion resistance, which reduces explosion damage by 50%, mental resistance, which reduces the effects of mental type innate skills by 50%, and elemental resistance, which reduces elemental attack damage by 20%. The power of elemental innate skills is indisputable, reducing all types of elemental attacks by 20%, and most powerful beasts possess elemental innate skills, making this effect quite strong. This innate skill is really great.
My defensive capabilities have improved again. Although no beast can generally break through Zhao's defense, no one would complain about having more innate skills.
Soon, the next prompt from the Devour Evolve system rang in his ears. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for devouring B-level innate skill Poison resistance. Poison resistance B-level, your body gains resistance to toxins, reducing their effects by 50%. Another resistance innate skill, toxin resistance.
Xiao nodded. This innate skill can effectively prevent him from being outplayed by toxin users. In case a day comes when someone wields a toxin-type SSS level innate skill, he might find himself in serious trouble.
But with this innate skill, he wouldn't have to worry. The benefits from the insect army turned out to be huge. I managed to devour so many innate skills. Wagging his tail happily, Xiao was in great spirits. The Devour Evolve system prompts continued. And the final innate skill also made Zhao's heart skip a beat, as the last one was actually an elemental innate skill.
His third elemental innate skill. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for devouring a level innate skill Shadow Clone.
Shadow Clone A level. Manipulating dark elements, you can create a dark clone using your shadow.
The dark clone possesses only 40% of the host's abilities, including innate skill enhancements. The clone has no self-awareness and needs the host's mental control. When the clone exists, it continuously consumes mental energy. If the clone dies, the host will take backlash.
Dark element. Shadow clone. My third elemental innate skill is actually shadow element. I've never seen this before. Xiao has killed many beasts and hasn't encountered many with the innate skill of the dark element, which also indicates how rare the dark element is.
The most common elements are earth, fire, water, wind, and thunder.
The dark element is indeed quite rare.
This also means that this innate skill is quite rare.
Moreover, its effects are extremely powerful.
Having an extra clone greatly increases what can be accomplished.
It's like having an additional helper to gain evolution points EP. The clone only has 40% of the original's ability, and there are many limitations. If it dies, it will also backfire on the original. If this were used on other beasts, it probably wouldn't be this powerful. However, 40% is enough for me.
This was also the last innate skill he absorbed, and the Devour Evolve system prompt stopped here. Having acquired such a practical innate skill, Xiao could hardly wait to try it out.
Shadow element, is it related to shadows?
Xiao calmly sensed that the shadow element wasn't as visible as other elements in the air. It hid in the dark corners of the world, behind the light. The shadow of a creature is a collection of shadow elements. As the breeze rustled, moonlight cast a beam onto Xiao, elongating his shadow. Thanks to his massive size, his shadow was also quite large.
The next moment, as the innate skill activated, Zhao's shadow seemed to come alive, constantly changing its form until it transformed into a dragon that looked exactly like Xiao.
However, the clone was entirely black, not letting a hint of light through, as if all light was absorbed, creating an ominous appearance with a very vacant expression.
Xiao circled around the clone, admiring it. Not bad, not bad. It's just like me. Although it looks a bit dull.
With a thought, the shadow clone opened its huge mouth and unleashed a laser beam, toppling rows of trees as its dragon head swayed. The clone's laser range was not as far as the original's, only reaching 600 meters, and its power was clearly weaker. While controlling the clone, Xiao felt no discomfort. It was as if this clone was an extension of his body, seamlessly integrated. In controlling the clone, Xiao essentially operated as two bodies with a shared consciousness. This also intensified Zhao's mental energy consumption.
If I keep using this, my mental energy might not be able to handle it.
I need to devour some innate skills that enhance mental energy. The previous innate skills mainly enhanced Zhao's physical strength, but there were few that strengthened mental energy, which meant that Zhao's mental energy didn't exceed that of similar tiers by much. It was still at an average level.
Let's return for now. Satisfied with his curiosity, Xiao decided not to use the clone recklessly until he figured out its purpose, opting to summon it back.
With a thought, the shadow dragon quickly transformed back into a puddle of black substance at Zhao's feet, lying quietly, completely unrecognizable as a living being.
Boss! Is this your clone? It's so cool!
After showing off, Xiao's performance sparked exclamations of admiration from his subordinates.
The boss has gotten stronger again. That's right. Boss, you're the fastest growing monster I've ever seen. With you around, I feel like my future is incredibly bright. Yeah. The gap between me and the boss keeps widening.
After defeating the Zerg and leveling up several tiers, as well as absorbing so many innate skills, Zhao's subordinates could clearly sense the changes in his aura.
He had become even more terrifying.
If they weren't certain Xiao wouldn't harm them, they would have undoubtedly turned and fled at the first sight of him, running as fast as they could. Thus, their admiration came genuinely. Zhao's growth rate was truly monstrous.
Xiao waved his claws modestly. Ha ha ha.
It's just average. However, upon hearing their praise, he was still quite pleased, his tail wagging happily.
By the way, boss, since Azure City is already our territory, can we go there anytime now?
Looking at the city in the distance, turned pitch black from the raging fire, Goldie raised this question.
Their territory now includes not only the breezy mountain zone but also the human city of Azure City. Yeah. Boss, I've never been to a human city before. I'm dying to see it. This was said by King Kong, who had read many books about humans and was extremely curious about everything human. Now that he has the opportunity to enter a human city and learn more about humans, how could he not be excited?
Upon hearing this, Shao also turned his gaze towards King Kong. King Kong appeared as a massive 10-meter tall black gorilla, essentially a giant version of an ordinary gorilla. What set him apart from an ordinary gorilla was his pair of wise eyes, from which Shao sensed a thirst for knowledge. It seems he's a wise gorilla. Behind King Kong was the monkey tribe, jumping up and down with excitement. The other members of the monkey tribe were more mischievous, tired of the deep mountains and forests. They preferred the vibrant human cities with more new things to explore.
Seeing King Kong's fervent gaze, Shao couldn't help but ask, "Are you really interested in studying humans?" Chapter 70, The End of the Great War, King Kong's Ambition.
Hearing Zhao's question, King Kong was momentarily stunned, then nodded firmly and said loudly, "Boss, although humans have always been despicable and have killed many of our compatriots, they also have things worth learning from. Their technological level and civilization have always been above ours. I've learned from human books that humans' ancestors were monkeys like us. So I thought, if humans can do it, why can't we? After all, we are the ancestors of humans, so please let our monkey tribe settle in Azure City. This way, we can more conveniently learn everything about humans and then defeat them." King Kong rattled off his thoughts, then anxiously looked at Shao. There is no doubt that after experiencing several bombings from humans, the beasts in the breezy mountain zone have developed a deep resentment and prejudice against humans. He worried that the boss would see him as an outlier for liking human culture, which is why he said so much. It was a gamble to dare to express such thoughts, and he was even prepared for the boss to get angry. But unexpectedly, Shao did not explode in anger as he expected. After a moment of silence, as if reflecting, Shao happily agreed. Shao nodded, waved his paw, and said, "Since you have this ambition, then go ahead and do it. From now on, Azure City will be the new habitat for your monkey tribe."
With subordinates who have such ambitions, Shao naturally would not hold them back.
The monkey-like beasts are quite similar to humans, with flexible hands and the ability to walk upright. The only difference is their intelligence.
After the mana awakening, even the gap in intelligence has been erased. Their only difference from humans is thousands of years' worth of technological accumulation.
If the monkey tribe were given 1,000 years to develop, they might just become a second human race or even take the ecological niche of humans. Shao believed this was very possible in the era of mana awakening. Anything is possible. King Kong is a leader among the monkey-like beasts with a strong scientific spirit. Under his leadership, with humans as a learning target, the civilization of the monkey tribe will develop rapidly. According to his observations, by the time he inspected the monkey tribe, they had already entered the Stone Age. They were capable of using tools made of stone and vines, and, like humans, they also ate cooked food. So, let's give the monkey tribe some time to develop. Given time, perhaps they could truly replace humans and become the second race on Blue Star to develop a civilized society. The idea of beasts developing civilization to replace humans. Shao stroked his chin with his claws, finding it quite interesting. After receiving Zhao's consent, the iron bull let out a loud bellow, continuously pounding its chest, looking very excited. Then, it led a multitude of monkeys back to their original mountain, ready to prepare for the move.
As for that spiritual stone mine, it also needs to be utilized. We must finish mining it before transporting everything to Azure City. It's a massive undertaking. Boss, there are so many corpses on the ground, can we eat them?
While the other beasts expressed great interest in occupying the human-occupied Azure City, Tiger Wooming was fixated on the numerous corpses of the Bug Clan on the ground.
Tiger Wooming had no interest in humans. These detestable creatures were all enemies.
The only way to kill more enemies was to become stronger, and it was those bug corpses that caught his attention after the battle. If those corpses were all consumed, it would also be a considerable amount of mana awakening for him, which would further enhance his strength.
Go ahead.
If you don't eat, it'll just go to waste. Shao agreed. Even though Shao could also eat corpses to gain evolution points AP, these corpses were too few for Zhao's vast upgrade needs, and it would be more effective to gain evolution points AP through slaughter. So, generally, they were just distributed among his subordinates. Upon hearing this, Tiger Woming immediately pounced on one of the insect corpses and began tearing into it. Xiao cast a glance at Tiger Woming, who was fully focused on eating meat, and had to say that Tiger Woming had always been the beast among his subordinates most eager to grow stronger. Thanks to this desire to grow stronger, Tiger Woming's combat power ranked among the top among his underlings, second only to Goldie, who was nearly invincible. Even if his innate skill wasn't particularly outstanding, he used his fighting desire to rise through the ranks, eventually successfully attaining a Tier 5 Awakened Stage S-Class innate skill. Finally, Xiao looked at the group of beasts below him and said, "Having gone through such a great battle, I'm sure you must be tired. First, eat some corpses to enhance your strength. The beasts of Breezy Mountain Zone will definitely not be limited to just one small mountain range."
"Boss, do you mean we are going to start expanding?" Hearing Zhao's declaration, Goldie immediately asked excitedly.
And upon hearing Zhao's words, the other beasts perked up their ears.
Expansion, what an exciting word.
Expansion also means they can gain larger territories and more resources.
Exactly. Currently, the closest place to our Breezy Mountain Zone is the Great Basin. We can start our efforts there.
After growing stronger, there's nothing in the world that can threaten Xiao, who also has a grand ideal, world unification. To encompass the entire blue star within his grasp. As the saying goes, a rabbit 1T eat the grass near its burrow. Xiao needed 3 million evolution points AP to break through to the Tier 5 Awakened Stage realm. Breezy Mountain Zone had just experienced a war, and the number of beasts had decreased significantly. Engaging in mass slaughter now would be like uprooting the weeds. So, aside from consuming the spiritual stones, the only remaining option was expansion.
Great! Ha ha ha! I love to fight. Beiji laughed foolishly, filled with ambition.
After joining Xiao, he realized that there were so many powerful beasts under Xiao. If he didn't accomplish something notable, he would likely be easily forgotten by the boss. Therefore, expansion perfectly matched his desire to prove himself. I am determined to set the expansion date for 5 days from now. You all prepare in the meantime.
Rest and recuperate, and enhance your strength. A broader world awaits us.
After saying this, looking at his ambitious subordinates, Xiao felt quite satisfied.
It seems everyone's fighting spirit is high. Speaking of expansion, I think I know where this doppelganger should be placed.
A thought emerged in his mind, and without lingering, Xiao soared into the sky and headed straight to the river where he had previously slaughtered the crocodile tribe. In Zhao's memory, the once crimson river had become clear again, with the blood flowing down the river into the great river and then into the sea.
The sea. Zhao's eyes glimmered as he reflected.
As a dragon, he liked water very much. Since Mana Awakening, he had never been to the sea, but just imagining it, he knew the sea would be far more perilous than the land. Even before Mana Awakening, the creatures in the ocean were stronger than those on land. After the Mana Awakening, the creatures there are even stronger than those on land, as they are physically larger, just bound by their body structure and unable to come ashore. If they ever manage to break free from the ocean's restraints, the land creatures will probably face an invasion from marine beings, but that's a future concern. The blood rain falling into the ocean won't go to waste at all. After experiencing 2 blood rains, I wonder how much the creatures in the ocean have evolved.
Let my clone enter the ocean.
To be cautious, Xiao didn't send his main body directly into the ocean, but instead dispatched a clone. The clone has 40% of the main body's abilities, which is still far beyond the capabilities of other creatures in the world, making it sufficient even in the ocean. With a thought, Zhao's shadow flickered violently and slowly formed a dragon that looked just like him. This clone can also speak, conveying Zhao's thoughts. Apart from being comparatively weaker, it's another version of him.
Ocean, here I come.
With a splash, the shadow dragon dove into the river, gliding along the riverbed as it flowed downstream straight into the sea. The shadow clone entered the sea by following the river, not swimming boldly across, because Xiao didn't want to attract human attention. After all, this clone is relatively weak, and its speed doesn't even reach the speed of sound, so if spotted by humans, it could create trouble. It certainly can't withstand a nuclear blast. As for how long this journey would take, Xiao wasn't sure. It would at least take a few days to traverse half of the Dragon Kingdom to reach the sea.
After summoning the clone, Xiao effectively multitasked.
Controlling two bodies, if the main perspective is with the main body, the clone's perspective becomes blurred, and its actions become stiff. The opposite is also true. Over these past few days, Xiao has kept the main perspective with the clone, while his main body focused on eating spiritual stones and doing some simple tasks. The riverbed is pitch dark, but that has no effect on Xiao. He could see in the dark a long time ago. Let me think. The rivers in the breezy mountain zone flow downwards, and finally reach the South China Sea.
Exactly. The South China Sea.
Flying swiftly, after 2 days, Xiao reached the river mouth where it flows into the sea. During this time, because his body was too massive, he was spotted by humans, who sent out small warships to intercept Xiao. Since his entire body was hidden under the river water, and Xiao had swum a distance away from the breezy mountain zone, they didn't recognize him as the dragon that destroyed Azure City.
Fire. Boom. Boom. Boom.
Several torpedoes sank beneath the bubbles and hit Xiao's scales. He just felt a slight itch.
Even as a clone, his defenses are not something ordinary torpedoes can penetrate. Splash. So annoying.
Xiao roared, thrashing his body and creating massive waves, flipping the warship with a single sweep of his tail, causing it to break open and sink. Giant serpent-type creature found at the South China Sea estuary, an officer on the ship shouted in despair.
Humans are like stirring sticks in a pile of dung.
After disposing of the warship, Xiao sped away from the estuary, plunging straight into the sea. Once in the ocean, he shed the humans overall. The journey was smooth without facing the brunt of any nuclear attacks.
However, humans now had another terrifying creature on their records.
Once he entered the ocean, Xiao immediately sensed something was off.
Why does it feel so quiet here?
Something feels wrong. There should be more creatures in the ocean than on land. Xiao found it strange and continued swimming. At first, he thought the ocean's creatures were scared of him and hid, but even after calming his aura, the situation remained the same. Then he suddenly considered a possibility.
Oh no, could it be that humans have already bombed the ocean with nuclear weapons? In an ocean subjected to nuclear pollution, what life can possibly survive?
Even if there are creatures that can survive, they should have innate skills of at least Tier 5 awakened stage to withstand the nuclear pollution. As he kept swimming in the ocean contaminated by nuclear waste, Xiao felt increasingly unwell. Although it wasn't life-threatening, his body was very much repulsed by this situation.
Here, it really has been bombed by nuclear weapons.
Xiao can now confirm that most of the creatures in the South China Sea died from nuclear pollution. What a waste of a trip. No, it's not a complete waste. This is a great opportunity to devour an innate skill that ignores nuclear radiation, even feeding on it. And not all the creatures in the South China Sea have perished. Many have retreated to the depths of the ocean and survived. In the shallow sea area, the place with the most severe nuclear pollution has almost no biological activity left. Xiao silently advanced towards the deep sea when suddenly, a swordfish over 20 meters long, with a 10-meter-long sharp horn on its head, charged at Xiao. Ancient Swordfish Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 8 Innate Skill, Supercharge D Grade, Tenfold Power Boost B Grade, Charge Acceleration C Grade, Nuclear Radiation Mutation A Grade.
Seeing the panel on the swordfish's head, Xiao felt a rush of joy. Sure enough, there's an innate skill related to nuclear radiation. Chapter 71, Nuclear Radiation Mutation, Slaughtering Marine Life.
The sharp long horn glimmered coldly as it charged towards Xiao. The swordfish uses its sharp horn to skewer smaller fish. After evolution, the horn on its head becomes even sharper.
Daring to attack me? Have you lost your mind due to nuclear pollution?
Swinging its body sideways, Xiao dodged the swordfish's charge and then thrust forward, grabbing the swordfish's sharp horn with its claws. The ancient swordfish struggled incessantly, but unfortunately, the most crucial horn was captured, making it impossible to escape.
At this moment, Xiao took a closer look at the ancient swordfish's appearance. It had to be said, it was truly ugly.
Its face was pockmarked, and there were pus-filled sores all over its body, clearly the result of nuclear radiation, rendering it in this state, so much so that it had lost all desire to eat.
Could it be that the innate skill of devouring nuclear radiation mutations also affects appearance? Should I devour this innate skill or not?
At this point, Xiao couldn't help but steal a few more glances at the information panel on the ancient swordfish's head. Nuclear radiation mutation A. You are no longer harmed by nuclear radiation. In a nuclear radiation environment, your speed, stamina, and strength increase by 200%. In a nuclear radiation environment, your body may undergo mutations at any time. Current mutation: your body has undergone unknown changes. Your size has increased by 50%. Your body is covered with pus-filled sores. Your vision has greatly enhanced. Your intelligence has decreased by 80%. After reading it, Xiao summarized. This innate skill can only be used by the lucky ones. The mutations caused by the innate skill are completely uncontrollable. If you're not careful, you could turn into an ugly monster, but there is also the possibility of evolving into something very powerful. Imagining a flood dragon covered in pus, Xiao couldn't help but shudder, caught in a dilemma. Thinking of this, Zhao's eyes narrowed, and with a slight exertion of its claws, it forcefully twisted. Crack! Roar! The horn was broken, and the ancient swordfish let out a mournful scream, looking at Xiao with eyes full of fear. Being this ugly must make living very painful. You should rest in peace. Sizzle! A laser swept over, killing the ancient swordfish. Ding! Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 8 Ancient Swordfish, Evolution Points AP plus 8,531. As the ancient swordfish's body sank to the ocean floor, Xiao decided not to devour this innate skill. It's just a great innate skill, there's no need to take such a big risk. One yields over 8,000 evolution points EP. Indeed, creatures in the ocean are stronger than those on land. Just encountering one is a Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 8. A Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 8 on land can be considered elite, but they are quite rare. Splash! The smell of blood spread out, and suddenly there was commotion deeper in the ocean, as black figures surrounded the body of the ancient swordfish. With their massive mouths, they tore into it with sharp teeth, and even fought for more meat, causing more blood to spread. Gradually, more and more black shadows gathered, probably dozens of them, all large-bodied, with each being over 20 meters long. Most of these creatures were sharks of various breeds. Sharks are extremely sensitive to the smell of blood and can quickly locate food. No scent of blood can escape their detection, and different shark species were fighting with one another. There will definitely be more creatures at the bottom of the sea. Looking coldly at the creatures fighting for food below, the lightning element gathered in its mouth, swinging its head as lasers continuously bombarded that group of creatures. Suddenly, there was a chorus of screams. Ah! There's an enemy attack. Damn it, who is it? Who broke my tail? Up above. There's a giant python. Stop hitting. Let us all attack together. Kill him first. Okay. Who told him to hit so many of us at once? It's his own fault for getting beaten up. What a large python! Eating it will definitely give me a lot of mana awakening. Dare to attack my brother. Watch me tear you to shreds. At this moment, Xiao was in a state of stillness, and these sharks did not feel that Xiao was significantly stronger than them. Therefore, they all looked furious, wanting to eat Xiao. As for Zhao's size of over 100 meters, it isn't actually that big. In the ocean they have seen blue whales that are 300 meters long, so size does not intimidate them. Great! Everyone's here. No need for me to chase after you. Xiao was overjoyed, and his eyes lit up. His greatest annoyance was wasting time chasing after prey. Letting them surround him, getting too close would make it hard to escape, and later they could wipe them all out. The sharks were all glaring at Xiao. Although the giant python was right in front of them, they did not advance, deferring to each other. It's a bit big. Who goes first? Of course, we go together. Do you want me to go first and get killed? You guys should go first. I was just bitten by you. How could I let the injured take the lead? Nonsense. Clearly, it was your group that hurt us worse. Several of my brothers lost teeth. Damn. It was clearly you who bit us and knocked our teeth out. Watching them shift blame and not daring to attack, Xiao was speechless. A bunch of rabble. Roar. Not wanting to listen to their argument, he fired a laser, slicing it in half in an instant. The azure seawater turned red, with body parts everywhere. Holy crap! How is this so strong? Run! The surviving sharks immediately felt their scalps tingle. The sharks that were originally surrounding scattered, each putting in all their effort to dodge Zhao's laser. They had never run this fast before. Anyone hit by the laser did not survive, and the sharks were left dumbfounded.
Don't kill me. I'll be your little brother. Scram. You only deserve to be food. Ding. Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 3 Spiny Shark, Evolution Points AP plus 3536. Ding. Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 4 Sharp-Toothed Shark, Evolution Points AP plus 4369. Ding. Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 2 Red-Eyed Shark, Evolution Points AP plus 2361. 1 minute later, all the sharks were killed by Zhao. These sharks were all at least Tier 2 Transcendent Stage or above, greatly increasing the efficiency of killing marine creatures to gain evolution points EP. After all, if the tier weren't high, I would have died from nuclear pollution long ago. A Tier 1 mortal stage being simply can't survive. Zhao took a closer look. These sharks did not resist nuclear pollution's innate skill, perhaps simply due to their high rank, and since their habitat was in the deep sea, even a little nuclear radiation wouldn't kill them. Let's warm up. There should be stronger sea beasts in the deep sea. Just now, Zhao overheard them talking. One shark had seen a giant beast measuring 300 meters long, and Zhao was also eager to see it for himself. He had never encountered any creature larger than himself. Chapter 72, 300 meters long, the frost giant whale.
Meanwhile, in a certain corner of the deep South China Sea, a giant blue whale over 300 meters long lay motionless on the sandy seafloor, its body covered in wounds, emitting deep, resonating sounds with eyes filled with hatred as it stared at the surface of the sea.
Then, the blue whale opened its massive mouth, producing an immense suction force, and in an instant, a vortex formed around the blue whale on the seafloor. Countless marine creatures could not withstand this powerful suction and were swept into the blue whale's enormous mouth, straight into its stomach.
As it continually devoured marine life, the wounds on the blue whale's body quickly healed at a visible rate. Before long, it swayed its massive body, awkwardly righting itself as it floated in the water and began to slowly move along the seafloor, eating along the way, resulting in countless marine creatures meeting their demise inside its belly, creating a disaster in the depths of the ocean. For the past few days, Zhao has been hunting marine creatures in the deep sea, with countless catches, earning a good amount of evolution points EP. Innate skill also fed on a few, the most valuable being this one that could absorb nuclear radiation as energy to replenish itself.
Nuclear radiation conversion level B. You are no longer harmed by nuclear radiation. You can absorb nuclear radiation and convert it into nuclear energy.
There was also one that modified Zhao's heart, allowing him to use nuclear energy, perfectly complementing the nuclear radiation conversion, giving his nuclear energy a purpose. Nuclear-powered heart level A. Consuming internal nuclear energy enhances all your abilities based on base attributes by 200%. The creatures of the South China Sea have indeed reached Tier 5 awakened stage with their innate skills related to nuclear radiation. Now I am utterly fearless of nuclear radiation, and I can even use it as an energy source to strengthen myself. Zhao was quite satisfied with this trip to the South China Sea, especially for gaining the innate skill related to nuclear radiation. This wave has directly made him immune to the damage from nuclear radiation. As long as he withstands the power of nuclear weapons, the resulting nuclear radiation can provide him with energy. Although the number of creatures in the South China Sea has greatly decreased due to nuclear pollution, those that survive have become stronger. The potential of the South China Sea's creatures will be the greatest. The creatures that manage to survive nuclear pollution all have some unique skills. If they were to eventually step onto land and retaliate against humanity, a group of creatures that are unafraid of nuclear weapons attacking human cities would be quite terrifying.
Tut, tut, tut.
Thinking of that scene, Zhao felt that humanity is reaping what it has sown, cultivating such a terrifying group of beings. In just 3 days, I have slaughtered 1 million evolution points EP, and soon I will be able to break through. The expansion date set by Zhao is just around the corner.
After one more wave of killings, I'll switch back to my main body.
The creatures in the South Sea are still too few after the nuclear bombardment. Let's check other seas, there should be more creatures there. Zhao continues to swim forward, hoping to encounter a school of fish, finish them off quickly, and then leave for another sea area. Suddenly, Zhao felt a powerful suction force coming from behind him, causing the mane on his body to sway backward.
Hiss, what the heck is that? Xiao stabilized his position and did not get pulled in. But many small fish nearby couldn't withstand this pull and were sucked over.
Using his innate skill, 1,000-mile eye, Xiao discovered that it was a giant whale. Its body is massive as a small mountain, measuring over 300 meters long, with its entire body covered in a layer of frost. It appeared to be a Tier 5 awakened stage ice element beast. Just its open mouth measures over 100 meters, and that powerful suction force is emanating from the giant whale's mouth.
Frost Giant Whale Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Innate Skill, Devour Recovery B rank Frost Breath B rank Ice Element Affinity C rank 10-fold Constitution Amplification B rank 10-fold Strength Amplification B rank Super Absorption B rank Iceblade B rank. It must be the whale after Mana Awakening. It can grow this big, that's terrifying.
Xiao has reached Tier 4 Supernatural Stage Level 10 and is just over 100 meters long, while a Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Level 3 whale is already 300 meters long.
I must say, this race's innate skills are indeed impressive. Before Mana Awakening, size equated to combat power, and after Mana Awakening, this still applies in many cases.
A larger body size means greater strength, thick skin and flesh can withstand more damage.
Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage is the highest rank of creature Xiao has seen. Perhaps because it has a larger mouth, it eats more, hence obtains more Mana Awakening. The first Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage creature I kill will definitely be you.
Xiao was also quite curious about how many evolution points EP a Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage creature will give. Thus, Xiao decisively relaxed his body, allowing himself to be intentionally sucked in. The frost giant whale was happily using its innate skill to suck in some small fish, but suddenly, a 100-meter-long dragon appeared before it, startling it.
"Hello." Xiao faced him directly, grinning and giving a wave.
The frost giant whale was taken by surprise, freezing the water into ice, with several ice blades forming around it quickly shooting towards Xiao.
Not a bad reaction. Snap.
The ice blades hit Xiao and shattered into ice shards, but nothing else happened.
"Who are you? Where did you come from? I've never seen you before."
Seeing that even Zhao's defenses couldn't be broken, the frost giant whale stopped attacking and started a conversation with Xiao.
"Why should I tell you?"
The frost giant whale was infuriated by Zhao's attitude. No one had ever dared to speak to it like that, but it had to suppress its anger and continued talking to Xiao to divert Zhao's attention. "Mighty Dragon King, there's really no need for us to harm each other.
We have no conflict of interest. The ocean is vast, and I don't have much food here. It's not a good territory. If you want this territory, I can leave. I'll just give it to you." "Who says there's no food? Isn't food right in front of you?" "Food right in front of me?"
The frost giant whale paused, still not processing what was happening. Xiao gave a mocking smile to the frost giant whale and shot out a laser, piercing its body amidst its screams. Thanks to the frost giant whale's massive body, the laser hit it easily, creating a hole, with blood gushing out.
"Aren't you just food?" "Quite a lot of it. I can't finish it all. A 300-meter-long whale is certainly too much to finish. You are pushing it too far."
The frost giant whale was furious, feeling its life ebbing away, and Zhao's murderous intent showed no signs of fading. Xiao truly regarded it as food. Ice elements gathered in its mouth, and a tremendous icy breath sprayed towards Xiao, freezing all the seawater in its path. Xiao was also wrapped in the freezing seawater.
"Humph.
You shamelessly treat me as food. This is your end." Chapter 73, The Fall of the Frost Giant Whale, Great Expansion.
Crack.
Just as the frost giant whale finished speaking, the sound of cracking ice echoed, and the frozen seawater split open like a spider web.
So fast.
The frost giant whale was startled, not expecting Xiao to escape the ice so quickly. It hurriedly opened its mouth to continue spewing frost, attempting to freeze Xiao again.
Crack.
In an instant, the ice shattered into pieces, and Xiao shook its body, raising its claw.
Lightning spear.
The sound of crackling filled the air as lightning elements gathered, forming a blue spear emanating an extremely dangerous aura behind Xiao. Against a Tier 3 extraordinary stage creature, it was worth it for Xiao to use the strongest single target attack.
"What is that thing?"
The frost giant whale was obviously panicking. It felt a chill down its back, and the spear felt extremely dangerous. If hit, it would surely die. The frost giant whale hurriedly transmitted a message to Xiao.
Wait. Let's discuss this. Go.
Before the other side could finish speaking, the electric spear shot straight at the frost giant whale's gaping mouth, colliding with the ice elements it had gathered.
Boom! The ice elements dissipated in an instant.
The electric spear pierced through the frost giant whale's body, exploding in its mouth, and a dazzling blue light enveloped it.
After a loud bang, the immense body of the frost giant whale shattered into small pieces.
Tiny bits of flesh floated everywhere in the ocean, and the seawater turned blood red at that moment.
Ding!
Kill Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Tier 3 Frost Giant Whale, Evolution Points AP plus 32,514.
Hearing the Devour Evolve system prompt, Zhao's eyes brightened, more than 30,000 evolution points EP.
Killing a Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage creature can yield over 10,000 evolution points EP, which is 10 times that of a Tier 2 Transcendent Stage creature. If only there were more Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage creatures, it would make leveling up easier. Xiao used telekinesis to haphazardly control a piece of the frost giant whale's corpse to consume, sending it to its mouth.
Ding! Skill, Endless Devour activating. Ding!
Congratulations, host, you've devoured the B-level innate skill, Devour Recovery. Devour Recovery B-level, when you devour flesh, your injuries will recover swiftly. I remember this is the innate skill of the frost giant whale. I can't believe I got to devour it, what luck! Yet another recovery type innate skill. Xiao now had 3 types of recovery innate skills:
Healing Infusion, Rapid Regeneration, and Devour Recovery.
With so many recovery type innate skills, even if I'm injured, I can recover quickly. Whether using Mana Awakening, devouring corpses, or even self-healing, there are plenty of recovery methods. Looking at the shattered body of the frost giant whale before him, Xiao said, with the nourishment from these bodies, a powerful being will be born in the South Sea again, or even several strong beings. The total amount of Mana Awakening does not change. The death of one strong being represents the birth of another. Xiao didn't finish consuming the frost giant whale's corpse. As one whale falls, all things thrive. The death of the frost giant whale brought a feast to the creatures of the South Sea. The creatures of the South Sea have already been killed in large numbers. It's time to change locations. Killing in one place all the time isn't good. The chives need to be exchanged for a new crop. After taking one last look at the blood-soaked South Sea, Xiao chose a direction and left the place. As he traveled, he switched his main perspective to his physical body.
Ding!
Devoured Spirit Stone, Evolution Points AP plus 300,000. Xiao raised his head from the Spirit Stone vein, as his physical body had been gnawing on the vein for several days, creating a significant gap. At this moment, the cave hiding the Spirit Stone vein had been expanded dozens of times by Xiao with a laser. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to accommodate his 100-meter-long body.
Boss! Today is the day of major expansion.
Seeing Zhao's eyes regain their spark, the pangolin reminded him. Xiao looked at the pangolin and noticed that it had grown to 8 meters long, fully covered in hard brown scales, layered on top of each other. Its front claws had also elongated and become razor-sharp, clearly suited for burrowing. Now, the pangolin stood upright on its 2 robust back legs, with its front claws tucked against its chest like a T-Rex, using its tail for support as it walked. Pangolin Beast Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage First Order Innate Skill, Burrowing C-Level, Rapid Digging C-Level, Heavy Armor B-Level, Powerful Claw Strike D-Level, Explosive Claws B-Level. You broke through, Cracker?
Hee. That's right, boss. I've gotten stronger.
As he spoke, Cracker demonstrated by raising its sharpened claws and slashing at the Spirit Stone vein nearby.
Bang!
The claws met the Spirit Stone with an explosive sound, sounding as if something had detonated, sparks flying everywhere. Looking again at the Spirit Stone vein, it appeared to have been blown apart like it was hit by a bomb. On closer inspection, Cracker's claws were covered in a greasy substance that would explode during intense friction, which meant Cracker's claw strikes also carried explosive damage. Not bad, keep up the good work, Xiao praised. It seemed that Cracker had been diligent in improving its strength these past few days.
Hee, boss, I will.
With Zhao's praise, Cracker scratched his head shyly.
Boss, everyone has been working hard to prepare for the big expansion the last few days.
Every day, they either consume spirit stones or go out hunting for training. Noticing Xiao had woken up, Goldie also poked its head out from the side. Goldie's size had also increased to over 50 meters long, and it had reached Tier 3 Extraordinary stage at level 3, though its innate skills remained unchanged.
Where did the nameless tiger go?
Xiao looked around in the cave. There were only the pangolin, Goldie, and the bloodhound pack feeding on spirit stones.
Boss, the nameless tiger and the others went out hunting.
They said there's no fun staying here all day eating spirit stones, they want to go out and stretch their limbs.
Xiao nodded and waved his hand. It looks like you all are ready. Gather everyone and head toward the Great Basin. As you wish, my king.
I'll send the pups to notify them. Seeing Xiao speak, Blood Refinement also took the initiative to relay the message. Xiao observed that the size of the bloodhound pack had increased by over 10 wolves. Having absorbed some lone wolves, the newly joined ones had miraculously evolved into bloodhounds. The pack now had a consistent appearance, all with red fur, creating a surge of crimson as they ran, with the number of wolves now around 40. And Blood Refine's body length had also grown to 12 meters, rank reached Tier 3 Extraordinary stage Tier 2, the average rank of the other wolves had also reached Tier 2 Transcendent stage around Tier 9, many wolves are about to evolve into the next Tier 3 Extraordinary stage. The strength of the pack further increased, with these wolves all at Tier 5 Awakened stage possessing the innate skills of bloodlust and blood tracking, making them natural hunters and excellent in combat and enemy finding. After the great battle, the breezy mountain zone was entirely under Zhao's control, with his subordinates everywhere. Without their own smaller teams, both Hu Woming and Kai Chang had taken territory in the breezy mountain zone, delineating their areas to hunt within. At this point, the breezy mountain zone had almost been completely divided among them, as they were all Zhao's subordinates and had fought together, establishing strong bonds. Whenever they happened to cross paths, they would hunt together and share food, creating a harmonious and flourishing scene. As for the other weaker beasts in the breezy mountain zone, they were regarded as food resources after all. It's a cruel world where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, and the strong must eat. However, they had to control their hunting numbers to avoid overexploitation, otherwise, there would be no food left in the long run. Thus, they felt the need for expansion, realizing that staying in one place to hunt would lead to food scarcity. In order to obtain more mana awakening resources and to grow stronger and evolve faster, expansion was their only option. Moreover, their strength was not weak, so why shouldn't they aim to acquire a bit more territory? At this time, with these smaller minions, Zhao's forces had grown to over a few thousand beasts, all enhanced threefold by aura effects, making them stronger than the average beasts of the same tier. Altogether, they were like a small-scale beast tide. At this moment, in a part of the breezy mountain zone, a group of colorful tigers was engaging in a hunting operation, led by a massive turquoise tiger measuring 15 meters in length. They were surrounding a herd of goats numbering as high as 100. Bah! The goats bleated loudly, swinging their sharp horns above their heads, protecting the weak and sickly in the middle and pointing their sharp horns towards the predators. After the mana awakening, the goats learned to eat meat as well, hunting in groups, and their numbers made them quite bold. Any solitary beasts were almost entirely consumed by them. Yet, this bold group of over 100 goats was merely surrounded by 6 tigers, huddled closely together and emitting angry cries. One goat leader stepped forward to speak with the tigers. "This is the territory of our goat clan, you tigers should go back." After hearing his words, the tigers exchanged glances, as if they had heard the greatest joke. "What did I just hear? That's hilarious. You think food can have territory too? After eating a few days of meat, you've become so bold. Little fat goat, do you really think you're the hunters? Boss Woming, stop wasting time with them, I'm drooling. Little fat goat, you smell so good." The tigers looked at the goats with disdain. To them, this was just another ordinary hunting operation. Over the past few days, they had wiped out several herds of herbivorous animals. "Let's go!" Roar! The roar of the tigers echoed through the forest, filled with majesty. It was as if the fear from thousands of years of being hunted had awakened. The goats trembled uncontrollably, lacking even the courage to resist, scattering in all directions.
After the mana awakening, the sight of these beasts hunting herbivores remained unchanged. The slow ones would become food.
A gust of bloody wind arose, with the sounds of the goats' screams ringing out incessantly. Their teeth tore at flesh, and with a single blow, they broke the horns of the goats, who had no power to resist against the tigers. Except for Hu Woming being at Tier 3 Extraordinary stage, the other tigers had also reached Tier 3 Extraordinary stage. It was simply not something that the average goats at Tier 2 Transcendent stage could deal with, not to mention they were buffed by Shao. A few goats tried to seize the chance to escape, however, they couldn't get far before being crushed under a turquoise whirlwind.
Want to run? Can you outrun me?
Moments later, the forest was filled with corpses, with goat bodies scattered everywhere. Not a single goat stood, and barely any managed to escape. The goat herd was annihilated.
Brothers! Dig in! Roar!
The roar of the tigers revealed their delight compared to devouring lifeless spirit stones. They preferred to gain mana awakening in this manner and accelerate their growth.
Occasional hunting operations kept their brains excited. Why does Huang Guan the boss like to eat spirit stones so much? Eating spirit stones without exercise every day is unbearable for me.
While devouring the flesh, Hu Woming silently complained.
Sorry to interrupt your meal, but the boss is calling us back and wants us to prepare for battle. A blood-trained wolf found Hu Woming and the group of tigers by scent and said quietly.
It didn't want to disturb their meal, but it was Shao's order. I understand, calculating the days, today is the day for expansion, let us head back immediately. Upon hearing Shao call them back, the tigers didn't dare waste a moment, abandoning the unfinished corpses, and set off at once. Meanwhile, on a mountain peak in the breezy mountain zone, Kai Chang was leading a group of birds to settle down.
It should be hatching soon.
Yes. Even before it hatches, there is a surge of mana awakening around it. Looks like a very promising child. After all, it's a child of Kai Chang, inheriting its bloodline. Its abilities must be as strong as Kai Chang's. A dozen bird beasts surrounded a fiery red egg, chirping and discussing. They were trusted by Kai Chang to stay and guard her eggs, allowing her to have time to go hunting and improve her strength. After the mana awakening, besides being soaked in the blood rain, Kai Chang had been using its own and its prey's blood to nourish the egg day and night, allowing it to absorb mana awakening even while still in the egg and to grow robustly. Having put in great effort, this egg did not look like an ordinary bird egg from the outside. Not only had its color changed, but the shell was also exceptionally hard, not easily damaged. The little one inside needed a certain strength to break free. This was also the reason why it took so long for it to still be just an egg. Suddenly, a blood-trained wolf rushed up the mountain, breathing heavily, addressing the birds and beasts that remained.
The boss is calling you to gather and prepare for the expansion actions. I understand, I'll notify Kai Chang right away.
A dove cooed twice, responding to the blood-trained wolf, then flapped its wings and took off to inform Kai Chang, who was out hunting.
More blood-trained wolves arrived at the wild boar herd, far away in Azure City's monkey tribe.
They had only left half of their members to guard home, while the rest responded to Zhao's call and headed towards the area where Shao was gathering.
Chapter 74, Gathering Personnel, Azure City Underground Laboratory.
Boss! We're here! With several commanding tiger roars, 6 massive tigers rushed towards Shao, their combined run even causing a slight tremor on the ground.
Boss, we've arrived too.
Zhu Beiji led hundreds of wild boars to the scene as well. At this moment, Zhu Beiji also advanced to Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Level 2, his entire body measuring 12 meters long, robust and strong, with 2 massive tusks glinting ominously. The most striking feature was the thick layer of metallic armor covering him, making him look incredibly heavy. Yet, Beiji moved freely despite the heavy layer of metal, charging forward with fortitude and unstoppable vigor. This layer of metallic armor is also Beiji's secret weapon. It possesses the ability to manipulate metal, and in critical moments, this armor can transform into sharp metallic blades that pierce the enemy's heart, leaving them unprepared. Metal Beast Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Level 2 Innate Skill, 10-fold Physique Enhancement B Grade, Metal Manipulation A Grade, Supercharge C Grade, 10-fold Strength Enhancement B Grade.
Beiji, your gear looks so cool, can you give me a set too?
Seeing that Beiji had added some heavy metal armor, the nameless tiger surrounded Beiji, exclaiming in awe and envy.
He even stretched out his paw, wanting to touch it.
The other giant tigers also looked at the shiny metal armor with gleaming eyes, showing eager expressions. Beiji shook his head, swatting away the nameless tiger's roaming paw, stepping back a few paces to keep his distance, and looked at the nameless tiger in annoyance.
Why do all felines have this habit of being so fidgety? Don't touch. This is my secret weapon.
I could make you a set, but you don't have the ability to control it like I do, and you can't use it flexibly.
Besides, aren't you a speed type? It would just be a burden on you.
Beiji warily watched the nameless tiger, afraid it would come over again, and advised. That's true, the nameless tiger sighed, but still couldn't help but glance over a few more times. Meanwhile, Xiao also looked towards Beiji and the nameless tiger. They had both grown stronger in just a few days. Beiji has reached Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage by calculation. Several of his generals should also have reached Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage, making them top-tier strong beings at this time. Before long, a magnificent roar came from afar, and a large shadow descended from the sky as Kai Chang arrived with a flock of birds and beasts. Kai Chang's level has caught up, reaching Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Level 3, with a wingspan of 20 meters, radiating dazzling flames, and an extremely high temperature surrounding her, resembling a red sun.
Boss!
Kai Chang landed on the ground, retracted 1 foot, and placed her wings across her chest, bowing to Xiao.
No need to bow, just get up.
Xiao slightly raised a paw, signaling Kai Chang to rise. He didn't care for such formalities. The fire element on Kai Chang's body has become even more active than before, constantly radiating heat when it flies. It stirs up waves of heat that could easily spark a forest fire if one isn't careful. Now there's just that guy, the Iron Ape, left. The Iron Ape leads the monkey tribe living in Azure City, which is the farthest away, making their slow arrival understandable.
Boss! We're late.
After a while, the Iron Ape led many members of the monkey tribe to arrive as well. Seeing his friends waiting for him, the Iron Ape felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. It was no surprise that the Iron Ape successfully reached Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage. The ape looked even stronger, though his appearance remained unchanged, still resembling a muscular giant.
However, Xiao knew that the Iron Ape wasn't just a brute. He was equally sharp-minded and was evolving towards humanity.
Boss, we made a major discovery in Azure City, the Iron Ape said, panting.
What discovery?
Xiao asked, puzzled. Well, we found an underground laboratory in Azure City that hasn't been breached by the fire.
There are a few humans who survived inside.
They seem to be conducting experiments related to strange beasts. Recalling what Jack had reported to him earlier, Xiao remembered that the humans were researching hybrid beasts, looking to cultivate a batch of strange beasts to fight for them.
Could this be related to the experiments on hybrid beasts? What did you do with them?
Boss, I didn't dare make the call. Those humans are still alive, but I thought that experiment was so cruel that I stopped them from continuing. Thinking back to his entry into the underground laboratory, the Iron Ape felt a shiver down his spine.
The lab was filled with the cries of animals.
Various strange beasts were caged, covered in injuries, and their fur had fallen out. Some were submerged in petri dishes, all types of tubes inserted into their bodies, eyes shut tight, looking worse than dead. There were also those who had already turned into corpses, with the heads of different animals stitched together with their bodies, which looked utterly grotesque. Humans are truly an evil species. I absolutely cannot learn from them in this regard, the Iron Ape thought, unable to suppress a shiver.
Jack was right there, indeed, conducting research on hybrid beasts.
If any of those strange beasts that are still alive show significant potential, bring them to me next time.
Thinking for a moment, Xiao spoke to the Iron Ape. He was also curious about what the humans' research on hybrid beasts was all about. If there were any successful examples, he would love to see them.
As for the others that seem unlikely to survive, just help them end their suffering.
Alright, boss, but what about those humans? Should we kill them?
It seems there are still quite a few survivors in Azure City. Xiao left Azure City in a hurry, and the city had a large population, so there were a few places that escaped the raging flames. Some humans had taken refuge in underground air raid shelters, and Xiao couldn't possibly go around pulling them out one by one. Now that I think about it, Azure City might still have several thousand people left. Those who are willing to submit to my rule can stay, and those who are not will be dealt with.
These humans will be managed by your monkey tribe for now. Haven't you always wanted to learn human culture? These humans should be able to help you. Jean Gang paused. Was the boss planning to capture a batch of humans as slaves?
That thought was quite exciting.
Okay, boss, I will do as you wish.
Let's take care of these matters when we get back from this expansion. With so few people, they couldn't stir up any trouble. Seeing everyone had gathered, Shell looked up towards the west, a place he had never set foot in. To the west of Breezy Mountain Zone lies an expansive and boundless land. Visible from the sky is a noticeable depression. Here, the landscape is lush and rich in ecology and resources.
Let's go. Good. Roar.
The sounds of various animals filled the air, resonating with a sense of fighting spirit, filled with confidence about the expansion. After all, with the boss around, they had never lost, they had even defeated humans, and the animals of the Great Basin were no match for the boss.
Chapter 75, Annihilation, Brown Bear.
The nearest forest to the Great Basin from Breezy Mountain Zone is home to hundreds of brown bears, led by a Tier 2 Transcendent stage brown bear of the 7th level, the best among its kind with the finest innate skills. They live at the junction of Breezy Mountain Zone and the Great Basin. The brown bear leader is 8 meters long, with strong limbs, clad in armor formed by earth elements, which protects its vulnerable parts, boasting impressive defense. Inside a cave, the floor was piled high with animal furs, bones, and remnants of eaten beehives. The brown bear leader was indulging in honey brought by its underlings, both paws covered in honey, eating in an unrefined manner, while several bruised brown bears next to it drooled as they gave it a massage. The brown bear leader squinted its eyes, clearly enjoying the moment.
With the mana awakening, even the bees mutated. Honey wasn't easy to obtain. This precious honey could only be enjoyed by the brown bear leader. It ate with great relish.
Suddenly, a small brown bear tumbled and rolled into the cave, looking panicked, loudly shouting,
"King, it's bad. King, it's bad. I'm perfectly fine, thank you."
The brown bear leader said gruffly, reluctantly getting up from the ground, lifting the small brown bear that was lying on the floor.
"What is it? If it's not something serious to disturb my meal, you'll be in big trouble." The small brown bear was scared and quickly replied. "Reporting, KK King.
A group of alien beasts is attacking from Breezy Mountain Zone.
They are ferocious, killing anything they see. They're about to enter our territory." "What? Damn it, are they looking for death by not staying in their own territory?" "King, don't be impulsive. They are quite powerful, have killed many alien beasts, and none of them are their opponents."
The small brown bear said tremulously, hastily trying to advise the leader to calm down. Having seen their overwhelming momentum, it actually wanted to urge the leader to move away quickly and change their habitat.
Smack! With a crisp slap, the small brown bear's face instantly swelled up. "You are boosting others' morale and diminishing your own baggage. I want to see just how strong they are."
The brown bear leader tossed the small brown bear aside, crashing it against the wall, then ran out of the cave. However, as soon as it exited the cave and felt the slight trembling of the ground, the brown bear leader's eyes widened. The air not far away was filled with the smell of blood, and its subordinates were being slaughtered by a 15-meter giant blue tiger.
Tiger Woming was fast and led the charge, reaching the brown bear's territory first. The remaining troops would arrive shortly.
Seeing that the brown bears here were weak but dared to attack it, Tiger Woming showed no mercy and slaughtered a large number.
"Stop. Do you know whose territory this is? How dare you enter my domain? Do you want to die? Roar!"
The brown bear leader roared furiously, then shouted at the several brown bears that emerged from the cave.
"You four, come with me."
Several brown bears looked extremely unwilling, as the sight of Tiger Woming covered in blood was simply shocking. They had never seen such a formidable alien beast and felt deep fear. But if they didn't go, the violent leader would certainly settle accounts with them. However, they wouldn't have to worry about this problem for much longer. For just as the brown bear leader shouted that one sentence, several invisible wind blades flew over and cleanly decapitated it. The brown bear leader remained in a fierce posture even in death, seemingly not having reacted at all before its head fell.
Don't kill us. With their leader dead, what was the point? Several brown bears immediately lay down and begged for mercy.
Seeing them, Tiger Wooming walked over, as the few brown bears trembled, not daring to look at Tiger Wooming.
Do you have any spirit stone mines? Tiger Wooming asked. What is a spirit stone vein? A few brown bears looked confused, not understanding what Tiger Wooming was talking about.
Then you are of no value, just wait to die. A few wind blades struck, and Tiger Wooming cut off their hands and legs. At that time, the order given by the boss was to only spare forces that had spirit stone veins or rare materials, and then enslave these forces to mine spirit stones. If there were any innate skill beasts willing to submit to Shao, they could stay, those unwilling would be killed. And these brown bears didn't even know about the spirit stone veins, clearly showing they were of no value. As for capturing them, Shao already had many beasts under his command and didn't need them. Brother Tiger, you're attacking too fast. Goldie and the other beast army also arrived, only to see blood all over the ground. Most of the surviving brown bears had their hands and feet cut off and were lying on the ground waiting to die. Who told them to be so weak, and to attack me without knowing better? And they don't even have spirit stone veins, they're of no use at all. I curse you all to have a terrible death. How dare you torture me like this? If you want to kill, at least do it quickly. A bunch of cowardly fools. Roar! Our brown bear clan will never be slaves. Give me a quick death. A few brown bears, with their hands and feet cut off, lay in pools of blood, growling fiercely. It's better to let them die than to suffer like this. Don't worry, the boss will be here soon, and you will be able to die shortly. Tiger Wooming didn't even glance at them, shook off the blood from his claws. After a while, a fierce wind swept in, and Shao came roaring from the sky. The tremendous winds bent the trees. Boss, these are all left for you. The beasts from Breezy Mountain Zone had split into several squads, taking on the local forces in the Great Basin to increase efficiency. They followed Zhao's orders, leaving some beasts for Shao to kill, while Shao would just enjoy the results. Well done. Shao hovered in the sky, coldly watching the brown bears on the ground. The brown bears lying on the ground were shocked into silence. Even the few bravest ones stopped their noise, stunned by Zhao's presence. How can he be so big? This aura is terrifying. Shao showed no mercy in his eyes. He raised his paw to summon the lightning field. Suddenly, the sky was filled with lightning, and dozens of thick bolts fell down, completely annihilating the brown bears, ending their pain. Ding! Kill Tier 1 Mortal Stage Tier 10 Brown Bear, Evolution Points AP plus 1056. Ding! Kill Tier 1 Mortal Stage Tier 9 Brown Bear, Evolution Points AP plus 963. Ding! Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 1 Iron Jawed Bear, Evolution Points AP plus 1366. Devour Evolve System. A notification came through, Evolution Points EP received. Continue advancing. After speaking to Tiger Wooming and Goldie, Shao flew off to the location of the next squad to continue harvesting. Chapter 76, The Field Mouse Group, Group Assault Tactics. The Brown Bear Group was thus wiped out, and such events were happening all over the Great Basin. The Field Mouse Group was a swarm of wild mice, totaling over 6,000, making it the most populous group in the Great Basin. They bred quickly. After Mana Awakening, the newborn mice could reach adulthood within just over 10 days, reproducing quickly. Although their individual strength was not very strong, around Tier 1 Mortal Stage Level 8, due to their overwhelming numbers, no beast wanted to be gang attacked, allowing them to occupy a prime territory in the Great Basin. The Field Mouse Group naturally had a leader, the Field Mouse King, who was 3 meters long, with large front teeth like steel, capable of inflicting great damage, chewing through anything, and at Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 3. This rank was considered above average in the Great Basin, but among the field mice, who had an average rank of only Tier 1 Mortal Stage, it was indeed a standout. The Field Mouse King was enjoying a buffalo carcass on a large rock when suddenly he felt dust kicking up in the distance, and the ground trembled violently. What is going on? The Field Mouse King hurriedly stood up, alertly looking into the distance, not even eating the beef in his claws. Your Majesty! A pack of beasts from Breezy Mountain Zone is coming.
They say they want to see you. If you don't come out, they will slaughter our group.
A mouse hurriedly climbed up to the rock where the field mouse king was and reported.
The mouse king was taken aback. Slaughter? They come with ill intent. I'll go take a look. How many are they?
When he heard they wanted to slaughter, the field mouse king's eyes sharpened as he asked this crucial question. If they weren't too numerous, they would adopt a group assault tactic to drive them away. Even if some young mice died, it didn't matter, they could quickly reproduce again.
They are not lacking in anything except for mouths. About 200 or 300. Anyway, there are not as many as us.
Humph. Only 200 or 300, they really don't know the terror of our mouse group.
We could drown them with just our spit. Quickly! Gather all the little mice and grandchildren. Prepare for battle. Yes.
During this time, the mouse king and small mice were shouting around, and soon the field mouse group entered a state of war readiness, gathering all the mice. The field mouse king stood on the rock, giving a pre-battle speech to the countless mice below. A bunch of vile outsiders has come with ill intent. We must let them see the splendor of our field mouse group, my united people. Let's intimidate these despicable foreign beasts together. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The sound of squeaking filled the air. Thousands of mice responded vigorously to the Mouse King's call.
Go!
The Mouse King led over 6,000 mice majestically to the front of the wild boar tribe led by Beiji.
Beiji snorted, impatiently saying, "You came quite late.
If you had delayed any longer, my big pig's teeth would have started itching.
I heard you wanted to see me."
The king of the field mice stepped forward, his expression arrogant. Behind him, a massive horde of over 6,000 black, swarming mice provided support. The king of the field mice felt very safe and confident, speaking with a much louder voice.
8 precepts found his arrogant demeanor extremely repulsive. "What are you flaunting?
Finish the process, and I'll turn you into a mouse pancake." So, 8 precepts also raised his voice to question him.
"That's right. You are the king here, aren't you? Tell me, do you have any spirit stone mines or rare treasures?"
The king of the field mice, not to be outdone, stretched his neck and stared at 8 precepts as he spoke.
"Why are you shouting so loud? So what if we do have it? And what if we don't? Just because you ask, does that mean I have to tell you?
Damn it, I can't take it anymore, such an arrogant dead mouse.
Boss, let's take it down."
A wild boar felt its temper explode as the king of the field mice almost touched its head.
How could such a small mouse dare to yell at them? "All right. I knew you came looking for a fight. Mouse folks. Everyone, attack. Let's show these foreign beasts our strength."
The king of the field mice roared loudly, and the mouse horde surged forward.
Kill! Kill! Kill!
8 precepts frowned, shook his head, and suddenly charged forward.
Smack!
With a loud crash, 8 precepts tusk jabbed, sending the king of the field mice flying, crashing hundreds of meters away, embedding him into a rock wall, turning him into a puddle of mouse pancake. Then, 8 precepts stepped forward, crushing a mouse that charged at him underfoot, turning it into an indistinguishable pile of meat paste. The metal armor on 8 precepts instantly disintegrated, transforming into hundreds of tiny metal blades, which quickly slaughtered a large portion of the field mice.
Retreat! Retreat! Retreat!
This was too fierce. The mouse horde immediately dared not advance, instead pushing back in a panic.
Watching the mice freeze in fear and not daring to move forward, 8 precepts shouted, "Who else dares to come up? This is the fate that awaits you."
8 precepts walked in front of a small mouse, which trembled in fear, and he asked the little mouse,
"I'll ask you. Do you have any spirit stone mines?" Squeak!
The little mouse was so frightened that it quivered and couldn't say a word.
Smack!
8 precepts stepped forward again, and the little mouse turned into a mouse pancake. Then, he walked to the next mouse, asking the same question.
"What about you? Do you have any spirit stone mines?" "Yes. Just a little." Fearing the same fate, this mouse gulped and quickly replied, "Really? Show me.
8 precepts replied with delight. Soon, this mouse led 8 precepts to a spirit stone mine. This spirit stone mine was also inside a cave, buried deep and needing to be dug out. 8 precepts looked at the vast spirit stone mine of mana awakening, feeling very pleased. With so many spirit stone mines, he could report back to the boss. From now on, you will be responsible for digging out these spirit stone mines for me.
Anyone who dares not to dig will die. Did you hear that?
Glancing at the numerous field mice, 8 precepts declared majestically, ready to squeeze every bit of labor from them.
Chirp, chirp, chirp.
Yes. Yes. The mice were small and very suitable for digging, plus there were many of them and they bred quickly, making them the best slaves. As for resisting the wild boars, forget about it, the power gap was too large.
Although they had numbers, a single wild boar, with its aura boost, could take on dozens of mice and would never lose.
Wow! So much mana awakening, looks like the harvest is good. At that moment, a voice with immense pressure resounded. Boss! We've occupied a spirit stone mine, and I've also enslaved the field mice to mine these spirit stones for us. Upon hearing this voice, 8 precepts immediately lowered his head in respect.
Chapter 77, Looking Up at the Stars, the Ominous Land.
A strong wind blew by, and Shao arrived here amid the astonished gazes of the mice. Squeak! What a powerful aura! How can such a strong creature exist? I feel like I would drop dead just from a glance.
Are all the beasts in Breezy Mountain Zone this strong?
It's unbelievable.
I feel like I'm not even fit to be a snack for it.
Seeing Shao appear in 8 precepts being so respectful, the mice felt even more despair. They just realized that 8 precepts wasn't even the strongest. It turned out there were even stronger beings in Breezy Mountain Zone.
One mountain is higher than the next.
Originally, some mice that had thoughts of resistance also completely gave up, resigned to the fate of being black slaves. Meanwhile, Shao looked at the spirit stone mine that was exuding the winds of mana awakening, feeling extremely delighted.
Ha ha! There really is a spirit stone mine.
If all these mice mine it out, I can devour them all at once. These mice will be managed by your wild boar group. Make sure they extract the spirit stones quickly.
Yes.
8 precepts replied. He had taken another step closer to breaking through to Tier 5 awakened stage. Spirit stone mines are generally hidden within rock layers, and extracting them without waste takes effort. These black slave miners are just perfect for the job. His efficiency in devouring spirit stones would also increase.
Moreover, with so many spirit stone mines, the strength of his subordinates could continuously improve.
As for why the wild beasts outside are still at Tier 1 mortal stage, it's because they often cannot find sources to absorb mana awakening. After all, this is still the early stage of mana awakening. The mana awakening in the world is very scarce, only attainable by slaying other beasts and consuming their corpses. Hunting other animals poses a threat to one's life, and the spirit stone veins are usually occupied by powerful factions, making it extremely difficult to obtain mana awakening and level up. Thus, the strong will only grow stronger, while the weak will gradually perish. Resources are limited, and everyone must fight for their own. This is the era of great contention.
I wonder when the next blood rain will fall.
Shao looked up at the sky. It had been over 10 days since the last blood rain.
Each blood rain would bring a large amount of mana awakening to the blue star, raising the average tier of its beings.
This was also a good thing for Shao, as the higher the tier of the animals he killed, the more evolution points EP he would earn, thus accelerating his own advancement. Also, that blood rain feels very eerie. It suddenly descends upon the blue star.
I have no idea where it comes from.
The blood rain is a dark crimson color and has an authentic bloody scent, as if it were real blood. Shao recalled that the corpses of animals also carried mana awakening, and these blood rains also contained mana awakening. Could this possibly be the blood of some cosmic creature?
With this thought, Shao arrived at a rather terrifying conjecture. How large would a creature be to bring blood rain to the entire blue star?
It must be at least the size of a planet. I've just reached Tier 4 supernatural stage at 10th level, and I'm only over 100 meters tall in the universe. I would be just a small speck of dust.
I can't even leave the blue star now.
Thinking about the vastness of the universe, Xiao felt that he still wasn't strong enough. Even though he was invincible on the blue star and nuclear weapons couldn't harm him, in the cosmic realm, he was still quite weak.
Why did the blue star suddenly experience mana awakening? It's quite strange.
Forget it, I shouldn't think too much about it, I'll just take it one step at a time.
Xiao shook his head.
After only half a month of mana awakening, he was already setting his sights on the stars. He was thinking too far ahead. He needed to transform into a dragon first before he had the strength to look beyond. With my little brothers working efficiently, another faction has been taken care of next. Let's head to Kai Chang's place. Xiao unleashed the Thunder Domain, killing relentlessly as he moved, crazily harvesting the lives of the exotic beasts in the Great Basin, while his evolution points EP surged continuously. Meanwhile, as Xiao's forces were undergoing a vigorous expansion, in the very center of the Great Basin, the lowest point, there was a faint aura of death.
A giant scorpion king, more than 20 meters long, with a fierce mouthpart and a body that was dark purple.
It has a pair of huge, incredibly hard pincers capable of crushing steel, and a long tail that stands upright, tipped with a stinger from which green venom drips steadily. Tick-tock. The venom drips onto the ground, instantly corroding a small pit into the soil. This is not just venom but possesses a highly corrosive nature. Within a kilometer radius of this scorpion, plants wither, flesh and blood rapidly turn into bones, and there is no life. The air is filled with a stench of decay, and the surroundings are enveloped in a deathly silence and extremely eerie atmosphere. In the midst of this silence, however, there was a persistent sound.
Clang! 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 This was the only sound left in the entire domain.
Upon closer inspection, the Scorpion King was sitting lazily atop a large spirit stone, mechanically crushing the stone with its pincers and sending piece after piece into its mouth. Looking further out, in this area of a kilometer in radius, spirit stones were scattered everywhere, rich with mana awakening. Compared to other places, it felt like entering a different space, filled with mana awakening and extremely attractive. Suddenly, a 3-meter-long little deer hopped to the edge of the domain. It licked its lips, glanced around to confirm that it was very quiet and wouldn't suddenly encounter any predators, and finally couldn't resist the temptation of the scattered spirit stones. It stretched out a hoof, feeling no danger, and relaxed its guard. Then, its entire body crossed into that ominous domain, bending down to reach for a spirit stone on the ground. But suddenly, a black mist began to rise from the ground, carrying an ominous aura of death, enveloping the little deer. The little deer was instantly startled and tried to run away. Its 4 hooves moved quickly, but the mist seemed to stick to its body, unable to shake it off, tightly ensnaring it.
Oh no!
A scream broke the silence. In less than half a minute, the little deer's body had turned into white bones, while its flesh seemed to vanish into thin air as it was absorbed by the black mist. With half of its flesh gone, the little deer could no longer stand and collapsed to the ground with a thud, its vacant eyes staring towards the center of the basin. There lay more piles of bones like its own, scattered everywhere, almost forming a mountain.
Further away, another dark purple giant scorpion was looking over here with an indistinct gaze. Another prey has fallen into my trap.
As the little deer was drained of vitality by the black mist, it transformed into a mere skeleton. The aura on the Scorpion King, however, was gradually rising. And again, the center of the Great Basin resumed its former silence.
Chapter 78, The Black Fox Clan, Submit.
In the vast forest, the sound of laughter from a few people accompanied by 3 armored vehicles could be heard, while several helicopters flew overhead as if providing an escort. Ahead of them was a herd of deer fleeing in panic. A young human leaned out of the vehicle, a wild grin on his face, skillfully forming a lightning ball in his hand and launching it towards the fleeing deer.
Boom!
With a loud bang and the smell of burning, a small deer at the back of the group was hit, turning into charred remains. With the death of their companion, the herd ran even faster.
A burst of maniacal laughter echoed. Ha ha ha! Run! Keep running! Feel the power of my lightning ball. Yeah! Real combat in the wild is just exhilarating.
This feeling of raw power can't compare to training rooms.
Amidst the deer herd desperately fleeing.
At that moment, a female deer suddenly stopped beside the small deer, repeatedly nudging its burned body with her nose, her eyes revealing a look of sorrow. Faced with the rapidly approaching armored vehicle, the mother deer let out a call, watching the herd disappear, then resolutely turned to stand in front of the burnt small deer. The young man frowned, displeased.
What do you mean? You think you can take revenge for your child? Let it see our strength. We'll ram it out of the way.
All right. With a chuckle, the red-haired man at the wheel slammed down on the gas pedal, and the armored vehicle roared like a beast as it sped towards the mother deer, blocking its path. This armored vehicle was also modified, with ample horsepower, enhanced spikes in the front, and electrified, making it deadly for any creature below Tier 1 mortal stage. With a splat, the mother deer was hit and sent flying 10 meters away, blood spraying, lifeless.
Keep going. This is awesome.
Cheers erupted inside the vehicle, as a black-haired woman tossed her hair back, smiling brightly. Yeah. Real combat is way more thrilling. I had to apply several times before the commander finally approved this field exercise. Those commanders are always reluctant to let us out to deal with exotic beasts. Our Tier 4 supernatural stage team is specialized in hunting exotic beasts, but with no real combat experience, how can we go to battle in the future?
And these exotic beasts aren't as strong as we imagined.
Those commanders only allow us to hunt on the periphery, but now we've ventured deeper into the basin, and these exotic beasts aren't so terrifying. Inside these off-road vehicles was a Tier 4 supernatural stage team. Even among the many skilled in the Mana Awakening Bureau, they were mid-tier, with several members possessing a great innate skills. Bored from training against dummies in the practice room, they applied for a field exercise. After several rounds of requests, they finally got approval for this outing. However, the commander only allowed them to hunt Tier 1 mortal stage exotic beasts on the outskirts of the Great Basin, forbidding them from delving deeper.
But having finally gotten the chance to go out, how could they be satisfied with only hunting weak exotic beasts on the periphery?
Most Tier 1 mortal stage exotic beasts haven't even reached the basics of Tier 4 supernatural stage. To put it nicely, they're exotic beasts, or frankly speaking, just ordinary animals with some special abilities. Everyone in the armored vehicle was using their innate skills, unleashing firepower toward the deer herd, savoring the thrill of the hunt. Some melee team members jumped out armed with long knives and spears, rushing towards the deer herd, applying the techniques learned in training against the exotic beasts. Before long, the deer herd was wiped out, and while searching for the next group of exotic beasts, a few of them started chatting.
Did you guys hear? A dragon appeared in the breezy mountain zone a few days ago, and even spirit power missiles couldn't kill it.
I heard. This is huge news. It's quite famous that dragon is supposedly the fastest evolving creature in the world, and no other exotic beasts like it exist abroad. It's now ranked as the #1 exotic beast globally on the charts.
The difference in power between it and the second-ranked beast is astonishingly vast.
So what if it's first? In the end, it was still driven away by the commanders of the Mana Awakening Bureau. We won once again.
The high-ups in the Mana Awakening Bureau considered this incident a disgrace, so they certainly wouldn't publicly admit that they were forced by Shao to concede 2 territories to achieve a peace agreement.
When presenting to the public, they claimed to have successfully driven the dragon away and saved many lives. As for conceding territory, the terrifying power of the dragon overshadows that. This was also a measure to stabilize public sentiment and prevent mass panic.
That's true. No exotic beasts capable of matching us have appeared yet. Isn't Breezy Mountain Zone right next to us? Do you think we might encounter that dragon? We hit it once with a spirit power missile that was a spirit power missile. Even if it didn't die, it must be injured. How could it dare to act so arrogantly?
It should be hiding in some corner licking its wounds.
The young man who fired the lightning ball raised his eyebrows and laughed. Ha! Exactly. Maybe we'll run into it and get lucky.
As they chatted and laughed, a pair of slit pupils glanced towards the armored vehicles.
There's actually a group of humans here, let us wipe them out.
On his way to find the colorful clothing, Shao, using his keen perception skills, quickly spotted this Tier 4 supernatural stage team.
Hearing their discussion, a wicked thought arose in Zhao's mind as he changed direction and flew towards them.
After all, his speed was very fast. Killing these humans wouldn't take long.
Hey! Why did the sky suddenly darken and it started raining?
I remember the weather forecast said it wouldn't rain today. A Tier 4 supernatural stage team member looked at the dark sky in confusion.
Not sure, maybe after the mana awakening, the weather forecasts have become unreliable. What a hassle, said the black-haired woman, giving her guess. As they looked at the rainy sky, everyone wore a confused expression. It was hard to believe that they finally got out and the weather turned bad. Wait. What is that black line in the sky?
The red-haired man pointed up, a look of terror on his face.
Mortals, it seems you really want to see me.
In the clouds, a beast over 100 meters long was charging towards them at sonic speed, creating a whirlwind. Xiao was supported by the mist, surrounded by lightning elements, wearing a wicked smile as he looked at them.
Holy crap! A dragon, a dragon, a dragon!
It's the flood dragon from the breezy mountain zone. The red-haired man was so scared he could barely speak.
How is he different from what they said? He doesn't have a single wound on his body. This is way too big. Stop talking, run.
The red-haired man spun the steering wheel and slammed the gas.
So boring, you guys are like Yi Gong who loves dragons.
Summoning the realm of thunder, several thick bolts of lightning struck towards the group. An armored vehicle was hit, disintegrating on the spot, with debris flying hundreds of meters, and the people inside reduced to pulp.
Damn! So powerful.
The red-haired man frantically maneuvered the steering wheel, dodging a few bolts of lightning, but was met with an even more terrifying spear.
Ding! Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 2 Mutant Human, Evolution Points AP plus 2361. Ding! Skill, Endless Devour activating. Devour failed.
Xiao flew in the air and saw Kai Chang leading hundreds of birds and beasts facing off against a group of black foxes. Thanks to his enhanced hearing, he could overhear their conversation. Kai Chang stood on top of a tree, flames swirling around, looking down at the almost lifeless leader of the Black Fox clan. It was a black fox only 2 meters in size, covered in wounds, lying on the ground. Though its size was small, it had reached Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Level 8, and moreover, the fox's figure appeared very ethereal, with black particles continuously emerging around it. They had just fought, and it was obvious that Kai Chang had won, but at the last moment, she spared the black fox leader's life and asked him,
I see you have some decent strength, want to join us and serve our boss together?
Xiao had previously advised them that if they encountered a powerful beast, they could consider inviting them to join. If they refused, Xiao could just kill them to devour their innate skills. So, after the recent battle with the Black Fox leader, Kai Chang had this thought. The opponent had an ability to turn its body into nothingness, making it invulnerable during that phase, which was tough to deal with. If it weren't for her overwhelming level and the support of her aura, it would have been very difficult to achieve victory.
Upon hearing Kai Chang's question, the Black Fox leader was taken aback, asking in surprise, You have a boss too? You're so strong, why would you settle for being someone else's subordinate? The Black Fox leader was very surprised. Kai Chang's strength was the most formidable beast it had seen besides the Scorpion King at the center of the large basin. How could such a powerful beast willingly submit to another? As for being stronger than current beasts, it could only think of humans. The large basin, like the breezy mountain zone, was also plagued by human armies, having killed many foxes. If it weren't for humans, how could the Black Fox clan be left with only a few dozen comrades? Thinking of this, the Black Fox leader narrowed its eyes and asked, Your boss isn't human, is it? I will never submit to humans. They've killed many of our kin, and I will never bow to my enemies. No, you've misunderstood. Our boss is a flood dragon. Much stronger than me, even humans couldn't match our boss. Speaking of Xiao, Kai Chang's face showed pride. If it weren't for Xiao driving away the human army, they at Breezy Mountain Zone would also still be bombarded by human artillery. By the way, I noticed your area is also troubled by humans. However, soon, our boss will drive the humans out of here, making them too scared to set foot here again. A flood dragon? You, a bird, are willing to serve a flood dragon? If your boss were a fox, I might consider it. Although I admire your courage to fight against humans, I'm sorry, but I've heard a saying, those not of my kind, their hearts must be different. I won't join you. The Black Fox scoffed, obviously disbelieving what Kai Chang said. Even if she was very powerful, it had only been a few days since the mana awakening. How much stronger could she become?
At most, she was at the level of the Scorpion King in the center of the large basin. As for driving away the humans, the Black Fox thought Kai Chang was just boasting human weapons were terrifying, and no flesh and blood could withstand them. Just as the Black Fox was about to stand up to speak, out of the corner of its eye, it suddenly caught sight of a huge black silhouette, causing it to stagger and almost lose its balance.
"What's wrong?" asked the Black Fox beside it.
"A strong aura is approaching us," the Black Fox leader warned.
"You don't have much time left. Our boss is coming, and this is your last chance. It's up to you whether you want to join us."
"It's a pity, really, with your strength, you should be fighting alongside us against humanity." No longer speaking with the Black Fox leader, Kai Chang turned to look, her eyes sparkling with surprise, and flew down from the treetops to salute Xiao, who was approaching quickly.
"Boss, I've found a pretty strong Black Fox. I'm trying to persuade it to join us." Xiao nodded slightly. "I know. Leave the rest to me. I'll talk to it."
Xiao looked towards the Black Fox leader, and the information panel above the opponent's head quickly materialized. Shadow Fox Tier 2 Transcendent Stage 8th level innate skill, phasing a level 10-fold speed boost B level Dark Element Affinity C level Shadow Kill B level Concealment A level. Phasing a level, consumes mana awakening from within, allowing the body to slip into the void, concealing its presence. During this time, it won't be affected by the real world and is very hard to detect.
Phasing? This innate skill is interesting. Not being affected by the real world means it can't be attacked. If used well, isn't this akin to having an invincible body? Moreover, this Black Fox is also a Tier 5 awakened stage, possessing a very rare dark element and the concealment innate skill. Its small size clearly makes it a prime candidate for an assassin.
So, Xiao was also moved.
This Black Fox is indeed quite strong.
Xiao summoned a lightning spear, swung it nearby, and the spear immediately flew towards a mountain peak.
After a massive shake, half the mountain was blown away.
Seeing the stunned expression on the Black Fox leader's face, Xiao knew it was intimidated by his power and asked,
"I am their boss. Do you wish to submit to me?" Was that thing summoned by you?" The Black Fox leader swallowed hard, turning to look at the half-destroyed mountain, still in disbelief.
It was certain that if that strike hit itself, it wouldn't be able to withstand even one blow. Moreover, the dire reality was that its spiritual energy had been completely depleted in the previous battle with Kai Chang, leaving it unable to use phasing. Without answering its question, Xiao raised his claw, gathering lightning energy into a blue long spear that floated above his claw, emitting a terrifying aura, proving his power through action. "If you don't want to submit, this spear's target will be you," Xiao said coldly.
"It's clear now, refusing to submit means death."
The Black Fox leader stared at the crackling spear, nearly sweating with fear.
"But then again, I am willing to submit."
Faced with the threat of death, the Black Fox leader chose to be sincere after all, its life was more important. Besides, the other party was genuinely powerful. At that moment, the Black Fox leader finally understood that Kai Chang had not deceived it, their boss was indeed far stronger. Chapter 79, The Hidden Monarch of the Great Basin, the Deadly Mist Scorpion. Seeing the Black Fox leader submit, Xiao threw the spear in his hand far away, obliterating the other half of the mountain. During this time, some innocent beasts were caught in the blast, resulting in a substantial gain of evolution points EP.
"My name is Xiao, you can call me boss. From now on, you will be my 9th general."
"Since you are all black and shiny, I'll call you Xiao He from now on."
"Yes."
Xiao He bowed his head, indicating his submission. Xiao held Xiao He, infusing him with spiritual energy to help heal his wounds. Xiao He grimaced in pain but did not struggle, knowing it was for his own good, and the wounds on his body rapidly healed. "Thank you, boss," Xiao He said tremulously after the treatment.
"Is there a spirit stone mine around here?" Xiao asked.
"There's one," Little Black replied. "Great, I'll be calling a group of land mice to mine these spirit stones, don't try to stop them."
"Land mice? They also submitted to the boss?"
Little Black was astonished, wondering if even that group of mice had already come under the boss's command. "Their strength is beneath my notice, they are just mere black slaves." Little Black suddenly didn't know what to say. So many mice that were looked down upon were merely regarded as black slaves, while their Black Fox clan was so depleted in numbers that they couldn't even handle that group of filthy mice. Afterwards, Xiao and Little Black chatted for a while. They learned that a total of 4 spirit stone mines had been discovered in the Great Basin. 2 were under Zhao's control, one was held by a giant scorpion in the center of the basin, and the last was occupied by humans.
Giant scorpion? What's its situation?
Xiao asked. The giant scorpion is very strong. It dominates a spirit stone mine alone and can create a large field around itself. Any creature entering that field will die. We don't know how strong it has grown. We all dare not approach there. Several clans fight vigorously for the spirit stone mines, yet no one dares to provoke the giant scorpion. It's more accurate to say that it is the hidden king of the Great Basin.
Remembering the giant scorpion, Little Black felt a pang of anxiety.
At that time, it thought it could use its phasing abilities to avoid harm and wanted to challenge the giant scorpion.
But when it saw the giant scorpion, it realized how vast its domain was.
With the spirit power within it, it couldn't maintain phasing for long and needed to fully sustain it to possibly stand a chance against the giant scorpion. So, back then, Little Black merely took a glance at the giant scorpion and fled in a hurry. If it hadn't had phasing, it might not even have made it back.
Oh?
I definitely want to see this for myself, Xiao said, intrigued. He wanted to witness the strength of the insect race, and if he could absorb its innate skill, that would be even better.
Before leaving, Xiao cast a strengthening aura on the Black Fox clan. Little Black had a look of astonishment as it moved its body.
Not only had all its wounds healed completely, but its strength was now 3 times greater than before, far exceeding the standards of its rank.
This power, did the boss grant it?
Yes, protect your territory and work on getting stronger.
I will claim the entire Great Basin as my domain. Before leaving, Xiao reminded Little Black.
Now, half of the Great Basin had already been occupied by Zhao's subordinates, and out of the 4 spirit stone mines discovered, 2 were under Zhao's command. But that is still not enough. I need many evolution points EP to level up, a lot more as I progress. I can only gain more evolution points EP by consuming the resources from other areas. Xiao flew toward the center of the Great Basin. Through his distant vision, he saw a giant scorpion with a body length of 20 meters. However, because he wasn't close enough, the panel couldn't display its details, and he couldn't tell its rank. The closer he got, the more Xiao felt the mana awakening intensifying. The ground was littered with spirit stones, as if he had entered an earthly paradise. Not only were there spirit stones, but also a ground littered with dry bones, some of which looked quite fresh, emitting steam, clearly having died not long ago.
These are traps meant to lure other beasts.
Xiao quickly guessed the purpose of these scattered spirit stones clearly. They served as bait to attract other beasts into death. Just from those bones, it was evident that if there were really so many spirit stones to be found here, they wouldn't have waited until now. They would have been taken long ago. This bug species has a fairly high intelligence, knowing how to set traps. Most bug species lack Tier 5 awakened stage intelligence and are very weak, easily hunted by other beasts. Those with Tier 5 awakened stage intelligence are quite rare. As Xiao stepped into the scorpion's territory, a surge of black mist suddenly erupted from the ground, rising up to 100 meters high, wrapping around Xiao.
Sizzle, sizzle.
As soon as the black mist touched Xiao's scales, it emitted a sizzling sound, as if something was being corroded. However, there were only sounds, yet no harm done. These black mists were blocked by scales and could no longer penetrate even a bit, unable to break through Xiao's defense. Xiao watched with interest as the black mist tightly wrapped around him, guessing that this mist had strong corrosive properties that could erode flesh and blood. Furthermore, this was an area type innate skill. Once within a specific range, the black mist would automatically seek targets to corrode, ultimately turning them into the dry bones below. After observing, Xiao unleashed the thunder elements within him, directly dispersing the black mist. As the black mist was dispersed, the Scorpion King in the center of the basin, consuming spirit stones, suddenly paused with its claws, revealing a strange emotion in its eyes.
The prey has escaped. I'm not the prey in front of me, you are the prey.
Xiao quickly flew in front of the Scorpion King, and the panel above the Scorpion King's head also became visible. Dead Fog Scorpion Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage First Order Innate Skill, Dead Fog Domain S grade highly poisonous tail spike B grade tenfold power amplification B grade giantization C grade. Dead Fog Domain S grade transforms a 1 kilometer radius around the individual into a dead fog domain. When living beings are within the dead fog domain, they will be attacked by the dead fog, and you can absorb mana awakening from the corroded flesh and blood. The domain's range and the power of the dead fog attack increase with the tier, current range, 1 kilometer radius. It's actually a tier 3 extraordinary stage mutant beast, with an S grade innate skill that can attack over a wide area. No wonder it levels up so quickly. Upon seeing the dead fog scorpion's innate skill, Shao also understood why the other party had become the king of the Great Basin. Such area of effect attacks are highly beneficial for acquiring mana awakening, not to mention that this is also an S grade innate skill with a 1 kilometer range.
It's no wonder the dead fog scorpion could grow to tier 3 extraordinary stage.
Prey. Seeing Shao appear before it, the dead fog scorpion tilted its head and looked at Shao, seemingly devoid of emotion, with no trace of fear in its eyes.
Chapter 80, Dead Fog Domain, Rapidly Growing Evolution Points EP. This scorpion seems a bit dull. It doesn't even know to be afraid.
I take back what I just said about your intelligence being high. Looking at the dazed appearance of the dead mist scorpion in front of him, Shao thought to himself, the intelligence of the Zerg is indeed surprisingly low. There are hardly any that can communicate normally. Even at tier 3 extraordinary stage, their intelligence hasn't improved much. They still have that silly look. However, if they possessed the intelligence of a Zerg mastermind, this low intelligence could become an advantage without fear. Without knowledge of death, they would simply carry out commands, making them the most terrifying army. Thinking of the Zerg mastermind, Shao suddenly recalled that among the wave of Zerg he had previously killed, it seemed he hadn't seen any Zerg that resembled a mastermind.
Did it manage to escape? It doesn't matter. I hope it isn't discouraged and can continue to create Zerg disasters for me to eliminate.
Gathering so many creatures together is still quite difficult on a normal basis, Shao pondered. If it weren't for the Zerg disasters, he wouldn't have reached tier 4 supernatural stage 10th stage so quickly. The dead mist scorpion swung its tail stinger and lunged at Shao. Shao reacted swiftly, grabbing it and suspending it upside down in the air, while its two enormous pincers flailed helplessly. Die! This kind of abnormal beast could never become his subordinate. Shao felt no pity. He opened his massive jaws, gathered lightning elements, and unleashed a laser beam that blasted the dead mist scorpion hundreds of meters away, its shell flipping open to reveal the white flesh inside, blackened all over, turning into a charred corpse.
Ding!
Kill tier 3 extraordinary stage tier 1 death mist venomous scorpion, evolution points AP plus 15,336.
15,000 evolution points AP, that's not bad.
Shao activated his telekinesis, enveloping the corpse of the dead mist scorpion in a layer of pale blue light, bringing it to himself. Shao then grabbed it and placed it in his mouth to chew.
Ding! Skill, Endless Devour activating. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for devouring the S-Class innate skill, Dead Fog Domain.
Wow!
Such good luck, I've just devoured the S-Class innate skill. Upon hearing Devour Evolve System, Zhao's face revealed excitement. Shao never expected to actually devour the innate skill of the Dead Fog Scorpion. If you count it, this is already his 4th S-Class innate skill.
Moreover, with this innate skill in Zhao's hands, its range is not just 1 kilometer, but 30 kilometers.
The lethality of the poisonous mist is such that no one can resist. Once he activates this innate skill, within a 30-kilometer radius, regardless of their strength, all living beings will die.
What a mowing god skill!
Having obtained a new S-rank innate skill, even a new spirit stone mine didn't seem as enticing anymore. Shao couldn't wait to give it a try. After arranging for personnel to guard the spiritual stone vein and the groundhog colony to mine it, Shao couldn't wait to fly to a forest in the Great Basin.
Dead Fog Domain.
In the instant that Shao activated the innate skill, animals within a 30-mile radius centered around Shao faced annihilation. Black mist filled the area, pursuing the creatures within the domain. Once stuck, they could not shake it off as if it were a parasite. No matter where they hide, it's useless underground, in caves, or in the sky. There's no escape within the domain. The forest echoed with the wailing of countless animals, and within just a few minutes, the area was littered with thousands of white bones.
And Zhao's evolution points EP were also skyrocketing. Ding! Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 2 Wood Deer, evolution points AP plus 2533. Ding! Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 1 Great Ape, evolution points AP plus 1236. Ding! Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 3 Wind Spirit Leopard, evolution points AP plus 3665. Ding! Kill Tier 1 Mortal Stage Tier 8 Squirrel, evolution points AP plus 861. In just a few minutes, over 1 million evolution points EP were credited, and Xiao felt a rush of joy as he watched the numbers rise. Truly an S-class innate skill. This evolution points EP accumulation is so satisfying. If this continues, I'll be close to breaking through to Tier 5 Awakened Stage. Let us push straight to Tier 5 Awakened Stage. Ha ha ha. The Great Basin, unlike the breezy mountain zone ravaged by Xiao and the insectoid calamity, still has abundant biological resources and isn't at risk of being depleted anytime soon. After clearing one location, Xiao flew to a farther spot to continue releasing the dead fog domain, and soon, the flesh of creatures in that area was corroded, leaving a desolate scene with no surviving life. Just as Xiao was enjoying the massive slaughter, a great disturbance occurred over at the Mana Awakening Bureau. Everyone looked at the video sent by the drone, all showing expressions of pain with their brows furrowed. Although Breezy Mountain Zone has become Zhao's territory and a no-go zone for humans, drones and helicopters are still sent from the Great Basin to hunt exotic beasts and scout for treasures and spiritual stone veins. Moreover, there is still a spiritual stone vein being mined there, supplying the Mana Awakening Bureau with a lot of spiritual stones for talent cultivation. That dragon has actually run to the Great Basin. Is he breaking his promise? A young officer from the Mana Awakening Bureau leaned on the table and asked another middle-aged officer. Well, that doesn't seem like it. He only said he wouldn't attack human cities, and it looks like he hasn't attacked any cities. He's just expanding his territory. The other officer replied uncertainly. What? Is Breezy Mountain Zone not enough for him? Now he wants the Great Basin? His ambitions are too grand. The young officer slammed the table in anger. Shall we send someone to talk to him, tell him not to take our spiritual stone veins? It seems he's already taken control of 3 other such veins. The middle-aged officer suggested. So quickly? The young officer exclaimed, surprised that it had only taken a couple of hours from discovering Xiao to him controlling 3 spiritual stone veins. In just 2 hours, he's nearly expanded into a new territory. Indeed, it's fast, but there's nothing we can do. At the time, we only said not to let him attack human cities, but we didn't say he couldn't expand his territory. The Great Basin is uninhabited. The middle-aged officer sighed, realizing he hadn't expected Xiao to expand his territory so soon. By the way, Team 4 Supernatural Stage seems to have gone missing in the Great Basin. I suspect it's related to this dragon. Is there any doubt? It must be the dragon's doing. He has always hated us. We have to send someone to talk to him. This is totally lawless. Report to Deputy Director Yang immediately. There's a spiritual stone vein there. We can't just let him take it away. The middle-aged officer picked up the walkie-talkie and informed Deputy Director Yang about the discovery of Zhao's activities in the large basin. Chapter 81 Tier 5 Awakened Stage, Seizing the Spiritual Stone Vein. I understand. Send a drone to the large basin to find the dragon, and I'll talk to him. After the call, Deputy Director Yang also put down the walkie-talkie with a serious expression, feeling a bit of a headache. Remembering the character of that dragon during the negotiations, it was quite difficult to handle in the face of tangible benefits. The other party wasn't easily persuaded. That dragon has recovered so quickly, and now it has its sights set on the neighboring land. Fortunately, it hasn't launched an attack on human cities. However, as long as the dragon can still be harmed by spiritual force missiles, they still have room for negotiation. Thinking of this, Deputy Director Yang let out a sigh of relief. Ding! Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 1 Great Strength Tiger, Evolution Points IP plus 1336. Ding! Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 1 Phantom Sound Cat, Evolution Points IP plus 1685. Ding!
Kill Tier 1 Mortal Stage Tier 9 Wildox, Evolution Points AP plus 985.
Ding. Kill Tier 1 Mortal Stage Tier 10 Wildcat, Evolution Points AP plus 1093. Ding. Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 2, Thunderous Sparrow, Evolution Points AP plus 2543.
The Devour Evolve system notifications rang frantically in his ears, while the Evolution Points EP kept increasing.
Listening to the notifications, Xiao couldn't help but smile. This innate skill is awesome.
I got enough Evolution Points EP to break through to Tier 5 Awakened stage so quickly. Xiao opened the Devour Evolve system panel, staring at the long list of numbers, feeling an uncontainable excitement inside.
Devour Evolve system, level up. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for reaching Tier 5 Awakened Stage Level 1. The next level, Tier 5 Awakened Stage Level 2, requires 20 million Evolution Points EP. I reached Tier 5 Awakened Stage, I can evolve again.
As expected, the next notification from the Devour Evolve system followed closely behind. Ding.
Congratulations to the host for gaining an opportunity to evolve.
Would you like to evolve immediately? No. With a ding, Zhao's aura surged dramatically, and after the evolution, he would gain even greater enhancements.
And at the moment Xiao broke through to Tier 5 Awakened stage, dark clouds suddenly gathered above his head, with lightning flashing occasionally, restless but not striking.
Looks like this evolution is going to encounter another lightning tribulation.
Watching the thunderstorm stirring above, Xiao assuredly stated.
Now is not the time to evolve, let's secure the large basin first.
Not knowing how long this evolution would take, Xiao decided to finish his business before evolving. Moreover, he had a premonition that the commotion caused by this evolution would be larger than the last time, as the scale of the lightning tribulation above looked extremely terrifying. He was already being targeted by humans, and it was hard to say whether the other party would launch a few thousand spiritual force missiles at him during the critical moment of his tribulation.
The last spirit stone mine is in human territory.
Zhao's expression sharpened as he used his distant vision to search for the location of the last spiritual stone vein. In a great fissure, a wind of mana awakening continuously blew out, nearly revealing its physical form. This was also the largest spiritual stone vein in the large basin. Countless transport trucks formed a long line, loaded with spiritual stones, while next to the trucks, there were rows of armored vehicles escorting them, and helicopters flew overhead providing protection. Above the great fissure, thousands of human soldiers with serious expressions held large-caliber rifles, real and loaded, capable of killing Tier 2 Transcendent stage creatures, wearing the latest developed mech suits powered by mana awakening, which could withstand attacks from Tier 2 Transcendent stage beasts. They guarded here, and surrounding beasts dared not approach. The spiritual stone vein had been occupied by them for a long time, with no beasts daring to covet it. However, everything would be different now that Xiao had arrived.
Damn! Old Zhao.
Why does the sky look darker all of a sudden?
Yeah. It feels like a storm is coming. Could it be that dragon is coming?
Before Xiao even arrived, the sky had already changed, with torrential rain, lightning and thunder, creating an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Just a moment ago, it was clear skies, and in an instant, it transformed into a downpour, leaving everyone feeling that the suddenly changed sky was quite eerie. An officer stared at the dark clouds in the sky with a serious expression, one hand pressing on his earpiece while nodding continuously.
Got it, I'll immediately call the brothers to retreat. Everyone, retreat immediately, quickly, quickly. Get out of here right now.
And as soon as the order was given, the soldiers below began to whisper among themselves.
Why the sudden change? If we leave here, what about the spiritual stone vein? Don't worry about that. Just follow the orders.
It must be that dragon coming, otherwise, why would they order us to retreat without even needing to fight? With the officer's command, all the soldiers jumped into the armored vehicles, leaving as quickly as possible. To protect the cargo, both the transport and armored vehicles roared to life, creating a thunderous noise across the wilderness. Xiao hovered above the crowd, his eyes coldly surveying the humans below, who were scurrying about like ants, and the trucks revving at full speed, loaded with stones of spirit energy.
Mortal humans, where do you think you're taking my spirit stones?
The moment Xiao appeared, all the soldiers felt a shiver run down their spines, fear surging straight into their minds.
He really has come, we're doomed.
The soldiers looked up at the dragon in the sky, its scales larger than them, their faces turning pale.
Death fog domain.
In an instant, as Xiao activated his innate skill, a towering black fog rose from the ground, punctuated by the incessant screams. Flesh and blood vanished, and all living beings present were turned to bones. Unmanned vehicles collided with one another, tipping over and crashing to the ground, while helicopters in the sky plummeted, becoming scrap metal.
Ding!
Kill Tier 1 Mortal Stage Tier 6 Human, Evolution Points AP plus 632.
Ding!
Kill Tier 1 Mortal Stage Tier 7 Human, Evolution Points AP plus 753.
Ding!
Kill Tier 1 Mortal Stage Tier 6 Human, Evolution Points AP plus 684. In an instant, over 1 million Evolution Points EP were credited, and Xiao was overjoyed. These elite humans guarding the Spirit Stone Mine were all Tier 1 Mortal Stage and above, earning more Evolution Points EP than ordinary people. Xiao continued to manipulate his telekinetic powers, lifting the mine spirit stones from the transport truck and bringing them to his mouth.
Ding! Absorb Mana Awakening, Evolution Points AP plus 10,000.
This Spirit Stone Mine is mine now. With this, I control all 4 Spirit Stone Mines in the Great Basin, essentially taking it over. This expansion operation was surprisingly easy, with no beast capable of standing against Xiao. Moreover, after this battle, Xiao could confirm that his beast army was empowered by his aura, making them almost indiscriminately lethal. Perhaps there were some smaller factions that Xiao didn't pay attention to, but it didn't matter. They just needed to keep the resources in his own hands. As for the other exotic beasts, they were just food. Xiao closely examined the gear worn by the humans. It was all metal armor, looking quite high-tech. New equipment he had never seen before.
They've developed new equipment.
Xiao was not surprised with the emergence of Mana Awakening. Many inventions that had previously only existed as concepts would soon become a reality, and there would be even more new weapons from the humans. Xiao unleashed a beam of laser from his mouth, sweeping over the scattered equipment and obliterating all their weapons. Just as Xiao was cleaning up, a multitude of drones suddenly began to approach him from all directions. Xiao fired laser beams, taking out dozens of drones, yet those drones persistently attempted to get closer. Xiao instantly grasped the intentions of these drones. Seeing these drones, which were merely the size of mosquitoes in his eyes, Xiao let out a cold laugh.
What's this? Want to negotiate with me again?
Deputy Director Yang controlled the drones and, seeing the layers of corpses surrounding them, realized that Xiao had already made his move.
You're too late, Deputy Director Yang sighed internally.
Her expression was quite grim, but she still tried to maintain composure while speaking to Xiao. Honorable Dragon King, it's a pleasure to introduce myself.
I am Deputy Director Yang from the Mana Awakening Bureau of the Dragon Kingdom.
I've come to discuss whether you would consider returning the Spirit Stone Mines to us. Upon hearing the voice from the drones, Xiao let out a derisive laugh.
Return them? You mean you want me to spit out the duck that's already in my mouth? Do you think that's possible?
Hearing this, Xiao couldn't help but doubt whether the people from the Mana Awakening Bureau were overly naive or just plain stupid, thinking he would relinquish the Spirit Stone Mines he had seized. Even thinking about it with his toes was impossible. Confronted with Zhao's rejection, Deputy Director Yang was unsurprised. She had never expected Xiao would return the Spirit Stone Mines to them. She continued, her tone sincere and dignified.
Actually, we don't necessarily need this Spirit Stone Mine.
If you want it, we could just give it to you as a gesture of our willingness to cooperate. If you cooperate with us, we can provide you with the Mana Awakening resources needed for your ascension. We guarantee to mobilize the entire nation's strength to assist you. Xiao looked at the drones as if he were looking at fools, grabbing one in his claws.
Cooperate? Are you kidding? That's not going to happen.
With our different racial standings, humans and beasts are naturally opposed.
After the Mana Awakening, you've been mercilessly slaughtering us.
Frankly, I don't trust you at all. I feel like you just want to use me up and then find a chance to kill me. In his past life, Xiao understood the nature of humanity best. Infighting, backstabbing, and post-event reckoning were what they excelled at. Even if Xiao were to temporarily cooperate with them, once the external threats were resolved, they would turn on Xiao, as they would never allow a powerful being beyond their control to coexist with them. Thus, facing humanity, Xiao could never let down his guard. He had once been human himself and understood them best. Struck by Zhao's words, Deputy Director Yang's expression instantly turned cold. Previously, they had used this set of rhetoric to win over some powerful beasts to serve them. The previously foolproof rhetoric fell flat in front of Xiao. Indeed, the exotic beasts in the wild are different.
It's easier to win over those exotic beasts that once lived with humans, sighed Deputy Director Yang.
But Xiao is the strongest, ranked number 1 among exotic beasts, with the highest value for collaboration.
She doesn't want to give up so easily.
When he spoke again, Deputy Director Yang's voice had regained its steadiness. Dragon King, don't jump to conclusions too early. If you can cooperate with us, we can give you 1/3 of the spiritual stone resources we obtain in the future. As for other heavenly materials and treasures, just let us know, and we'll find them for you. We can even create specialized equipment tailored for you. All you need to do is help us deal with the beast tide and prevent other exotic beasts from invading our country.
This proposal is beneficial for everyone. We won't have to harm each other anymore.
Deputy Director Yang said sincerely, explaining that these terms were settled after discussions with her superiors, and these words were expressed under the direction of the upper family hierarchy. If killing this dragon costs too many resources, perhaps they should consider a different approach. Actively woo the dragon and have it fight for them.
Upon hearing Deputy Director Yang's conditions, Xiao snorted coldly. Didn't that mean he was being asked to be a watchdog for the Dragon Kingdom?
It seemed like they were offering a lot of resources, but they weren't things he needed them to provide. Xiao could obtain them himself and, moreover, he didn't have to take orders from anyone.
No need for that.
I can take what I want by myself. Why should I let you give it to me?
Moreover, you only dare to hide behind a machine to talk to me. I see no sincerity in you at all.
Exotic beasts will always be foreign to you, and we have nothing to discuss. They wouldn't even meet him face to face, unwilling to take even the slightest risk, thinking that a few words could win him over.
Rob? That implies an impending war with them.
Deputy Director Yang's expression darkened, and when she spoke again, her tone carried a hint of threat.
Dragon King, do you really not wish to cooperate with us? Don't forget, if we go all out, you won't be able to withstand the power of thousands of spiritual missiles. Who says I can't withstand it?
Feel free to try, Xiao replied calmly.
However, you better think about the consequences.
If he were still at Tier 4 supernatural stage, he might not be able to withstand it, but now he was at Tier 5 awakened stage, his physical abilities had increased exponentially. Just the spiritual missiles, Xiao thought, wouldn't be able to harm him anymore. Previously, they could break through his defenses, but now he couldn't be harmed at all. Even more spiritual missiles couldn't kill him. Not to mention Xiao had many recovery methods, and his speed had significantly increased. Whether these missiles could hit him was another story. It could be said that Xiao could now roam freely on Blue Star and do as he pleased.
Zhao's tone was firm as soon as he said that. Deputy Director Yang was taken aback. Why did this dragon seem so confident? Could it be that this dragon had become stronger? Not even afraid of spiritual missiles.
Deputy Director Yang's heart flashed with a dreadful speculation. Who on Blue Star could stop this dragon now?
Let's end it here. You're not qualified to talk to me. I will personally look for your leader.
Without giving Deputy Director Yang a chance to respond, Zhao's claw gently but firmly crushed the drone.
Chapter 82, The Best Heavenly Tribulation Location.
After ending the conversation, Xiao stroked his chin and silently thought, I've thought of the perfect place for crossing the tribulation.
At this point, the Great Basin was completely under Zhao's control, and it was time to begin the process of transcending tribulations and evolving.
Xiao closed his eyes, feeling the pure dragon bloodline within him, and confidently said,
This time, it's quite possible that I'll transform into a dragon.
Tier 5 awakened stage, meaning the bloodline within him is Tier 5 awakened stage.
At this level, his bloodline would be fully activated, likely evolving into a species of the bloodline, greatly enhancing his abilities.
For example, if a turtle possesses a Xuanwu bloodline with sufficiently rich heritage, upon reaching Tier 5 awakened stage, it is very likely to evolve into the legendary Xuanwu.
Reaching this level is also where many creatures start to pull ahead. The quality of the bloodline is evident from this evolution.
Those with powerful bloodlines take off in a step, those with weak bloodlines gain no improvement.
Shall look towards the east, the center of power,
and then set off without hesitation, flying toward that direction at the fastest speed.
Dragon Kingdom, the capital.
At this moment, within the highest security building, the heads of 3 elite factions gathered. They were the First Elder, Second Elder, and Third Elder, the 3 most powerful figures. In addition, there were over 1,000 experts of Tier 2 Transcendent stage and above stationed as guards in the building. They were considered elites among the human race, all holding officer positions, equipped with the newest mechas and spiritual weapons, dispatched to the capital to protect those key figures. Outside the building, countless armored vehicles and tanks formed 3 layers of protection. The sky was also filled with helicopters, leaving no vulnerabilities. The reason for such a large-scale operation was due to Deputy Director Yang's recent call. The dragon said I wasn't qualified to talk to him, and he wants to personally look for our leader. The leader who is even more powerful than Deputy Director Yang. It is naturally obvious who this leader is. In the conference hall, the atmosphere was tense, with 3 elderly men seated, but judging from their appearance alone, they couldn't just be called old. The faces of these 3 elders looked much younger. All had reached Tier 2 Transcendent stage at level 6 and above, having evolved their bodies once, which gave them extended lifespans, making them look middle-aged. After all, controlling the national resources, the mana awakening resources must be maximized and prioritized for the improvements of family members, so the ranks of other senior family members wouldn't fall too low.
Now is the era of mana awakening.
If not for the fact that everyone has yet to grow to a level where they can resist modern weapons, the dynamics would have changed long ago. It is impossible for lower-tier individuals to sit in high positions.
In the mana awakening era, strength will be respected, only the powerful will have a voice. To maintain a high position, one's rank cannot lag behind others.
According to Deputy Director Yang's report, the target of that Jiaolong flood dragon is very likely us.
We can discuss his purpose in coming to us this time. The Grand Elder spoke first.
His purpose this time, at worst, is to take revenge on us. Since we previously bombarded him with spiritual missiles, he is very likely harboring resentment and wants to retaliate against us. The Second Elder stroked his beard and said, But I feel the Jiaolong wouldn't come with such a simple aim. Even if we died, there are others who could take our place that wouldn't give him any substantial help. It's also possible he wants us to provide resources to help him cultivate. The Third Elder nodded in agreement.
This Jiaolong is very intelligent. If he comes personally to our city to find us, we won't be able to easily launch spiritual missiles at him, and the millions in the city would also be affected unless we want to perish together with the Jiaolong, the Grand Elder analyzed, pointing out a key issue. Especially if we deploy thousands of spiritual missiles, the affected area would cover several provinces, involving the lives of tens of millions. This is indeed a tough problem, muttered Elder Second, troubled. We can only take it one step at a time.
If it really is the case that we're stuck right at our doorstep, he wants resources and we'll have no choice but to give them to him. Sigh. Elder Third sighed heavily. All of this is due to a lack of strength. The dragon's growth speed is simply defying the heavens. While others are still at Tier 1 mortal stage and Tier 2 Transcendent stage, he has already surpassed them by several realms. With a strength gap that is unparalleled, even their proud nuclear weapons have little effect.
The situation has gone downhill. Sigh.
Why did it have to happen in our country?
Elder Second sighed again.
He certainly is not satisfied with just one territory. His strength is already a world-class disaster. We can unite with other countries, said Elder First.
That is indeed possible, Elder Third agreed, but once they realize the terrifying strength of that dragon, they will also back down. No one wants to provoke such a powerful being for no reason.
Are we just supposed to wait for him to come to us?
Elder Second asked, implying they should take the initiative.
His speed has long surpassed the speed of sound. Regular missiles can't hit him at all.
What can be done?
We've tested it before. We can't touch him. He simply can't be hit. Elder First felt utterly hopeless. It feels like knowing tomorrow is execution day, yet they can only wait little by little for death to arrive, unable to resist, watching as the guillotine comes down. The conference hall fell into a long silence, the atmosphere oppressive, and no one could think of a good strategy to resolve this disaster. Just as the three elders were hotly discussing, Shao swaggered through the air, crossing half the Dragon Kingdom to reach the capital. During this time, without any consideration for hiding, Shao was witnessed by countless people, causing a huge stir, and many TV stations rushed to report, tracking Zhao's trajectory.
This must be the dragon from the news. It's so big it's just shocking. Isn't it too fast? He flew over our city, and I couldn't even see his movements. Flying through the air, how envious I am. When will I be able to fly? No. What realm has he reached?
I'm merely a Tier 1 mortal stage 6th stage, how is the gap so huge?
Are we living on the same planet? I even suspect this dragon is an alien creature otherwise, how can there be such a big gap between us and him? This is simply a leading edge. I've never seen such a freak among other exotic beasts, how can we fight against such a monster? Just one touch from him might be the end of me. Damn, when he passed over our city, it instantly started pouring rain, he can even control the weather. Is he a god? Dragons are supposed to be the symbol of our dragon kingdom, right? Why is he attacking us? A dragon is just a wild beast, it's no different from other exotic beasts. Because we are not devout enough, I should start believing in the dragon cult from today. I'll worship the dragon every day, I believe he will be moved by my faith and not attack me. The poster above +1, I will also start worshipping the dragon. Great dragon, I am your devoted follower. You betrayers of the human race upstairs. Everyone is discussing how to get through the crisis, and you are still worshipping those exotic beasts? If you haven't been attacked by exotic beasts, you wouldn't understand it. This is also a way to get through the crisis. We can't fight them, so what is the harm in worshipping the strong? The dragon is still the spiritual totem of the dragon kingdom. You're just asking for trouble by opposing the great dragon. With so many people in the dragon kingdom, there are all kinds of opinions online, and everyone is in an uproar. When Shao reached the sky above the capital, what greeted him were numerous armored vehicles, tanks, and fighter jets. He was surrounded by helicopters that looked like mosquitoes to him. Yet none of these war machines dared to fire their weapons, all knowing it would be useless against Shao, and they feared provoking him. Shao floated at low altitude over the center of the capital, with everyone able to see his form, a 100-meter giant beast providing an extremely shocking visual impact. Just sitting there quietly was enough to take people's breath away, not to mention this was a living, moving giant beast. Almost everyone was instinctively staring at Shao's every move, not daring to breathe, like herbivores keeping an eye on the predator. As the moment Shao arrived at the capital, the sky darkened, lightning flashed, and heavy rain fell. Everyone panicked. Many drones rushed to Shao one after another, wanting to communicate with him. Dragon King, let us talk, what do you want? We will do our best to get it for you. Yes. Our treasury still has plenty of rare materials, I guarantee we have things you've never seen before, as long as you withdraw. Whatever you want, we can give it to you. Chattering so much. It's so noisy. Shao found these voices just annoying, not wanting to pay attention, opened his massive mouth, gathering lightning elements within, and shot a lightning laser that crossed thousands of meters, taking out all the drones. Communication failed. Elder first. The Dragon King refuses to communicate with us. What exactly is he here for? Why do I feel there is a terrifying force brewing in the sky? Everyone stared at Shao, not daring to act recklessly here. Their lives were completely in Zhao's hands. Moreover, because Zhao's speed was extraordinarily fast, even having received advance notice, they couldn't escape from Kyoto in time. After all, Shao had mentioned that he was here to find their leader, and if he couldn't meet with the leader, Shao would likely not let it go. Even the three elders didn't dare to leave. In the face of everyone's speculations, Shao ignored them, silently staring at the increasingly terrifying aura of the thunder tribulations in the sky, his gaze showing no fear. After taking a deep breath, Shao silently recited in his heart. Devour evolved system, begin evolution. Boom.
At this moment, the fluctuations of spiritual energy on Xiao reached their peak, and all the mana awakening he had stored within was released, forming a visible spiritual energy vortex centered on himself, effortlessly demolishing the surrounding buildings. Boom! A thick purple lightning bolt descended from the sky, with a momentum that seemed to annihilate everything, locking onto Xiao.
The first thunder tribulation has arrived. Purple? Xiao murmured as he looked at the thunder tribulation. ZZZ.
The purple lightning struck against Zhao's scales, enveloping him in electrical light. It not only hit Xiao but also obliterated many buildings around. At the same time, Zhao's scales began to emit light, like a sponge, absorbing the power of the thunder tribulation completely.
Grade A innate skill, Thunder Storage.
Thunder Storage Grade A, your scales have gained the ability to store electrical power. You can accumulate external lightning energy in your body, converting it into usable energy. Note that storage cannot exceed your body's limit. After a dozen seconds, the purple lightning disappeared. Xiao felt that if he hadn't absorbed this thunder tribulation completely, it could have lasted even longer.
But what can he do? He has an innate skill for storing lightning and is a lightning attribute giant beast, which basically counters thunder tribulations. After the first thunder tribulation,
Xiao felt a surge of power coursing through his body, as the lightning element within him increased significantly, with blue light seeping through the gaps in his scales, reaching a new peak.
This innate skill has finally come in handy,
Xiao exclaimed with delight.
Not only did the first thunder tribulation fail to harm Xiao, but instead, it replenished his energy.
Xiao was even more convinced that he could safely pass through this lightning disaster. And after Xiao survived the lightning disaster, people finally knew what he was here for.
With such a commotion, the media hastily uploaded live footage. Holy crap!
The Dragon King is going through a disaster.
Once he finishes his disaster, won't he transform into a dragon? Is it really that outrageous?
So quickly, Blue Planet will have its first mythical creature.
Now, who can possibly compete with him? Damn, this is too destructive. Did he purposely come to Kyoto to face the disaster?
Afraid that the destructive force won't be sufficient.
So arrogant, so very arrogant.
Facing the disaster in the most central and watched area of the Dragon Country.
What power! How confident must one be to think they can definitely pass through the lightning disaster?
Take advantage of his sickness to kill him.
Where is the military?
Quickly bombard him while you have the chance. You upstairs, if you want the lives of the people in Kyoto, just say so.
I'm still on site. Do you want the whole of Kyoto to accompany him in death? Since there's a dragon present, Kyoto is already ruined. Why not launch spiritual power missiles? Do you want to drag the entire nation down with him?
P.S. I know everyone wants to see a city-slaying and nation-destroying plot, but with the watchful eye of the great river crab, the moment I write it, the author is 100% sure this book will get banned. And it will be banned immediately. To make the writing a bit longer, I ask everyone to patiently wait a few dozen chapters for this plot. Once the author writes about the changes in the Blue Planet structure and eliminates the concept of nations, only then will such plots be written. Due to uncontrollable factors, the author can only try not to jump out of bounds, truly walking a fine line in writing this book.
Let's appreciate it while we can. PPS, it's finals week again, and I have several exams. It's just too busy, staying up until 1 or 2 every day. There won't be stable updates, I'm sorry. Chapter 83, Evolution again. Lightning disaster successfully passed. When Xiao passed through the first lightning disaster, all the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country were alerted.
Deputy Director Yang stood 10 kilometers away from Xiao, looking sternly at him wrapped in the lightning disaster. Beside her were 3 powerful extraordinary beasts at the Tier 3 extraordinary stage, all of which she had persuaded to join the Dragon Country to fight for it. One of them was the national treasure of the Dragon Country, the giant panda named Yuan Yuan, who had reached Tier 3 extraordinary stage level 1, round and chubby, adored even before mana awakening, favoring humans. Additionally, it just achieved the Tier 5 awakened stage A level innate skill, receiving substantial training from the Dragon Country. Next to Yuan Yuan was a purple-striped northeast tiger named Ahu, who was also a Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Level 1, with a Tier 5 Awakened Stage S level innate skill and lightning element, boasting immense power. Originally from the zoo, it mingled with humans daily, making it easy to convince to join the dragon country's ranks. The last one was a robust brown bear, 15 meters long, well-fed and strong, perfectly combining tenfold increases in constitution, strength, and speed, having reached Tier 5 Awakened Stage S class innate skill ultimate enhancement, showcasing raw and impressive strength. After mana awakening, it was not all animals that suffered harm from humans and chose to oppose them. Many people kept pet cats, dogs, and birds at home that formed deep bonds with their owners, willing to stand on the side of humans and fight to protect their owners. Besides pets, many animals in zoos, having interacted with humans since birth and lived without worry every day, lost their wild instincts. After achieving Tier 5 Awakened Stage Intelligence, most also chose to join the human camp to suppress wild extraordinary beasts. These 3 extraordinary beasts were the strongest ones currently recruited by the Dragon Nation, representing the most luxurious lineup they could assemble. 3 Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Beasts, along with 2 S-Class innate skills, truly a once-in-a-lifetime existence. Extraordinary beasts at Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage are currently very rare, being the top combat strength, and these 3 had no rivals during training.
Are you 3 confident that you can handle the dragon? Deputy Director Yan turned to ask the 3 extraordinary beasts.
Though she was still shorter than these extraordinary beasts, she was not at all afraid of them. The 3 extraordinary beasts were also stunned by Zhao's imposing aura, staring blankly at him during the lightning disaster, and only came to their senses upon hearing her words, shaking their heads.
Deal with him?
I might be the one getting dealt with, Ahu muttered, looking at the dragon that was 10 times his size and couldn't help but take a step back. Yuan Yuan stared wide-eyed at Deputy Chief Yang, her expression suggesting disbelief as she pointed to herself and exclaimed, "Huh?
Me? Go deal with the Dragon King? Ha ha.
I just remembered that we have honey at home that we haven't finished. I need to go back for a meal," Fei Biao said, planting all 4 feet on the ground and turning to leave.
You guys can't do anything either?
Watching the 3 beasts, who were showing signs of retreat, Deputy Chief Yang felt utterly hopeless. Even the last hope was shattered. The strongest beasts they had recruited couldn't even touch Xiao when they teamed up.
Maybe if you give the Dragon King some food, it won't oppose you anymore.
Yuan Yuan took a bite of the bamboo in her hand, her thoughts quite simple. If only he could be bribed with food, Deputy Chief Yang said, his mouth twitching as he glanced at the carefree and food-obsessed Yuan Yuan. This creature was indeed bribed by a few pieces of bamboo in the beginning, making it the easiest to win over.
Idiot, do you think everyone is as food-loving as you? Ahu couldn't help but mock, then turned back to look at Deputy Chief Yang. How did you get into trouble with this Dragon King? Ahu asked curiously. This Dragon King has been indiscriminately killing the innocent, slaughtering many of our human brethren.
He's extremely wicked, and when we bombarded him with spiritual energy missiles, he held a grudge against us, Deputy Chief Yang replied. This is indeed how it was. She merely reversed the order of events with the aim of maintaining their human's image in front of the 3 beasts. To make them feel like they are on the side of justice. However, everyone is only concerned about their own positions, regardless of what is just or unjust, as long as they can stand for their own races.
Oh, is that so? Ahu nodded thoughtfully, slightly lowering his head.
However, we truly can't help you fend off this Dragon King. The power gap is too vast. If we go, it will just be throwing our lives away, Yuan Yuan said, feeling a bit apologetic.
Yeah.
I reckon he could crush me with just 1 finger. It's not that we don't want to help you, we really are powerless. Fei Biao said, patting his round belly in agreement. The 3 beasts have been pampered by humans since birth, never experiencing life and death struggles, lacking in bloodthirst. Knowing Xiao was stronger than them made them reluctant to fight.
It seems we are truly facing catastrophe this time. In the end, we can only see if we can bribe the Dragon King with some benefits.
I believe the great elders think the same way too, Deputy Chief Yang said, gazing worriedly at Xiao, who was about to encounter the second thunder tribulation.
Boom! The second thunder tribulation arrived, stronger than the first, striking Zhao's scales, yet once again, all was absorbed.
There's too much thunder element contained in the thunder tribulation. The thunder storage is nearly at its limit.
After the second thunder tribulation, Zhao's aura intensified further, but the thunder elements stored in his body were clearly reaching their absorption limit. The next thunder tribulation would have to be borne by his body.
Come on. Hurry up.
Xiao said impatiently, eager to see what he looked like after evolution.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
The third, fourth, and fifth thunder tribulations descended with an unstoppable momentum, each one more formidable than the last. These thunder tribulations are not just tests for Xiao, but also refining for willpower and physique. The more powerful the thunder tribulation, the more it can enhance physical toughness. Of course, after a series of enhancements from innate skills, when facing the last thunder tribulation, Xiao only felt a slight pain as it cracked his scales. He didn't feel much from the rest of the thunder tribulations. And after transcending the tribulation, it meant Xiao successfully evolved. Shedding his snakeskin, Xiao became a new species. Measuring 200 meters long, with flowing dragon whiskers, 4 branched horns sprouted from his head, and his vertical pupils transformed into golden eyes, making him appear even more majestic. The greatest change was that he grew 4 claws, each equipped with 5 fingers. The mane on his back became even more ethereal, and the patterns on his scales became clearer, ancient and mysterious, boasting remarkable defense.
Am I transformed into a dragon?
Xiao lifted his claws, clenched them, feeling the raging power within him, overjoyed.
Roar!
Xiao let out a long and powerful dragon roar, soaring into the clouds. The roar resonated far and wide, echoing throughout the entire capital, reaching everyone's ears. Upon hearing the dragon's roar, all beings in the capital were affected, unable to resist pressing their ears shut, as if witnessing the arrival of a monarch. Some fainted directly, others trembled violently, wetting their pants, and some shouted wildly, their minds plunged into chaos.
Elder!
Deputy Chief Yang struggled to escape the influence of the dragoness might, then witnessed a scene she would never forget.
Even the 3 great elders looked vacant, instinctively kneeling towards Xiao.
Dragon might a level. The majesty of a true dragon is inviolable. All beings that see or hear you will be affected by your dragon might, falling into a negative state. You can activate this innate skill at will. Creatures of a higher level than you are unaffected.
Is this my new innate skill?
Seeing the crowd of people in chaos in the capital, Xiao was momentarily stunned. This dragon might was created entirely unconsciously by him, and he never expected it to be this powerful.
Using it for the first time caused the entire city to plunge into fear, incontinence, and mental chaos.
I like this effect. Watching many in the city who couldn't even stand and were kneeling before him, as well as beasts, Zhao's eyes sparkled, becoming even more satisfied with this innate skill. Though it might not be useful in battles, looking cool is all that matters.
He succeeded in overcoming the tribulation.
The Grand Elder finally came to his senses, ignoring the fact that he had just bowed to Xiao, and exclaimed as he looked at Xiao soaring in the sky.
He has already transformed into a dragon. The legendary dragon has been born.
The second elder climbed up from the ground, glaring seriously at Xiao. Upon getting a good look at his appearance, he realized he looked exactly like the dragon from legend.
After overcoming the tribulation, can spiritual missiles still harm him?
The third elder, watching Xiao flying in the sky, turned to Deputy Director Yang and asked a crucial question.
Well, though I don't want to admit it,
it's very likely that they can't. From previous data, before the tribulation, the Dragon King could withstand most of the damage from spiritual missiles. Now that he has overcome the tribulation, he has become even stronger, so it's very likely that spiritual missiles won't be able to harm him at all.
Deputy Director Yang shook his head and expressed his opinion.
Sigh. In this situation, if he wants some resources, just give them to him, as long as it preserves our country. The third elder sighed deeply.
Before Xiao overcame the tribulation, they had little way to deal with him.
Now that Xiao has successfully transformed into a dragon and his strength has increased, they have even less chance of killing him.
Military force is no longer effective against Xiao. Finally found you, here you are.
Xiao flew in the air, his keen eyes spotting the 3 great elders. He had seen their figures often on television in his past life, so recognizing them was quite easy. Xiao descended, fixing his gaze on the three elders up close. The three elders could almost feel Zhao's breath with those imposing vertical pupils staring at them. Their whole bodies were covered in goosebumps, every cell screaming to escape. The three elders swallowed hard, bracing themselves against the pressure. However, the guards next to the three elders lacked such composure, their fear overwhelming them as they yelled at Xiao while brandishing their weapons, "Don't come any closer."
"Stop!"
The Grand Elder quickly reacted, extending his hand to block the guard who was about to rush forward. Deputy Director Yang also reacted quickly, dragging the terrified guard away to reprimand him. At that moment, cold sweat broke out on the Grand Elder. It was too dangerous. Faced with the already transformed Xiao, they had no power to resist at all. The wisest thing to do was not to provoke him in any possible way. Xiao completely disregarded the guards around the three elders, not even bothering to look at them. He grinned, tilted his head, and pretended to ponder. "Now let's settle our old scores. About the matter of you bombarding me with energy missiles, let me think about how to deal with you. Xiao wants to settle the score." Hearing Zhao's words, everyone's hearts jumped into their throats. The Grand Elder stepped forward, quickly throwing out the apology he had prepared. "Lord Divine Dragon, we sincerely apologize for our previous actions. We still have many spiritual stones and precious materials in our treasury. Take whatever you want, and we can also give you 1/3 of the spiritual stones we earn in the future. Just please do not attack our country."
"Only 1/3?
That doesn't seem enough to buy your lives, does it?"
Xiao blinked, teasingly.
"You'd better think it over. Are the lives of so many people in Dragon Country worth just 1/3? 60%. We'll give you 60% of all the spiritual stones we earn from now on." The Grand Elder gritted his teeth as he said, 60%, that seems to show some sincerity. Xiao nodded and continued, "I give you 10 days to gather all the spiritual stones and precious materials from your treasury and deliver them to Breezy Mountain Zone. If you are late by even 1 day, I will slaughter a city of yours. By the way, don't think of any tricks. If the quantity of spiritual stones delivered does not satisfy me, then the content of our conversation today will be void. You know the consequences. Don't make me angry. Also, the spiritual stones you earn afterwards must be sent to Breezy Mountain Zone every month." After saying this, Xiao left the crowd, following the spiritual energy fluctuations to find a storage cellar for their spiritual stones. With a sweep of his power, he broke a large hole into it, controlling the spiritual stones to send them into his mouth.
Ding! Absorb Mana Awakening, Evolution Points AP plus 1000 10,000.
So many spiritual stones amount to only 10 million. That's far from enough for my evolution points EP to level up. I hope the next blood rain comes sooner. Plundering a country's spiritual stones should yield me a lot of evolution points EP. For sustainability, Xiao didn't really plan on annihilating a country, ensuring they constantly provided him with spiritual stones, gathering national strength for himself. After Xiao left, the three elders all breathed a sigh of relief, clenching their fists. Today had been so humiliating. They had been ridden by an alien beast, normally high and mighty figures who now had to smile and even apologize to this beast. Such an incident has never occurred, even when dealing with leaders from other countries. However, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no fear of firewood running out. Although many resources have been lost, the cultivation progress of the Dragon Kingdom will slow down significantly, but at least the Dragon Kingdom has not been destroyed, and many lives have not been lost.
Chapter 84, S-Rank. Divine Thunder of Heavenly Punishment.
The news about the Dragon Kingdom being struck by Xiao quickly spread worldwide, causing a huge uproar. Everyone learned that the Dragon Kingdom had given birth to an incredibly powerful true dragon, which even the strongest weapons invented in human history could not contend with. In an instant, the leaders of several other major countries became anxious, fearing that Xiao would set his sights on their resources. After all, the Dragon Kingdom is one of the most powerful countries in the world. With the Dragon Kingdom suffering at Zhao's hands, the other smaller nations felt hopeless. They even resolved that as soon as Xiao arrived, they would treat him as an esteemed guest and give him anything he desired. Anything would be better than facing national extinction. The one most worried was the Bear Nation. Several high-ranking officials frowned upon hearing this news. After all, the Bear Nation is the closest country to Shao apart from the Dragon Kingdom.
Just crossing the snow mountains and reaching the ice plains is their territory.
Unaware of the concerns among these countries' leaders, Shao was completely immersed in the joy of his transformation. This evolution allowed Zhao's speed to exceed twice the speed of sound, and his strength increased several times compared to before. With a single tail swipe, he could effortlessly smash a mountain and alter the terrain at will.
Moreover, after enduring the thunder tribulations, the limit of lightning element within him had increased, and the power of his innate skill related to the lightning element was further enhanced.
Feeling the pure thunder elements in his body, Shao whispered, "This evolution has granted me several new innate skills." Casting his gaze into the distance, Shao focused as he flew towards a towering snow-capped mountain. The snow-capped mountain was bitterly cold with icy winds, snowflakes drifting in the air, and the climate remained around -20 degrees Celsius all year round, where countless cold-resistant creatures lived. Due to the geographical location, the creatures living here easily mastered the innate skill of the ice element, and most of them were also ice element behemoths. Shao arrived above a group of elk that were feeding, coldly staring down at the herd. The group of elk looked up, puzzled, at the colossal beast that was dozens of times larger than them.
"My lord, what is your command?"
An old elk raised its head and asked Shao. However, when it looked up and saw those chilling golden vertical pupils, the old elk's heart tightened, its legs went weak, and with that glance, the herd fell into chaos, their breaths halted as they knelt before Shao.
This was the effect of the dragon's might. Ignoring the old elk's words, Shao called out mercilessly, "Thunder comes!"
Shao raised his claw and waved it casually. A tremendous roar responded, followed by a thick purple thunderbolt descending from the sky with the force to obliterate everything. Upon closer examination, this thunderbolt bore a striking resemblance to the thunder tribulation Shao experienced during his transformation. The thunderbolt fell towards the herd of elk, their expressions filled with terror. However, due to the dragon's might, their legs weakened and they could not escape, vanishing into nothing before they even had the chance to scream.
Ding! Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 2 Ice Snow Deer, Evolution Points AP plus 2366. Ding!
Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 3 Ice Condensing Deer, Evolution Points AP plus 3217.
Ding!
You have killed a Tier 2 Transcendent Stage First Order Iceplane Deer, Evolution Points AP plus 1852. Additionally, it left behind a gigantic scorched pit over 100 meters deep.
Wow, this innate skills effect is more formidable than I imagined.
Looking at the giant pit below, Shao remarked, "Divine Thunder of Heavenly Punishment S rank, you have gained the recognition of the Thunder Tribulation, summoning a purple lightning tribulation to descend, a single target attack, extremely powerful." According to the description of the innate skill, this is a highly powerful single target attack, although the damage is so immense that nearby creatures are also affected, turning what was supposed to be a single target attack into an area attack. Currently, there are no creatures available for Shao to showcase the power of this single target attack. After all, ordinary creatures cannot withstand even his basic attacks and are instantly killed, rendering such a high-powered innate skill unnecessary.
An S-rank single-target elemental innate skill that can summon lightning tribulations. This power can be considered my ultimate move.
Though there are no creatures to truly demonstrate the power of this innate skill, just thinking about directly summoning the lightning tribulation struck during my transformation showcases its undeniable power. It's equivalent to having endured a lightning tribulation, and with such a powerful innate skill, Shao can unleash it 9 times. The power of 9 thunder tribulations exceeds the 5 tribulations he faced during his own, causing even greater destruction.
It's truly a shame there is no one to test the limits of this innate skill. Alas, being invincible is truly lonely as snow.
Looking at the elks turn to ash, Shao couldn't help but sigh. It's just garbage, not a single one could put up a fight. Since I'm here, I might as well wipe out the creatures on the snow mountain. Shao initially came to the snow mountain looking for a nearby spot to test the new innate skill, but upon seeing the numerous exotic beasts living here, he didn't want to leave so easily.
These are all evolution points EP.
With a single thought from Shao, the creatures at the foot of the snow mountain faced a catastrophic disaster. Shao opened the Death Fog domain, killing all in his path. No creature could escape the tracking of the Death Fog, whether hundreds of meters underground or thousands of meters in the air. without exception they all turned into mere skeletons.
Ding! Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 1 Snow Wolf, Evolution Points AP plus 1533. Ding! Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 2 Snow Wolf King, Evolution Points AP plus 2367. Ding! Kill Tier 2 Transcendent Stage Tier 3 Snowball Mouse, Evolution Points AP plus 3214. The Snow Mountain is several times larger than the Breezy Mountain Zone, an area that is vast and sparsely populated, with hardly any humans living there. Xiao stayed in the snow for a long time, feeling no cold. This degree of temperature difference no longer affected him. Xiao killed from the east to the west, traversing the Snow Mountain realm. The Devour Evolve system kept chiming, as dozens of clans in the Snow Mountain were wiped out by Xiao. However, Xiao deliberately left half of the Snow Mountain creatures alive. After using the Death Fog domain a few times, Xiao stopped using it because the creature density in the Snow Mountain was relatively low, and the Death Fog domain also consumed his internal spirit power, making it impractical. Moreover, the creatures killed within the Death Fog domain could not be devoured. Later, Xiao switched to using the Frenzied Thunder domain for kills, and the effect was about the same after all. It was still a one-hit kill. He wasn't in any hurry. Xiao also did not devour all the corpses left behind after killing the creatures with the nourishment from these corpses. The creatures that survived in the Snow Mountain would become stronger. This could also be considered a form of cycle. Although Xiao killed many creatures to gain evolution points EP, he never wiped out all the creatures in an area, as he valued sustainable development. Ding! Skill, Endless Devour activating. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have devoured a B-level innate skill, Ice Armor. Ice Armor B-level, control ice elements to form a layer of frost armor on the surface of the body, greatly enhancing defense. As soon as this innate skill was released, Xiao immediately sensed the ice elements leaping in the Snow Mountain, densely packed everywhere, like mischievous little sprites. Not bad, I've devoured another elemental innate skill. By now I have gathered 4 kinds of elements. Thunder, fire, darkness, ice. The main attribute is thunder. The other elements cannot compare with the intensity or quantity of the thunder element, which is the most familiar to him. The innate skills he evolved to Tier 5 Awakened stage were all related to the thunder element, while the other elemental innate skills could only be gained through devouring, which relied more on luck. Some innate skills that resonate with him are also easier to absorb. After Xiao reached Tier 5 Awakened stage in ice attributes, he could see the ice element bodies that ordinary people couldn't. At the top of the Snow Mountain, the wind howled, and a blizzard fell. Among the snowflakes, there stood a massive tornado quietly, clearly the cause of the blizzard in this area. Looking at the massive ice elements, Xiao had a strange premonition: the tornado standing atop the Snow Mountain was alive. It is an elemental life form formed from condensed ice elements. When a type of element gathers in large quantities, they are born. Interesting, let's take a look at the past. Xiao flew towards the top of the Snow Mountain. Atop the Snow Mountain, there was not only an ice elemental life form but also a pure white elk with rainbow-colored antlers. It's coming towards us, the rainbow elk said with a serious look, staring at the flying dragon in the sky next to the ice elemental life form. The ice elemental life form flickered a few times, and its words entered the rainbow elk's mind. He saw me. He has also awakened ice attributes to Tier 5 Awakened stage. The rainbow elk was shocked. How could that be? I've observed him for a long time. He should be a thunder attribute giant beast. Then, it worriedly asked, you won't betray me because of this, will you? The ice elemental life form flickered a few times and spoke again. No, although he has awakened ice elements to Tier 5 Awakened stage, his main attribute is thunder, and the ice elements within him are not pure. The rainbow elk breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. When he attacks later, you must help me. A strong gust of air blew, and Xiao quickly flew to the mountaintop, curiously staring at the ice elemental life form while ignoring the rainbow elk beside him. What are you? Can you talk? I am an ice element mass, the embodiment of disaster. I represent the blizzard, and wherever I go, it is a snow disaster. The words entered Xiao's mind. Quite obedient, answering whatever was asked. Blizzard? No wonder there's been a storm here continuously, Xiao exclaimed. It's like a walking natural disaster.
Xiao looked up at the top of the ice elemental lifeform and found that this lifeform also had a rank. Ice elemental lifeform tier 3 extraordinary stage 4 stage innate skill, snow disaster S level natural protection S level. Goodness, it has only 2 innate skills, both of which are S level, and its rank is also quite high, surpassing the frost whale. It is the highest ranked creature Xiao has ever seen except for himself. Such strong attributes made Xiao eager, and he asked,
I also have ice attributes, can you pledge loyalty to me?
No, there exists an exotic beast that is even more adept at using ice elements, the ice elemental being said, blinking twice. Zhao's gaze shifted to the colorful moose beside him, who was trying hard to lessen its presence.
Colorful moose tier 3 extraordinary stage first stage innate skills, ice element affinity C grade ice blade B grade frost armor B grade hail A grade. Looking at the panel, the rainbow moose is also a tier 5 awakened stage with affinity for the ice element.
Zhao's eyes narrowed, and he inquired,
Is it you?
No, it's not me, the rainbow moose quickly denied, then discreetly moved towards the ice elemental being. Xiao opened his large mouth and fired a laser beam towards it. At this critical moment, the ice elemental life form beside him suddenly dispersed, a torrent of ice elements filling this small area of space, and soon, these ice elements quickly returned to adhere to the colorful moose.
Boom!
The laser beam struck the colorful moose, causing it to stumble back involuntarily, spitting out a mouthful of blood. However, because of the ice elements encasing its body, it did not die, only sustaining severe injuries. To think it could withstand my blow, not bad, not bad. It was evident that the ice elemental lifeform had helped the colorful moose block that strike otherwise, even a tier 3 extraordinary stage creature wouldn't be able to withstand Zhao's attack.
Are you determined to help him? Then you two can die together, what a pity. Xiao shook his head and directly summoned the thunder tribulation, striking toward it. Boom!
After a series of tremors, a chunk of the snowy mountain's peak was blown away, triggering an avalanche, countless snowblocks sliding down the mountain, clouds of snow rising. As a result, even with the protection of the ice elemental lifeform, the colorful moose was utterly annihilated.
Ding!
Kill tier 3 extraordinary stage tier 1 7 colored moose, evolution points AP plus 18,690. However, there was no prompt from the Devouring evolve system indicating the death of the ice elemental lifeform. After the thunder tribulation, the blizzard in the sky ceased, and the figure formed by the gathered ice elements was gone. It was merely scattered by Xiao, not completely vanished, as Xiao could see the density of the surrounding ice elements had increased significantly, and they were instinctively moving in one direction, wanting to gather again. The only issue was that the speed of their movement was very slow, and it was uncertain how long it would take to restore their previous form.
Not going to die? That's interesting.
Not gaining the other's loyalty was somewhat disappointing for Xiao. Being able to summon blizzards anywhere, such elemental life forms are truly walking calamities. If their tier was a bit higher, they could potentially evolve into a world-class natural disaster in the future. Having just killed so many creatures, I should have enough to level up once. After finishing the kills, Xiao opened the panel, and upon seeing the subsequent digits, he couldn't help but exclaim with joy.
Devouring evolve system, level up. Ding!
Congratulations, host has leveled up to tier 5 awakened stage 2nd stage. The next tier, tier 5 awakened stage 3rd stage, requires 30 million evolution points EP. 30 million, it seems the requirement increases by 10 million evolution points EP with each level up. Leveling up now is not easy. Once the dragon country sends the spirit stones, I should be able to level up several more tiers. After leveling up, Zhao's body length increased by 50 meters instantly. After all, he is now of dragon lineage, and the growth curve is quite high.
Race, Thunder Dragon Juvenile Tier 5 Awakened Stage 2nd Stage. Chapter 85, The Third Blood Rain.
At the top of the mountain, the colorful moose and the ice elemental lifeform represent the two strongest creatures of the snowy mountain. After swiftly passing through the snowy area, Xiao looked up at the sky, staring into the endless expanse. At the same time, feeling the drastically improved physical qualities post-transformation, several times more powerful than before, Zhao's heart surged.
How can a dragon be confined by a mere realm? Let's go see the sky.
The secret of mana awakening is likely hidden among the stars. During the dragonling phase, he couldn't fly very high, but after transforming, he could soar to heights he had never reached before. Roar! Xiao shouted passionately, then waved his body, with his dragon head pointing straight at the sky, his whole figure moving in a wave-like manner, carrying a strong wind, soaring up from the peak of the snow mountain into the clouds, crashing into heights of tens of thousands of meters. Zhao's speed increased as the surrounding air grew thinner. The wind blowing against him caused his eyes to ache, but he kept them open, determined to see what lay beyond Blue Star. By the time he reached 80,000 meters in altitude, Xiao was approaching his limit. His speed was at 6 Mach, yet he couldn't escape the grip of gravity, and a layer of thick white mist appeared before him, obscuring his vision. Feeling his strength almost depleted, Xiao opened his massive mouth and fired a laser beam, piercing through the white mist and illuminating a glimpse of the scene beyond. It was blood red, and before Xiao could react, blood rain began to fall in profusion. Immediately following, an ethereal, expansive voice reached Zhao's ears, sounding as if it was crying out in agony.
What is that thing?
Hearing this echo from the universe, Xiao was taken aback, forgetting all about the third blood rain falling. Despite Zhao's eagerness to explore further, his body had clearly reached its limit. Nourished by the blood rain, Xiao, filled with endless regret, slowly descended back to the ground. The third rain of blood has arrived. Xiao extended his claws, as the blood like sweet rain dripped into his claws, swiftly absorbed by his body, causing his internal spiritual power to slowly increase.
I wonder how long this one will last.
Xiao hoped that the blood rain would last as long as possible, allowing all creatures on Blue Star to rise to a higher realm, thus he could gain more evolution points EP from killing them. I won't kill during this period, giving the beings of Blue Star some time to grow. Xiao sensed that his clone had reached a new ocean region, where there were more sea beasts, and even the shallow waters were lively, unlike the silence of the South Sea.
This ocean region is the East Sea. After flying high to check the nearby islands and terrain, Xiao recognized where he was.
In the distance, there was an island nation, the Sakura country, completely unaware that Xiao had already come to their nearby waters. Looking at the bustling human city, Xiao held back, saying, "Once the blood rain passes, I'll go claim some spirit stones.
Since I'm here, not robbing would be a waste."
After transforming into a dragon, even his clone's power had significantly increased. Even a single clone wouldn't fear nuclear weapons, let alone a small country like the Sakura country that didn't even have nuclear arms.
Robbing them is easier than the Dragon Kingdom.
Zhao's clone slipped into the depths of the ocean and then found a sea stone pillar, quietly wrapping around it to sleep. Meanwhile, the main body set off, flying back to the breezy mountain zone to thoroughly devour the spirit stone veins that had been expanded and developed today.
Chapter 86, Global Evolution. After the third blood rain, Xiao went temporarily silent.
This prolonged heavy rain lasted for half a month, raising the average tier of Blue Star creatures to a higher level.
After all, besides Xiao, the tiers of other creatures on Blue Star were quite low.
The lower the tier, the less mana awakening required to advance, resulting in a greater boost. The biggest beneficiaries were originally Tier 1 mortal stage creatures, as their low tier meant they needed less mana awakening to advance, and they all swiftly progressed to Tier 2 Transcendent stage. Blue Star no longer had any creatures below Tier 1 mortal stage. Of course, during this time, the Dragon Country didn't delay their delivery because of the blood rain. Even at such a critical moment, they continued to work overtime, sending people to the breezy mountain zone. The trucks transporting spirit stones were in full force, completely filling the foot of the mountain. For this delivery, the Dragon Country attached great importance, directly dispatching Deputy Director Young to escort, along with several thousand Tier 2 Transcendent stage and above superpowers, as well as 3 Tier 3 Extraordinary stage sacred beasts, Yuan Yuan, Ahu, and Fei Biao.
"Sai, I really don't want to see that terrifying Dragon King again," Yuan Yuan said, shaking its head.
If it weren't for the fact that not coming would mean a reduction in its rations, it would rather not experience that kind of fear of facing death again. It's because the three of us are the strongest that we have to come, otherwise, other beasts wouldn't dare. But let me correct you, the Dragon King has transformed now, it's only going to be stronger than before. Ahu also sighed, glad that Xiao didn't start a killing spree in Kyoto. The three of them had barely escaped from Yama's grasp.
How did it become so strong? I can't figure it out. Is its innate skill level even above the Dragon Country's top individual?
Ever since Fei Biao saw Xiao that day, it couldn't sleep all night, even losing its appetite. It originally thought it was a genius among monsters, but it turned out that genius status seemed to only be the threshold for meeting Xiao.
They're here.
Xiao saw the transport team from a distance and waited in the sky, descending once they arrived. This time, he didn't use his dragon might, since the other party was here to deliver gifts, and one shouldn't strike at those bearing goodwill.
Lord Dragon, we've brought the goods, please verify.
Deputy Director Yang respectfully bowed, contrasting sharply with the threatening demeanor Xiao had displayed from the drone before.
I have met the Lord Dragon.
The other three beasts that followed also lowered their heads, respectfully calling out.
Before coming, the officers from the Mana Awakening Bureau had trained them to avoid upsetting Xiao.
Good, drop the stuff, you can leave now. Xiao couldn't be bothered to look at them, glanced briefly at the spirit stones on the truck, felt it was around the right amount, and directly showed them out.
Yes, then we'll take our leave.
I hope the peace between us and the Lord Dragon can last.
Deputy Director Yang bowed one last time, then did not linger.
They had come here after a long journey, and at the same time, Yang quietly sighed, having not even had a sip of water before having to leave. Our peace depends on whether you know how to behave after all. As long as you properly supply spiritual stones, I won't harm you. Xiao said lightly. After they left, Xiao looked at the heap of spirit stones, and a look of delight appeared on his face.
The entire treasury of spirit stones must be here.
Chapter 87, Devouring Spiritual Stones, Continuous Level Up. Xiao flew above the transport vehicle, using telekinesis to control 90% of the spirit stones floating up into the sky. The entire sky was suddenly filled with spirit stones, densely packed and extraordinarily spectacular. There was still 10% of the spirit stones untouched. Even the exotic beasts under Xiao were left dumbfounded. They had never seen so many spiritual stones, and the mana awakening concentration of this region increased by several levels. Xiao spoke, saying, "You all can take the remaining spirit stones and share them."
"Thank you, boss."
Upon hearing Xiao, all the exotic beasts shouted in unison, genuinely grateful. They then ran over with beaming faces to split the remaining 10% of the spirit stones. Even the newcomer, Little Black, was pleasantly surprised, not expecting that Xiao would be willing to share spirit stones with them. After all, these spirit stones were all obtained by Xiao from looting the Dragon Kingdom, and had nothing to do with them. Even receiving just 10% of the spirit stones was still a huge amount for them. Their levels are not as high as Zhao's, and the number of spiritual stones required for leveling up is not as much. These spiritual stones are enough for them to make great strides in strength. Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, during this blood rain, make sure to grasp the opportunity. Many powerful beings will be born, so don't miss out."
"Don't worry, boss, we will do our best."
Xiao didn't say much more, but instead sent the spirit stones into his mouth and swallowed them all.
Ding! Absorb Mana Awakening, Evolution Points AP plus 100 million 510 million. Xiao was stunned, over 100 million Evolution Points EP. Unprecedented wealth. Ha ha ha.
Looking at the long string of numbers on the panel, Zhao's face was filled with ecstatic joy.
This time I can level up nicely.
After appreciating the numbers on the panel, Xiao also shouted without hesitation, "Devour Evolve System, level up." Immediately, a series of prompts from the Devour Evolve system sounded.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for leveling up to Tier 5 Awakened Stage, Stage 3. The next level, Tier 5 Awakened Stage, Stage 4, requires 40 million Evolution Points EP.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for leveling up to Tier 5 Awakened Stage, Stage 4. The next level, Tier 5 Awakened Stage, Stage 5, requires 50 million Evolution Points EP.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for leveling up to Tier 5 Awakened Stage, Stage 5. The next level, Tier 5 Awakened Stage, Stage 6, requires 60 million Evolution Points EP. After absorbing the Spirit Stones, Xiao directly surged 3 tiers.
Refreshing! This was Tier 5 Awakened Stage, Stage 3.
Each tier required millions of Evolution Points EP, and being able to level up so many stages in a row made Xiao very satisfied. It had only been about half a month since he had moved from Tier 5 Awakened Stage, Stage 1 to Tier 5 Awakened Stage, Stage 5, a leveling speed that other beasts could only dream of. He jumped straight from the early stage to the mid-stage of Tier 5 Awakened Stage, further enhancing his strength. After this leveling up, Zhao's body also ballooned by another 150 meters, bringing his total length to 400 meters. A 400-meter giant beast standing there caused immense pressure just by its presence. His speed had also reached 9 Mach, 9 times the speed of sound. The whole world was at his disposal, there was nowhere he couldn't reach, whether in the sky or sea.
Even in this form, I'm just a young thunder dragon. I can't imagine how strong I will be as an adult. It truly is the bloodline of a real dragon. Just as a juvenile, I'm already above all beings.
Xiao speculated that if he reached adulthood, he could even leave Blue Star and live in the starry sky without any problems. Of course, everything in the starry sky is unknown. Xiao would not casually rush out and take such risks without confirming the situation. Seeing Zhao's body grow again, the exotic beasts under him looked rather accustomed to it, but only the newcomer, Little Black, stood there dumbfounded.
Has the boss always upgraded this terrifyingly fast? He suddenly got so big.
Little Black opened its jaw and painted arcs in the air with its front claws. Hold on, the boss is always like this, just get used to it, Goldie said in a tone of one who had been through it. The boss isn't something we mere beasts can compare to. Just following behind him and reaping some benefits is enough for us to dominate a region, Tiger Nameless also said lightly, looking quite accustomed.
Isn't it? This is too fast.
Little Black looked left and right, finding they all seemed accepting of it. Feeling a bit incredulous, it murmured.
No wonder he can subdue so many strong beings. The boss is indeed the boss.
After the exotic beasts finished feasting on the spirit stones, their power was significantly enhanced, and the blood rain that had fallen over the past half-month had absorbed a lot of mana awakening for them. The first three in line, Goldie, Tiger Wuming, and Kai Chang, all reached Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Level 9, about to challenge the Tier 4 Supernatural Stage boundary. Tier 4 Supernatural Stage is a significant watershed for creatures. Upon reaching Tier 4 Supernatural Stage, their strengths will undergo a qualitative leap. And Shuelian, Bajia, Jin Gang, Leisher, Xiao Tang, and others also reached Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Level 8, even the last to join, Xiao He, reached Tier 3 Extraordinary Stage Level 6. Any one of them could become a local overlord and would require an army or high-power missiles to take down. Not to mention, under Zhao's halo, their actual combat power is even more terrifying, not easily defeated even by missiles. Some of their respective subjugated kin also raised their average level by several tiers, benefiting from Zhao's halo, making them quite formidable as super elite monsters.
Boss, I want to tell you something.
Seeing that Xiao was full and satisfied, Goldie quietly climbed next to Xiao.
Xiao asked, what is it? I think I grew dragon scales. Does it have anything to do with you, boss?
Saying this, Goldie wiggled his body, showing the tip of his tail in front of Xiao. Xiao took a closer look and found that one of the scales was indeed different compared to the other scales. It looked bigger and tougher, with small, vague, mysterious patterns on it. Zhao's pupils constricted. This seems to be indeed related to me.
Xiao remembered his true dragon bloodline innate skill.
Once activated, if there are no other bloodline innate skills to resist, he can radiate to surrounding exotic beasts, altering their evolutionary direction. This means that Zhao's subordinates, after being with him for a long time, might also be influenced by the true dragon aura, with their evolution direction changing, potentially evolving towards that of dragons. Probably except for that Kai Chang fellow who was evolving towards the fire phoenix, the other exotic beasts may somewhat be influenced. This should be a good thing, Xiao thought.
The true dragon bloodline is S rank. Any bloodline connected to dragons can't be weak.
Well, you might evolve towards dragons in the future, Xiao honestly informed. However, I can't control this. If you don't want to evolve this way, you need to keep your distance from me in the future.
Evolving towards dragons. After hearing Zhao's explanation, Goldie immediately exclaimed, showing excitement on his face. Boss! Can I really evolve to be like you?
Goldie's eyes sparkled with excitement. It had long envied the boss's lineage. When the boss was at its level, it had already transformed into a flood dragon, while it was still just a giant python, which showed that its lineage wasn't as strong as the boss's. So far, it hadn't discovered any other exceptional mythical creature lineages within itself. So Goldie felt a bit regretful inside. It could only comfort itself by comparing the boss to common beasts like itself.
Xiao paused for a moment, then replied, becoming like me?
I can't guarantee that, but your evolution path will definitely change in the future. After some thought, Xiao felt that it wasn't possible for a radiated creature to directly evolve into a true dragon. If it were possible, true dragons would be as common as dirt, and his innate skill would be more than just S rank. It would simply add some dragon lineage on top of the original species, which would be reasonable ordinary turtles turning into dragon turtles, ordinary horses turning into dragon horses. The purity certainly wouldn't be as high as his. Being able to radiate other creatures is one of the defining features of true dragon lineage. Xiao checked other S-level lineage types' innate skills, and none had this kind of effect. It was unique to the dragon race. As for the range of this radiation, Xiao didn't know for now. The Devour Evolve system introduction didn't provide any details, so it would need time to verify. If it were a large area, it would potentially influence all the creatures in the breezy mountain zone. In that place where he had long resided, creatures would all bear some dragon essence, and their strength would definitely be higher than in other areas. For instance, if the challenge level in other areas is 20, then in his area, the challenge level would be 40, making even ordinary beasts quite dangerous. Being able to unconsciously alter a region's ecological environment is truly impressive. It's no surprise it comes from true dragon lineage. Other mythical creatures focus solely on enhancing themselves, but only the dragon race possesses such a domineering innate skill. Meanwhile, Zhao's conversation with Goldie attracted the attention of a few other strange beasts, who learned that their evolution paths might be influenced towards the dragon race. That's how it is. This is something I can't control. If you don't want to evolve towards the dragon race, you can leave my side now. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. After all, we were under the same banner, and I wouldn't resort to violence against you. This kind of future-altering matter is significant. Xiao gave them ample choice. If they didn't want their evolution direction influenced by Xiao, they could choose to leave his side now. Moreover, they had fought for Zhao's territory, so they could start fresh after this. After finishing his words, Xiao quietly watched them, not rushing for a response, giving them enough time to think. This is also one of Zhao's methods for selecting loyal subordinates. There's a long road ahead, and it's best for those who are not like-minded to leave sooner. Just as he finished speaking, a strong and resounding voice came forth. I won't leave. Boss helped me defeat my enemy and saved my life. My life now belongs to the boss. From now on, I, Tiger Nameless, will only recognize one boss in this life. Tiger Nameless was the first to express his loyalty. If it weren't for Xiao rescuing him from the hands of humans, he would have died under their bullets long ago. Let alone now being the awe-inspiring Storm Tiger King, where everyone respects him. If you want to stay, then stay, Xiao nodded, then looked at the other strange beasts. What about you? My king, I and the wolf tribe will follow you to the death. Blood Training lowered its head to the ground, its posture extremely low, while the other wild wolves behind it also followed its lead, bowing their heads in submission and respect. Xiao wasn't surprised by Blood Training. Blood Training had come to him voluntarily and had always respected him greatly. Ha ha. It seems that I won't be influenced, but since the atmosphere is like this, I'll express my stance too. Colorful wings flew in front of Xiao, opening its wings to reveal a fiery red egg. This is a treasure more important than my life, and I can leave it with the boss for safekeeping at any time. I understand your determination. You can keep that. I don't want to become a dad yet, Xiao said with a black line on his forehead, pushing the egg back. At that time, colorful wings battled against human helicopters to protect the egg, which showed that it trusted Xiao immensely. Although I was forced into the group initially, the boss has always treated me well, and I am willing to stay, Beiji said. Me too. Lieshur raised its paw in agreement. I want to stay by the boss's side, King Kong said. For the future of the monkey tribe, there was nothing wrong with following Xiao. In fact, the future looked bright. Even though I just joined not long ago, I won't leave. Since I received such a great gift right after joining, I would be willing to fight for the boss, Shohei said as it licked its paw. The great gift it referred to was the share of spirit stones that Xiao had just given them. What surprised Xiao was that none of his subordinates wanted to leave. It should be noted that many of those who had joined him back then did so under the threat of losing their lives. Now that Xiao was giving them an opportunity to leave, they chose not to. Watching the subordinates in front of him pledge their loyalty, Xiao felt a subtle emotion in his heart, a sense of trust and warmth he had never experienced in his previous life. These animals have never experienced the deceit of human society, and their hearts are very pure. They express their thoughts candidly. From their simple words, Xiao could sense their unadulterated, genuine feelings. Unlike some humans who superficially call each other brothers while ready to stab each other in the back when trouble arises. Thinking of this, Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at himself, realizing he had been a human for too long and had lost all hope in superficial relationships. With the exotic beasts, he felt a long-lost sense of sincere emotion, and it seemed he could finally entrust his true heart.
Great! From now on, we will be comrades fighting side by side. As long as I, Xiao, exist, I will provide you with protection every day. Xiao declared passionately. He.
Our strength today is all thanks to you, boss, for your continuous support.
We should be the ones thanking you, Goldie said with a silly smile. Yes. Moreover, we now possess the ability to stand on our own.
Now that the blood rain has ended, we will quickly expand our territory and gain more resources for you, boss, Kai Shang also chimed in.
Chapter 88, East Sea, Sea Beasts landed. After the blood rain, the strength of Zhao's subordinates significantly increased. After easily taking over the large basin, they became restless again. Boss, now that our strength has increased again, we should obtain a larger territory. Let's continue to expand,
Beiji requested. I heard that there are many mineral veins in the desert, rich in resources. We can seize them, Xiaohei said, his eyes flashing with a sharp light.
Xiao agreed, sure. If you want to expand, go ahead.
Leave the powerful innate skill beasts for me to deal with. Handle the rest yourselves. Now, their strength ranks just below Xiao and Blue Star, and Xiao felt confident letting them go out to conquer on their own. Meanwhile, he only needed to stay in the rear, concentrating on the ocean journey of his avatar, intervening only when faced with formidable forces.
Expansion.
Upon hearing Zhao's agreement, the beasts were filled with enthusiasm, shouting in unison before quickly returning to their territory to gather their forces and head towards the desert.
Thousands of beasts surged like a tide, moving in one direction.
Xiao flew to the river where the crocodile group had been, where piles of spirit stones, resembling small hills, lay on the banks, and numerous landmice were diligently transporting more mine spirit stones to this place. These were specially for Zhao's use. Seeing Xiao arrive, they all lowered their heads in unison, greeting him, "Greetings, Lord Dragon." Ignoring them, Xiao dove into the river, splashing huge waves and knocking some land mice to the ground. After returning, Xiao settled his new home by this river, which he had expanded several times its original size, then caused heavy rain to restore the water level.
Now, Xiao could easily alter the terrain at will.
Emerging with his head from the river surface, Xiao used telekinesis to consume the spirit stones, gradually zoning out as he shifted his consciousness to his avatar. In the East China Sea, on a sea rock pillar thousands of meters high, a black dragon coiled around it slowly opened its dragon eyes and began to speak.
After this blood rain, hundreds of Tier 3 extraordinary stage fighters have emerged in the East Sea. Not rushing into action, Xiao used his clairvoyance and clairaudience to observe the situation in the East Sea.
At this moment, the East Sea was bustling with activity, the roars of various sea beasts echoing non-stop, as if they were all proclaiming their existence. He noticed a large number of sea beasts moving in the same direction, and Xiao continued to extend his view. At the end of this path was Sakura Island.
Beast tide? Xiao understood that a beast tide was rising in the East Sea. And it was headed towards the land.
Leading this beast tide were the hundreds of newly promoted Tier 3 extraordinary stage sea beasts from the East Sea, with them taking the lead, followed by over 100,000 Tier 2 Transcendent stage sea beasts. And it was evident that the Sakura Kingdom had already noticed this situation and dispatched numerous warships to intercept them in the East Sea. One by one, the warships appeared like beasts forged from steel, countless shells and missiles raining down from the decks, plunging into the wave of beasts, while numerous torpedoes launched from the seabed attacked the tide. In an instant, blood stained this section of the sea, and the anguished cries of the sea beasts echoed within. However, it wasn't long before a whale, 300 meters long with a massive horn on its head, emerged, bloodied, slamming into a warship, directly overturning it, creating a large breach that caused the warship to sink into the deep sea. This was clearly a whale that had reached Tier 3 extraordinary stage, incredibly powerful, with thick blood even after being hit by a missile, it still wouldn't die and remained combat effective.
Before Mana Awakening, the whale was the strongest creature on Blue Star. After Mana Awakening, it also stood at the pinnacle among its peers.
With the teamwork of several hundred Tier 3 extraordinary stage sea beasts, nearly all of the warships sent by the Sakura Kingdom were annihilated, while the beast tide continued to advance, replenishing tens of thousands more, and then charging forward towards the land with unstoppable momentum. Seeing this, Xiao, who originally planned to slaughter marine creatures for a wave of evolution points EP, no longer felt anxious.
Looks like there will be a good show to watch.
After descending from the sea pillar, Xiao quietly followed the beast tide from a distance.
Chapter 89, Crisis in the Sakura Kingdom. The warships are completely wiped out.
The first line of defense has already been breached. From a certain base, a trembling voice could be heard. Watching the towering waves stirred by the tide, and the occasional emergence of giant beasts over 100 meters long.
Countless roars of sea beasts intertwined and echoed from the depths of the ocean, filled with resentment and booming in unison.
All kinds of energy beams shot from the seabed, piercing the large warships that were about to sink. Every warship faced attacks from the depths, totaling over 100, riddled with holes, and barely fired a few rounds before being rendered useless.
The officers of the Sakura Kingdom all wore expressions of terror on their faces. This is terrifying. How many abnormal beasts are there?
Heaven wants to destroy my cherry blossom country.
Quickly report to the chief, we need to prepare to activate the second defense line.
To be honest, this is the first time I've seen such a large-scale beast tide. According to radar, this beast tide will be the largest since the Mana Awakening, and the number of strong creatures is also the highest. There are over 100 extraordinary beasts at Tier 3 extraordinary stage alone.
Otherwise, their fleet couldn't have been sunk so quickly.
In the capital, the chief of Cherry Blossom Country is preoccupied with a beautifully crafted multicolored egg, whispering to himself.
He, from now on, you will belong to my Cherry Blossom Country, and you must serve the Emperor well.
Chief. The first line of defense has been breached. This beast tide is probably to reclaim these eggs. Upon hearing the report from his subordinate, the chief of Cherry Blossom Country stopped what he was doing and began to curse.
Baka. They really don't know what's good for them.
It's just a few stolen eggs, and they dare to come after us.
Open fire. Open fire. Kill them all. Hold the coastline. We absolutely cannot let them land. Also, these eggs are likely to hatch into extraordinary beasts with high innate skills.
In the future, they will all serve the Emperor. We must not let them get back. At this point, the chief of Cherry Blossom Country also couldn't help but have fleeting eyes, recalling how hard it was to obtain these eggs. Before the third blood rain, these eggs were closely guarded by hundreds of late-stage Tier 2 Transcendent stage extraordinary beasts, and they looked extraordinary, emitting a faint multicolored glow. It's highly likely that the King of the East Sea will be born from these eggs.
Experts even estimate that one of them may be born with an SS-level innate skill.
So, after detecting the presence of these eggs, Cherry Blossom Country immediately sent submarines and many water element abilities to seize them. They lost many high-level ability users to grab the eggs, which led to their resentment from the sea beasts of the East Sea. After the third blood rain, the strength of the East Sea beasts greatly increased, and they immediately formed a beast tide to attack Cherry Blossom Country. Of course, Cherry Blossom Country was not idly stealing others' eggs. They had a grand plan. After the eggs hatch, if they can raise them all into the guardian beasts of Cherry Blossom Country, when the Mana Awakening reaches its peak and modern weapons become ineffective, in a time where individual strength reigns, having such powerful extraordinary beasts as hidden weapons will allow Cherry Blossom Country to soar. You must know that even the Dragon Country only has one SS-level ability user at Tier 5 Awakened stage, which shows how extraordinarily rare SS level is. Cherry Blossom Country is often looked down upon because they do not have an SS-level powerhouse stationed, reducing their say in the world. After all, everyone can foresee that as the Mana Awakening gradually recovers, it will become an era of competing individual strength, where the nation with more strong individuals will have greater influence.
Yes. After a few men dressed as ninjas responded, they immediately disappeared into the darkness.
Ninjas, initially a special organization that existed in ancient times, were revitalized after the Mana Awakening. They study ancient methods, have established a ninja division, and serve as the highest combat force of Cherry Blossom Country, mainly engaging in intelligence gathering, minor thefts, and secretly dealing with enemy elements. Along the coastline, the crowd has been dispersed, and rows of tanks, having received orders, have already been stationed here, poised and ready. In the sky, numerous fighter jets and bombers are circling and waiting, ready to unleash various munitions on the enemy at the first command. Everything is ready, just waiting for the sea beasts of the East Sea to land. Meanwhile, in the East Sea, Shao observed from behind the beast tide as it sank warships, indeed confirming his suspicions. This is an army of beasts advancing towards Cherry Blossom Country. At this moment, the lead unicorn whale suddenly spotted a creature following closely behind the beast tide. After saying a few words to his companions, he began to swim towards Shao. Shao stopped in place, quietly watching the unicorn whale approach him. This is a Tier 3 extraordinary stage beast, ranking in the first tier, possessing the innate skill of a giant whale, and is exceptionally powerful. Even after taking a torpedo hit, it can stand firm, and its wounds are halfway healed with the help of other beasts possessing healing innate skills. The unicorn whale transmitted a message to Shao. "You are so large, go up front and take the lead, don't hide at the back." The unicorn whale suddenly noticed Shao trailing behind the group, and after a brief glimpse, it was stunned by his extraordinary appearance and size. Shao remained in a restrained state, not wanting to scare away the beast tide. Only his 400-meter size could indicate that Shao might be a formidable beast. It's just a pity that the other appears to be quite timid, only daring to hide at the very back of the beast tide, not even bold enough to reach the front lines. The unicorn whale felt regretful. "Don't worry about me, I'm just here to watch the excitement you all carry on," Shao said lightly, and then instantly teleported to 1,000 meters away, putting some distance between himself and the unicorn giant whale. Coldly rejected, the unicorn giant whale felt slightly offended, but said nothing further, taking a careful look at Shao. The other party was longer in size, but it was a blue whale, whereas the opponent was a python-like giant beast, so it wasn't even comparable. It should have evolved from a sea eel, but strangely, it had grown 4 extra claws and had a mane, giving it a majestic appearance. It looks impressive, but it's a pity that it's so timid. The unicorn giant whale couldn't help but say. "You're so timid, I wonder how you've grown so big?" Shao ignored it, teleporting again to tens of thousands of meters away, completely out of the unicorn giant whale's sight. "Coward!" The unicorn giant whale murmured softly, dismissing it, thinking of Shao as just a strange exotic beast. Then it returned to the front lines, continuing to command the army of sea beasts forward. Chapter 90, The Land of Cherry Blossoms, Ninjas, and Giant Whales. The unicorn giant whale's words were completely disregarded by Shao, just like a lion wouldn't pay attention to the barking of a hyena, and he wouldn't bother explaining the misconceptions of ants. He viewed other creatures as if they were mayflies, both existed on different levels of life. Shao was keenly aware of this increasingly arrogant and indifferent mindset change. It seemed he was subtly influenced by the bloodline of the dragon race. However, Shao did not mind this harmless change. The strong should crush the weak mercilessly. Boom! Hundreds of Tier 3 extraordinary stage sea beast powerhouses took the lead, riding the huge waves and raising a tidal wave 1,000 meters high, sweeping away the tanks waiting on the coastline, along with the army into the sea. The second line of defense that the Land of Cherry Blossoms had painstakingly set up was like a joke. It couldn't exert its power against the attack from the ocean. Immediately after, a variety of sea beasts over 100 meters in height landed on the shore. Some were amphibious, like sea turtles that directly crawled onto land, able to live on land for extended periods, opening their giant mouths to roar. Others, lacking limbs evolved for walking, moved encased in water spheres using elemental power or directly summoned giant waves to walk on. In short, all sorts of Tier 4 supernatural stage methods were unleashed, catching the army of the Land of Cherry Blossoms off guard right from the start. Don't be afraid. These exotic beasts are no match for us. They cannot defeat our artillery. Continue to mobilize the troops. We cannot allow them to advance any further. After experiencing a setback, the army of the Land of Cherry Blossoms quickly reacted, regrouping again, and the horn for counterattack sounded. Bombers circled overhead, and powerful shells fell like fireworks, focusing on bombing the sea beasts that had already landed. The scene was extremely brutal. Within 10 minutes, numerous Tier 3 extraordinary stage sea beast powerhouses died, collapsing with a loud crash, becoming huge corpses.
The following sea beasts stepped forward over their corpses.
No matter how strong the exotic beasts, they would still be overwhelmed by sheer numbers before human missiles.
Roar! The roars of the giant beasts echoed along the coast, accompanied by the booming of artillery fire, as countless buildings were destroyed.
Coastal cities of the land of cherry blossoms faced total disaster, with dozens of them occupied by sea beasts.
Return the egg. Despicable and shameless humans.
The unicorn giant whale floated in the air, opening its massive mouth, and a water column several meters wide shot out from it, with a powerful impact collapsing several high-rise buildings.
Otherwise, I will bring ruin to this land. Baka. That is impossible.
Your descendants are destined to serve our emperor.
You think you can just demand surrender?
You're underestimating the land of cherry blossoms. Blame yourselves for being so weak that you can't even protect your own descendants. Several ninjas suddenly appeared on the rooftops of a few buildings, arms crossed, mocking the unicorn giant whale.
Then let me show you our wrath.
The unicorn giant whale squinted its eyes, took a deep breath, and opened its massive mouth that resembled a black hole.
Brush!
Dozens of water columns shot out, each aimed at the direction of the ninjas. A shadow flashed, and all the water columns missed. We are the elite of the land of cherry blossoms. Unlike these commoners without innate skills, don't underestimate us.
This is the biggest one, let's take it down together.
Good. With swift movements, dozens of shurikens flew from their hands, carrying green toxins as they shot towards the unicorn giant whale. However, the unicorn giant whale, due to its enormous size, couldn't evade them all. The shurikens embedded deep into its body, releasing green smoke, accompanied by the sounds of flesh being corroded and the whale's painful cries.
It's toxic. Treacherous. The unicorn giant whale glanced at its wounds, gritting its teeth.
These toxins were extremely potent, and since it lacked the innate skill for poison resistance, it felt its strength waning, secretly cursing the humans for being despicable and shameful.
Baka. In a fight where it's either you die or I live, of course, I have to use any means necessary. Ha ha ha.
Several ninjas let out strange calls, taking advantage of the unicorn giant whale's attention being diverted by the shurikens. With one kick, another group of ninjas shot out like cannonballs, directly landing on the unicorn giant whale's massive body. With swift movements, they applied ancient ninjutsu combined with Tier 4 supernatural stage power, making the subsequent attacks even stronger.
Boom! Fiery flames erupted from the ninjas' mouths, charring the unicorn giant whale's body black.
But for the massive body of the unicorn giant whale, these attacks are still insufficient.
Roar!
Enduring intense pain, the unicorn giant whale roared in rage, feeling an immense sense of frustration within. It unleashed all its strength, gathering the water element from the air, summoning torrents of water that appeared out of nowhere in the city. The water tornadoes targeted the high-rise buildings where several ninjas stood, scattering in all directions, while one washed over itself, extinguishing the flames on its body. Truly, the largest creature in the world can withstand the attacks of so many of us. Standing on the back of the unicorn giant whale, several ninjas gracefully dodged the attacks of the water tornadoes.
Ha ha ha. You big fool. What use is that? You can't even hit us.
Your mutated beast has evolved into such a large form, making you nothing but a live target for us. As he spoke, another fireball was hurled towards the unicorn giant whale, blood spilling out.
Watch me perform the dragon slash.
Others took out their long swords, crazily slashing down at the ones below, attacking directly while standing on the unicorn giant whale.
Roar!
The unicorn giant whale roared angrily, deeply frustrated, feeling cheated of its egg, and now being mercilessly beaten by humans. Return the egg, or I will turn this place to rubble. However, faced with the humans standing on it, the unicorn giant whale could only shift its focus to the destruction of the city, with water tornadoes wreaking havoc on the buildings, brutally slaughtering the people of Sakura country. As the battle continued, the unicorn giant whale also felt its strength gradually fading, and the wounds on its body were making its movements slower. It wouldn't last much longer.
It's about to give in, let's push harder. Alright. It's my first time killing such a large mutant beast. The Emperor will definitely reward me.
Watching the unicorn giant whale grow increasingly weak, the eyes of several ninjas were filled with excitement as their various attacks left it covered in scars. The battle had determined a victor.
And just then, an authoritative yet slightly mocking voice boomed from the sky. Interesting. Chapter 91, The Eastern Sea Alliance.
So it turns out you stole the egg. No wonder so many sea beasts risk their lives to come on land. It's needless to say how precious these eggs are. The new generation of mutant beasts born during the Mana Awakening era have already begun soaking up Mana Awakening while still in their eggs, meaning they will inevitably be stronger than the older generation of mutant beasts right from their starting point. Just use SS level innate skill to say, on the current Blue Star Tier 5 Awakened stage produced SS level innate skill no more than 5 people, legendary SS level innate skill besides Shao there is no one else Tier 5 Awakened stage. However, this new generation of beasts is born in blood and rain, from birth they are Tier 4 supernatural stage beings, which implies that they have a higher probability of obtaining advanced innate skills at Tier 5 Awakened stage compared to their predecessors. It's just that apart from not matching the old fellows in rank, their average level of innate skills and potential is bound to be superior. Seeing Shao suddenly appear in the sky, the unicorn giant whale was taken aback, as it did not expect the timid creature it previously thought would suddenly show up on the front lines. Especially at such a perilous moment when it was about to fall. In a moment of surprise, the unicorn giant whale quickly regained its composure. A sense of inexplicable emotion welled up in its heart, its eyes flickered as if it had made some kind of determination, turning to roar at Shao.
We miscalculated, humans are far more terrifying than we thought. I'm nearly done for, you have to run. Then, the unicorn giant whale shouted loudly at the dazed ninja members. I'm going to fight you all.
It used a massive wave to propel itself towards a missile, wanting to mutually perish with the humans riding on its back. The unicorn giant whale had already prepared for sacrifice, but before it could get close, a bolt of lightning struck down, detonating the missile in front of it.
Blue lightning flashed and illuminated the faces of several people, their expressions one of shock, disbelief, and amazement.
What's going on? The unicorn giant whale was stunned. Not only was the unicorn giant whale stunned, but the other ninjas were also filled with dread, as if they had been struck by lightning, a chill surging from their feet to the crowns of their heads.
That form, that power of thunder, could not be mistaken. Isn't this the dragon that successfully transcended its tribulation that appeared in Long Country half a month ago? The ninjas looked utterly disgusted, as if they had eaten something foul, their faces turning green.
The smugness they felt from just defeating the unicorn giant whale vanished entirely, leaving only fear. Shao forcing Long Country to submit had already spread internationally, being undeniably the first mutant beast of the Mana Awakening era, far outpacing all others.
Not even nuclear weapons could harm him.
The ninjas were thrown into disarray.
Wasn't he in Long Country? How could he be here? Why did he come to Sakura Country? Damn Long Country.
They must have sent him to attack our land. What is he here for?
Is he here to attack us?
Wait, just because he attacked Long Country doesn't mean he has hostility towards us in Sakura Country. Maybe we can cooperate with the Divine Dragon. After hearing this, the ninjas calmed down, a glimmer of hope appearing in their hearts.
Yeah.
So far, Shao doesn't seem to have shown any aggression. Perhaps they can collaborate with the Divine Dragon. Shao didn't care what they thought, taking advantage of the chaos, even though Sakura Country was a small place with not much in resources. Since he was already there, he couldn't leave without squeezing some benefits.
Call your leader over, I want to see him, Shao said calmly to the astonished crowd.
Then, no longer hiding his aura, the overwhelming pressure of Tier 5 Awakened stage surged over them like a tsunami, making them feel enormous pressure, almost unable to breathe.
Quick, go find the commander.
Several ninjas exchanged glances and, with a few leaps, hurriedly fled as if in panic. As Zhao's aura burst forth, the expression on the unicorn whale's face shifted from confusion to horror, looking at Shao with a face that seemed to be in agony, feeling extremely awkward. The sense of oppression was undeniable to it. The other party was an existence of crushing dominance. And it had previously called such beings cowards. At this moment, the unicorn whale felt an overwhelming regret, wishing it could travel back in time and give its former self a couple of big punches for speaking out of turn. The scene fell silent. The battered city suddenly stopped fighting, the sound of gunfire ceased, and even helicopters dared not approach this area. After hesitating for quite some time, the unicorn whale noticed the atmosphere was quite awkward and nervously managed to squeeze out a sentence. "So you're strong after all?" Xiao turned to glance at the unicorn whale and asked, "Why did you attack here? And what's going on in your eastern sea now?" Although he already knew the answer, Xiao still asked, hoping to learn more. "Aren't you one of the extraordinary beasts from our eastern sea?" Upon hearing Zhao's question, the unicorn whale immediately realized that Xiao was by no means one of the extraordinary beasts of the eastern sea. After all, it had spent so long in the eastern sea and had never heard of anyone like Xiao. Otherwise, it wouldn't have spoken so boldly to Xiao earlier. "No. Before humans attacked us, the eastern sea was already rife with blood and chaos. After humans arrived, we in the eastern sea have been constantly harassed by them. To resist the foreign threat and protect our descendants, hundreds of powerful beings from the eastern sea formed an alliance to stop mutual slaughter and work together to protect our potentially powerful offspring. What a pity! Before the blood rain arrives, our descendants are still being stolen by those damned humans." Xiao nodded. No wonder the eastern sea was able to muster such a massive tide of beasts, uniting hundreds of Tier 3 extraordinary beasts. This was the first time he had heard of extraordinary beasts being able to unite and form an organization. He found the Eastern Sea Alliance very interesting and continued to ask, "Don't you have a king or a leader or something?" The unicorn whale shook its head. "No, all of us powerful beings from the Eastern Sea are evenly matched, and there hasn't been anyone who could surpass all extraordinary beasts. Of course, if you would be willing to become our leader, I'm sure everyone would agree." Given the power Xiao just displayed, he would surely win their support. If they had Zhao's protection, the extraordinary beasts of the Eastern Sea would no longer suffer at the hands of humans. Under Xiao's leadership, the future of their Eastern Sea Alliance would be even brighter. Hundreds of Tier 3 extraordinary stage marine beasts at his command, and a maritime force he lacked, Xiao felt a bit tempted. He really needs a batch of sea beasts as subordinates to gather resources from the ocean. Xiao said to the unicorn whale, "After this battle, take me to meet everyone." Is this indicating consent? Good. The unicorn whale was suddenly overjoyed and eagerly agreed. Chapter 92, Robbery. Hand over the spirit stones. In the capital of Sakura country, members of the ninja department came to report. "Chief, something bad has happened. The legendary dragon that appeared in the Dragon Kingdom half a month ago has suddenly come along with the beast tied to our Sakura country." The chief of Sakura country was still playing with the colorful giant egg in his hands when he heard this news and almost dropped it. "What? Why is it here? We haven't done anything to offend him, have we?" Sakura country usually bullied the weak and flattered the strong, knowing not to provoke formidable individuals. Upon learning of Zhao's arrival, the chief had already formed an attitude. "Unclear, he just said he wanted to see you." The ninja department member shook his head. "After he arrived, our war with the sea beasts almost stopped the city he is in. We dare not enter, it has become a sanctuary for many injured sea beasts. The advantageous situation has turned into a stalemate." This was an inevitable circumstance with Xiao still there. In their uncertainty towards Zhao's attitude, they also didn't dare to attack injured sea beasts in front of Xiao, fearing to anger him. At this moment, a minister next to the chief couldn't help but whisper into the chief's ear upon hearing this. "Chief, should we send fighter jets to intercept?" The chief of Sakura country looked at him with a bewildered expression, bursting out in rage. "Intercept? Are you kidding? Treat him as a distinguished guest immediately. Absolutely do not show any signs of aggression. If we can have him as our guardian beast, we will be secure. Take me to see him right away. The future of Sakura country rests on this moment." The chief of Sakura country immediately stood up, boarded a helicopter, and headed to where Xiao was. The helicopter landed on the rooftop of a large building, and the chief, escorted by many members of the ninja department, stepped out, first feeling shocked to see Xiao in person facing such an overwhelming force, feeling immensely shaken. Then, a broad smile broke out on his face, immediately displaying a favor-seeking expression, as if meeting long-lost parents, showing an extreme level of respect and humility.
Great Dragon.
We, Sakura country, have heard of your esteemed name long ago.
We are truly fortunate to have you come today.
This obsequious attitude made Xiao Sai truly a good dog.
However, Xiao knows that the Sakura nation is definitely not sincere, it's all just an act, wanting to take advantage of him.
If Xiao ever falls into a low period, they will be the first to betray him. Xiao nodded slightly, his tone flat but his words heavy with intent.
Don't get too happy, I'm here to rob you.
Hand over all the spirit stones from your treasury, or I will sink your island. He had already established his reputation, needing no displays of power. Even a simple remark left the leader of the Sakura country sweating profusely.
It's over. The visitors aren't friendly.
The commander of the Sakura nation lamented internally, almost in tears.
Even Dragon Nation, with its nuclear arsenal, couldn't stop Xiao, and they, the Sakura nation, were entirely powerless. When Xiao said he could sink their island, he truly meant it.
Though reluctant inside, they had to pretend to be pleased on the surface, trying to curry favor with Xiao.
Ha ha! Lord Divine Dragon. You're too formal.
Our spirit stones are your spirit stones.
What do you want? As long as we have it, we'll get it for you.
Watching the leader of the Sakura country's superb acting skills, Xiao couldn't help but admire his servility. It looked as if they were willingly giving in, not being robbed at all. In that case, since the other side is in this situation, they must let the other side have what they wish for. Xiao was not polite at all. First, take me to your spirit stone storage location.
No problem.
The leader of the Sakura country replied decisively.
And have your army stop attacking the beast tide.
Return the beast eggs. This. The leader of the Sakura country gritted his teeth internally. Fine, they could give up the spirit stones, but to ask for the eggs too, taking both food and goods, was just downright rude.
What, can't I?
Zhao's eyes narrowed, revealing a hint of killing intent.
Of course it's possible. Respected Lord Divine Dragon.
The leader of the Sakura country reluctantly agreed. Even if he refused, Xiao could take them by force anyway, so it was better to appear compliant and minimize casualties. The leader of the Sakura country acted like a sycophant, while the witnessing unicorn whale was dumbfounded.
Goodness, what a big shot!
It realized it had likely latched onto a tremendous powerhouse this time. A few hundred of their Tier 3 extraordinary stage experts couldn't retrieve the offspring, while Xiao made humans obediently return the beast eggs with just a few words, and they didn't dare utter a complaint.
This is the gap brought about by strength.
Though it hadn't experienced it itself, the unicorn whale already recognized that the power difference between it and Xiao was greater than it had imagined.